Chapter 1 The System Unbind Zitzelfath Outset. Young Master, please place the hour hand upon the testing stonta bledo conduct the talent assessment. Asked the voice off the old Maneko Edenhezers, Chun Muzuden Lai snapped back to reality. Hisson Sejalai now sparkled with clarity. Have I been reborn? Surveying Zerendings, Hua struck Bethestar contrast between Hessinas before Hyman the bustling metropolis office past life. A thismament, Chun Mu realized he was standing on a stone platform. For him lumeta colossal, intricate lion scry-bead stone bolt, adorned with complex runes. Below the platform, a crowd hadgard, murmuring excited lie about the talents that might awaken. This scenario is alto familiar to Chenmu. It weighs a quintessential Taliofa waste few lunder dogs me back. There was a high probability he would awaken a worthless talent, or event possessing innate, rarely zine wasteful constitution, followed by a Toronto fridicule. Sigh. Contemplating this, Chunmu Colden felt but scoff. After a life fed of striving, had finally been reborn, only to be thrust back into the grind? Young master? The old man regarded him with a puzzled expression. Ah, it's nothing, just place me hand in it, correct? Chunmu dismissed further thoughts, accepting his fate. Even if you were to possess a natural waste body, hekud simplitus regard the script, indulge in alifio and if the ru is nothing to, fetinoistic yalong nap. That wouldn't be so bad. Indeed. The old man nodded affirmatively. Very well. Chenmu replied, lifting a shandan place in Jitu pont the stonabolt. Immediately, Abla light burst forth, revealing thword Sialao great alorong spiritrut. Up and seeing this words, Chunmu Colden felt butchical, feeling his sensio frith, so itis. Internally, head hot Bringeton, I am ready for your mockery. Young master, donnet bedishartened, Artinu in sacred landis vistan prosperous haramost be wasto enhancy our spiritrut. Indeed, since if the heavens do not favor the young master, we shall defy destiny. I believe in you, young master. Thesperitru tismer li the beginning, not hiend. Exactly, there those su ha start with a heaven lice peritru tandaya tivma diacritilator. If memory serves, our family head was seen in a tuist, a rarity in a century. And yet, in just 100 years, he'd fight theeds, skyrocketing to ethereal mof quasi emperors, single-handed lie slaying millions, earning fetidly off human butcher. Go, young master. Willie always believe in you. Athis words, Chunma furrow dedisbro, utterly bewildered. Were you deviating from the script? While a wastelinides, a wavio fun familiariet monument tal memoria surged to his mind. Thesuer retha memorius belonging to his previous incarnation. The Tinu in sacred land, onoft hey true premier sacred land synth the vast world off song, way steaming with powerful individual sand experts, boasting million soft disciplines scattered across various fields. And he was noniather than thesikinson off durant family head, Chuntianlean, and thun equivocal hirtothinu in sacred land. Reflecting gon thexperence sophis family members, Ichoni zemid more like protagonist than he. Take Chuntianlean, for instance at Theogov 16, he participate in the awakening ceremony wia, thou teven a spiritrut, a1 sana century occurrence. Yet, in just 100 years, heresy against heads, his strength soaring, successfully stepping into Thequasi Impero realm, having single-handed lie slain millions, earning Theminiker human butcher. Hiselder Zister, Chunju Ashin, Mano Thave trained as prodige, Slyas Chentianlean, Butin business, Shepazesid extraordinarino, astonishing talent. Her commercial empire respan at he entire daking world, with oil thought coup rival nations, earning Gertha Titli off Golden Empress. If memory serves, Mina monarch shad suff launch from Isildur Zister. Such prodigious figures were plentiful within Thinu and sacred land. A background that was simply unmatched. Chinmo harbored serious doubts about whether they had been secret, Lyle Valingup without them. However, these ways advantaged him more formidable Thewera, Themer Kudafford to relax and enjoy life. The position of family head? Chinmo had not qualms about relinquishing Jiddo Chunjuashin. Managing a family of millions? Just the thought Ophotics housed hum. Descending from the testing platform, amidst Tech Road's Gorisoff consolation, Chunmu appeared at Talivine dejection, but internally, he was elated. Initially, hate hot having Gallo grade spiritru talent twazing, Consequential, yet unexpectedly, the heaven shade arranged for a extraordinary family background. Most importantly, the genuine sacred land was remarkably united. His sister, Chunjuashin, dote on him immensely since his birth. She had been inevitable brother protector. She'd entrusted him with the highest air gold card from the Commercial Association. With this card, Chunmu could procure anything he desired from all the shops under Chin family's banner without spending a dime. Ever heffen yet, he could take as she wanted. Spirit stones? Just ask. It was even more formidable than the black card from Miss Past Life. Not long after, he returned to the residence located to him bethefamily, known as Qingyun. Chunmu made a beeline for the reclining chair, lying back with a look of utter relaxation. Rising off the waist? If Fan Yon wishes to pursue a thought, let him. I simply wish to indulge in a live fa leisure and enjoyment. As soon as she finished speaking, a synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Name Chinmu, gender male, age. Identity verification successful. The invincible rise system is currently binding. Invincible rise system binding successful. A system? Chunmu was to familiar with this concept. However, at this moment, he felt no emotional upheaval regarding the binding of the system. Would I like to accept the beginner task? Completing the beginner task will eld abundant words. Ishall not. Chunmu evedition lazily. After Rafuzi Khan's soft silence, the system's voice orangu ta gain doi. I truly wish to livius a waste, looped, down upon, trampled underfoot, and leading a cowardly existence for the rest of your life? System, I must address this with you isn't it truly need to care about he opinion so foders while living? Life I's own son as long as I anchor friend happy, is that note sufficient? Doth their perception soften hold in his significance? This time, the system remains silent for a full minute. Originally intending to impart lifeless and sandigna to his fighting spirit, Ithadun expected Labin scold bichamu. Host, even if I had not care about their so pinions, ordinary lives last butahendradai earson, big growing stronger canoneriach the penacleans caternalif. Why live so long? Seeing that the system had fallen zealant for what felt like eternity. Chunmu's set heatmosphere had become awkward, so hedo on I the initiative ita brain the silenci and dast. What functions do you possess? Merely zeeking to aliviety hisperdom. System up in completing tasks, this size stem provides visuals, including techniques, wealth, divine artifacts. Everything in cone cold desire, making the host invincible. Techniques? If memory serves, my uncle is the foremost creator of technique hes with a miraflicofispin, he conjures the most delighted ni sign existence. Wealth? My sister's commercial empire spans the entire daking world, with Rakis the tribal nations, earning girth a titly off golden empress. Divine artifacts? My cowsin, at just 14, I sal ready are renowned master craftsman this toothpickwas crafted behem, a top-tier heavenly grade, said To begintly in teeth while providing exceptional cleaning power. Initially, hate hot perhaps she could keep the system around for occasional entertainment, to pass the time. Viewed upon closer reflection, it seemed the system was saturlusless to him. My family is imply to formidable keeping around service no purpose. Why don't you been to yourself? If eeks house did Mijel fin me past life for having, given askin chance, it truly wished to avoid the grind. Long glive understanding. Chunmuvo was thiziner thoughts. Why toil away completing various didious tasks forwards when hekud simplebaskin the sun? Thesis to me's a tempting town bind. Warning. Asavi rira hesa kared within the system. System unbinding failed. Unbinding failed? Chemifero dedisbro, wondering if Hahat spoke hinta harshly, causing the system to crumble. Chapter 2 The system automatically upgrades. My Sony's, standing. Hey, you're a note about to explode. Are you? I feel you're going to explode. Can you at least been first? Don't drag down with ya. Chun must Newfin bliss fu life had only just begun if the system were in it. I twould your Libya laughing stock. He had never anticipated that the system would possess such fragile emotional resilience. He had merely spoken a few truths, and know it was ready to gorog, tozelf destruct. What a disgrace. The system sin counter-adata terrorandus attempting an automatic upgrade. Automatic. Upgrade? Chun muffroned, confusion etched across his face. Thesis to me is tempting to upgrade for that wealth time. Failure. Thesis to me is tempting to upgrade for the 4th time. Failure. Thesis to me is tempting to upgrade for the 8th time. Failure. Watching the incessant popping system notifications, Chun Yu exhaled deeply, reclining back in his chair and quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. He found the system odd liam using instead of fun binding gash requested. It was determined to brain through its limitations and upgrade itself. It reminded him of certain individuals, themer redis mystere potential, themer if they feel compelled to prove themselves. Well, as long as it does and self-destruct tandarmum, it was acceptable. Thesis to me is attempting to upgrade for the 500 for the 3rd time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Signin module has been bound. New feature unlocked divine sign-in. System host, this system has undergone an upgrade, adding the divine sign-in function, which does not require task completion at a diviner word can be claimed, say. Oh, is that so? Congratulations. Chun Yu turned over, deciding to bask back into sunlight. Reclining Gonaki Iz lounge fused with aphid, refreshing scent of bamboo, purely contented expression. System. May inquire if the host wishes to hecken? Who? Ha. The sunlight was so comforting that Chinmu hadal redis lipid in toa slumber. Instantly falling ghastly pand enjoying kalatires twaisandi reminiscent of his previous life. System. Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the divine weapon, the god-slaying sword. Knock, knock, knock. Uncertain o falmic to me had passed, aknakathi Doris Chinmu. Hois it. Your father. Hey. Chun must imper flared instant liwo dars to claim the tightly father? This is outrageous. Just ashua sabauto explode, the door swungo pinta revial noniather the his own father. Chuntianlean, wearing Azrius expression. Gulp, Chenmu couldn't help but swallow hard, wondering if his father had come a torpormand him for awakening with a mediocre talent. Washireto di sonhaman sever their fathers in bond? Father, what brings you aware? Chun mustud to face Janlean. One couldn't help but acknowledge the overwhelming presence emanating from Abian Goff quasi-emperor level. Noticing the bead soft sweat in Chintailan's forehead, Chun Muful puzzled. Ways a treely the thoughtado day? Then, a sudden thought struck of Chintailan shoulder before away, battling dimus in the vast wilderness. We had here a turn ed soberly? Yurito proud and arrogant, and I fear you might take a drastic measure as to your talent, so I read back to checking you. Listen, you must not think Kofin din jo own life, do I understand? You will find a way to resolve it high our spiritrut. I, your father, wasen sec no nasser airborne waste off talent in a century, yetherist and a saquisi emperor. He pounded dishes confidently. Actually, father, you needn't worry so much. I think having gatrish spiritrudis quite fine after all. I have an interest in cultivation or killing. It's a perfect opportunity for me to relax and truly enjoy life, Chunmu confessed. Chintayanlin way taken aback. Chunmu to os momentarily stunned, fearing that his quasi-emperor father might be furious at his noncalence. However, Chintianlin's subsequent words immediately eased him attention. Little ancestor, it's wonderful hattie owling thighs way. I was genuinely concerned you might see Caprimitu ran defile your sister finds out. Schwooch your life flamey life. Great. Enjoy life, justrala cheveriment. What a very outdesire. Feel free toes the family while all the rare fuse. If Thado, come tome. You will personally. Chintayanlin clapped Chunmu the shoulders, wearing a semi-what for said smile. Chunmu saw through it he Fasadibu chose not to say anything. By the way, Chintayanlin changed the subject, I have arranged a guard for you. So if you wish to venture out, you needn't worry about your plot honesty. Before Chunmu could respond, Chintayanlin clappity shans. In the next moment, Ayun make Ladina gradient lavender silk crobinterching yun manner, holding gas word. Thajir lapured toba mirla 15 or 16, her skin is fair as snow, stunningly beautiful, and their countenance breathtakingly sublime. No doubt shua say saintis from semezect, chin mud hot. Father, you intend for her toba migard? Chun wasked for confirmation. What? Do you find her in satisfactory? Though young, Scheist the Saint Softy and Jinsectan possesses the strength though for martial master. Chintianlin si med to mice understand amusant. By the way, Hernomized Yichingcheng. Chunmu. Shetralius Sacentus. If memory serves, the Tianjin sectai sonafta formidable sect affiliated with Tinuan sacred land, specializing in swordsmanship. Father, Althoth Tianjin secta salid with us, bringing Thir Saintus Shirism a guard may not be entirely appropriate. What will the Tianjin sect think of this? Chen muted Notch wish to witness a fallout between He Tianjin sect and Tinuan sacred land. Wit couldn't direct let us disrupt this peaceful life. You needn't worry about that Shishirbeck cuz. Cough cough. Chen Tianlin suddenly recalled Samething and Chain Stone Sun, Justicius aid, enjoy your Lefiathome. There are matters that require remayat and Shanith great wilderness and mistake malieve. Without giving Chen watch and see to speak, Chen Tianlin Venishiden debling Kofani, closing Thedo Orbehindim, along with Yichingcheng. Outside at the courtyard, Chen Tianlin covered his mouth with his hand, tearswelling Jinhizes. Yichingcheng furrowed her delicate brows, never having imagined that such a formidable being could shed tears. Why? Then she heard him speak with a quiver in his voice, my sonish truly to understanding. Tokum fortum, he even feigned indifference and spoke of wanting to enjoy life. Qingcheng. I am here. Yichingcheng stepped forward. Ensure you protect them well Hamas Nazi Caprimaturand. Do I understand? Otherwise. In that instant, Yichingcheng felt as if she had plunged into an Ishai abyss. Her delicate frambled. Never had she encountered terrifying gaze. In Hiraez, Chen Tianlin resembled a deity of slaughter standing amidst montane soft corpses and seas of blood. Rest assured, Holy Master Qingcheng will do everything in her power to safeguard the Master's safety. I swear in my life. Yichingcheng knelt in Okni, placing her hands before her and bowing her head. Asserized her Gazigan, Chen Tianlin Hadelready disappeared. The lingering atmosphere of terror, however, continued to envelop Yichingcheng, difficult to dispel. Damn it. Did Thean Master come under attack? Bang! Hearing the exclamations from within the courtyard walls, Yichingcheng's expression changed in alarm, and she hurried Libiers through the door, drawing her sword. Chapter 3. The 14-year-old master of artifice, the young master, Qian Mu, gazed upon his cousin, Yichingcheng, whose fair face was as cold as frost, her sword radiating a flickering brilliance, exuding spiritual energy like a tide surging forth. Chen Mu hurriedly reassured her, there is nothing to worry about. Please do not be alarmed. I merely stretched and accidentally twisted a bone. Yes, twisted a bone. He fabricated a casual excuse in truth, Chen Mu had unexpectedly discovered, through the system records, that he had never uttered a word, yet the system had autonomously signed in, placing a sacred weapon into his system backpack. It being forcefully given? The system explained, to conserve the host's time and energy. The system can automatically sign in daily, acquiring a multitude of divine rewards to assist the host in rising against the heavens. What could Chen Mu say? He could only express, as long as you are happy. However, he truly had no interest in rising against the heavens. Twisted a bone. On the other side, upon hearing Qian Mu's explanation, Yichingcheng immediately sheathed her sword and approached him. Let me take a look. Oh, all right. Chen Mu acquiesced, allowing Yichingcheng to examine his body. Once she confirmed that he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. For safety's sake, she retrieved a white jade medicine bottle from her spatial ring and poured out a pill. Young master, please consume this healing pill. Chen Mu almost protested, but swallowed his words. He sensed that Yichingcheng would undoubtedly be unable to relax otherwise. Fine. He pinched the pill between his fingers and placed it into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy, infused with life force, began to flow through his body, reaching his limbs and nourishing his organs. He felt invigorated. What grade is this pill? Chen Mu furrowed his brow. As he did not believe that an ordinary healing pill could have such an effect, grade 4, replied Yichingcheng, grade 4, a pill capable of reviving a half-dead person. Chen Mu could not help but feel that Yichingcheng was wasting such a precious item. The grading of pills ranges from low to high, with only 9 grades in total. Grade 4 already fell into the category of precious pills, as long as the young master was unscathed. A mere grade 4 pill was insignificant. Why Yichingcheng shook her head, urging Chen Mu not to take it to heart. With such concern from her, what reason did Chen Mu have to complain? A dignified holy maiden of a sect would go to such lengths for him. What had his father fed her? Or was it through coercion? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door once more. I'll go open it. Yi Qingqing immediately sprang into action, her steps light as she walked toward the Crimson Gate. Chen Mu, meanwhile, checked the system panel, inspecting his personal attributes page. He discovered that his spiritual energy had increased significantly, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. After all, it was a grade 4 pill, potent in energy, and coupled with his already low cultivation level in the world of Ditsong. Cultivation levels ascend from low to high as follows. Martial student, training flesh. Martial disciple, training tendons. Martial warrior, training skin. Martial master, training bones. Innate martial master, training organs. Grandmaster, training marrow. Martial saint, blood transformation. Human immortal, training apertures. Each major realm is further divided into 9 tiers. As for Qin Tianlin, who had reached the quasi-emperor realm, it transcended the human immortal domain, training spirit, allowing one to become a sovereign of a world upon reaching a certain level. Currently, the position of emperor in this realm remained vacant. Qin Tianlin was also striving with all his might to reach the emperor realm. Outside the door, upon seeing the courtyard gate open, a young man was about to speak, but the excitement on his face suddenly morphed into confusion. Perplexed, he wondered how such a stunning beauty could appear at the Qingyun residence. Could it be his cousin-in-law? Sister-in-law? He called out with a radiant smile, "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing the voice. Even without seeing the person, Chen Mu instantly recognized it as his cousin, Jiang Shang, who had become a master of artifice at the tender age of 14. Strangely enough, Jiang Shang was utterly obsessed with crafting and indifferent to everything else. Yet he shared an exceptionally close bond with Chen Mu. Others had to book an appointment to have him craft for them, but for Chen Mu, a mere word would send him scurrying to comply. Whenever he found something good, he would be the first to present it to Chen Mu, free of charge. A few words of praise would send him into a state of bliss. "Cousin," Jiang Shang strode over. Yi Qingqing closed the courtyard door, following closely behind. A hint of crimson graced her previously cold cheeks. "Cousin, when will you get married?" "At that time, I shall forge a few divine weapons for you as a wedding gift," Jiang Shang exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Mu smacked Jiang Shang on the head, speechless. "Brat, I've told you not to spout nonsense. She is my personal guardian sent by my father, the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect." "Yi Qingqing, the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect? Yi Qingqing, you know her?" Chen Mu pressed for clarification. "No." Jiang Shang shook his head. "Then why are you so excited?" Chen Mu rolled his eyes. "It sounds impressive." Jiang Shang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "That's so. What brings you here?" Chen Mu shifted the topic. "How could that be possible?" Jiang Shang replied earnestly. "Even if you were a complete waste, you would still be my good cousin. A good cousin for life. Back when everyone thought I was a fool and doubted my potential as a craftsman, you were the only one who believed in me, sneaking me into the crafting room and helping me steal techniques. In short, from now on, I, Jiang Tian, will protect you, cousin," Jiang Sheng declared, thumping his chest with a resounding thud. "All right." Chen Mu readily agreed, feeling quite moved. He recalled that when Jiang Shang was younger, he indeed had some issues. Constantly drooling and fond of eating his own boogers. Yet, this very boy had harbored a deep interest in crafting, declaring his ambition to become a master craftsman. Learning crafting was a trivial matter. The family primarily worried that he might accidentally melt himself. As for why Chen Mu's previous self had chosen to assist Jiang Shang in learning crafting, it was merely for amusement, to see what a fool could actually learn. Little did he expect that by sheer chance, he would cultivate a 14-year-old master of artifice. In fact, Chen Mu had traversed into this world 16 years ago, his memories having been sealed until now. Reflecting on his earlier self, before his consciousness awakened, he found it rather amusing. "If there are no further matters, go back and continue crafting. I have faith in you." Chen Mu reclined back onto the lounge chair, gently swaying. The sun was just right, and he wished to indulge in a little more sleep. "Cousin, don't be in such a hurry to send me away. I came here specifically to deliver treasures to you." Jiang Shang clarified. "Treasures? What treasures?" Chen Mu inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. To be honest, I just crafted a sacred weapon." Chen Mu, system. "I suspect you were playing with my emotions," ended Song. The levels of weapons and treasures ascend from low to high as follows. Yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade, sacred grade, and divine grade, comprising 6 major levels. Each major level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Divine weapons had long been lost to the annals of history for millennia. Currently, the sacred grade was universally acknowledged as the strongest. Chen Mu was well aware of Jiang Tian's unparalleled talent in crafting. He never anticipated that at the age of 14, Zhang Tian could forge sacred weapons that were beyond the reach of countless individuals. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unsurprising. AT-13. Zhang Tian had effortlessly crafted heaven-grade weapons and treasures. In just a year. Conquering the sacred grade was not an insurmountable feat if this pace continued. Chen Mu had every reason to believe that the long-lost divine weapons might soon re-emerge. Impressive, truly deserving of the title of the foremost craftsman of our Tianyuan sacred land. Chen Mu praised, giving a thumbs up. Isn't that so? Zhang Tian's face lit up with glee, as if the words praise me. Quickly praise me were clearly written across his expression. Chen Mu found it impossible to ignore. More importantly, with such an adoring cousin, Chen Mu had every reason to cultivate a good relationship with him. This way, he could continue to enjoy a leisurely life. Hee, cousin, you flatter me. Though he said this, the corners of Zhang Tian's mouth were nearly reaching the heavens. Yi Qingcheng, standing beside them, maintained a calm demeanor, her expression unchanging. Yet within her heart, a tempest was brewing. To her surprise, the rumors were true. There indeed existed an exceptionally gifted craftsman in the Tianyuan sacred land, the most talented in millennia, without exception. Crafting a sacred-grade weapon at the age of 14 was even more remarkable than the tales suggested. What astonished Yi Qingqing further was that such a prodigy appeared before Chen Mu like an enamored junior. Obedient and eager to please, he would beam with joy at even the lightest praise from Chen Mu, unable to contain his inner elation. Was this truly something a practitioner with a low-grade spiritual root could achieve? The young master must possess a formidable side that she had yet to witness. So, what weapon did you actually forge? Chen Mu casually inquired, eager to expedite the process and send Zhang Tian on his way. Undisturbed in his sunbathing, Zhang Tian ceased his chatter, teasingly swiping his right hand across the spatial ring on his left hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed. Bang! A heavy sword chest landed with a thud on the ground. This item was known as the God-slaying sword chest, implying that even deities could be slain beneath its blade. Within the chest lay 12 sacred weapons, all manipulable through mental power. Though it seemed coincidental, Chen Mu could not help but feel that Zhang Tian was targeting the system. Unfortunately, the system's capacity for psychological endurance was quite weak. Calling it the God-slaying sword chest was one thing, but possessing 12 sacred weapons, where would that leave the system's dignity? System. 12 sacred weapons. Yi Qingqing's expression shifted slightly, barely able to contain her composure. Cousin, I gift you this God-slaying sword chest. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Chen Mu reminded him, if you submit to the family, you could earn quite a few honor points and gain the admiration of the esteemed elders. However, if you give it to me, you will receive nothing in return. Honor points are something I do not lack, and as for the elders, they hold no significance compared to you, cousin. Zhang Tian declared without hesitation. Enough, cousin, the furnace is still ablaze. I must take my leave for now. Once I have crafted a new protective treasure, I shall bring it to you. Before Chen Mu could utter a word, Zhang Tian waved his hand and dashed away. Hey, Chen Mu thought to himself. Glancing at the God-slaying sword box before him, he had intended to say, this item you give me is of no use, as I possess only a low-grade yellow-tier talent. How can I harness any spiritual energy? Yet Zhang Tian was simply too swift, leaving Chen Mu without the chance to speak. System. Special emphasis. All magical artifacts and items rewarded by this system can be utilized by the host regardless of level differences or spiritual energy consumption. As Chen Mu beheld the system notification that appeared before him, his preconceived notions regarding the system were utterly shattered. It felt reminiscent of a wronged little wife, didn't it? Noticing Yi Qingqing's eager gaze fixated upon the God-slaying sword box. A thought crossed Chen Mu's mind. If you desire it, I might consider it. If you perform well in the future, perhaps I shall reward it to you in a moment of generosity. He was merely painting a grand vision for now. As a reincarnator, Chen Mu had witnessed his fair share of lofty ambitions. Flipping over, he basked in the sun for a while longer. Then, he hinted, my waist seems to be a bit sore. Young master, if you do not mind, I could massage it for you. Yi Qingqing stepped forward. Very well, Chen Mu readily agreed. Courtesy? What is that? He simply desired someone to alleviate his aches. Yes, indeed. Just that, truly, she was a genius of the heavenly sword sect. Even her talent in this regard was remarkably strong. How delightful! Yi Qingqing's techniques surpassed Chen Mu's expectations, in his past life, disregarding her appearance. Her skills alone could have made her the star performer, fully booked. Most importantly, while massaging, she infused her techniques with spiritual energy, invigorating Chan Mu's meridians. The sensation was multiplied several times over. Should this scene be witnessed by those from the Heavenly Sword sect, their jaws would surely drop in his memory. The ethereal beauty, an unattainable figure, the foremost female prodigy of the sect for a century, now knelt beside him, diligently massaging his shoulders and back. Were they certain this was not a jest? What they thought mattered not to Chen Mu. What truly mattered was his own enjoyment. He had initially expected a hellish beginning, but awakening a meager talent had unexpectedly set him on a smooth path. Lacking self-defense capabilities, his imperial father had directly summoned a sect saintess to serve as his guard. His younger cousin had even promptly presented him with a sacred tier divine weapon, even if he did not utilize it. Merely displaying it was enough to intimidate a multitude. Moreover, he was even bound to a glass-hearted system. This glass-heartedness was unlike any ordinary form. The more fragile it became, the greater the benefits he reaped. His heart was filled with a single thought: steady. This life was increasingly promising. Young master, is the pressure too much? Am I causing you discomfort? Yi Qingqing's cold yet gentle voice wafted into his ears. No, it's splendid. Please, continue, Chen Mu replied lazily. Knock, knock, knock. Just as his eyelids grew heavy and a hint of drowsiness washed over him, a knock echoed once more. Is this never ending? Has my Qingyun residence turned into a tourist attraction? Chen Mu lamented. One must always welcome guests, so Yi Qingqing stood to greet them. With a creak, as the courtyard door swung open, upon recognizing the visitor, Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was the top talisman master of Datsong. Li Xianyuan, perplexed, she wondered why he was present. Was he here to see the young master? Chapter 5. This foster father is both powerful and affectionate, and the system is glass-hearted. Li Xianyuan. Chen Mu was exceedingly familiar with this individual. Although he was not a member of the Chen family, his bond with Chen Tianlin was remarkably strong, making them true confidants. Due to this connection, Li Xianyuan indulged Chen Mu greatly, even adopting him as a foster son after he came of age. Every few days, Li Xianyuan would take Chen Mu to his secluded bamboo grove, accompanying him for days on end, exploring mountains and rivers, and savoring a variety of rare spiritual delicacies. As a foster father, Chen Mu felt the depth of his affection rivaled that of his biological father, Chen Tianlin. As a top-tier talisman master, even the imperial powers had to treat him with the utmost respect. In the vast realm of Datsong, one could hardly find anyone capable of commanding his attention. To outsiders, Li Xianyuan was formidable and decisive, seemingly devoid of human sentiment. Yet in Chen Mu's eyes, Li Xianyuan was merely a foster father who would lie on the ground, inviting Chen Mu to ride him like a steed to amuse him whenever he felt downcast. Foster father, what brings you here? Chen Mu shook his head to clear his mind of unnecessary thoughts and rose to greet him. Foster father? Yi Qingqing's pupils contracted. She had never imagined such a unique relationship existed between Chen Mu and Li Xianyuan. To be under his protection in the southern region meant that, without a doubt, no one would dare provoke him. After all, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Moreover, given the foster father-son dynamic, one began to realize that talent seemed insignificant in the face of absolute power. What if Chen Mu's talent awakening had failed? What did it matter if he were not a genius? In the vast Datsong, who would dare lay a finger on him? Even as the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect, a paragon of excellence, she could only remain by his side as a personal guard. Is it true that you awakened your talent? Considering Chen Mu's thoughts, Li Xianyuan abruptly swallowed the words he had nearly spoken. Instead, he rephrased, I have newly crafted a few talismans for your protection. These talismans were exceedingly potent, and one must exercise utmost caution when utilizing them. Especially this heavenly fire talisman, which was a 9th-tier divine talisman. Even a martial saint, without formidable protective techniques, would lose half their life from a single strike, or worse, perish on the spot. 9th-tier divine talisman? Yi Qingqing's delicate lips parted in astonishment, her fair face reflecting her surprise. In the entire southern region, regardless of strength, one could likely count on one hand the talisman masters capable of crafting 9th-tier talismans. Setting aside the enormous material costs, the success rate was abysmally low. Thus, 9th-tier divine talismans were perpetually high in demand yet scarce in supply, often fetching astronomical prices. Various dynasties relentlessly sought to collect 9th-tier divine talismans, hoping to gain an additional trump card to intimidate other factions. Take for instance the Dao dynasty, where the emperor had made numerous visits to Li Xianyuan's tranquil bamboo grove, offering mountains of gold and silver, along with countless magical artifacts, in hopes of persuading him to forge 9th-tier divine talismans. only to be met with relentless refusal. After the emperor's fourth visit, Li Xianyuan had even erected barriers to prevent further disturbances. Yet, this individual, who could not be swayed even by a monarch's overtures, had come of his own volition to craft talismans for Chan Mu's safety. 36 7th-tier talismans, 12 8th-tier talismans, 3 9th-tier talismans. Should the Emperor of Dal learn of this, he would likely drool with envy. Thank you, foster father. Chan Mu accepted graciously. There was no reason to be polite with Li Xianyuan. Doing so would only hurt his feelings and create distance. Chan Mu vividly recalled how, at the age of 9, Li Xianyuan had attempted to entice him to study talisman crafting, aiming to mold him into a talisman master. However, Chan Mu, preferring playful pursuits, had no interest in sitting cross-legged all day deciphering those exasperatingly complex incantations. After merely a couple of gentle suggestions, he had irked Chan Mu, who had declared, "I despise you, foster father," leaving Li Xianyuan utterly shocked and petrified. Following that incident, he had grown melancholic, resulting in a severe illness, and even contemplated abandoning talisman crafting altogether. On the other hand, Chan Mu yearned for a leisurely life, aspiring to accumulate protective treasures, which was not in conflict with his desires. We are family. Why speak of gratitude? So long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Li Xianyuan sighed in relief. Before coming, he had feared that Chan Mu might find him meddlesome. After much deliberation, he had concluded that Chan Mu's safety was paramount, leading him to resolve to deliver the talismans personally. Just as Chan Mu was about to respond, a voice echoed in his mind. System. To ensure the host has ample space to store valuable items. This system has granted the host unlimited system backpack privileges. Chan Mu was uncertain whether this was yet another manifestation of the system's glass-heartedness, fearing being outshone by others. Regardless, it posed no harm to him. So he chose not to elaborate. It was the same sentiment. As long as the system was content, everything would be fine as long as it did not explode. By the way, Muir, is that little girl over there someone special? Li Xianyuan inquired, lowering his voice as he cautiously probed. Following his gaze, it landed on Yi Qingqing. Though he had only spoken half the sentence, Chan Mu immediately recognized the misunderstanding. Foster father, do not misunderstand. There is nothing between us. She is a personal guard arranged by my father. I see, I thought I might finally have a daughter-in-law in the hope of grandchildren. Li Xianyuan's expression turned one of disappointment. Realizing the truth, Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not say more as realization dawned. Li Xianyuan had already stepped forward in an instant. Greetings, Senior Xianyuan. Yi Qingqing clasped her fists in respect. Having been too astonished earlier, she had neglected to pay her respects, not be overly formal. Li Xianyuan's gaze shifted. Upon discerning Yi Qingqing's cultivation level, he noted, "Is that merely a martial master?" Several beams of light shot forth. "If anything were to happen to my foster son, I will hold you accountable." As he regarded the talismans in hand, ranging from 4th tier to 6th tier, encompassing defense, attack, and speed, Yi Qingqing immediately knelt, vowing, "Rest assured, Senior Xianyuan, I, Qingqing, am willing to risk my life to protect the young master's safety. The strength may be somewhat lacking, yet the consciousness is commendable. Once the divine talismans are exhausted, do not hesitate to seek them from me." Remarked Li Xianyuan with appreciation. "Thank you, Senior." After conveying matters to Yi Qingqing, Li Xianyuan returned to Chan Mu's side and inquired, "Muir, have you given further thought to accompanying me to the serene bamboo grove to learn talisman crafting and become a talisman master?" In his words, if Yi Qingqing did not mishear, there was a hint of plea. How many sought the opportunity to apprentice under a top talisman master yet found no chance? Yet here was one imploring another to learn the craft. Should this scene be witnessed by other talisman masters, they would surely be left astonished and envious. Your kindness as a foster father is appreciated, yet I wish to live a carefree and simple life for the time being. To relax my mind and body, Chan Mu declined gracefully. A carefree and simple life, you say? Perhaps that is for the best. In Li Xianyuan's view, Chan Mu's desire to distance himself from conflict was not a negative trait. Since that is the case, why not consider settling down? As the foster father, Li Xianyuan possessed some connections and influence in the southern region. If there were any noble maidens or princesses that caught your eye, simply voice your desire, and I shall personally advocate on your behalf. Whomever you fancy, I shall procure, Li Xianyuan declared, pounding his chest with conviction. Upon hearing of a saintess from the Tianjian sect, renowned for her beauty and possessing the bloodline of a phoenix, Li Xianyuan mused that she would indeed be worthy of becoming my daughter-in-law. Chapter 6. A new upgrade, breathing and cultivation? At this, Yi Qingqing instinctively pressed her lips together. After some contemplation, Should Chen Mu truly entertain such thoughts, she would be willing to enter the Tianyuan sacred land. Even if Chen Mu possessed merely a low-grade talent, his familial background was unparalleled. Yi Qingqing had every reason to believe that, should Chen Mu wish for it, the world's most exquisite women would be at his disposal. To join the Tianyuan sacred land was a dream come true, let alone marrying the future lord of such a prestigious realm. From Chen Tianlin's earlier demeanor, Yi Qingqing did not believe he would name another heir. Foster father, she is the saintess of the Tianjian sect. Chen Mu gestured subtly. Is she Yi Qingqing? Li Xianyuan turned to look. Recalling her earlier mention of the name Qingqing, he chuckled. It seems your father and I are of the same mind. Li Xianyuan stroked his beard, as if struck by a sudden thought, bursting into hearty laughter. Though he wished to linger longer, he refrained from intruding upon the youthful couple's private moments, for how could love's spark ignite without personal space? Summoning his divine talisman, he soared through the clouds. Embarking on the journey back to the serene bamboo grove, as he receded into the distance, his voice echoed back to Chen Mu, suggesting that there would be time for her to visit the serene bamboo grove. Chen Mu raised a hand to his forehead, frowning. How could he not discern Li Xuanyuan's intentions? It seemed that the pressure of marriage transcended borders and dimensions. Chen Mu lamented. Dimensions? Yi Qingqing's melodious voice rang in his ears. It's nothing. Chen Mu shook his head, urging Yi Qingqing not to dwell on it. Neither his system nor his identity as a reincarnator was something he intended to disclose to anyone. Subsequently, observing the divine talisman presented to him by Yi Qingqing, Chen Mu inquired with confusion, what is this for? My duty is to protect the young master. I cannot accept these, Yi Qingqing stated firmly, fully aware that had it not been for Chen Mu, not only would Li Xianyuan have no interest in her, but he likely wouldn't even spare her a glance. Do not be so contradictory. Accept what is given without overthinking. Furthermore, these talismans are not for you but are meant to ensure my protection. Chen Mu insisted, lifting his leg. I understand, young master. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Yi Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Stowing the talismans within her spatial ring, she approached and knelt before him. Offering a gentle massage to his calves, to prevent further disturbances, Chen Mu had Yi Qingqing affix a notice outside the courtyard, which read, due to ill health, I shall not be receiving guests today. He pondered how it could be so difficult to simply enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap. Although he was aware of their intentions to comfort him, the failure of his talent awakening had not affected Chen Mu in the slightest. What need was there for consolation? All he desired was sleep. Perhaps the overwhelming events of the day, combined with a sudden influx of memories, had exhausted his energy significantly. Being merely immortal, it was no wonder he felt so fatigued. Under Yi Qingqing's skilled touch, his eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. The system encountered a data error and is attempting an automatic upgrade. System upgrade attempt 1. Failed. System upgrade attempt 8. Failed. System upgrade attempt 24. Failed. Chen Mu pondered. Can I silence you? System. System version 2 low. Please try again later. Chen Mu. I feel you're becoming more like my ex-girlfriend. System. System upgrade attempt 48. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading now. Upgrade successful. Breathing and cultivation module has been bound. New feature unlocked. Breathing and cultivation. Breathing and cultivation. Though Chen Mu was not particularly keen on the notion of cultivation, the ability to enhance one's strength simply through breathing seemed like a delightful experience. According to the system's explanation, a complete cycle of inhalation and exhalation could yield random increments in cultivation. The gains from a single complete breath might appear modest at first glance, yet over the course of a day, 10 days, or a year, the results would be quite remarkable. With each breath, he felt a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Before long, Chen Mu finally achieved his wish and drifted into a deep slumber. Breath exhaled, breathing steady, cultivation 1, cultivation 3, cultivation 8. Seeing Chen Mu fast asleep, Yi Qingqing conjured a soft Tianshan silk blanket to cover him, ensuring he would not catch a chill. As a martial artist, she need not worry about falling ill. Her physical constitution was far superior to that of ordinary folk. Yet Chen Mu was different, necessitating extra caution. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from within Chen Mu. Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she whispered, has he broken through? How did this happen? Chen Mu had neither gathered energy for cultivation nor consumed any medicinal pills. He had merely been sleeping. Was there truly a cultivation method related to sleep? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head in denial. Surely, such a thing could not exist. If cultivation were that simple, who would toil day and night in rigorous practice? Sleeping all day would suffice. She concluded that it must be that the young master was on the verge of a breakthrough and, with the complete absorption of the healing pill's effects, had succeeded in his advancement. It was merely a coincidence. Yes, that must be it. It was simply a coincidence. The idea of breaking through merely from sleep was too far-fetched, even with the highest talents. Such feats were beyond reach, for she herself possessed top-tier talent. As Yi Qingqing's thoughts spiraled, Chun Mu continued to sleep soundly, his breathing untroubled. Cultivation 10, Cultivation 5, Cultivation 20, boom. Another wave of spiritual energy surged forth. In that moment, Yi Qingqing stood frozen, her heart a tumult of emotions. Countless words surged within her, yet she found herself at a loss for how to articulate them. The young master, he truly managed to break through and enhance his cultivation simply by sleeping? Was this what one deemed as a trash talent? Wait. It seemed that in the past, the Tianyuan sacred land had encountered a similar scenario, where one appeared to awaken a low-grade talent but had, in fact, awakened another top-tier talent. Could it be? The young master, like that individual, possessed dual talents. Beyond that, Yi Qingqing could conceive of no other explanation that made more sense. Reflecting back on her own awakening of top-tier talent, the heavenly grade fire spirit root, the speed of her cultivation had never reached the heights that Chen Mu was currently achieving. Was the young master's talent beyond even that of the heavenly grade? In the end, Yi Qingqing arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Crossing her arms, she fell into contemplation. Indeed, with a family of prodigies and top-tier geniuses, how could the young master be ordinary? This was the only conclusion that made sense. Yi Qingqing reassured herself. As for protecting the young master, it appeared he might not need her protection at all. Why Yi Qingqing was more certain than anyone that it would not be long before Chun Mu closed the gap, easily surpassing and overwhelming her. Clapping her hands to her cheeks, she roused herself, reminding herself to remain alert and not overthink, at least during this limited time. She must safeguard the young master. Soon after, a voice wafted in from outside the wall. The young master is ill. What should we do? Chapter 7. Concern from the wealthy lady. Infinite upgrades and sign-ins. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Qingqing tread lightly, approaching the main gate while casting occasional glances behind her to ensure she did not disturb Chen Mu's rest. Cautiously, she opened the courtyard door and beheld a group of individuals, each with enormous redwood treasure chests. Yi Qingqing could surmise their intention but still felt compelled to confirm, "Who are you? What brings you to the Qingyun residence?" In response, the leader of the group, momentarily shaken from the awe of Yi Qingqing's unparalleled beauty, clasped his fists and replied, "We have come on the orders of our master to present treasures to the young master." "Master?" Yi Qingqing inquired further, "Who is your master?" It was imperative to clarify. For should Chen Mu inquire later, she would need to provide an explanation. "Our master is Chen Juexin, the young master's elder sister," the individual divulged honestly. Chen Juexin? Yi Qingqing recalled this name vividly. It was rumored that her business empire spanned the entirety of the Great Song, with a significant portion of the realm's wealth and spirit stones held firmly in her grasp, making her a creditor to countless individuals. Even the Tianjian sect seemed to owe her a substantial debt. The Tianjian sect's decision to align with the Tianyuan sacred land could not be entirely unrelated to Chen Juexin. "The young master is currently resting. Please leave these items here. I shall relay the message to him upon his awakening," Yi Qingqing stated firmly. Much obliged. As he spoke, the man produced a spatial ring and handed it to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing gazed at the spatial ring in her hand, then glanced at the several dozen treasure chests. Puzzled, if there was a spatial ring, why not place all the items within it? Injecting a hint of spiritual energy into the spatial ring to take a peek, Yi Qingqing instantly grasped everything, utterly astonished. The reason was astonishingly simple. It was simply full. Spiritual stones, an unfathomable quantity of exquisite spiritual stones. In the Great Song, the grades of spiritual stones range from low to high, inferior, middle grade, superior, and exquisite. Spiritual stones not only serve as a universal currency across the continent, but also as resources for cultivation. The higher the grade and purity of the spiritual stone, the more spiritual energy it contains, thereby increasing its value as currency. The sheer amount of spiritual stones completely redefined Yi Qingqing's understanding of wealth. The phrase wealthy enough to rival nations felt utterly appropriate in this context. That Chun Mu could have such an illustrious family was already a source of envy for Yi Qingqing. Moreover, each member of his family was more devoted to him than the last, first becoming his guardian, then gifting him a sacred weapon, followed by divine talismans, and now, an overwhelming quantity of exquisite spiritual stones that dazzled the eyes. Envy. It was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the descent from the mountain, Brother Xiao, what are you thinking about? You've been wearing a frown since just now, someone inquired. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen that woman somewhere before. Xiao Jian rested his chin in contemplation. The answer was on the tip of his tongue. Yet he just couldn't recall. Perhaps it was in a dream? No, the goddess I encountered in my dream could not compare to her beauty in the slightest. Such a stunning beauty, yet she could only serve as a maid in the Tianyuan sacred land. How enviable for the young master. As they spoke, Xiao Jian's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. I've remembered. I finally know who she is. Who is she? The others promptly asked, intrigued. She is the saintess of the Tianjin sect, Yi Qingsheng. I once saw her in a painting. Xiao Jian declared with unwavering certainty. The saintess of the Tianjin sect. That kind of genius is actually serving the young master in Qingyun Mansion? Indeed, the saintess of the Tianjin sect is formidable. But the young master is the younger brother of our Eastern family, the future Tianyuan Saint Lord. With this thought, everything made much more sense. However, the tumult within their hearts remained undiminished, unable to conceal their envy and longing. To achieve even 1/10,000th of her status would be a life without regrets. Back at Qingyun Mansion, Yi Qingsheng enveloped the several treasure chests in spiritual energy, levitating them effortlessly into the mansion and setting them down silently. Gazing at the treasure chests, Yi Qingsheng was curious about the contents within the spatial ring, which were already astonishing. What powerful and precious treasures could be hidden among these chests? Closing her eyes and then reopening them, her pupils shifted slightly as she focused her gaze through the chests, revealing the items inside. What she discovered was startling. Divine weapons, armor, and magical treasures were as plentiful as the stars. Heavens! This is the stunning sword ranked 4th on the famous sword list. This is the Blood Moon Demon knife ranked 6th on the famous knife list. Armor crafted from dragon scales. A heart-protecting mirror capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a celestial being. It was no exaggeration to say that nearly, if not more than half, of the treasures from the major lists were now within Qingyun Mansion. Even the treasure vault of the Tianjin sect could not compare. Lacking the qualifications, it seemed I may have underestimated the affection that sister has for the young master. Yi Qingsheng mused softly. As the system scanned. Holy level divine weapon, stunning sword. Holy level armor, dragon scale armor. Holy level magical treasure. Heart protecting mirror, system. Attempting upgrade for the 10th time, failure. Attempting upgrade for the 55th time, data acquisition successful. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Infinite sign-in module has been bound. Updated feature. Unlimited divine sign-in. Chunmu was blissfully unaware of all this as he slept soundly. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy level divine weapon, Sky Abyss Sword. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy level armor, Phoenix Feather Garb. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy level magical treasure. Indestructible Golden Bell Shield. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exquisite Spirit Mine Treasure Map 1. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 lifespan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 999999999 exquisite spiritual stones. Before long, night fell. A chill breeze brushed against Chan Mu's face. BRR. He involuntarily shivered, waking from his slumber. Sitting up, rubbing his eyes and stretching, he sighed. Ah, that was truly a delightful sleep. Noticing the silk quilt draped over him, Chen Mu smiled faintly. I didn't expect this saintess to be quite the caretaker. It seems I was narrow-minded. Initially, he thought the saintess must be a pampered existence. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Yi Qingsheng. Did she go out? Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 lifespan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring top-tier agility, as light as a swallow. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-tier hoarding. 10,000 years of intoxication 10. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 lifespan. Chun Mu, who had no intention of paying attention, found the system interface moving deliberately within his line of sight. It even bolded and enlarged the text for emphasis. Chapter 8. Goals. Indulge in food, drink, and leisure. Royal Palace Chef. All right, I see you are impressive. Chen Mu waved his hand, shoving the system interface aside. It was quite bothersome. He then noticed the several large redwood chests placed before him. Confused, he wondered where these items had come from. The system? Unlikely, as rewards from it should directly be placed in the system backpack. No matter how loyal Yi Qingsheng was to the Tianyuan sacred land, Chun Mu would not divulge even a hint about the system. The system should understand this. Otherwise, Chun Mu would have to question its intelligence. Favorability-1. System. A serious statement. These items have no relation to this system. Young master, you have awakened, came Yi Qingqing's voice from behind, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Qian Mu rubbed his belly, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. After replenishing his sleep, it was time to satisfy his appetite. His cultivation level had not yet reached the point of absorbing wind and due to alleviate hunger with spiritual energy. Turning around, he saw Yi Qingqing approaching with a plate of intoxicated chicken and kung pao chicken, placing them on the stone table before him. The colors, aroma, and flavor were all present. Just looking at it made Qian Mu's mouth water uncontrollably. "To think you can cook!" he exclaimed in surprise. This saintess was indeed remarkably versatile. With beauty, cultivation, and culinary skills, one could only imagine how many young men would dream of her if word got out. "Not really," Yi Qingqing shook her head, then added, "but I can learn for the young master." Her willingness to do so delighted Qian Mu, yet he remained curious and asked, "So where did these dishes come from?" "I noticed there were no cooks in Qingyun Mansion, so I sent a message to invite a renowned chef from the intoxicated Immortal Pavilion to prepare 3 meals a day for you." "Young master," Yi Qingqing explained. "The intoxicated Immortal Pavilion?" Qian Mu recalled the name. Indeed, as Yi Qingqing said, it was well known in the Dawang dynasty. Chef Zhang Shankai was once the royal chef, rumored to have the ability to prepare 1,000 different dishes. Qian Mu was thrilled to have such talent in the mansion. In life, pursuing leisure and enjoyment essentially boils down to 4 words: food, drink, and fun. The importance of food, being at the top of the list, is evident. Yet, most people in this world are preoccupied with cultivation, neglecting the abundance of gourmet food to absorb wind and dew, relying on spiritual energy to stave off hunger. Qian Mu simply could not comprehend this. Grabbing his chopsticks, he eagerly picked up a piece of chicken, savoring its flavor. It was red but not spicy, spicy yet not overpowering, with a rich, savory taste and tender meat. He couldn't stop himself, devouring one piece after another. Truly, the royal chef's skills were not to be underestimated. Seeing Qian Mu enjoying the meal, Yi Qingqing's anxious heart finally settled. Worried that the food might not suit his taste, she hurried back to the kitchen for more dishes. Soon, the stone table was filled with braised iron lion meatballs, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, oil-braised shrimp, mouth-watering chicken, and hot and sour soup. Qian Mu sampled each dish, thoroughly satisfying his taste buds. "Don't just stand there. Sit down and eat." Qian Mu gestured for Yi Qingqing to take a seat on the stone bench. "Thank you, young master." Yi Qingqing did not think much of it. She simply followed whatever the young master instructed. "By the way, what's the deal with those chests? Since the system claims no relation, I can only ask you." Yi Qingqing in response, "Young master, these treasure chests, along with this spatial ring," Yi Qingqing said, presenting the spatial ring with both hands, "were sent by your elder sister through someone. She seems to be occupied with trivial matters and cannot visit in person, but she mentioned she would come to check on you in a few days." "I see." Qian Mu donned the ring. Setting aside her goodwill, he knew his sister Chen Juexin would likely overthink if she didn't see the ring on his hand during her next visit. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications and wear it beforehand. Injecting spiritual energy to take a look, he was indeed taken aback by the lavishness of his wealthy sister. The exquisite spiritual stones stored within this spatial ring could likely rival even the royal treasury of the Dawang dynasty. With such an abundance of spiritual stones, even if one were a pig, refining the spiritual energy contained within would yield effects sufficient to elevate them to the innate martial master realm. Qian Mu unleashed another wave of spiritual energy, boom, boom, boom. In response, the redwood treasure chests began to open one by one. As Qian Mu gazed upon the dazzling array of treasures, far too numerous to take in at a glance, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, "My sister is truly magnanimous to an extraordinary degree. With such a sister, what more could one possibly desire?" System announcement. Special reminder. During the host's rest period, this system has completed the data update for the sign-in module, upgrading it to unlimited sign-ins. The host may now acquire a plethora of rewards through unlimited sign-ins. With quality being random, young master, how do you find the meal I prepared? Zhang Shankai approached respectfully, wiping his hands on the coarse cloth of his apron, his tone tinged with anxiety. "Very well. You may remain at Qingyun Mansion from now on. Do not return," Qian Mu cautiously contemplated, not wanting to frighten him. "How about I offer you 100 top-grade spirit stones?" Zhang Shankai was momentarily petrified, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly reacted, kneeling with a thud. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I shall serve you diligently and faithfully." before merely preparing a meal. Is such devotion truly necessary? Chun Mu remarked, bemused. I shall not disturb your dining with that. Zhang Shankai retreated. Observing his trembling figure, which seemed liable to collapse at any moment, Chun Mu could not help but feel speechless. Young master, at the drunken immortal tower, he could only earn half a top-grade spirit stone after a month. Yi Qingqing interjected. Half a stone for an entire month? Now I can comprehend Zhang Shangcai's reaction. Chun Mu mused. In a wonder he was so overwhelmed. By the way, you performed admirably today. I cannot treat you unfairly. Would 1,000 top-grade spirit stones a month suffice? He inquired of Yi Qingqing. After all, she was a saintess of a sect, and her treatment should certainly not be inferior to that of a mere cook. As for Zhang Shankai, Chun Mu found no reason to breach their agreement. It was unnecessary. He was not short of spirit stones. The top-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring were so plentiful that he could not fathom when they would ever be exhausted. Qingqing is willing to serve the young master with utmost dedication, even to the point of sacrificing her life. Seeing Yi Qingqing kneel in identical fashion to Zhang Shankai, even upgrading her declaration, Chun Mu felt utterly bemused. Why are you also doing this? Could it be that you can only receive half a top-grade spirit stone in a month at the Tianjin sect? He curiously inquired. Replying to the young master, as the saintess of Tianjin sect, I may receive 10 top-grade spirit stones monthly for cultivation resources. Yi Qingqing replied honestly. Only 10 for a sect saintess? Upon hearing this, Chun Mu was filled with curiosity about his elder sister, Qian Juixin, and how immensely wealthy she must be, and no wonder she could be crowned with the title of wealth across the realm. Once again, he thought, with such a sister, what more could one desire? Notification. The system is attempting to upgrade. Chapter 9. Tenfold Rebate. The saintess washing feet Chun Mu had grown accustomed to the system being able to hear his innermost thoughts. However, he had never anticipated that this would also render it sensitive and unbalanced, eager to prove its worth. The system attempted to upgrade for the 32nd time and failed. The system attempted to upgrade for the 36th time. Successfully acquiring data. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The tenfold rebate module has been bound. A new function, tenfold rebate, has been unlocked. Tenfold rebate? Chun Mu pondered, perplexed. The system promptly offered an explanation. In simple terms, most of the host's actions related to gifting, spending money, or items will yield a tenfold rebate. For example, gifting 1 spirit stone will return 10. Gifting 100 top-grade spirit stones successfully. The tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Gifting 1,000 top-grade spirit stones successfully. The tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. I recall that I gave them spirit stones before you upgraded the tenfold rebate function. Right? Can that still count, system? Given that the host is not yet familiar with the function's capabilities, and considering it is a newly upgraded benefit, certain privileges have been granted. This is reasonable. Chun Mu opened the system backpack and was taken aback. Inside, he found at least several hundred sacred-level divine weapons and treasures, all of which the system had surreptitiously signed for while he slept. He then opened his personal attribute panel. Name. Chun Mu. Gender. Male. Talent. Roots. Low-grade yellow tier mixed roots all seemed quite normal. But when he glanced at the lifespan section, Chun Mu's expression faltered. Raising a hand to his forehead, he felt a headache coming on. Lifespan. 97,800 years. 97,800 years. After confirming several times, Chun Mu could finally ascertain that the system was not jesting. If he remembered correctly, his lifespan had only been 87 years. In the span of a single sleep, he had gained over 90,000 years. Chun Mu was at a loss for words. Well, with such a family background, enjoying a longer lifespan is not a bad thing. He could not help but lament. If the system could upgrade, why not start with emotional management? He worried that if it continued to be so sensitive, it might one day cause a significant problem. At that moment, however, the system fell silent, feigning death. Time slipped by, and after tidying away all the dishes, Chun Mu patted his stomach, feeling about 80% full. To his surprise, he had not realized he could eat so much. He then learned from Yi Qingqing that cultivators were different from ordinary people. Such common food contained far too little spiritual energy, so it was more about savoring the taste. In reality, that entire banquet would scarcely stave off hunger compared to a bowl of mysterious crystal rice. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu found the setting quite appealing, as it allowed for the enjoyment of more delicious food. He glanced at Yi Qingqing, who was busy cleaning the dishes, then looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Chun Mu's expression turned contemplative. Having slept too long, He now found himself wide awake, seemingly unable to sleep. Feeling spirited, he sensed no hint of drowsiness. Should he take a stroll outside for some fresh air? Sitting idly was rather dull. The biting cold wind was far less pleasant than the warm sunlight of day. The system attempted to upgrade for the 53rd time, successfully acquiring data, upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The Great Calligrapher module has been bound. A new function, Great Calligrapher, has been unlocked. Upgrade successful. The Great Painter module has been bound. A new function, Great Painter, has been unlocked. Signing in, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received top-tier writing tools. Calligraphy and painting? Chunmu smiled broadly. This was indeed a delightful pastime in his previous life. He had been quite interested in both pursuits, but alas, he had neither the time nor the talent. Little did he expect the system to provide him with everything at once. He fetched a long table and spread out the top-tier rice paper. The texture of the paper felt as smooth as human skin. Just by the touch of his fingertips, he could tell it truly deserved the title of top tier. You have exquisite taste, young master. Are you planning to practice calligraphy? Yi Qingsheng, having finished her tasks, returned to find Chunmu preparing for such an endeavor. She naturally stepped forward to take on the task of grinding the ink. Indeed, Chunmu nodded, affirming that since he had idle time, it would be wise to engage in some productive activity and cultivate a hobby. As Yi Qingsheng's lips parted to say something, she suddenly noticed the brush in Chunmu's hand and gasped. Is that the Tianyuan brush? Then, realizing further, she added, and this paper is the rare ice skin paper. It is said to feel like the skin of a maiden, belonging to the highest quality of paper. Sought after by countless literary giants, but it is regrettably rarely available. The ink and inkstone both possess spiritual energy. Without millennia, they simply cannot be formed. This complete set of writing tools would typically only be found in the imperial palace. Reserved for royal use. My apologies, I shall grind the ink for the young master at once. Noticing Chunmu's unwavering gaze upon her, Yi Qingsheng quickly regained her composure, resuming her task. She felt she had overreacted. Such matters were hardly surprising for the young master. She needed to adapt quickly to avoid any further incidents of losing composure or appearing foolish. Before long, Yi Qingsheng had finished grinding the ink and stepped aside to avoid hindering Chunmu. As he dipped the brush, ready to put pen to paper, he suddenly paused. Chunmu remembered that while the system had granted him the skill to write calligraphy, he lacked the content to convey. What should he write? In the next instant, he recalled a particularly domineering ancient poem he had often seen referenced in his past life. He decided to take just 2 lines from it, with 10 steps. I slay a man, and leave no trace across 1,000 miles. Once matters are resolved, I brush off my robes and vanish, retreating into obscurity. Yi Qingsheng softly recited the lines beside him, finding the verses increasingly profound with each contemplation. Especially when paired with the powerful strokes of his calligraphy, sharp and resolute as a blade, it was profoundly majestic. Young master, I never expected you to possess such talent. Yi Qingsheng unabashedly expressed her admiration for Chunmu. Her perception of him evolving entirely. With such literary prowess and skill, even if he were deemed a waste, it would matter not. He could still earn the respect of countless literary giants, capturing the hearts of both scholars and maidens alike. Chunmu, believing Yi Qingsheng was merely praising his calligraphy skills, thought, should I explain that this poem was actually penned by a man namely Bai? Where would I even find such a person? After completing that sheet, he cast it aside and quickly laid out another piece of paper, eager to write while the memory still lingered. Having battled across 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. I fear not the shattering of bones. I seek only to preserve my purity in this world. With my feet, I trample the waves of the mortal realm. With one shoulder, I bear the sorrows of ancient and modern times. In life, one must indulge in joy. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born with talent, and surely there is a purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. As Chunmu recited the final lines, Yi Qingsheng trembled with awe, profoundly shaken by the talent he displayed, her very soul paying homage. Her heart could not refrain from reverence, firmly believing that these were not verses that had existed before. If they had, she would not have only learned of them now. They had long since become a prerequisite for scholars and poets alike. Having written so much, Chunmu felt he had exhausted all the thoughts within him. He was somewhat fatigued. Additionally, with respect to the esteemed calligrapher's capabilities, a remarkably clear understanding has already been established. It has been decided to shift focus to painting, to render the most exquisite landscapes from memories of the past. Qingyu Valley. Yi Qingcheng recognized it at a glance. What? You've been there? Chen Mu inquired casually, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the parchment and brush tip. Indeed, it is a remarkably beautiful place. Upon arriving there, one feels an overwhelming sense of relaxation. As if merging with the very essence of nature, Yi Qingcheng articulated her sentiments. Is that so? If given the opportunity, I must personally pay a visit, Chen Mu replied. Why Yi Qingcheng did not respond, as her attention was entirely captivated by the Qingyu Valley that Chen Mu was painting. It was so lifelike. The resemblance was striking, inducing a sensation that she was almost transported into the scene itself. With the combination of exquisite paper, high-quality ink, and Chen Mu's extraordinary artistic prowess, the term invincible was the only way Yi Qingcheng could describe him. Prior to this, who would have imagined that Chen Mu possessed not only exceptional talent in calligraphy but also in painting, coupled with his extraordinary ability to transcend realms even in sleep? It was indeed daunting. The young master was truly formidable. This realization thoroughly awakened Yi Qingcheng, who once considered herself a genius. In comparison, she felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, mistakenly believing that what she saw was all there was, oblivious to the existence of others beyond her kin. Resolving to remain humble and diligent in her cultivation henceforth, she vowed not to disappoint the expectations and nurturing of the young master. After completing the painting, Chen Mu set down his brush, gazing contentedly at the ink-soaked, yet still drying, landscape before him. He felt quite pleased and thought that in the future, he could engage more in writing and painting, which would not only pass the time but also refine his character. Young master, are you going to rest now? Yi Qingcheng asked as she observed Chen Mu turning towards his chamber. Yes, my mind has been working, and I suddenly feel drowsy, Chen Mu replied, stretching his arms. What shall we do with these poems and this painting? Yi Qingcheng inquired further. Whatever you like. Feel free to take them. If not, you may burn them. Chen Mu replied nonchalantly, since he could easily create as many as he desired. No. Please do not burn them. Such beautiful poetry and art would be a great loss. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed hastily. Well, you decide. I shall return to my room to rest, Chen Mu said with a yawn. All right, I will prepare foot-soaking water for you immediately, Yi Qingcheng responded, raising her hand to collect the poems and the painting into her spatial ring before rushing off to fetch the water. Excuse the intrusion, she said, entering the room. As she placed the wooden basin before him and carefully knelt to remove his shoes and socks, Chen Mu felt an odd sensation. A saintess washing feet? The juxtaposition of these two phrases felt exceedingly incongruous. Shouldn't a saintess be a figure of immense prestige, revered by all? Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, they faded into comfort as Yi Qingcheng delicately submerged his feet into the warm water, treating them as if they were exquisite porcelain. The experience was pure indulgence. The very act of having someone wash his feet was inherently pleasurable, and to top it off, the one attending to him was a saintess. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the one-click dog-licking card 10. Chen Mu furrowed his brow in confusion. What did this system mean? Chapter 10. The fiancé comes knocking? Transforming into an all-out villain system. In light of the host's unique proclivities, this system has specially prepared a one-click dog-licking card, disregarding gender, male or female, cultivation level, or realm. Upon use, the target will become your unwaveringly loyal dog. Saintesses, empresses, and unparalleled fairies can all bow before you. Chen Mu's frown deepened as he pondered where the system had misjudged him so gravely. However, upon reflection, this one-click dog-licking card seemed remarkably powerful throughout one's life. Even the most reserved and humble individuals inevitably cultivate a few adversaries. Those without utility can be easily eliminated, while those with potential can be tamed with this card. The concept of a dog-licker was terrifying. As Chen Mu had read numerous reports on the subject in his previous life, which only served to reshape his understanding of human nature, it was astounding just how lowly a person could stoop. After accepting the one-click dog-licking card, Chen Mu reclined on his bed as Yi Qingcheng dried his feet. I can handle it from here, he said. Swiftly, Yi Qingcheng pulled up the quilt to cover him. Before departing, she inquired, Young master, the weather has been rather chilly these past few days. Do you require me to warm your feet? Witnessing Yi Qingcheng's bashful demeanor, Chen Mu's mind involuntarily conjured an image from his past life. It was of two stunning maidens lying at the foot of an old official's bed, wrapping their arms around his legs to keep him warm. Could such scenes truly be real? There's no need. Chen Mu waved her off, indicating she should retreat. If Yi Qingcheng were to lie beside him, sleep would be out of the question. Understood. Young master. Yi Qingcheng gingerly carried the basin away, closing the door softly behind her. Once outside, she pressed a hand to her chest and gazed at the moon, a hint of despondence crossing her features. Typically, compliments such as peerless beauty and exquisite grace were not uncommon for her. Yet, today, having taken the initiative for the first time only to be rejected, albeit for something as simple as warming feet, left her doubting her own beauty. Realizing she was overthinking, she shook her head to clear her thoughts and refocus on her duties as a guard. It seemed the events of the day had left a profound impact, stirring unexpected sentiments within her. With a self-deprecating smile, she resolved to stop dwelling on it and return to her room for rest, lest she oversleep the following day. Having prepared the foot-soaking water, she knew she must also manage the washing water, changing clothes, and putting on shoes, all of which she would naturally handle. While signing in, another notification chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a comprehensive poetry anthology. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Divine Chef. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 premium spirit stones. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier thunder spiritual root. Are you not going to sleep at this late hour? Chinmu questioned in exasperation. Feel free to show off, but can you not choose such an inopportune time? Please be quiet. I wish to rest. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier fire spiritual root. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier water spiritual root. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-tier earth spiritual root. Immediately silence it and only display text. Turn off the lights. As soon as Chenmu issued his command, the system promptly dimmed its interface. The screen was now dark enough for Chenmu to see without disturbing his impending slumber. Although the system could sometimes be rebellious and sensitive, Chenmu found himself rather fond of it in this instance, since it willingly signed him in and tirelessly presented him with various artifacts and treasures. He could only say, "Do as you please, as long as you don't disturb me." In the blink of an eye, dawn broke and the sky lightened. At Tianyuan Academy, Chenmu's designated seat remained unoccupied. Someone sighed. It seems that the failure to awaken his top-tier talent has left the young master with quite a psychological burden. He likely won't show up today. The heavens truly have no eyes. The young master's previous achievements in the academy were consistently at the forefront. How could he awaken such a lowly talent? Perhaps the heavens are jealous of the young master, given the multitude of strong figures in Tianyuan's sacred land. I believe the young master will eventually rise against the odds, just like the previous Holy Lord. Due to the reverence for Tianyuan's sacred land and Chenmu's noble status as the young master and heir to the Holy Lord's position, he never acted arrogantly or oppressed the ordinary disciples. While diligent in his studies, he also guided his classmates, earning their admiration. More importantly, Chenmu was generous, often bestowing elixirs and spirit stones to aid their cultivation. Such kindness would not be forgotten. Wait, not good. Just as they were speaking, a dissonant voice emerged from the door. What is happening? Has the sky fallen? Someone grumbled, glancing at the person who rushed in, wiping the sweat from his brow. He stammered, young master is in trouble. This is Tianyuan's sacred land. How could the young master be in trouble? The others dismissed his words. The holy son of the Tianjin sect, Lu Xiangnan, has come. The man continued, and what of it? They still did not grasp the gravity of the situation. Don't you understand? The holy son has long admired the saintess Yi Qingsheng, now that she has been chosen as the young master's personal guard. What do you think will happen when they are alone together? Moreover, I have heard that there seems to be a betrothal between Lu Xiangnan and the saintess. The young disciple divulged. Where are you going? He turned as a group of individuals stormed out, filled with righteous indignation. What else is there to say? We are going to support our young master. How dare he provoke the young master on his own territory and compete for a woman? Just wait until I crush him. Indeed. Let's eliminate him. Anyone who stands against the young master is my enemy. We shall not rest until he is dealt with. Their gazes turned to Lu Xiangnan, who was presently in a state of turmoil. Surrounded by hundreds, he found himself outmatched by the elite experts who surpassed him in strength. A wave of despair and fear washed over him, akin to a waterfall plummeting from 1,000-meter height. The force was enough to crush both flesh and bone. Before arriving, Lu Xiangnan had never imagined that he would encounter such a grand spectacle without even stepping through the gates of the Tianyuan sacred land. The combat prowess displayed here was formidable enough to obliterate multiple cities and decimate an army of thousands. Moreover, reinforcements were continuously converging from all directions. Who is this insolent brat that dares to vie for the attention of the young master? Do you think you are worthy? One individual stepped forward, drawing his sword in challenge. Vie for a woman? Lu Xiangnan was utterly bewildered. Once he regained his composure, he hastily raised both hands to signal his lack of hostility. His voice trembling as he declared, "Please do not misunderstand. I am here to return the marriage contract." Chapter 11. Terrified. Martial saints abound. Celestial beings walk among us. Return the marriage contract? The youth among the disciples looked on with skepticism. Seeking confirmation. Indeed. I wish to annul the engagement. Lu Xiangnan affirmed emphatically, further elucidating, I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of Saintess Yi and possess neither the qualifications nor the courage to encroach upon the young master's woman. Therefore, I have come specifically to rescind the betrothal that my family arranged when I was but a child. How can we trust that you are not fabricating excuses to approach the young master with malicious intent? The youth remained unconvinced about Lu Xiangnan's intentions. In response, Lu Xiangnan reached into his robe and produced a yellowed envelope that bore the marks of age. This was the marriage contract agreed upon by the elders of both families. I implore you to examine this. So, should we allow him entry? We can keep a watchful eye nearby. What storm could a mere quasi-martial master conjure? Not to mention, the saintess possesses martial master prowess herself. Guarding the young master would be a certainty. But what if they conspire together to eliminate the young master and disrupt the harmony of our Tianyuan sacred land? Gasp. Upon hearing this, not only did those around them draw in a sharp breath, but Lu Xiangnan himself also inhaled sharply in exasperation. His expression was one of helplessness. He merely wished to return the marriage contract and sever ties with Yi Qingsheng, not to provoke the wrath of the Tianyuan sacred land or the young master. To be honest, the moment he learned that Yi Qingsheng had been selected to enter the Tianyuan sacred land as a personal guard, Lu Xiangnan had already resigned himself to the fact that he and she were fated to be eternally apart. With Yi Qingsheng's stunning beauty paired with the title of personal guard, how could anything not transpire? Even the slightest possibility was enough to instill trepidation in him. Should Chun Mu possess any peculiar inclinations toward the wives of others, Lu Xiangnan would comply without hesitation, remaining in a nominally married status with Yi Qingsheng. Too humble? There was no choice. Faced with such a formidable family background, it was impossible to maintain pride without the strength to back it. He understood his own limitations all too well. Wish to meet the young master? That is permissible, but first you must consume this pill. That. The crowd turned their gazes to the source of the voice, a senior alchemist of the Tianyuan sacred land. A pill? Indeed. This pill is known as the heart demon seed. Should you harbor even a fraction of hostility toward the young master, your internal organs will rot, and your meridians will all perish. The alchemist expounded, the heart demon seed. Is that not a 7th grade pill? It appears the alchemy chamber is quite concerned for the young master's safety, of course. The esteemed figure overseeing the alchemy chamber has watched the young master grow up. Should anything happen to the young master, we would all suffer the consequences. I see, a 7th grade pill? Lu Xiangnan's lips twitched as he gained a fresh perspective on the stature and influence of the Tianyuan sacred land, and the young master Chun Mu within it. Previously, upon hearing that the young master had awakened a low-grade yellow talent, he had thought his status would plummet, relegating him to the ranks of discarded pawns like many other families and sections. Little did he know, these individuals were instead rallying more fervently to protect him. Even his fiancée had been chosen as a personal guard. The esteemed saintess was treated almost like an offering. Very well, I shall consume it, Lu Xiangnan declared, taking the pill from the box and swallowing it whole. He felt no guilt. Most importantly, he lacked the confidence and strength to oppose the Tianyuan sacred land. Even as the holy son of the Tiange sect, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, what did that matter? Lu Xiangnan had witnessed firsthand how his master displayed utmost reverence before an ordinary inner disciple of the Tianyuan sacred land. Fearful of offending them. 3 parts respect. No, it was 9 parts, if not 10. If his greatest support behaved in such a manner, what right did he have to act otherwise? Well, since he has consumed the heart demon seed. Everyone should step aside, the alchemist announced, and the crowd parted to create a path. Lu Xiangnan assumed that after ingesting the pill, they would be at ease with him. Little did he expect a throng of people to follow closely behind. More and more individuals were arriving, some soaring on flying swords. Wait. What is this? Even martial saints have come. What merit do I possess as a mere quasi-martial master? Wait, is that a celestial being? As Lu Xiangnan traversed this path, his mind and body underwent a monumental transformation. He finally comprehended why everyone yearned to join the Tianyuan sacred land. Its foundation was truly terrifying. There were no fewer than 3 celestial beings present among the gathered crowd. Lu Xiangnan mused that not only he, but even those at the quasi-emperor realm would dare not act recklessly. He nearly lost control of himself in fear. Where had he ever witnessed such a scene? In the Qingyun residence, Chun Mu sat in a pavilion, savoring Tea Qingxing, having heard rumors of a new pastry shop in the city with excellent flavors, had taken the initiative to run an errand for him early that morning. Pastries were indeed Zhang Shengcai's weakness. However, this time, he resolved to dedicate himself to mastering the art of pastry making, realizing that earning 100 spirit stones a month could not be taken for granted. Zhang Shengcai had no intention of losing this hard-won golden opportunity. Hey, have you heard? Yi Qingqing's fiancé has come looking for her. Why Yi Qingqing? Who is that? The holy daughter of the Tiange sect, Yi Qingqing. You truly do not know? She is now the personal guard of the young master. Personal guard. A man and a woman alone together. No wonder her fiancé would come. Shu, lower your voice. Be careful not to let the young master overhear. To which Chan Mu could only think, I have already heard it. The walls of this courtyard are hardly soundproofed. Why Yi Qingqing's fiancé, you say? Such a plot is all too familiar. They believe I lack strength and talent and seek to confront me? A hero saving a damsel in distress, but I have done nothing to her. Raising his hand to his forehead, he shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. He merely wished to enjoy a peaceful life. Devoid of complications. Why was that so difficult? He must maintain his composure. He could not allow his dignity to be compromised. He opened his system backpack. Just before falling asleep the previous night, Chan Mu had seen that the system had signed him up for some extraordinary talent roots. It seemed to be the Thunder Root. As far as he knew, the Thunder Root was among the most domineering of all roots, possessing immense power. With this, it should be sufficient to deter any challengers. Right? While Chen Mu was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that next to the Thunder Root were various other roots of exceptional quality. Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Earth Root, Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Water Root, Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Fire Root, Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Wind Root. Good heavens! Did you sign me up for all the top-tier roots while I was asleep? System. As a system, it is my duty to wholeheartedly assist the host on the path to strength. Yes, indeed. Chun Mu felt that the system had indeed resolved a significant issue for him, and he thought it only fitting to express his gratitude, particularly since it was a rather sensitive system. Selecting the Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Thunder Root, he confirmed its use. Chapter 12. Binding the Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Thunder Root activating. Binding the Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Thunder Root. Activation successful. Binding successful. The moment the system's notification came through, Chen Mu felt a surge of immense, domineering spiritual energy filling his dantian. This energy then coursed through his meridians, spreading to his limbs and bones. Upon his arms, faint lightning patterns flickered. Is this the Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Root? Chen Mu clenched his fist, and as he opened it slightly to release a modicum of spiritual energy, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted forth. The power of the lightning surged skyward, dispersing the clouds, creating a vast opening in the sky. From 1,000 miles away, it was visible in its entirety. The blue and white flashes of lightning were breathtaking, daring to compete with the sun and moon. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the crowd that had just arrived outside the Qingyun residence. They were momentarily stunned, halting their steps. They had no inkling of the extraordinary events unfolding within the Qingyun residence. Those who had been soaring on flying swords also sheathed their weapons as they approached. After all, looking down upon the young master was far too presumptuous. It seemed that, aside from the Saintess Yi, there were other formidable guardians beside the young master. Such overwhelming lightning power. Old Lin, you also practice lightning techniques? What are your thoughts? Such a domineering and pure heavenly thunder can only belong to the Heavenly Grade Top-Tier Thunder Root. Heavenly Grade Top-Tier? And it is the Thunder Root. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangnan's resolve to swiftly return the marriage contract and sever ties with Yi Qingqing grew even more steadfast. He needed to leave the Tianyuan sacred land post-haste. If this continued, he might very well become the first holy son of the Tiange sect to soil himself. If word got out, not only would he suffer humiliation, but the entire Tiange sect would also lose face in the Great Song world. The Tianyuan sacred land was truly terrifying, far more so than any forbidden place Lu Xiangnan had ever visited before. Reflecting on his past, reassured by the fact that he had never even touched Yi Qingqing's finger, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he was merely a cultivation novice. Kid, do you know what to say and what not to say once you enter? Surely, you need not rely on us old-timers to teach you. Feeling the weight of the elder's arm resting upon his shoulder, and catching a glimpse of that chilling, skin-deep smile through the corner of his eye, Lu Xiangnan was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from above. No, there was no need for words. He understood. His voice trembled, distorting into a sharp edge reminiscent of a eunuch. His legs quivered uncontrollably, knees bending as his body instinctively shrank down. Very well, proceed, the elder commanded. Releasing his grip, thank you, esteemed senior, Lu Xiangnan replied, his heavy legs feeling as if they were leaden as he laboriously ascended the steps to the door. Thud, thud, thud. He raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard gate. Enter. Upon hearing Chan Mu's voice, Lu Xiangnan cautiously pushed the gate open just enough for a single person to pass, crossing the threshold and stepping inside. I beg your pardon. He then slowly closed the courtyard gate, each movement executed with utmost care. Yet, upon turning around, he was taken aback to find that only Chan Mu occupied the courtyard. What had just transpired with that thunderous might? Shaking off his thoughts, he recalled his purpose. As Lu Xiangnan reached into his robe to retrieve the marriage certificate, Chan Mu abruptly interrupted him, saying, enough with the pleasantries. Boom! Crackle! In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of thunderous power. Nearly imperceptible electric currents spread through the air, even from several paces away, their potency penetrating through fabric, prickling the skin with a tingling sensation. Lu Xiangnan felt a jolt through his heart, his body freezing in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving him both scorched and tender. Who could have imagined that the possessor of the supreme thunder spirit root, as spoken of by the elder, was none other than Chen Mu himself? Yet the rumors claimed he had awakened a lowly yellow-tier talent, did they not? How can this be called a mere lowly talent, as a holy son of a sect? Lu Xiangnan's own talent was only of medium quality within the heavenly tier. Reflecting on the history of the Tianjin sect, there had been no more than 3 individuals with supreme heavenly talents in a millennium. Not to mention, the thunder attribute was notoriously fierce and exceedingly rare. It was hardly surprising. Amidst a host of prodigies, how could an ordinary person rise to prominence? Who spread such falsehoods? In the next moment, he hastily regained his composure. The first thing he did was bend his knees, dropping to the ground with a thud, bowing his head as he implored, please spare my life, young master. Please spare my life. Observing Lu Xiangnan's prostration, Chen Mu withdrew his spiritual energy. This fiancé, a dignified holy son of the sect, appeared far more fragile than he had anticipated, at least in terms of psychological fortitude. He knelt so easily? Or was the supreme heavenly thunder spirit root truly that terrifying? I harbor no intention of opposing you, young master. I have come solely to return the marriage certificate with Yi Qingcheng. Please rest assured. There is nothing ambiguous between Yi Qingcheng and me, aside from this unilaterally arranged family engagement. I have not even touched her finger. Even in daily encounters, we have maintained a distance of over a meter. Lu Xiangnan blurted out in a rush. Panic. Utter panic. He feared that in the next moment, a heavenly thunderbolt would pierce through his chest, leaving a charred hole. The phrase returning the marriage certificate, coupled with Lu Xiangnan's demeanor, instantly dissipated Chan Mu's wariness, and he comprehended everything in an instant. In a voice only he could hear, he spoke slowly. It appears that even without this supreme talent, there is little cause for concern. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed overthought the situation. A holy son of a sect would never come seeking trouble over a woman. If he truly had such intentions, those from the Tianyuan sacred land would never allow him the chance to confront him alive. Having a powerful family truly has its advantages. Coming back to reality, he noticed Lu Xiangnan had deeply bowed his head, crawling on his knees towards him, presenting the marriage certificate with both hands. Given this posture, it seemed that refusing it would leave Lu Xiangnan in distress. Chen Mu reached out to accept the document, temporarily accepting it on behalf of Yi Qingcheng. Thank you, young master, as Chen Mu had anticipated. Once he accepted the marriage certificate, the weight that had been hanging over Lu Xiangnan's heart finally found peace. Now that the marriage certificate has been returned, I shall not impose further on you. Young master, I take my leave. Very well. Chen Mu waved his hand, allowing Lu Xiangnan to depart on his own. The sun was warmly shining today, perfect for a leisurely and relaxed day. There was no time to waste on Lu Xiangnan. The system was attempting to upgrade once more. Another upgrade? Chen Mu's brow furrowed. Was it because he had just thought that family ties were more advantageous and the system had not been utilized? Chapter 13. Mastery of Comprehension, Future Holy Master S Consort? Attempting to update for the 125th time. Successfully acquiring data. Upgrading, Upgrade successful. The Mastery Comprehension module has been bound. A new function, Mastery Comprehension, has been unlocked. System. With this module, the host's comprehension can reach the pinnacle of the world. Any technique can be fully grasped with just a glance. Before Chun-Mu could even inquire, the system had already eagerly provided the answer. Perhaps this could be considered a form of evolution? Oh. Chun-Mu flipped over, propping up the sunken pillow to thicken it and lying down atop it. After basking in the sunlight, a pleasant aroma enveloped him, instilling a sense of peace, comfort, and relaxation. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a supreme heavenly tier cultivation technique, Annihilation Thunderstrike system. The host may experience it personally to confirm its authenticity. No need, I trust you. Chun-Mu languidly raised a hand, his eyes firmly shut, showing no inclination to open them. He embodied the essence of laziness. Meanwhile, on the other side, after handing the marriage certificate to Chen-Mu and exiting the Qingyun residence, Lu Xiangnan's demeanor brightened considerably, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He realized that indeed, women only served to distract him from his cultivation. What could be more important than training? Upon returning, he would seclude himself for a year and a half. Kid, you don't intend to disrespect the young master, do you? Facing 3 individuals from the realm of immortals, all with sinister smiles, Lu Xiangnan's heart sank, and he hurriedly shook his head, denying, I would never have the audacity. The marriage certificate has been returned, and the young master has no intention of pursuing me. I implore you, esteemed seniors, to see the truth. Noticing the exchange of glances among them, they stepped aside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangnan swiftly retrieved his flying sword, intending to leave the Tianyuan sacred land. He could already feel the tension in his pants. Glancing back, he saw the Tianyuan sacred land gradually receding into the distance, those figures shrinking to the size of ants. The pent-up breath he had been holding finally escaped. However, just as he turned away, a barrage of swords surged towards him. With the ferocity of a tempest, they surrounded him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, it would not have merely been his clothes that were torn, as the holy son of the Tianjin sect. Lu Xiangnan understood well that this was the pinnacle technique of the inner courtyard, accessible only to those of exceptional talent. And those who could cultivate such techniques to this level were exceedingly rare. A true rarity. Who could be the assailant? It was not difficult to imagine. Glancing at the blades, though their sharpness distorted the air, he could still make out Yi Qingqing standing there, poised on her azure sword, her eyes ablaze with hostility. Before Lu Xiangnan could utter a word, Yi Qingqing interjected. What brings you here? Do you seek to oppose the young master? Previously, Yi Qingqing held no particular feelings toward Lu Xiangnan. There was neither animosity nor affection, merely a straightforward brother-sister relationship among peers. Regarding their marriage arrangement, set by their elders, she, as a junior, had no choice but to comply. Even if they were to marry, it would not alter her pursuit of becoming a top-tier powerhouse. After all, it was merely a political union, more for appearances than substance. However, if Lu Xiangnan were to seek trouble with Chun-Mu and the Tianyuan sacred land because of this relationship, Yi Qingqing would not stand idly by. She did not wish for Lu Xiangnan's actions to endanger the Yi family or the entire Tianjin sect. Do not misunderstand, Sister Yi. Even if I had the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard, I would never dare to oppose the young master. Lu Xiangnan raised both hands, forcing a smile as cold sweat trickled down his brow, continuing to explain. I have come solely to return the marriage certificate between us. Despite being his senior, Yi Qingqing's strength far surpassed his own. If a conflict were to arise, Lu Xiangnan knew he would not stand a chance. Returning the marriage certificate, upon hearing Lu Xiangnan's words, Yi Qingqing sheathed her sword, transforming the myriad blades into a single sword that returned to her hand. Indeed, you are returning the marriage certificate. Lu Xiangnan nodded emphatically, his certainty unwavering. Has your family agreed? Yi Qingqing inquired further. To this, Lu Xiangnan self-deprecatingly chuckled. How could they dare to disagree? Upon learning that you were chosen by the Holy Master to become the young master's consort, they wasted no time in finding me, insisting I return the marriage certificate without delay. They wished to sever ties cleanly to avoid any retribution from the sacred land. I was merely chosen to be the young master's guard. Nothing more. Please convey to them not to spread rumors, lest they invite trouble. Yi Qingqing replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. Oh? Is that so? A guard? Lu Xiangnan chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Yi Qingqing suddenly turned. Drawing her sword, the sound of its blade ringing sharply as it pointed directly at the back of Lu Xiangnan's head. Boom. The wind from the sword's chi ruffled Lu Xiangnan's hair, and he could feel an invisible sharpness grazing his cheek. I laugh at your naivety. With his strength and talent, how could he possibly need your protection? Strength? Talent? Yi Qingqing was increasingly perplexed by Lu Xiangnan's words. Earlier, when I visited the Qingyun residence to deliver the marriage certificate to the young master, I was fortunate enough to witness his display of strength. He possesses a supreme heavenly thunder spirit root, a rarity among millions. You must understand what it means to have a supreme heavenly spirit root, especially one of the thunder attribute, right? Faced with Lu Xiangnan's inquiry, Yi Qingqing fell into silence, well aware of the truth. The dominance of the lightning attribute often grants an advantage in battles among peers. Possessing a top-tier heavenly lightning root, one could rival a quasi-emperor upon reaching the human immortal realm, an attribute coveted by countless cultivators, consistently ranking at the pinnacle. And no wonder the young master's strength has surged so rapidly. It turns out he truly possesses dual talents, Yi Qingqing murmured softly. Her conjecture had finally been validated. Thus, in terms of innate gifts, the young master surpasses you, even if his realm is currently inferior to yours. With the resources of the Tianyuan sacred land, surpassing you would be effortlessly achievable for him. Given this, why was he particularly chosen to take you to Qingyun Mansion as his guard? It is indeed enviable for junior sister Yi, destined to be the future consort of the Holy Master. When that time comes, do ensure to look after us disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lu Xiangnan clasped his hands in respect. In response, though Yi Qingqing felt a tumult of emotions, she maintained her composure and replied, "All I need to do is obey orders." Before departing, she reminded Lu Xiangnan to speak cautiously, for words can lead to calamity. Upon returning to Qingyun Mansion and standing before the entrance, Yi Qingqing had repeatedly urged herself not to take Lu Xiangnan's words to heart. Yet, her mind could not help but wander, spiraling into chaos. Could someone of my stature truly be worthy of becoming the future consort of the Holy Master? With her hand pressed against her chest, her confidence had never plummeted so drastically. The future consort of the Holy Master? Do you wish to make me your sister-in-law? Chapter 14. Must I be pressured into marriage again in my rebirth? Sister-in-law? Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Yi Qingqing instinctively jumped back, putting several meters of distance between them, her hand gripping the hilt of the sword at her waist. However, upon recognizing the speaker, she quickly adjusted her posture and greeted. Qingqing pays her respects to the young lady, Chen Juexin, the eldest daughter of the Tianyuan sacred land's master and the young master's elder sister. Yet, she is perhaps best known for her formidable business acumen. The Tianyuan sacred land's sustained supremacy is largely due to her financial support. A small sect incurs significant expenses annually for pills, weapons, and various resources. Just imagine how much more a grand sacred land would require. Reflecting on how her proud sect leader appeared so humble and subservient in her presence, one can see how money, while often deemed extraneous, wields immense power when it reaches a certain threshold. Moreover, the mainstream currency of the Datsang world, spirit stones, is among the most vital resources for cultivation. Her gaze flickered. The thought of her earlier soliloquy being overheard by Chen Juexin made Yi Qingqing wish she could vanish into the ground. How embarrassing! Chen Juexin, supporting her chin with her hand, scrutinized Yi Qingqing intently. With an exquisite face and a near-perfect figure, she mused that a little more would be even better. Then, nodding to herself, she declared, "Indeed, you are worthy of being my sister-in-law. By the way, what is your name?" Chen Juexin suddenly remembered she hadn't yet learned Yi Qingqing's name. Replying to the young lady, "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Qingqing," Yi Qingqing hastily answered, not daring to hesitate. "Why Yi Qingqing?" Chen Juexin felt as though she had heard that name before. After a brief contemplation, realization struck her. The rumors spoke of a peerless prodigy from the Heavenly Sword Sect, renowned for her beauty and called the Holy Maiden. Could that be you? I believe so. How could Yi Qingqing deny it? After all, there was indeed more than one son of the Heavenly Sword Sect. But only one Holy Maiden. Even the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Sword Sect has come to my brother's doorstep. It seems my little brother possesses quite the charm. Come to his doorstep? Yi Qingqing felt awkward, not anticipating that yet another misunderstanding would arise before she had clarified the previous one. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Juexin seized her wrist and led her up the steps. With a swift motion, Chen Juexin flung open the door and called out, "Stinky brat, hurry up and get dressed. You have a marriage meeting to attend." Chen Mu was jolted awake, sitting up in his recliner. his vision still hazy, appearing groggy. Even if he could not clearly see the visitor, he easily recognized from the voice that it was undoubtedly his elder sister, Qian Juexin. Sister, what brings you here? What? Am I not allowed to come? In an instant, Qian Juexin appeared before Qin, playfully pinching his cheeks. If memory served, she had always enjoyed doing this since childhood, perhaps because his cheeks were particularly pleasant to squeeze. That's not what I meant. I just find it surprising that you, a busy businesswoman, would have time to return. Business cannot possibly compare to my brother's lifelong affairs. Come, quickly take a look. I have brought back candidates for your fiancé. Qian Juexin exclaimed excitedly. Fiancé? Qin turned to see Yi Qingqing fidgeting awkwardly, her expression one of embarrassment. Sister, what fiancé? She is merely a guard father arranged for me. You have misunderstood. Qin elaborated. A guard? But she just... Hearing what Qian Juexin was about to say, Yi Qingqing panicked and hurriedly interjected. Miss Qian must be thirsty after your long journey. Allow me to prepare some tea for both of you. Oh, very well. Observing Yi Qingqing's hasty retreat, Qian Juexin settled at the table, resting her chin on her hand, wearing a knowing smile that hinted at unspoken truths. Her gaze then shifted to Qian, curiosity piquing as she inquired, Now, tell me, what do you think of this holy maiden of the heavenly sword sect? What can there be to think? Qian countered. Do you not have any feelings towards her? Qian Juexin pressed, her brows furrowing slightly. Qian lifted his gaze towards the sky, contemplating for a moment before responding. Her massage technique is quite good. She gives a very comfortable foot rub. Qian Juexin realized Qian was clearly being evasive, pretending ignorance regarding his true feelings. As she raised her hand, Qian immediately blocked her, saying, Hey, sister. I only have one younger brother. What if you hit me and I turn foolish? I'm merely teasing you to see if you dare to jest with me again. Qian Juexin smirked, letting her hand drop. Since our talents are lacking, we should hasten to consider settling down. Marry more and bear more children to strengthen the Qin family. Qian raised his hand to his forehead, astonished that even in his rebirth, he was being pressured into marriage, feeling quite overwhelmed. I'm still young. I'm in no rush. What about you, sister? When will you find me a brother-in-law? Qian volleyed the question back. You little rascal, now you're pressuring me, aren't you? There hasn't been a man in this world who has caught my eye. Qian Juexin retorted, asserting that she had no interest in romantic affairs. While suitors could certainly help establish a new stronghold, at that moment, Yi Qingqing returned with freshly brewed tea, presenting it to them. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, as it was one of the 10 renowned teas. Jianqun, gifted to her by the sect leader, perfect for entertaining Qian Juexin. After completing her task, she stood quietly by Qian side, awaiting further instructions. Qian Juexin lifted her cup, allowing her delicate lips to part slightly as she blew on the tea to cool it before taking a sip. Praising, delicious tea. This Jianqun must be at least 100 years old. By the way. Qian Juexin set her cup down, recalling her primary purpose for visiting. With a wave of her hand, a semi-transparent glass cylinder appeared on the table, sealed with metal caps engraved with mysterious runes. Sister, what is this? Qian inquired, puzzled. I have sought out 3 quasi-emperors specifically to forge this artificial spiritual root for you. There is none other like it in the entire Datsong. Qian Juexin explained, an artificial spiritual root? Qian was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that such a thing could be created. Yet, given that it required the efforts of 3 quasi-emperors, its prevalence would be exceedingly rare. Yi Qingqing, too, was left speechless, marveling at the lengths Qian Juexin had gone to for her brother. Setting aside the difficulty of collaborating with 3 quasi-emperors, the resources required for such an endeavor must have been substantial. Indeed, an artificial spiritual root, Qian Juexin affirmed, nodding. Although it is merely of the Earth Tier's mid-grade, it will undoubtedly outperform your yellow-grade spiritual root. Rest assured, before long, I shall refine for you a heavenly-grade spiritual root. For now, make do with this Earth-grade. Earth-grade? Make do? If other cultivators heard this, they would undoubtedly scoff. After all, even in the Tianyuan sacred land, an Earth-tier talent was far from commonplace, let alone in the broader context of the Datsong world. Sister, I have no need for this. No need? Chapter 15. Binding the heavenly grade top-tier fire spiritual root, an unparalleled prodigy at your age, you can't possibly be afraid of pain, can you? Observing Qian Juexin's earnest expression, Qian hesitated to respond. Yet he soon heard her say, Rest assured, I will first use my techniques to numb your dantian before proceeding with the spiritual root substitution, ensuring a completely painless experience. Sister, you misunderstand. I am not afraid of pain, merely questioning the necessity of replacing a heavenly spiritual root with one of a lower tier. Chen Mu's words caught Chen Juexin off guard for a moment. Then she burst into laughter, covering her face with her hand. Still claiming you are not afraid of pain. To concoct such an excuse, now the entire Datsong world must know that you awakened a yellow-grade talent. Chen Mu opened his mouth, then closed it again, feeling that no amount of words could compare to the power of action. He raised his hand, palm facing the heavens, and opened it wide. Crackle. A cacophony of thunder erupted from within, swirling rapidly, coiling and compressing into a brilliant sphere of lightning. Glancing around, he directed it towards an ancient tree in the courtyard. Bang! With a resounding boom, the towering tree, which was as thick as an adult's embrace could manage, was effortlessly shattered, leaving a gaping hole as it toppled, a heavenly-grade lightning spiritual root. Chen Juexin was utterly astonished. It dawned on him that Chen Mu was not jesting. He immediately rose and moved closer to him. Observing this, Chen Mu hastily withdrew his spiritual energy, concerned that the might of the lightning might harm Chen Juexin. Subsequently, her hands grasped his tightly, pulling him up, her excitement barely contained as she exclaimed, "A heavenly-grade spiritual root, and its lightning attribute. Where did it come from? Could it be that the awakening stone was mistaken?" In response to her barrage of questions, Chen Mu replied, "The awakening stone was not at fault. It merely revealed another one of my talents at that moment. Beyond this, he could not fathom how to explain. Certainly he could not divulge to Chen Juexin that this exquisite lightning spiritual root was, in fact, a gift from the system. Could he? Dual talents." Upon hearing those words, Chen Juexin became even more exhilarated. A heavenly-grade lightning spiritual root was already rare. To think it was paired with an exceedingly rare dual talent. To date, as far as Chen Juexin knew, any practitioner possessing dual talents would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Of course. How could my brother, Chen Mu, possibly be a failure? Chen Juexin easily convinced herself. Given this, why not exchange your yellow-grade spiritual root for my earthly-grade artificial spiritual root? It would undoubtedly enhance your cultivation speed significantly. Cultivation? Chen Mu wished to say that he had no need for cultivation. Merely breathing would suffice to continuously enhance his prowess. Sister, what attribute does your artificial spiritual root possess? Chen Mu inquired. Fire attribute, she replied, though it may not match the dominance of your lightning attribute spiritual root. It is still quite powerful. Originally, Chen Juexin had intended to forge a lightning attribute artificial spiritual root, but upon attempting it, she found it far more challenging than anticipated. I see. Opening the system panel, she located the heavenly grade fire spiritual root and confirmed the binding. Binding heavenly grade fire spiritual root. Activation successful. Binding successful. Sister, in truth, the remaining spiritual root I possess is also heavenly grade, and it just so happens to be a fire spiritual root. Chen Mu stated, as his words fell, spiritual energy poured forth, flames erupting fiercely, scorching like the blazing sun. It caused Chen Juexin and Yi Qingcheng to show signs of distress, retreating several steps, unable to withstand the heat. The reason behind choosing to bind the spiritual root instead of replacing it was purely for convenience and speed. Moreover, with a heavenly grade root, why settle for an earthly grade? Both Yi Qingcheng and Chen Juexin bore identical expressions. Dual talents, both of heavenly grade, unprecedented. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in shock. Even as a renowned prodigy in the eyes of the public, she could not help but feel overshadowed in the presence of Chen Mu. With a lightning root paired with a fire root, what sort of formidable being would my brother become in the future? Chen Juexin marveled. Once the display concluded, Chen Mu retracted his spiritual energy, and the flames dissipated with the wind. Sister, what do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Chen Mu asked. How could you have deceived me? If I hadn't impressed you, would you have been so forthcoming? She retorted with a hint of reproach. But you have exceeded my expectations. Let me see who would dare belittle you. Claiming my younger brother from the Tinyu on sacred land is worthless. If I hear such slander, I shall ensure they are ground to dust and fed to dogs. Observing Chen Juexin's indignant demeanor, Chen Mu could not help but jest. Surely, a normal person wouldn't dare say such things. Aware that Chen Mu had no need for this artificial spiritual root, Chen Juexin simply stored it in her spatial ring, reasoning it would surely serve a purpose in the future. Instead, a pile of cultivation manuals appeared on the stone table. Titles such as Thunderfire Technique, Thunderstorm Dominance, and 9 Blazing Flames Scroll, roughly 20 to 30 tomes, all of heavenly grade. Sister returned in a rush this time, and since I was unaware of your dual lightning fire talent, I only brought these. For now, make do with them. I will have others send more once I return, she said. Make do with 20 to 30 heavenly grade manuals? Yi Qingxing remarked enviously, wishing fervently for a powerful sister like hers. If she recalled correctly, the total number of heavenly grade manuals in the entire Tianjin sect could not possibly match what lay before her. This is sufficient. Once I master these, I will ask my sister for more. In truth, Chen Mu had no intention of cultivating at all, merely aiming to temper Chen Juexin's expectations. Very well, every sect and faction in the great martial dynasty owes your sister and me money. Choose whichever sect's manuals you desire and take them directly. If they refuse, come to me. I will demand them for you. Chen Juexin vowed with a thump of her chest. All right, Chen Mu replied decisively. Currently signing in, sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heavenly grade technique, Thunderstorm 9 Swords. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heavenly grade technique, Mysterious Thunder Dragon Slaughter. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heavenly grade technique, Great Sun Flame Palm. Chen Mu felt speechless within. What is this system doing, trying to steal the spotlight? In the blink of an eye, 32 heavenly grade techniques appeared in the system's inventory. Not a single one less, precisely one more than what Chen Juexin had provided. Chen Mu could no longer ascertain whether the system was merely sensitive or envious, needing to outdo others. After finishing a cup of tea, Chen Juexin decided to leave Qingyun Mansion. On one hand, she needed to lay a solid financial foundation for Chen Mu, the future master of the Tianyuan Sacred Land. On the other hand, after departing from the Tianyuan Sacred Land, she did not return the same way but instead arrived at the nearby Tianfu city. Upon glancing up and confirming the character's Tianji Pavilion, she stepped inside. Master! Behind the counter, a black-robed figure with a white face immediately recognized Chen Juexin, hurriedly stepping out to kneel on one knee, clasping his fists in respect. The awakening stone was mistaken. The Chen family's young master possesses dual heavenly grade spiritual roots of lightning and fire. Spread this news at once. Within a day, I want everyone to know that my brother Chen Mu is not a failure, but an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. Chapter 16. Invincible Domain. The system was elated, lifespan 1 billion. The news of the Tianji Pavilion's Martial World Bulletin swiftly disseminated this information. Chen Juexin's direct command, coupled with its connection to the master of the Tianyuan Sacred Land, made them dare not be negligent. Chen Juexin's reputation as an overprotective sister was well-known. No one dared to provoke Chen Juexin, and they did not believe that, given her character, she would fabricate such a lie for the sake of faced, heavenly grade dual spiritual roots. Most importantly, the attributes of lightning and fire, two exceedingly domineering attributes. It was not difficult to imagine the terrifying accomplishments this future master of the Tianyuan Sacred Land would achieve. They became even more diligent in spreading the news. Before long, various sects, families, and even members of the royal family began to learn of this news. The Tianjin sect, being the closest to Tianfu City, was the first to hear. At this moment, a group of elders was gathered in the Great Hall, whispering excitedly to one another. This is outrageous. Dual talents are already rare. And to possess both heavenly grade attributes is even more incredible. What's more outrageous is the combination of lightning and fire, with the resources of the Tianyuan Sacred Land and training in top-tier techniques. He is undoubtedly the most likely candidate to become the next great emperor. His future achievements are beyond the shallow vision we possess. As the Grand Elder spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards the Tianjin sect's master, Lin Wentian, who stood in the hall. If the young master has no use for her, he will naturally allow her to return. That is not for you or I to decide, Lin Wentian replied coldly. Scanning the crowd and warning them not to utter such overstepping remarks in the future, lest walls have ears. One may speak without intent, but the listener may take it to heart. The Tianjin sect was indeed a powerful sect in the eyes of outsiders. However, Lin Wentian and all present were acutely aware of one thing. Should Chen Mu desire it, with a single word, he could obliterate the entire Tianjin sect, eradicating it from the great martial dynasty. There had once been a sect that refused to submit to the Tianyuan Sacred Land, even daring to openly scoff at it. The following day, the entire sect was reduced to rubble, leaving behind only a vast, encompassing palm. From that moment on, the Tianyuan Sacred Land firmly established its foothold in the Great Song and continued to grow stronger. To this day, their rate of advancement showed no signs of waning. Meanwhile, across the great martial dynasty, The sect master of Xinlei sect, Zhao Tianheng, declared, "From now on, Xinlei's sect disciples shall treat the young master as if he were our esteemed ancestor. Anyone who dares show disrespect shall be killed without mercy." The sect master of Qingxian sect, Yun Fan, proclaimed, "My Qingxian generation, from this moment forth, shall serve the young master with utmost loyalty." The sect master of Yunis sect, Tai Sulan, added, "Those who gain the young master's favor shall be directly promoted to my personal disciples and rewarded with a top-grade immortal estate." Along with thousands of spirit stones and pills, such declarations were numerous. Whether Chen Mu heard them or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the disciples of the sects remembered one thing. This young master was not to be trifled with. He was destined to be a figure they could only look up to in awe. Upon hearing this, the great martial dynasty promptly dispatched several flying vessels laden with gifts, hastening to the Tianyuan sacred land. Previously, with his yellow-grade talent, Chen Mu felt it was inappropriate to show his face, as it seemed more like a taunt than a congratulations. Returning to Qingyun Mansion, young master, regarding your awakening of the dual heavenly-grade spiritual roots of lightning and fire. It has already appeared in the Martial World Bulletin of Tianji Pavilion. By now, it is likely that everyone knows. Yi Qingqing expressed excitedly. Chen Mu accepted the Martial World Bulletin that Yi Qingqing handed over, easily surmising that it was undoubtedly his sister who had instructed them to release the news. However, this is indeed a blessing in disguise, as it spares me from the incessant provocations and derisive remarks of those who might otherwise find fault with my perceived weaknesses, thereby disturbing my tranquil existence. Chen Mu cast a fleeting glance before casually discarding the matter, his interest waning. The system was in the midst of an upgrade attempt. On the 33rd endeavor, it faltered. On the 35th, it successfully acquired data. The upgrade was in progress, and ultimately, it succeeded. The invincible domain module was bound. A new feature, the invincible domain, was unlocked. The invincible domain? Chen Mu felt a flicker of curiosity. The system promptly elucidated. The invincible domain refers to a realm within the Qingyun Mansion where the host faces no rivals. Even with the host's current strength, confronting a mighty emperor would result in an effortless victory. That is rather impressive, but is the scope not a tad limited? Chen Mu mused inwardly, casually voicing his skepticism. Even someone as reclusive as he occasionally yearned to venture outside and broaden his horizons. The system offered no retort. It was attempting another upgrade. On the 12th attempt, it successfully retrieved data. The invincible domain module was undergoing an upgrade. The system indicated that post-upgrade, the invincible domain's coverage would expand to encompass the entire Tianyuan sacred land. Chen Mu, feeling no further need to press the system for additional features, decided to count his blessings. The Tianyuan sacred land was ample for his daily pursuits, primarily serving to deter any unwelcome interruptions to his leisurely life. One must possess the means to indulge in idleness, after all. Regardless of other strengths, it was impossible for them to maintain their focus solely on him at all times. System, well done, Chen Mu remarked, feeling it prudent to offer some praise. Lest the system's delicate disposition shatter. Should the system malfunction, he was chiefly concerned about the repercussions for himself. The sign-in process was underway. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supreme spiritual stone 999999999. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a lifespan 999999999. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 9th grade dragon blood pill 999999999. It was evident that the system was rather elated. Spiritual stones and pills were one thing, but a lifespan increase of nearly 1 billion years? To Chen Mu, this felt akin to attaining immortality. A billion years. Such a lifespan was indeed absurdly excessive. After an indeterminate duration, while basking in the sunlight and relishing the massage administered by Yi Qingqing, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Paying it no heed, he continued to indulge in the moment. Yes, Yi Qingqing responded, relinquishing any intention of answering the door. Come in, Chen Mu replied lazily. A sidelong glance at the waist token hanging from the visitor's side indicated that the individual was likely a disciple from the inner court of the Tianyuan sacred land. Disciple Yang Xiaofeng pays respects to the young master. As he knelt, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Yi Qingqing. To his astonishment, the rumors were true. The saintess of the Tianjin sect, a prodigious talent, was indeed serving as a maid at the young master's residence. Truly, the young master was a paragon for our generation. What brings you to me? Chen Mu inquired, his tone languid, replying to the young master. A secret realm has emerged within the Tianzhou mountain range, which may harbor powerful legacies that could aid the young master in cultivation and enhance his strength. Thus, the elders of the clan have dispatched me to inquire whether the young master wishes to partake in this expedition to the secret realm. Yang Xiaofeng explained. Such matters do not pique my interest. Chunmu waved his hand dismissively, refusing without a second thought. Why make a long journey for something so trivial? As long as he remained within the Tianyuan sacred land, he was invincible. The system was attempting yet another upgrade. Chapter 17, Puppet Master, Unlimited Hundredfold Return. By the heavens, Chenmu had never anticipated that anything he said could provoke such a sensitive reaction from the system. What level of upgrade was it pursuing this time? Never mind. He would let it be. The system was somewhat rebellious. The system attempted the 12th upgrade, which failed. The 19th attempt also failed. On the 24th attempt, it successfully retrieved data. The upgrade was in progress. Upgrade successful. The Puppet Master module was bound. A new function, Puppet Master, has been unlocked. To elaborate simply, a puppet master is someone who manipulates puppets. Manipulating puppets? Chunmu was perplexed as to the utility of this new feature. His attention was more drawn to Yi Qingqing's expression nearby. If you wish to go, feel free. Do not concern yourself with me. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing's agreement was straightforward, as she merely believed that Chunmu's current strength did not require her protection. The earlier incident with Lu Xiangnan, the saint son of the Tianjin sect, returning the marriage contract had brought forth a deluge of formidable individuals, making it abundantly clear to Yi Qingqing that in the confines of the Tianyuan sacred land, attempting to harm Chenmu would be tenfold more arduous than transcending to the realm of emperors. Her role was less that of a guardian and more akin to a personal maid beside the young master in the Qingyun mansion. Furthermore, she could handle trivial matters that did not warrant the young master's intervention. Her resolve was commendable. In response to Yi Qingqing's gratitude, Chunmu waved his hand. You are the saintess of the Tianjin sect. Your participation in this secret realm expedition is well-deserved. No need for thanks. He picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The fragrance of osmanthus instantly filled his mouth, sweet yet refreshing. The disciple takes their leave. After learning of Chenmu's disinterest in the secret realm, Yang Xiaofeng withdrew. Why, Yi Qingqing promptly moved behind Chenmu to massage his shoulders and back. Her techniques, combined with the delectable pastries and tea, were simply exquisite. Having her by his side was indeed a delightful arrangement. Before long, at noon, Yi Qingqing received a long-distance message from an elder accompanying the expedition to the secret realm. Young master, Qingqing shall depart first. Wait, Chunmu called out, just as she was about to leave. Without waiting for her to express her confusion, he tossed something over. Upon catching it and examining it, she was astonished to discover it was a holy-grade divine weapon. This item is called the Tianyuan sword. It is a gift for you, Chunmu stated. Given Yi Qingqing's commendable performance at the Qingyun mansion, Chunmu believed in maintaining a clear distinction between reward and punishment. Bestowing her a holy-grade divine weapon right away. Was that too extravagant? Yet, Chunmu had no other options. All he possessed were holy-grade items at the very least. Moreover, he was eager to test the waters of the tenfold return feature. Successfully gifting the holy-grade divine weapon, Tianyuan sword. The tenfold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a holy-grade divine weapon, Tianyuan sword 10. Indeed, he was keen to experiment with this tenfold return feature. Upon inspection, the rewards received, whether in quality or power, were identical to the Tianyuan sword he had given away. However, anything that had been returned once could no longer be returned again. He worried that repeating this process might lead to a glitch or bug akin to a snowball effect. In truth, even if the system did not impose this restriction, Chunmu lacked the inclination for such trivialities. It felt far too petty. Alas, before Chenmu could fully process this, it was too late. The system was attempting another upgrade. The 7th attempt successfully retrieved data. The upgrade was in progress. Upgrade successful. The unlimited hundredfold return module was bound. A new feature, the unlimited hundredfold return module, has been unlocked. Chunmu was utterly astonished. The system had not only eliminated the prohibition against repeated returns, but had also upgraded the original tenfold return to an unlimited hundredfold return. It felt as though he was on the verge of breaking the game. This system, it seemed, was far too easy to manipulate. Fortunately, he was of simple mind, uninterested in conflict and bloodshed. Otherwise, would he not effortlessly ascend to the throne and command the world? To govern the world? That would invite a plethora of troublesome matters. Far better to lounge in the courtyard under the sun. Thank you for your generous gift, young master. Qingqing shall devote herself entirely to you, even to the point of sacrificing my life. At this moment, Yi Qingqing's loyalty to Chenmu was irrevocably secured. For despite her status as the saintess of the Tianjin sect, She had never even touched a holy grade divine weapon, let alone possessed one. After all, the entire Tianjian sect could scarcely muster a handful of holy grade divine weapons, and the sect leader could not freely allocate them, let alone she, a mere saintess. Yet here she was, having only recently arrived at the Tianyuan sacred land and the Qingyun mansion, and already receiving a holy grade divine weapon for her service to the young master. How could Yi Qingsheng not be moved? She was resolute that during this expedition to the secret realm, she must not tarnish the young master's reputation. Very well, go ahead, and be cautious on your journey, Chen Mu said with a yawn, exuding an air of languor as if he could never quite satiate his need for sleep. Understood, Yi Qingsheng replied as she pushed the door open to leave. If only there were a little tune to accompany this moment, it would be even better. Chen Mu took another piece of osmanthus cake. A bite of cake, followed by a sip of tea. In all honesty, this tranquil atmosphere was quite pleasant, perfect for an afternoon in a PED. As the sign-in process continued, Chen Mu remarked, "What nonsense are you up to now? Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine grade shadow puppet. Divine grade? A tier above holy grade, the pinnacle of weaponry." Chen Mu was bewildered as to the system's intentions in presenting him with such an item during the sign-in. Upon sensing his confusion, the system promptly clarified. Since the host does not wish to exert mental effort in venturing into the secret realm to acquire rare treasures, the puppet master function allows you to seize treasures with a single command. Coupled with the divine grade shadow puppet, all legacy items shall rightfully belong to you. I didn't realize you were quite thoughtful, Chen Mu replied. Thank you for your praise, host, the system responded. Then, beneath the silver-white figure, which appeared more resilient than black iron, a pitch-black passageway materialized. The shadow puppet swiftly plunged into it, vanishing from sight. Has it already been dispatched? Chen Mu inquired. Replying to the host, the shadow puppet has merged with Yi Qingsheng's shadow. It can not only seize treasures for you but also safeguard Miss Yi and the other disciples of the sacred land, the system answered. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu had no grounds for refusal. Since it had already been dispatched, he chose to let things unfold naturally. Today's warm sun felt even more comfortable than the previous day. The longer he basked, the heavier his eyelids grew, and his entire body felt languid. Meanwhile, hundreds of disciples from the Tianyuan sacred land, including Yi Qingsheng, boarded a massive flying vessel, speeding toward the location of the secret realm marked on the map. Yi Qingsheng stood alone at the bow of the ship, a chilling visage, so markedly different from when she stood beside Chen Mu, exudes an aura that seems to repel others from a great distance. To my astonishment, the saintess Yi has decided to join us in the quest for treasures within the secret realm. It is imperative that we safeguard her, for she may very well become our future lady of the house. Bang, bang, bang. Fear not, should anyone wish to harm our lady, they must first tread over my lifeless body. I thumped my chest, making a confident vow. Upon hearing this, the icy countenance of Yi Qingsheng softens slightly. Without further contemplation, she notices several flying vessels approaching from the front. Chapter 18. In the future, he shall be an emperor. Who dares show disrespect? Why have so many flying vessels suddenly appeared? By their trajectory, they seem to be heading towards the Tianyuan sacred land. Could they be intending to attack our Tianyuan sacred land? Nonsense. These few vessels can carry at most a few tens of thousands. A mere elder from the outer court could easily annihilate them. Indeed. Wait a moment. The insignia on those vessels appears to belong to the Dewu imperial clan. The Dewu imperial clan? What brings them to the Tianyuan sacred land? As the crowd expresses their confusion, an accompanying elder has already stepped into the air, approaching the vessels with an imposing demeanor, forcibly halting several royal vessels. In the late stage of the martial saint realm, even if he does not represent the Tianyuan sacred land, he must still be afforded respect. We greet you, esteemed elder. A few individuals clad in formidable armor, exuding a general's aura, step forth in unison, offering their salutations. Before they can speak, they hastily clarify their intentions, fearing that the accompanying elder might unleash his wrath and obliterate the vessels and all aboard. Even if he were to act on such a whim, the Dewu dynasty would not dare to retaliate or voice their grievances. The reason the Dewu dynasty has thrived for so many years is due to the protection of the Tianyuan sacred land. Otherwise, the outside world would not whisper that the true power behind Dewu is not the royal family, but the Tianyuan sacred land itself. As for their visit, it is merely to congratulate Chen Mu, the young master, on awakening his dual supreme talents. The vessels are not filled with elite warriors, but rather piled high with various gifts of congratulation. Once the accompanying elder scans the area with his spiritual sense and confirms there is no threat, he permits their passage. Truly, our Tianyuan sacred land's young master commands such respect that even the dynasty must come to pay homage. Indeed, with a heavenly grade supreme thunder root, combined with a fire root, the foundation of the Tianyuan sacred land guarantees that he will one day ascend to the rank of emperor. Who would dare show him disrespect? An emperor, you say? The great song has not produced an emperor in many years. If the young master truly breaks through and enters the realm of emperors, the Tianyuan sacred land shall exist in harmony with the heavens for all eternity. The mere thought sends waves of excitement through the crowd. An emperor? Yi Qingqing feels the same thrill. If she could remain by Qian Mu's side and witness his ascension to emperor, it would be an unparalleled honor for her. As for Qian Mu, he shows little interest in the arrival of the Dewu royal family and their gifts, allowing the Tianyuan sacred land to delegate someone to receive them. He turns over and resumes his sweet dreams. An hour later, the flying vessels of the Tianyuan sacred land arrive at the site of the secret realm. The colossal vessels, adorned with the emblem of the Tianyuan sacred land, instantly attract countless onlookers. Look, that is the flying vessel of the Tianyuan sacred land. What an impressive sight. This vessel must be at least of the saint level. A saint-level vessel? I wonder if the young master of the Tianyuan sacred land is aboard. I am truly curious to see the effects of his dual talents, combined from both thunder and fire attributes. I don't see anyone else. A mere secret realm inheritance likely holds no allure for the young master. Given the vastness of his family. Wait, isn't that the holy maiden of the Tiandao sect, Yi Qingqing? What is she doing aboard the flying vessel of the Tianyuan sacred land? The news must have lagged behind. I heard that the Saintess Yi has been invited into the young master's residence to be groomed as the future lady of the house. Groomed as the future lady of the house? Listening to this conversation, Yi Qingqing is taken aback. She did not anticipate that her relationship with the young master had already been rumored in such a manner. Ignoring the chatter, she focuses on her present goal: to survive in the secret realm, acquire more inheritance treasures, and not bring shame to the young master. Alas, we should leave. With the presence of the Tianyuan sacred land, individuals like us will surely not obtain any inheritance. Who would not agree? It seems that any random person among them could rival the top talents of our sect. Such profound heritage is truly terrifying. Upon confirming the participation of the Tianyuan sacred land in this treasure hunt, the majority of people choose to withdraw. They believe it unnecessary to toil for the benefit of others, only to end up with nothing. Let those leaves be picked by whoever desires, led by Yi Qingqing. A group of disciples from the Tianyuan sacred land step into the swirling, flowing azure portal. Although Qian Mu has not openly acknowledged it, this does not prevent others from believing that Yi Qingqing is highly likely to become the future lady of the house. Even if there is only a 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 chance, they must show sufficient respect. The accompanying elder remains stationed outside the portal. This trial is prepared for the younger generation. His rank precludes him from participating. He merely needs to stand guard and ensure the reputation of the Tianyuan sacred land remains intact. The other sects, including the disciples of the sacred land, follow closely behind. However, the next moment, the portal undergoes a shocking transformation. Boom. Spiritual energy erupts violently, surging forth, and the surrounding space trembles violently, as if it were about to tear apart. Many are forced back several steps, with dozens sent flying several meters away. The Tianyuan accompanying elder raises a hand, effortlessly calming the tumultuous spiritual energy. However, upon seeing the portal turn a blood-red hue, sealing off its entrance, the elder's expression shifts. This is bad. There is treachery afoot. Who is responsible for the assessment of this secret realm? He bellows, shaking the mountains and rivers around him. Replying to the elder, we were responsible for the assessment, and we did not detect any abnormalities prior. It must be that the invaders of this secret realm possess powers far surpassing ours, hence, bang boom. With a mere flick of his finger, the elder sends the group flying several meters, their bodies crashing against the mountainside, embedding them deep within. Coldly, he declares, if any disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land suffer casualties due to this, I will annihilate your entire clan. What he seeks to hear is not such a feeble attempt at disassociating responsibility. If you lack the ability to assess, then seek out someone who can. Without the proper tools, why take on tasks beyond your capacity? Now that the entrance to the secret realm is closed, it cannot be reopened from the outside. The only hope lies with Yi Qingqing and the others trapped within, who must break free themselves. Should they fail, they risk becoming fodder for those wicked souls seeking reincarnation. The ancient monsters, Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qingsheng and the others currently trapped in the secret realm are entirely unaware of this peril. They find themselves in a vast desert, where yellow sands stretch endlessly. The howling winds whip around them, laden with fine grains that sting their exposed skin. What a harsh environment! What cruel trials await us here! A disciple from the Longji sect feels an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. Caution is always wise. All disciples of the Wuqing sect stay united and do not stray apart. All are on high alert, slowly advancing through the desert against the biting winds. Rumbling, suddenly, a violent tremor erupts from beneath the earth. Many struggle to maintain their footing, resorting to all fours, pressing their bodies against the ground. As they look up, they see yellow sand cascading like a waterfall from above. As the sandy cascade thins, a colossal figure emerges from the obscured depths. Chapter 19. To be able to serve under the young master is indeed a stroke of fortune. It is the man-faced sand serpent. Why does such a powerful beast appear in this level of secret realm? A man-faced sand serpent, with at least 10,000 years of cultivation. 10,000 years? For us to contend with even a 1,000-year beast would be a challenge. How does one contend with a 10,000-year beast? Run! It's not too late to leave now. Yes, we must hurry out of the secret realm and inform the elders. This is beyond our capability to handle. The crowd reaches a unanimous decision. Turning back towards their point of entry, employing various techniques to escape, some stepping onto flying swords. However, upon reaching the location of the portal, they are met with a look of complexity, fear, confusion, and disbelief. Where is the exit? Why has it vanished? How could this happen? Is fate conspiring against us? This is bad. The man-faced sand serpent is upon us. Turning around, they see the serpent, 100 meters long. Its body, which should be cumbersome, now moves with the grace of a swallow, skimming swiftly across the soft sands. If we cannot escape, perhaps we should confront it. Confront it? With what? With your meager cultivation? This is a 10,000-year beast, by time. I believe the elders must have realized the anomalies in the secret realm. They will come to rescue us soon. All disciples of the Xinqing sect, form up with me. The Xinqing sect is renowned for its formidable and unbreakable formations. It is said that a legendary ancestor created the Great Turtle Shell Formation. When perfected, 10 great masters can unite to withstand even a martial saint. How long they can hold depends on the available spiritual energy. The Huanling sect provides spiritual energy to the Xinqing sect. All members of the Tianjiao sect act swiftly. Disciples of the Wumu sect follow their instructions. At this moment, all grievances over treasure are set aside as they strive to buy time. To live another second, hoping to delay for the elders outside and create an opportunity to break free. Little do they know, the only reliance they have is upon themselves. The disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land also join the fray. What immense strength! Indeed, one cannot underestimate the might hailing from the Tianyuan sacred land. Not only is it formidable, but it also exudes an unparalleled purity. At this moment, we may indeed stand a chance against that colossal foe, before the words could fully escape. The visage of the man-faced sand serpent surged forth, propelled by a fierce gale of sand, crashing directly into the golden tortoise shell-patterned barrier. Accompanied by a resonant shattering sound, the grand tortoise shell formation fragmented into countless shards, swiftly dissipating into mere dust. All disciples were hurled back several meters, some even tumbling headfirst, half buried in the sand. This is untenable. This creature is far too powerful. We are simply no match for it. A monster! A monster! No! Are we truly destined to perish here? Listening to the incessant cries of despair around her, Yi Qingsheng, though uncertain of her ability to contend with the man-faced sand serpent, nonetheless stepped forward. The spatial ring on her finger glimmered, and in an instant, the Tianyuan sword was grasped firmly in her hand. She mused. Could it be that the young master, possessing foresight, anticipated this calamity befalling me, thus bestowing upon me this sacred-grade divine weapon before my departure? Even with the Tianyuan sword in hand, Yi Qingsheng could not ascertain whether she could indeed rival the man-faced sand serpent. She had never before battled a beast of such ancient lineage. However, without this Tianyuan sword, she would be utterly convinced that she stood no chance against the serpent. Certain death awaited. That is a sacred-grade divine weapon. Someone with keen eyes recognized it. A sacred-grade divine weapon. She actually carries one. Miss Yi, after all, is a saintess of a sect. Possessing a sacred-grade divine weapon is not entirely surprising, is it? Fool, that is a sacred level. There are hardly any such weapons within the Tianjian sect. and even the sect master cannot wield them without difficulty. How could she possibly receive one simply due to a minor secret realm trial? If my conjecture is correct, it may very well have been gifted to her by the young master of our Tianyuan sacred land. How generous of the young master. It seems the rumors may indeed hold some truth. Previously, I had heard that the Tianyuan sacred land possesses profound depth. Now, I finally comprehend its significance. Without further ado, should I be fortunate enough to escape this wretched place alive, I shall devote myself to rigorous cultivation, striving to join the Tianyuan sacred land and serve the young master. Chen Mu could hardly have anticipated that a seemingly trivial act would inadvertently win him the hearts of many. Subsequently, the onlookers beheld Yi Qingqing traversing the air, wielding the sacred-grade divine weapon, the Tianyuan sword, channeling an overwhelming spiritual energy that shook the very fabric of this secret realm, advancing directly towards the serpent's head. She then gripped the hilt with both hands, raising it high, as the surrounding spiritual energy converged frantically around the sword's blade, coalescing into a visibly tangible pillar of sword energy. The man-faced sand serpent, opening its gaping maw, revealed sharp, ivory fangs, intent on engulfing Yi Qingqing in one swift bite. With a thunderous roar, Yi Qingqing brought her sword crashing down. The air trembled with the force of the strike. The residual power surged forth like a tidal wave, stirring the sands and rushing towards the others. Quickly, they raised their hands to shield their faces. When they lowered their hands again, they beheld in horror the sight of the ancient man-faced sand serpent. Cleaved in twain by Yi Qingqing's strike, its blood spilling forth in a web-like pattern before it succumbed to silence. Heavens! A single sword strike to fell a millennia-old beast. This is utterly astounding. It is rumored that Saintess Yi possesses the cultivation of a martial master. Surely, a martial master could not achieve such a feat. This only serves to illustrate that the sacred-grade divine weapon bestowed upon her by the young master is, even among sacred-grade weapons of the utmost caliber, Gyobi under the young master's command is, without a doubt, a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing such words, Yi Qingqing did not refute them, for even she, prior to this moment, had not anticipated her ability to slay the man-faced sand serpent with a single strike. All credit was due to the divine sword in her grasp. The young master's favor surged once more. Yi Qingqing was acutely aware that without the Tianyuan sword, she would likely have met her demise on the spot. After having engaged in battle, she now understood the unparalleled strength of the ancient man-faced sand serpent. Her reverence for Chen Mu only intensified. Enveloped in spiritual energy, she extracted a powerful demon core, worth at least 1,000,000 spiritual stones, from the remnants of the beast. Placing it into her spatial ring, Yi Qingqing intended to return it to Chen Mu as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Hesitation? Nonsense. Yi Qingqing had always believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with the greatest of gratitude. She not only felt no reluctance but thought it a mere pittance. She needed to acquire even more resources for cultivation. Hovering in midair, she surveyed her surroundings. Yi Qingqing had heard that the man-faced sand serpent rarely appeared alone. As expected, the scent of blood from the slain serpent attracted other man-faced sand serpents. Like worms, they wriggled beneath the sands, forming towering mounds. Centered around Yi Qingqing, they converged. From a divine perspective, it resembled a bizarre, twisted floral totem. Chapter 20. Frenzied Slaughter. The might of the shadow puppet feeling the intense tremors beneath her feet. The disciples had barely managed to calm their nerves when they were once again set on edge. My heavens, more? Of course. The man-faced sand serpent never appears alone in one location. There are always at least 4 or more. Surely there must be 7 or 8. One alone is terrifying enough. 7 or 8? Does the elder evaluating this secret realm harbor a grudge against us? What merit does a mere martial disciple possess to participate in such a secret realm? Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the man-faced sand serpents burst forth from the earth, raising towering pillars of sand. Faced with 7 man-faced sand serpents, each possessing millennia of cultivation, Yi Qingqing, despite her lack of confidence, summoned her spiritual energy, releasing her grip as the Tianyuan sword stood before her. Employing her martial arts technique, she transformed one sword into 100, forming a sword formation that spiraled around her like a hurricane. Go. Yi Qingqing pointed forward, and the 100 swords divided into 7 parts. Hurtling toward the man-faced sand serpents, boom, boom, boom. The man-faced sand serpent opened its gaping maw, flames of orange-red brilliance erupting forth as it unleashed torrents of searing fire. Aside from the physical manifestation of the Tianyuan sword, one serpent was gravely wounded. The remaining illusory swords shattered upon impact. A wave of exhaustion washed over her as the depleting spiritual energy overwhelmed her senses. A bitter smile crept onto her face. It appears that wielding a sacred-grade weapon to execute the Tianjian sect's ultimate techniques is still too strenuous for me at this moment. In a rush, she retrieved a white jade vial from her spatial ring. Pouring several energy-restoring pills into her mouth, there was no time to rest now. While she could disregard the lives of others, the disciples of Tianyuan's sacred land, both now and in the future, belonged to Chen Mu's legacy. Yi Qingcheng could not simply stand by and watch them perish at the serpent's jaws. She mustered every last ounce of strength. It was the least she could do to repay his investment in her. Once her spiritual energy had partially recovered, she faced the 7 man-faced sand serpents that were now soaring skyward. Yi Qingcheng targeted the serpent she had previously wounded, its right eye marked by a gaping wound. Blood oozing forth, she descended rapidly, skimming closely past its venomous fangs, then summoned all her strength, sweeping the Tianyuan sword with ferocity. Boom! The sword energy pierced through the man-faced sand serpent, blood mist erupting in a visible spray. Bang! The serpent's head separated from its body, crashing heavily onto the sand, sending a cascade of sand into the AI. Yi Qingcheng was completely enveloped by the sandstorm, obscuring her from view. However, the other man-faced sand serpents immediately coiled their bodies, turning their heads as if they were closing petals of a flower, rushing into the swirling sand. Boom! The dust billowed outward, expanding towards the crowd, surging forth. Just as they feared Yi Qingcheng might meet her end, preparing to rush in for assistance, the 6 man-faced sand serpents suddenly halted their movements. After a brief pause, their colossal forms erupted into a cloud of blood mist. 6 ancient man-faced sand serpents. Slain by the saintess with naught but her own hand? There was not even a trace of bone left behind. What kind of technique could possibly be so fearsome? Could it be that saintess had concealed her true power? This was not something a mere martial master could achieve. During the first half of the year, when accompanying our sect's young master to the Tianjian sect for sparring, Saintess Ye's abilities were not nearly this formidable. She was evenly matched with our young master. But now, what is the comparison? The gap is insurmountable. It cannot be quantified. Then, a fierce wind blew, scattering the sand and blood mist. At last, the onlookers could discern the scene within. What is that? An iron figure? It exuded no life force and appeared distinctly non-human, yet it emanated an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. Could it be that the 6 man-faced sand serpents were slain by it? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Only Yi Qingcheng recognized that this figure had emerged from her own shadow. Mistaking it for an enemy, she swung her sword in attack, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the shadow puppet's finger. The blade quivered, the returned energy causing Yi Qingcheng's arm to tingle painfully. With just that single strike, she grasped the vast chasm that lay between her and this being. It was as if the distance separating heaven and earth had become an impassable divide. Especially in the next instant, as she bore witness to the shadow puppet effortlessly dispatching the 6 ancient, man-faced sand serpents that had launched an aerial assault, Yi Qingcheng felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. This overwhelming power instilled a terror so profound that her limbs turned cold, rendering her entirely paralyzed. Even knowing that remaining in a daze would only lead to her demise, Yi Qingcheng found herself utterly powerless. Her body felt foreign, as if it did not belong to her at all. Such oppressive pressure she had never experienced even in the presence of the martial saints or human immortal realm powerhouses from the Tianjian sect. Who is this silver-armored figure? Why does he hide within her shadow? A peak human immortal realm expert? Or perhaps a being on the threshold of becoming an emperor? Questions flooded her mind, each one more perplexing than the last, tormenting her thoughts without yielding any answers. Meanwhile, as Yi Qingcheng found herself utterly baffled, strange noises echoed from beneath the ground. The shadow puppet first enveloped Yi Qingcheng in a protective aura, then with a mighty strike, propelled her away for dozens of meters to join the others. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted. A monstrous sand serpent with a human face burst forth from the earth, launching the shadow puppet skyward. The shadow puppet stood tall, raised a foot, and stomped down. Bang boom. Instantly, all present were left agape as they witnessed the body of the human-faced sand serpent swell and bulge. Soon, its flesh could no longer withstand the pressure. Splitting open and blood gushed forth, creating a rain of crimson that stained the sandy expanse before them. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter-long behemoth, flesh and bone, was effortlessly severed. resulting in a swift kill. One stomp? Surely, this is no jest? That human-faced sand serpent, if I am not mistaken, must also be of the 10,000-year grade, right? You are not mistaken. In terms of cultivation, it is even stronger than those before. Who exactly is this individual? I suspect it is likely related to the heavenly origin sacred land. Did you not see how he protected the saintess just now? Indeed, it must be connected to the heavenly origin sacred land. Sensing their intense gazes seeking answers, Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow if possible. She too wished to discern who this individual truly was. Fortunately, one thing was clear. He was not an enemy. For if it were not for that layer of spiritual energy as protection, she would have met the same fate as the human-faced sand serpent, her flesh and bones torn apart, turning into a mist of blood under that strike's might. Merely contemplating this made Yi Qingqing shudder involuntarily, her heart still racing with terror. You may wonder who he is, but as long as we acknowledge him as our savior, that is sufficient. Indeed, boom! This tremor surpassed all previous ones combined. There was no time to speak. A colossal and dreadful creature loomed before them. At this distance, even straining their necks to the utmost, they could hardly take in the entirety. Visibility plummeted. The atmosphere grew oppressive. The scent of death thickened. Chapter 21. Beasts of the 10,000-year grade. A paradigm shift. How enormous! Surely it must be 100 zhang tall. No less than 400 to 500 meters. 10,000-year grade. Even if it is not of that grade, it is certainly close. Upon realizing that the incomprehensibly vast human-faced sand serpent before them likely belonged to the 10,000-year grade of beasts, panic seized the group. Their legs grew weak, unable to support their weight, and they collapsed onto the ground. Yi Qingqing similarly fell silent, her fingers gripping the Tianyuan sword embedded in the sand, barely holding herself upright. She had only heard of 10,000-year beasts from her master and read about them in books. Such creatures could effortlessly raise a city and annihilate millions. Even the Tianjian sect would need to muster all its strength to confront one. The emergence of a 10,000-year beast often triggered significant beast tides. Wherever these tides passed, ordinary people and even average cultivators stood no chance of survival. Yet what lay before them was far more terrifying than anything Yi Qingqing had heard from her master or read in texts. It felt as though they were plunged into the depths of hell, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloping them, a despairing awareness that inaction would lead to death, yet feeling utterly incapable of taking any action. The human-faced sand serpent, with its flaming golden eyes, fixated menacingly on the shadow puppet, showing no interest in Yi Qingqing and her companions. It opened its abyss-like maw, attempting to intimidate the shadow puppet. In comparison to that gaping maw, the shadow puppet appeared diminutive, akin to a solitary star in the night sky, glimmering with a silvery sheen. The human-faced sand serpent then raised more of its serpentine body, its tongue reaching the top of the shadow puppet's head, and its colossal mouth descended to devour it, intent on incinerating and melting it with its searing flames. The shadow puppet raised its hands, spiritual energy erupting, enveloping its entire form. Then, two massive phantom arms materialized from the air. The giant palms opened, gripping the upper and lower jaws of the human-faced sand serpent, resisting with all its might. With a tremendous effort, it lifted the 100-zhang body of the serpent from the ground, tearing it asunder. From head to tail, a complete serpent skeleton lay exposed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Above, a torrential rain of blood poured down, and the once visible desert was entirely stained crimson. The stench was overwhelming, assaulting their nostrils with an invigorating ferocity. The dust that had previously swirled in the air settled due to the blood rain, significantly improving visibility. The ruins of the Sand Kingdom hidden within were revealed, now utterly dilapidated. The shadow puppet instantly transformed into a streak of meteor, tracing a white line through the air as it descended, seeking treasures within the secret realm, leaving Yi Qingqing and her companions in a state of extreme confusion. Am I dreaming? 10,000-year beasts were one thing, but how could even a 10,000-year human-faced sand serpent king be dispatched so swiftly? Hiss! Why are you pinching me? To assure you, you are not dreaming. This could very well be a quasi-emperor level being, on the verge of ascending to true emperor status, quasi-emperor level. Beyond that, there is no other reasonable explanation. The heavenly origin sacred land is indeed as grand as rumored. While they marveled, someone suddenly noticed that the previously vanished portal had reopened. Various accompanying elders began entering the secret realm in succession. However, as they began to speak, they were struck dumb by the horrific sight before them. 10,000-year beasts in heaps, and even 10,000-year beasts appeared. Upon confirming with a glance, they found that not a single disciple among them had suffered any casualties. How could this be? This completely overturned their understanding. Even with the combined strength of all the accompanying elders, they dared not guarantee survival in such an extreme and perilous environment. How could they possibly counterattack against the horde of serpents? Did you slay these beasts? Facing the elders' inquiry, Yi Qingqing recounted everything in detail, not daring to conceal any part. You say that person was hiding in your shadow? Not only 10,000-year beasts, but even 10,000-year beasts could be dispatched with a single strike? Even the Tianyuan Sacred Land elders, with their martial saint-level cultivation, were taken aback by this outcome. Had they not known Yi Qingqing's character and witnessed the events unfold, they might have genuinely suspected she was jesting. Indeed, Yi Qingqing nodded emphatically, her conviction unwavering. What do you all think of this? The Tianyuan elder inquired of the others. Those present exchanged glances, words caught on their tongues, yet none dared to speak. They all understood that their own strength and rank were insufficient to engage in such discussions. The Tianyuan elder seemed poised to say something further, his lips parting, when suddenly, a powerful chill, a murderous intent, a fear as sharp as a blade washed over him. His eyes widened, pupils constricting. His body felt numb. Unresponsive. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure clad in sleek silver armor, moving silently past him, heading directly towards Yi Qingqing. In the next moment, everyone could clearly see the shadow puppet standing before Yi Qingqing, its shadow quickly sinking into the ground. Only when it had completely vanished did the oppressive feeling above dissipate. On the journey back, the Tianyuan elder repeatedly asked Yi Qingqing for the identity of the silver-armored figure. But she too had no answers. Is that so? The Tianyuan elder abandoned further inquiries. Upon returning to the cabin, he muttered to himself, could it be related to the Tianjin sect? Impossible. That silver-armored individual's power far surpassed mine. At least at the peak of the human immortal realm, how could the Tianjin sect possess such a formidable being? He shook his head, dismissing that notion. It seems this matter should pertain to the inner court. With that realization, the Tianyuan elder ceased his contemplations. After all, he was but a minor outer court elder, and the mysteries and strength of the inner court were far beyond his current reach. He could not remain content with the present. He must continue to diligently cultivate and strive for early promotion to the inner court. Time was of the essence. He sat cross-legged, focusing his energy to refine his strength. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing stood on the deck, intently observing her shadow, pondering deeply. Could it be that she had some hidden connection to an ancient noble family? Was that silver-armored figure her guardian? Lost in such thoughts, the sun set, and as she came to her senses, she realized the flying vessel had arrived at the heavenly origin sacred land. Stepping off the vessel, Yi Qingqing mounted her flying sword, heading straight for Qingyun Manor. Thud, thud, thud. Her feet landed, echoing against the vermilion gate, which swung open as she entered. Oh, you've returned just in time. Inside the courtyard, Chun Mu had just picked up chopsticks, while Zhang Shankai was finishing the last dish. As the words young master Yi Qingqing were on her lips, she caught sight of the silver-armored figure that should have been concealed within her shadow, now emerging once more, making its way directly toward Chen Mu. An assassin? Chapter 22. Breathing and Cultivation Level 2. Breakthrough like drinking water. Why Yi Qingqing mistakenly believed that everything the silver-armored individual had done was merely to gain her trust, facilitating his infiltration into the heavenly origin sacred land to target Chen Mu, thereby hindering the development of the heavenly origin sacred land. With a whoosh, she dashed forward, her figure a blur as she rushed toward him. The Tianyuan sword was swiftly drawn, enveloped in spiritual energy. Though she doubted her strength could accomplish anything against the shadow puppet, she could not bear the thought of merely watching as he attempted to assassinate Chen Mu. However, the next scene that unfolded caused Yi Qingqing to halt in her tracks. She clearly saw the shadow puppet kneeling before Chen Mu, presenting a dark golden, mysteriously adorned ring, as if it were an ancient relic. In reality, it was a treasure collected from the ruins of the Sand Kingdom within the secret realm. The spatial ring contained a plethora of lost treasures, elixirs, techniques, and divine weapons, enough to dazzle the eyes. The entirety of the Sand Kingdom ruins had been thoroughly scavenged by the shadow puppet, leaving it with an abundance of riches to claim for itself. Chen Mu lifted the space ring that the shadow puppet presented with both hands, infusing his consciousness to scan it. The light-based techniques contained within numbered in the tens of thousands. Among them, there were dozens of top-tier celestial rank techniques. For instance, techniques capable of transforming sand into a formidable army, or summoning a tempestuous sandstorm that could disrupt the heavens and obliterate the earth. Most were closely related to the word sand. It was only logical. Given that these techniques were birthed from the realm of sand, heavily influenced by their geographical environment. As for how Chenmu came to know all of this, it was quite simple. Since the shadow puppet was a marionette under his control, he could effortlessly access the entirety of its memories through the system's permissions point. One could indeed say that it was a treasure of divine caliber, capable of annihilating beasts of 10,000 years with a single strike. He couldn't help but muse. With a shadow puppet by his side, even venturing beyond the realm of invincibility would pose no threat, for the shadow puppet would preemptively neutralize any adversarial intentions. Truly a remarkable tool. As he was in the midst of signing in, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-level shadow puppet 10,000. Chenmu couldn't resist a smirk. While the existence of the shadow puppet indeed brought him great satisfaction, did the system really need to gift him another shadow puppet at once? And a multitude of 10,000 at that? One could obliterate a beast of 100,000 cultivation level. With 10,000, Chenmu felt he could establish his own sect, independent of the heavenly origin sacred land, and it would be a new sanctuary. However, in the past, he might have been intrigued by such matters. Now, not so much. His family was already invincible, so why exert himself any further? Was this person arranged by the young master to be by my side? A surprised voice from Yi Qingqing snapped Chenmu back to reality, and his gaze shifted toward her eye in response to her inquiry. He nodded and replied, yes, indeed. Ever since I heard you were going to participate in the secret realm, my left eye has been twitching incessantly, as though something would transpire. Thus, I had the shadow puppet accompany you, so we could respond promptly should anything arise. Gazing at the Tianyuan sword in his hand, and then at the shadow puppet submerged in Chenmu's shadow, Yi Qingqing smiled knowingly. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by the young master. The young master's foresight was truly admirable, and Yi Qingqing knelt on one knee, cupping her fists, and sincerely expressed her thoughts. At this moment, Chenmu was undoubtedly her savior. Without his arrangement for the shadow puppet's protection, she would have perished long ago in the secret realm. Hence, Yi Qingqing secretly swore that from this day forth, her life belonged to the young master. She could live for him or die for him. All right, as long as you are safe, let us eat. If we delay any further, the food will grow cold, Chenmu said. Yes, young master. Rubbing his belly, Chenmu contentedly declared, I'm full, rather too full, I must say. Then, young master, shall we take a stroll to aid digestion? Yi Qingqing suggested proactively. Very well. Reflecting on it, he realized that since fully recovering his memories, he had yet to explore the heavenly origin sacred land properly. The night was just right, with a gentle breeze. A walk would be pleasant. If he remembered correctly, there were numerous beautiful sights within the sacred land. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, revealing several disciples passing by. Upon seeing him, they immediately bowed and respectfully proclaimed, We pay our respects to the young master. Chenmu acknowledged with a nod. He then strolled casually alongside Yi Qingqing, selecting a random direction. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that only after they had walked some distance did the disciples dare to lift their heads. They expressed their astonishment, marveling at how, in just a few days, the young master's strength had already surged to the ranks of a warrior. Isn't that to be expected? One disciple remarked. One must never underestimate a top-tier celestial root, let alone a dual celestial root. Individuals like the young master are one in a million. We can only look up in admiration. I've also heard from those returning from the secret realm that the young master gifted a sacred tier divine weapon to the saintess. A sacred tier? The young master continues to treat wealth as if it were dust. We must strive harder in our cultivation to catch the young master's eye. Let us head to the training hall and close ourselves off for a month. Unbeknownst to them, although Chenmu had advanced from the early stages of a warrior to the late stages, he had not cultivated even a moment during this time. It was all through breathing. As long as he breathed, he could increase his cultivation, and even he had to admit that this function was excessively abnormal. Most importantly, after reaching a certain number of breaths, it would even upgrade. Currently, the level of breathing that enhanced cultivation had risen to level 2, meaning that each breath contributed to cultivation at double the rate of level 1. The breakthroughs felt as effortless as drinking water. It was a genuine breakthrough. As he was on the verge of another breakthrough, poised to ascend to the rank of a master, surpassing Yi Qingqing was merely a matter of time. Realizing this, Yi Qingqing could not help but feel a sense of dread towards Chenmu's talent. As a prodigious disciple of the heavenly sword sect, She had labored for many years and consumed countless elixirs to achieve what the young master accomplished in just a few days. Was this talent not a jest? It was extraordinarily overwhelming. The heavenly origin sacred land was likely to truly endure through the ages, living alongside the heavens. How fortunate to have such a young master. In Yi Qingqing's eyes, both she and the heavenly origin sacred land were equally blessed. Greetings, young master. We salute the young master. The chorus of voices from the crowd jolted Yi Qingqing from her reverie, and she soon realized that she and Chen Mu stood before a towering black tower. Young master, what is this? Yi Qingqing inquired in confusion. The trial tower of the heavenly origin sacred land. Chen Mu replied, if his memory served him correctly. A trial tower? The heavenly sword sect has won, but it pales in comparison to this imposing black tower. It could easily be dubbed the Tower of Heaven. Soaring into the clouds as if it were endless. Our trial tower only has 50 floors. This one must have at least 500, right? Yi Qingqing conjectured uncertainly. Indeed, it has 500 floors. The wisdom spirits within the tower learn and mimic the attack patterns of intruders, growing increasingly powerful. Each time one conquers a floor, they are rewarded with a substantial amount of cultivation resources, making it one of the primary means for disciples of the heavenly origin sacred land to enhance their strength. Those who rank highly can earn additional rewards and be promoted to inner court disciples, Chen Mu explained, sharing what he knew about the rules of the trial tower. Having developed for so long, the wisdom spirits within the trial tower had become immensely formidable. He had never dared to enter, fearing a crushing defeat. To conquer the trial tower required not only cultivation but also mental fortitude, mastery of techniques, and adaptability. However, the benefits were directly proportional to the difficulty. Each successful floor cleared represented a qualitative leap in strength. Chen Mu himself held no interest in challenging the trial tower. Rewards? With a system that constantly provided him with benefits, he had no need for them. Breaking through limits? He would rather run a few laps around the heavenly origin sacred land to increase his breathing frequency and convert it into even more cultivation. Elevating his realm was far more valuable than anything else. Higher realms meant a lower baseline for others. Though Chen Mu was disinterested, he noticed that Yi Qingqing's expression was filled with yearning. What? Are you interested in entering the tower? He inquired perceptively. I want to give it a try. Yi Qingqing was eager to seize this opportunity for growth. She understood better than anyone that to remain by Chen Mu's side. She needed strength. Was the title of Saintess truly impressive? Yi Qingqing felt that, should Chen Mu wish it, even an empress would have to bow before him, since you have joined my Qingyun house. You are now a disciple of the heavenly origin sacred land. If you wish to go, then go ahead. No one will dare to stop you. Chen Mu reassured her. Thank you, young master. I shall proceed. Wasting no time, Yi Qingqing dashed into the trial tower. Upon entering, she was assigned to a small space. Directly opposite her stood a hazy blue silhouette, with only the rough features and outline of clothing discernible. Looking up, she could see segments of text floating in the air. These were the identity details of the individual whom the wisdom spirit was learning from and mimicking. Name: Zhang Zhifan. Identity: inner court disciple of the heavenly origin sacred land. This should be considered an honor, right? As her thoughts settled, Yi Qingqing drew her sword. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Chen Mu reclined against the thick branch of an ancient 10,000-year-old tree. Resting, that girl possesses quite a bit of strength. In such a short time, she has already breached the 9th floor. The scenes of challengers within the trial tower could be viewed through the reflection stone. Currently, the projection displayed Yi Qingqing battling against the shadow of the disciple guarding the 9th floor. It was evident to Chen Mu that, for Yi Qingqing, the 9th floor posed no significant challenge. She had not even utilized the Tianyuan sword he had previously gifted her, but instead wielded her own high-tier Earth-grade ZY sword. Coupled with her agile movements and the release of violet sword energy, it was quite an artistic display, captivating many onlookers. What an exquisite technique! One remarked. I recall that the guardian of the 9th floor is the shadow of senior sister Yang, right? Indeed. Her swordplay is not only swift but also incredibly versatile, making it difficult to counter. Yet this saintess of the heavenly sword sect can maintain an upper hand. After all, it is merely a shadow, and senior sister Yang has faced her challenges for many years. She has now reached the grandmaster level. The saintess benefits from her youth and boundless potential. The crowd's evaluations of Yi Qingqing were generally favorable. In an instant, Chen Mu heard someone shift the conversation towards him. Unfortunately, it seemed that the young master had no intention of challenging the tower. How he longed to witness the terrifying prowess of the unparalleled dual cultivation of thunder and fire, fools. The young master is undoubtedly considering us. If he were to take action, do you really believe the difficulty of the trial tower wouldn't increase several-fold? Several-fold. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. For your consideration, Chenmu could only think, do not overthink this. I simply lack interest and am too apathetic to accede. He took a complete breath. A wave of indescribable comfort washed over him. Boom. The aura, infused with minute bolts of lightning and sparks, erupted outward. The trembling ancient trees shed a multitude of green leaves. He had successfully broken through to the martial master realm, entering the fourth great stage. This immediately attracted the attention of many. Heavens! The young master has already broken through to the martial master realm? I recall he was merely at the 6th or perhaps 7th level of martial disciple just a few days ago. In such a short span, he has consecutively ascended 3 great realms. Truly a prodigy with 2 top-tier talents. At this rate, I am certain I shall witness the young master ascend to the throne in my lifetime. Do you think it possible for the young master to break through to the emperor realm before the holy master? To surpass Chen Tianlin in this regard? If he were to achieve that, I can only imagine Chen Tianlin waking from his dreams with a laugh. A banquet would be laid out for thousands, inviting people from all corners of the world, and the world would likely remain unaware that another emperor has emerged from the heavenly origin sacred land. Just then, the portal opened and a youth clad in white emerged, instantly igniting a new wave of discussion. Look, it's Chen Yu. He has successfully broken through to the 350th level in merely half a week. He is indeed one of the foremost geniuses in the realm of swordsmanship among the youth of the heavenly origin sacred land. The 350th level. I wonder if I shall ever witness the scenery there in my lifetime. Upon hearing the name Chen Yu, Chenmu immediately recalled his young cousin, who had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm at such a tender age, excelling in swordsmanship, clad in white and bearing an expressionless face. He wielded his sword with unmatched prowess. He was utterly obsessed with the cultivation of swordsmanship. His remarkable skills had even led the sword sect, which specialized in sword techniques, to invite him as an honorary elder, in exchange for sharing all sword insights and techniques to assist in his cultivation. Chen Yu approached his elder cousin. Hearing Chen Yu's voice, Chenmu looked down and discovered him standing right before him. Chenmu swiftly flipped over and landed gracefully. Since you address me as cousin, there is no need for such formality. Very well, Chen Yu replied, his words sparse. In truth, he was a rather taciturn individual. Chenmu, on the other hand, typically responded to others with nods or shakes of the head. Subsequently, he removed a bag from his waist and retrieved a bamboo scroll from within. Cousin, I have heard that you have awakened a thunder attribute talent. I happen to possess a superior sword cultivation method from the Thunder sect, which I hope can assist you. Chapter 24. A glimpse of the pinnacle, manifestation of heaven and earth. A sword cultivation method from the Thunder sect? Indeed. It is said that during the chaotic era, there existed a Thunder sect swordsman who wielded countless heavenly bolts as his sword, dominating the southern heavens. In terms of strength, he could even contend with our heavenly origin sacred land's ancestor on a 3-to-7 basis, 3 for him and 7 for the ancestor. To be able to stand toe-to-toe with the ancestor, that is no ordinary character. I have been quite ignorant. Alas, the Thunder sect's sword cultivation method is exceedingly unique, demanding extraordinarily high prerequisites from its practitioners. Without a top-grade heavenly thunder root, one cannot grasp it, leading to the Thunder sect's decline into the annals of history. Who would have thought that this legendary cultivation method, lost for over 10,000 years, would be in the possession of senior brother Chen Yu? Moreover, our young master has awakened a top-grade heavenly thunder root. This is indeed divine providence for the heavenly origin sacred land. Such a treasure, even if no one can learn it, holds immense value. I truly envy the brotherly bond between the young master and senior brother Chen Yu. Unlike my own brother, who only sees profit, the Thunder sect sword cultivation method truly that formidable? Hearing the series of conversations from the onlooking disciples, Chenmu felt a twinge of astonishment. The ancestor of the heavenly origin sacred land was once a figure who overshadowed the world. Comparable to the true gods of the heavenly path, to contend with him on even terms, how fearsome must the strength of the Thunder sect's ancestor have been? After all, this was a heartfelt offering from Chen Yu. To refuse would be rather unreasonable. Chenmu did not wish to create any rifts between them. Family does not require such formality. Of course, one cannot only take without giving. Chenmu opened his system backpack and casually glanced inside. He selected a top-tier body technique cultivation manual, light as a swallow, and a sacred-level sword, Heaven's Abyss. Retrieving them, one hand held the manual, and the other the sword. as he presented them to Chen Yu. I also have 2 items that are perfectly suited for you. I believe they will greatly aid your path in sword cultivation. Chen Yu initially intended to refuse a top-tier heavenly technique, a sacred-level divine weapon. However, upon seeing the 2 treasures Chen Mu presented, the words almost escaped his lips but were swallowed back down instead. Chen Yu's current movement technique was decent, at the heavenly tier, but not top tier. The sword he wielded, named Initial Sun, was of medium quality at the heavenly tier. This is the cultivation resource the sacred land has provided for you, cousin, Chen Yu remarked, hesitating. Chen Mu discerned his concerns and asserted his stance with a firmer tone. Pressing the manual and the sword into his hands, if you truly regard me as your brother, then accept them without protest. We have grown up together since childhood. Why the need for formality? Besides, keeping these treasures for myself would be a far greater loss than giving them to you. Do you understand the concept of a 100-fold return? This thought was meant to remain internal. He certainly could not voice it aloud. Otherwise, the entire Great Song world would be shaken, instilling fear and chaos. The system was a mysterious and powerful force they had never contemplated. If you truly feel uncomfortable, then accept them sincerely and devote yourself to rigorous cultivation. If I ever find myself in trouble, you must be the first to step forward. Agreed. Should anyone wish to oppose you, they must first tread over my corpse. Chen Yu's gaze was resolute. He finally accepted the movement technique manual and the Heaven's Abyss sword. Gift of the Heavenly Tier technique successfully completed. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Heavenly Tier technique light as a swallow 100. An increase of 100 for the technique? It felt somewhat redundant. As Chen Mu expressed his thoughts, he observed the words previously displayed on the system panel being erased one by one. They transformed into, Gift of the Heavenly Tier technique successfully completed. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the top-tier Heavenly Technique Manual 100. Note, random and unique. Gift of the Sacred Level Divine Weapon successfully completed. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sacred Level Divine Weapon 100. What could Shenmue possibly complain about with a system that corrects its mistakes? With that, he decided not to disturb his cousin further. Chen Yu bid farewell to Chen Mu and turned to leave, intending to devote the night to mastering the light as a swallow technique and honing his skills with the Heaven's Abyss sword. Fulfilling his promise to Chen Mu, merely standing up was insufficient. He must possess the requisite strength. He, Chen Yu, would never be a mere pawn. Chen Mu leaped back onto the branch, leaving the crowd in astonishment. A sacred-level divine weapon, a top-tier heavenly technique. The young master actually gifted them away so freely. It is only natural. It is rumored that senior brother Chen Yu has been reclusive and taciturn since childhood. Thankfully, the young master took the initiative to reach out, opening his heart, which allowed senior brother Chen Yu to step out of his home and develop an interest in swordsmanship. The young master is so generous to all of us. Would he be stingy with his own brother? Indeed. Chun Mu was not particularly interested in their chatter. Glancing at the Thunder Sect sword cultivation method in his hands, he contemplated the feature of instant comprehension. Why not give it a try, as he had nothing better to do? He opened the first page, and what should have been obscure and complex text transformed into something as simple as 112. A method that took its creator thousands of years to comprehend. Chun Mu grasped in merely a few breaths. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Looking up, he saw the sky shifting dramatically, as if a colossal python of lightning flickered frequently within the dark clouds. What is happening? From whence does this manifestation of heaven and earth arise? I am unsure. Could it be that an elder is breaking through? It can only be so. Could such a grand manifestation of heaven and earth be from the human immortal realm? Speculation ran rampant. Even Chen Yu, who had only just taken a few steps away, halted, gazing upwards. Observing the flashes of lightning and thunder in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, murmuring, "What astonishing heavenly might!" Boom. Then, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down directly towards Chen Mu. Cousin, upon witnessing this, Chun Yu was instantly alarmed, hastily employing his technique to reach his maximum speed, rushing towards him with sword in hand. Little did he expect that the heavenly phenomenon stirred by a breakthrough from a human immortal realm elder would inadvertently strike down a bolt of heavenly lightning, aimed squarely at Chen Mu. The power of this heavenly lightning was no trifling matter. It could effortlessly obliterate a person, leaving not even a shred of bone behind. Even though Chen Mu had already attained the martial master realm, how could he withstand a heavenly tribulation from the human immortal realm? It would undoubtedly be an act of folly akin to using a mantis to stop a chariot. All disciples, form ranks. Shield the young master from the heavenly lightning, a quick-witted senior brother shouted. Quick! Form ranks, do not dawdle. Form ranks, form ranks. Every second counts. Are there any disciples proficient in movement techniques? Hurry to notify the elders. Preferably those of the human immortal realm. They must come swiftly to shield the young master from the heavenly lightning. All responded in unison, springing into action. Observing the commotion they were causing, Chan Mu felt somewhat embarrassed. Please do not misunderstand. This lightning was summoned by me. He merely wished to satisfy his curiosity and test the waters. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Thunder Gate sword cultivation technique, wielding the heavenly thunder as one sword. What precisely does this entail? Chapter 25. A sword flattening the mountains, signing in for the infinite Dantian. However, it was evident that Chun Mu had significantly underestimated the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method, and even more so the formidable power of its full mastery. He had never anticipated that a mere thought could provoke such celestial phenomena. Within the scope of his vision, the sky was shrouded in dark thunderclouds, creating a stifling atmosphere. As the onlookers heard the words, they were unable to question, and soon beheld the celestial lightning coalesce into the form of a sword, suspended before Chan Mu as it was about to strike. Chan Mu pressed his thumb against his ring and pinky fingers, while his index and middle fingers extended straight, resembling a sword. The tip of his fingers glided through the air, and the vast, thunderous sword followed suit, obediently. His gaze drifted towards a distant, desolate mountain. With a gentle flick of his finger, whoosh, the thunderous sword sliced through the night, leaving behind a crack in the sky as it surged towards the barren mountain. The speed was so incredible that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the vibrations were so intense that everyone could distinctly feel them rising from beneath their feet. Eyes hurriedly followed, clearly witnessing what had once been a towering mountain, now reduced to mere flat ground. The explosion, as it shattered and scattered in all directions, disintegrated into fine powder, imperceptible to the eye. Who among you possesses the confidence to withstand this sword? Are you jesting? Among us, the highest cultivation level is merely that of an innate martial artist. How could we possibly resist? That is simply outrageous. I estimate that to withstand this sword from the young master, one would need at least the peak of martial saint, if not the realm of human immortal. Is this the terrifying aspect of talent and effort? Talent? Effort? Upon hearing someone describe themselves with these two words, Chun Mu merely expressed, if you say so, then that must be the case. From another perspective, choosing to delve into the cultivation manual a bit more could also be considered a form of effort. No? At the very least, Chun Mu believed he was quite diligent. What others thought was their concern, irrelevant and insignificant to him. However, the energy consumption for this sword was rather excessive. Chun Mu felt as though he were being drained, his entire body weak and listless. Meanwhile, as he was signing in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Infinite Dantian. Infinite Dantian? Upon checking the details, Chun Mu learned that this Infinite Dantian could store boundless spiritual energy, alleviating any concerns about energy limits and the need to reaccumulate after depletion. Moreover, the speed at which the Infinite Dantian absorbed spiritual energy was over 100 times that of an ordinary person. This signified that Chan Mu would no longer need to worry about energy consumption in the future. As he felt a continuous influx of spiritual energy filling his Dantian, it was as though a glutton resided within, perpetually replenishing him, and the sensation of weakness in his limbs swiftly dissipated. Well done, system. Thank you, host, for the praise. This is what the system ought to do. The system can laugh too. Chan Mu found this rather amusing. Do not fear, young master, the old servant is here. Upon hearing the voice, Chan Mu closed the virtual panel before him and looked towards the speaker. The individual was a powerful human immortal from the heavenly origin sacred ground. Upon seeing Chan Mu unharmed, the elder sighed in relief, fortunate indeed. Thank heavens the young master is safe. You terrified this old servant. Then, his expression shifted, and he scolded furiously. Who dares to cause chaos within the heavenly origin sacred ground? If the young master is harmed, how many lives do you think you possess to pay for it? Observing him with hands on his hips, cursing the heavens, the others exchanged glances and ultimately couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The elder turned to one of them and inquired. Reporting to the elder, the one who triggered this celestial phenomenon is actually the young master, the disciple explained. What? This celestial phenomenon was caused by the young master. The elder was taken aback, seriously doubting the credibility of the statement. Elder Mo, I can attest that what he said is true. Chun Yu stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo fell silent, realizing Chun Mu's unparalleled talent. Yet he never imagined he could reach such a terrifying level of strength. Had it only been a few days since the rumors of his awakening to a wasteful talent. In just a short span of days? What achievements could be expected in a year, 10 years, or 100 years? Surely by then, even the ancestors of heavenly origin would feel inferior. Cousin, regarding the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method, I just handed it to you moments ago. How could you? Faced with Qian Yu's inquiry, Chun Mu felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of how to explain himself. After a rapid mental process, he concocted an excuse. Comprehension is one aspect. Within the Thunder Gate sword cultivation technique lies a fragment of the Thunder Gate ancestor's remnant soul, which has transmitted its prowess to me, allowing me to progress so swiftly. This reasoning came forth effortlessly, and once spoken, he remained unflustered, performing like a true thespian. I see. It seems indeed that fate has favored my cousin. Chen Yu genuinely felt joyful for Chan Mu. Chan Mu chuckled lightly, saying nothing more, concerned they might continue to pry further. The Thunder Gate ancestor. This is the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method? Elder Mo, who had been lost in thought for a long while, suddenly snapped back to reality at these 4 words. Indeed. Chan Mu nodded affirmatively. Never did he expect that such a legendary cultivation technique would be mastered by the young master. It seems fate truly favors the young master, favoring our heavenly origin sacred ground. Congratulations, young master. The elder clasped his hands in reverence. Fate favors the young master. Fate favors our heavenly origin sacred ground. Fate favors the young master. Fate favors our heavenly origin sacred ground. The disciples echoed in unison, recalling how these individuals, despite a misunderstanding, had resolutely risked their lives to shield him from the heavenly thunder. Chun Mu felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. This was an excellent opportunity to win their hearts. There were a total of 534 individuals present, and Chun Mu retrieved 534 9-grade dragon blood pills, scattering them into each person's hands with a grand gesture. This is a 9-grade pill. What powerful medicinal aura! My heavens! Just the scent alone makes one feel the spiritual energy within them surging. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this pill seems to contain dragon blood. Dragon blood pill? 9-grade? My goodness. Such an extraordinary pill. One that is rarely encountered, and the young master just gifted it to us? I must repay the young master. Realizing the true nature of the pill in their hands, many felt their legs weaken. These pills are a reward for your willingness to brave the flames for me, Chun Mu declared. Thank you, young master, for the gift. Disciples are willing to lay down their lives for the young master. Thank you, young master, for the gift. Disciples are willing to lay down their lives for the young master. Thank me? No, it is I who should express gratitude to you. Granting 9-grade dragon blood pills successfully, 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 9-grade dragon blood pills 53400. Not to mention, the sheer satisfaction of receiving a 100-fold return for what was given is truly exhilarating. Young master, I have a request. Elder Mo hesitated before stepping before Chan Mu to voice his desire. Chapter 26, The Strongest Sword of the Age. Please, Elder Mo, speak. Chan Mu encouraged, curious about what Elder Mo wished to convey. Surely he is not attempting to inquire about the origins of these dragon blood pills? In truth, I have long held great interest in the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method. Now that the young master has cultivated this technique to great heights, may I witness it with mine own eyes? Elder Mo proposed. I see. Chun Mu nodded, continuing, then how would Elder Mo like to witness it? Simply put, young master, you need only to unleash your strongest move against me. Elder Mo replied, simultaneously stepping back to grant Chun Mu ample space to demonstrate. Very well. Since Elder Mo has made such a request, Chun Mu felt it inappropriate to refuse. Given the uniqueness and rarity of the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method, it was entirely reasonable for Elder Mo to harbor keen interest. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Elder Mo, a being of human immortal stature, intended to seek guidance from the young master on this ancient, mysterious technique, many disciples hastily set aside their tasks and hurried over to observe. Is this Thunder Gate sword cultivation technique truly as extraordinary as you claim? Nonsense. Did you not see that even Elder Mo is humbly seeking guidance? Compared to that, I still envy the young master's fortune to have obtained the legacy of an ancient predecessor. There is no denying, the young master awakened with a top-tier lightning root, and the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method just so happens to rest in Qian Yu's hands. In this battle, who do you think will emerge victorious? Given the young master 3 more years to enhance his cultivation, Elder Emo would certainly lose. In simpler terms, they believed that Elder Emo, being a human immortal, was currently stronger. The vast disparity in realms cannot be easily bridged by a mere legacy. It requires time to settle. Listening to their discussions, Chun Mu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. When did I ever claim I would compete with Elder Emo? I merely wished to showcase the intricacies of the Thunder Gate sword cultivation method. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. Thunderclouds converged once more, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the moon. Everywhere within sight, the sky dimmed, visibility plummeting. Yet in the next moment, a fierce wind arose, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The cold light flickered, illuminating the world, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. This spectacle instilled fear in many disciples, causing them to tremble. None had ever witnessed such an awe-inspiring sight. This scene was tenfold more terrifying than the earlier celestial phenomenon. No, 100 times more. Indeed, I feel as though the sky is about to collapse. What is happening? Is this the end of days? The onlookers questioned, filled with trepidation. Do not panic. It is merely the young master invoking his technique. Invoking a technique? Chun Mu's thoughts were quite simple. Since Elder Emo wished to broaden his horizons, there was no need for restraint. After all, the system had facilitated his signing with the endless Danteon, alleviating any concerns that the most formidable strike might lead to the depletion of spiritual energy. As he summoned his spiritual energy and invoked his technique, one could behold the convergence of myriad thunders, coalescing into a colossal sword capable of cleaving heaven and earth. The fury of lightning surged forth, with arcs flashing like webs amidst the ominous clouds. The immense power it contained, even before it was unleashed, left onlookers utterly speechless. They sensed that this strike could potentially raze the entire Tinyu on Holy Land to the ground. Such terror was unfathomable. They were aware of Chun Mu's strength, yet they had not anticipated him being so overwhelmingly powerful. Elder Emo, if you are prepared, I shall unleash my sword now, Chun Mu declared, raising his right arm with a half-closed palm directed skyward. The might of the lightning intensified, akin to surging ocean waves, the crackling sounds resonating like thunderclaps. Hold on, young master. Hold on. Elder Emo, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained clarity upon hearing Chun Mu's words. He hastily raised his hand to halt him, visibly flustered and fearful. What's this? Is Elder Emo not ready yet? Chun Mu inquired, confirming. No, young master. It is I who am acutely aware of my insufficient strength to withstand this strike. I implore you to sheath your sword. Elder Emo candidly expressed his concerns. Faced with this blow, his mind was consumed with a singular thought. He would perish. This strike was 1,000 times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation he faced when breaking through to the human immortal realm. To withstand it head-on would surely leave him grievously wounded, if not outright obliterated. Elder Emo simply lacked the courage to take such a gamble. He had seen enough, regardless of Chun Mu's talent or the techniques of the Thunder Sect. He held a profound admiration, immense admiration. I see, Chun Mu mused. Given Elder Mo's earnestness, it was evident that this strike could not be executed recklessly. While there were many in the Tianyuan Holy Land at the human immortal realm, nurturing one to that stage was no easy feat. If he were to maim him, the loss would ultimately be his own. Dispersing the thunderous sword, the dark clouds parted, revealing the radiant silver moon suspended in the sky. The overwhelming pressure and aura of death hovering over the crowd finally lessened significantly. To think that just a few days had passed, and the young master had grown so formidable. Recently, some speculated that the young master refrained from entering the trial tower for their sake. I had my doubts, but now I believe it. Who could argue otherwise? If the young master were to enter, those wise spirits would merely glean the surface, and we, I fear, might not even pass the first trial. Elder Emo, capable of frightening the human immortal realm with a mere strike. If the young master were to reach that realm, who in the vast expanse could withstand his sword? No one could withstand it. The young master's prowess had undoubtedly transcended our understanding. Gasps of admiration echoed. Cousin, he is incredibly strong. At that moment, Chun Yu regarded Chun Mu as an aspiration for his life. His expectations were modest. If he could attain even 1% of this sword's mastery in the realm of swordsmanship in the future, he would be content. As a genius swordsman, Chun Yu would willingly call this sword of Chun Mu the strongest in the world. The techniques of the Thunder Sect were indeed well suited for him. Murmuring softly, it seemed that if his uncle did not exert himself, the title of this era's greatest emperor might very well be snatched by his cousin. As a loyal follower of Chen Mu, Chun Yu naturally hoped to witness Chun Mu ascend to the throne of the emperor, dominating the ages. At that moment, over at the trial tower, Yi Qingsheng sighed as she stepped out from the portal. This trial tower proved to be far more challenging than she had anticipated. She was eliminated before reaching the 50th floor. The deeper she went, the more overwhelming her sense of helplessness became. Huh? Rubbing her arms, she felt an inexplicable chill from the atmosphere outside the tower, far more unsettling than within. Was it an illusion? Why had so many gathered suddenly around the tower? Scanning the crowd, she quickly spotted Qin Mu, as well as the human immortal realm expert before him. What had transpired? Why did that human immortal realm expert appear so shaken? Chapter 27. The Might That Shakes the World. Dongji Holy Land surveying her surroundings, Yi Qingsheng found nothing amiss. She approached a female disciple, standing behind her. Raising her hand, she gently tapped her shoulder, as the disciple turned around and greeted her. Greetings, Holy Maiden Yi. She then inquired, no need for formality. What occurred here just now? The female disciple, with nothing to hide, recounted everything she had witnessed and understood. What? The young master's sword unleashed a phenomenon that frightened the inner courtyard's human immortal realm expert? Yi Qingsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, the earnest expression on the disciple's face suggested she was not jesting. Coupled with the fear etched on Elder Mo's face, Yi Qingsheng was left with no doubt about the truth of the disciple's account. What surprised her even more was that in the brief time she spent in the trial tower, the young master had already broken through to the martial master realm. He was evidently surpassing her. How could this be? Reflecting on the reasons she was brought to the Tianyuan Holy Land, she glanced at Chun Mu, who had reached the martial master realm and could exert pressure upon a human immortal realm expert. Yi Qingsheng's emotions were a tumultuous blend. She briefly suspected that Chan Tianlin had heard exaggerated tales of her prowess and, in a fit of discontent, had brought her before a truly exceptional genius to dampen her spirit. Of course, this was merely a jest. How could the esteemed lord of the Tianyuan Holy Land concern himself with a mere minor character like her? Was he deliberately targeting her? After witnessing Chen Yu and Elder Mo depart, Yi Qingsheng made her way back to Chen Mu's side. Is it over? Chen Mu inquired upon noticing her arrival. Yes, I fell short at less than 50 floors. I have embarrassed the young master. Yi Qingsheng replied, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. Not at all. Achieving this in your first attempt at the trial tower is commendable. Do not be disheartened. There will be ample opportunities ahead. Chun Mu consoled her. Thank you, young master. I will strive to do better. Yi Qingsheng raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. It's getting late. Let us return home. I'm rather fatigued. Chun Mu yawned, raising his hand. After a brief period of activity, he no longer felt the discomfort in his abdomen. Yes, young master. Yi Qingsheng replied and followed Qin Mu toward Qingyun Mansion. A piercing eagle's cry echoed as a falcon landed on the shoulder of a disciple from the inner courtyard. That disciple carefully rolled a letter and placed it into a small bamboo tube attached to the falcon's leg before releasing it. Half an hour later, the falcon arrived at the Grand Wu imperial capital. At the Tianyuan Merchant Association, the sweeper paused upon hearing the eagle's cry. Raising his arm to allow the falcon to perch, he set aside his broom, retrieved the letter from the bamboo tube, and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. After feeding the falcon 2 pieces of spirit beast meat, he released it and turned to enter. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the voice from within, the man dared to push the door open. Master, a letter has arrived from the Holy Land. Is it about Xiao Mu? Upon hearing the words Holy Land, Chan Ju's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, unable to conceal his excitement as he rose to inquire. Indeed, the man had already verified the contents of the letter. His primary concern was that someone might inscribe forbidden spells within the letter to harm Chenju. Taking the letter from the man, Chenju opened it and could not suppress his smile. Good. What a remarkable achievement for the Thunder Sect swordsmanship, shaking the human immortal realm with a single strike. I, Chenju, have an unparalleled prodigy of a brother. Overjoyed, Chenju generously rewarded every member of the Merchant Association with 10,000 premium spirit stones to celebrate and instructed all his associations to expedite the search for top-tier techniques, elixirs, and weapons related to the thunder and fire attributes, all to be sent to Chen Mu. He was determined to cultivate him into the strongest in the world, unassailable at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, the Tianji Pavilion promptly disseminated this news. With such an extraordinary genius in the Tianyuan Holy Land, should they remain low-key? Would they hide their light under a bushel? Before long, at the Grand Wu Dynasty, in the imperial study, knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, the old eunuch pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Your Majesty." The old eunuch bowed respectfully. "What is it this time?" The Grand Wu Emperor, Song Ao, set down his brush and looked at the old eunuch. Inquiring, "Your Majesty, the servant has just received first-hand information from the Tianji Pavilion and has come to report." "Information? What news?" Song Ao asked again. The old eunuch approached, presenting a news pamphlet related to the Tianyuan young master. Upon hearing this, Song Ao ceased his inquiries, took the pamphlet, opened it, and began to read. The Thunder Sect swordsmanship? Is that not the technique created by a transcendent being during the chaotic era, capable of subduing all? Lost for so long, he never expected it would be acquired by the Tianyuan Holy Land, allowing the Tianyuan young master to inherit ancient legacies. What? As he continued reading, the more he saw, the more his skin crawled. Feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, and he abruptly stood up. The phenomenon unleashed by a single strike shook the heavens and the earth, terrifying even the elders of the inner courtyard's human immortal realm. This. Stunned, Song Ao found himself at a loss for words. He had encountered many geniuses and prodigies, but he had truly never seen one like this. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" The old eunuch hesitated. Concerned, some things need not be stated too plainly. "Are you worried that the Tianyuan Holy Land, should this continue, will not tolerate the existence of the Grand Wu, replacing it instead?" Song Ao did not express any resentment toward the old eunuch. After all, he had been by his side since childhood, serving both as a loyal servant and a dear friend. The old eunuch did not refute this. "Rest assured, as long as Dawu continues to diligently fulfill his duties and avoids causing trouble, they should not face any repercussions." However, there was a hint of self-soothing in Song Ao's tone. "By the way, which princesses in the palace are still unmarried?" "Your Majesty, are you implying?" Song Ao nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, within the eastern extreme sacred land, one of the 3 great sacred lands of the southern region, the Lord of the Sacred Land, Zhao Guozhen, shifted his gaze from the martial arts tabloids to survey those present in the hall and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter? It must be false news released by Tianyuan itself, aiming to create momentum and recruit talent." "Exactly. No matter how talented one is, to achieve such feats within just a few days is utterly ludicrous. It is hardly surprising that such false news would emerge from the Tianyuan Sacred Land, given that the Tianji Pavilion is already affiliated with them. In my opinion, this indicates that Tianyuan's fortune is waning, and they are beginning to act out. Within the eastern extreme sacred land, no one believed the depiction of Chen Mu in the martial arts tabloids. Lord, I wish to venture to the Tianyuan sacred land under the pretense of congratulating them, to investigate the truth behind Chen Mu's prowess." At that moment, Zhao Yuhui, the holy son of the eastern extreme, stepped forward. Chapter 28. A proactive approach to marriage alliance. After discussions among the elders and Zhao Guozhen, they unanimously agreed to send the holy son Zhao Yuhui to the Tianyuan sacred land under the guise of congratulations, to ascertain the veracity of Chen Mu's strength. Was it a genuine account or merely an elaborate deception? Manipulating the hearts of the masses. They were reminded that the current state between the eastern extreme and Tianyuan sacred lands was one of truce, and reckless actions were to be avoided. Before Zhao Yuhui set off, Zhao Guozhen did not forget to repeatedly admonish him. Zhao Yuhui had grown up under his watchful eye. Zhao Guozhen believed he understood Zhao Yuhui's temperament well, yet he could not shake off his worries. A century ago, the battle between the eastern extreme sacred land and the Tianyuan sacred land had thoroughly shattered his pride. During this century, Zhao Guozhen had been cautious to avoid friction with the Tianyuan sacred land, biding his time to grow stronger, always believing that one day he could challenge them again. Yet he felt perpetually unprepared to make that decisive move. Upon hearing that the future lord of the Tianyuan sacred land had awakened a low-grade yellow-tier talent and become a waste, Zhao Guozhen had momentarily thought that the opportunity for the eastern extreme had finally arrived. Little did he expect that so soon after, a complete reversal occurred. A waste transformed into an unparalleled genius. Without confirming the truth of the rumors, Zhao Guozhen found it difficult to rest easy. If Chen Mu truly possessed the monstrous talent as rumored, the eastern extreme sacred land would have to continue to remain low profile for a considerable time. Zhao Guozhen believed in the concept of fortune. If the rumors about Chen Mu were true, it would indicate that the great destiny still favored the Tianyuan sacred land. To go against such fate would be tantamount to courting death. The disciple will remember this. Zhao Yuhui took his leave after speaking. With Zhao Guozhen's token in hand, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion to select gifts. Since it was a congratulatory visit, he could not go empty-handed. He had to demonstrate appropriate sincerity. selecting several heavenly tier weapons, treasures, along with 10 ninth grade, 100 8th grade, 1,000 7th grade, and 10,000 6th grade medicinal pills. Zhao Yuhui deemed it sufficient. Just as he was preparing to depart, a sultry voice, alluring to the core, called out from behind, "Senior brother, wait." Zhao Yuhui turned to see Zhao Yueling, the saintess of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. Besides that, she also bore the identity of the Lord's daughter. The powerful combination of strength and background compelled even Zhao Yuhui to show her respect. "What brings you here, Yueling? I heard from my father that you plan to visit the Tianyuan Sacred Land. May I accompany you?" Zhao Yueling asked straightforwardly without any preamble. Zhao Yuhui appeared troubled. "Do you not wish for me to accompany you?" Zhao Yueling stepped closer, her hands behind her back, her doe-like eyes widening as she stared at him. As if on the verge of tears should he refuse. "I would naturally be willing, but this matter is of great significance, and the Lord—" Interrupting him, Zhao Yueling said, "Father instructed me to consult with you. Moreover, such a significant affair shouldn't be handled alone. With both a saintess and a holy son traveling together, wouldn't that demonstrate greater sincerity?" Zhao Yueling grasped Zhao Yuhui's hands, gently shaking them while sweetly pleading. "Senior brother, please take me along. One to you? Very well, but you must follow my lead during this journey." On one hand, Zhao Yuhui could not refuse Zhao Yueling. On the other hand, he found some merit in her words. Traveling alone indeed seemed somewhat insufficient, and of course, "I'll follow your lead, senior brother." Zhao Yueling nodded vigorously, her agreement sounding melodious. Subsequently, Zhao Yuhui recruited a few more outstanding disciples from the inner academy to accompany them. They boarded a small flying vessel, soaring into the sky, hastening towards the Tianyuan Sacred Land. On the flying vessel, noticing Zhao Yuhui's gaze upon her, Zhao Yueling smiled and asked, "Senior brother, is there something on my face?" "No, nothing of the sort." Zhao Yuhui shook his head. "I merely feel that you have changed since our expedition to the Tian Shui mountain range." "Have I? I haven't changed, have I? Or are you trying to compliment me on becoming more beautiful?" Zhao Yueling replied with a playful squint and a smile. Zhao Yuhui laughed heartily. "You saw right through me. The night is chilly. Be cautious not to catch a cold. You should rest in the cabin." "Thank you for your concern, senior brother." As Zhao Yuhui turned to head towards the cabin, Zhao Yueling's smile faltered in an instant, her expression cooling. Meanwhile, the first light of dawn broke. Chun Mu awoke, sitting up in bed. Ah, that was a refreshing sleep. He lazily stretched and was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. "Master, I'm coming in," Yi Qingqing announced as she entered, carrying a basin of warm water for washing. She assisted Chen Mu in changing clothes, putting on shoes, and washing his face, the entire process having become second nature. "Master, breakfast is ready, and you may dine at your convenience." "All right, I understand." Chen Mu stepped into the courtyard, seated himself at the stone table, and began to enjoy his breakfast of various pastries and floral tea. This simple, tranquil life was precisely what he sought. At that moment, two vessels arrived at the Tianyuan Sacred Land from different directions. One hailed from the Dewu dynasty, and the other from the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. Both were curious about each other's presence at the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Subsequently, they were halted by Elder Imo. He was puzzled. Didn't the Dewu dynasty come yesterday? Why are they back again? And what brings the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land's vessel here? Scanning with his divine sense, he noted that the highest cultivation among them was merely a pre-celestial martial master. And they did not appear to be troublemakers. If they were indeed seeking conflict, Elder Imo could easily crush their vessel with a mere thought. "Greetings, Elder. We come by command of His Majesty to bring the Crown Princess for discussions regarding a marriage alliance with the Holy Lord." The old eunuch at the bow of the ship said, cupping his hands in respect. "The Dewu dynasty? A marriage alliance? The Crown Princess?" The speaker was someone Zhao Yuhui recognized, a favored figure close to Emperor Song Ao of the Dewu dynasty. However, more astonishing was Zhao Yuhui's realization that Emperor Song Ao would offer his most cherished daughter, renowned as the greatest talent of the Dewu, to the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Could the rumors be true? A marriage alliance? Elder Imo chuckled softly. "It seems the master has quite the romantic fortune. First the holy maiden of the Tianjin sect, and now the crown princess of Dewu, coming to propose a marriage alliance." He then turned his attention back to Zhao Yuhui and the others. "Why are you not properly residing in the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land, but have come to my Tianyuan Sacred Land?" In response, "We are here on the command of the Holy Lord of the Eastern Extreme to congratulate the young Lord of Tianyuan," Zhao Yuhui replied respectfully, not daring to hesitate in front of a celestial elder. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch could not help but ponder. Even the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land has set aside past grievances to travel such distances to convey their congratulations. It seems the rumors are indeed accurate. Chapter 29. Breaking through to Grandmaster, baptism of the heavenly thunder tribulation. As both parties engaged in silent speculation, they soon confirmed their mutual intentions. Elder Imo stepped aside, permitting their entrance. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. Even if Chen Mu had no interest in the crown princess of Dawu, he must at least meet her. Regarding Zhao Yuhui and his companions, while they raised some suspicion, Elder Imo lacked evidence. The justification was ample. He could not forcibly prevent them from entering. Yet, to be cautious, he decided to follow closely, just in case. He certainly did not believe that Zhao Yuhui and his companions, with their current cultivation levels, could challenge Chen Mu. That astonishing sword strike from last night still lingered in Elder Mo's mind, creating a psychological shadow that had not dissipated but had instead intensified, causing him to experience nightmares throughout the night, dreaming of himself evaporating under that very sword, body and soul alike. Given this, why did he still follow? The reason was simple. In Elder Mo's eyes, they were not worthy of provoking Chen Mu. Should there be even a hint of hostility, he would personally handle such trivial matters. Soon after, news of the arrival of the Dawu dynasty in eastern extreme sacred land spread among the disciples. Truly, the young lord is remarkable. First, the holy maiden of the Tianjian sect, and now the crown princess of Dawu comes seeking a marriage alliance. The crown princess of Dawu. If I am not mistaken, she is the one hailed as the greatest talent. At such a young age, she manages the national treasury of Dawu and is favored by the martial emperor. Her calligraphy and poetry have astounded the entire literary world. Indeed, that is her. She is the dream goddess of countless scholars and poets, and now she is about to become the young lady of our Tianyuan sacred land. If she becomes the young lady, what will happen to the holy maiden? The main hall or the side chamber, each relies on its own merits. Wait, is it not the eastern extreme holy land that truly deserves our attention? Merely offering congratulations, what's so significant about that? Can they genuinely harbor good intentions? I certainly do not believe it. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. It is indeed improbable for them to possess good intentions. At worst, we shall engage in another battle, and this time, we will annihilate them completely. Not a single disciple displayed cowardice. This moment, aboard the imperial flying vessel, the elder eunuch gently rapped on the door before entering. Observing the princess still fixated on a few calligraphic pieces, engrossed in her contemplation, the elder could not help but let out a long sigh. Born into a royal family, certain matters are beyond personal choice. Nevertheless, he had to admit that the one who penned the lines 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles without a trace. Once affairs are settled, one can brush off their garments and vanish. Deep in anonymity, to be unafraid of being pulverized into dust, one must leave their integrity in the world was indeed quite talented. Yet, Ditsong was ultimately an era that revered martial prowess. And for the princess to desire a match between a talented individual and a beauty was no easy feat. Seeing that the princess had no intention of responding, the elder prudently took his leave, wishing not to disturb her further as she engaged with the poetry she had purchased at a high price. Even if it were but a fleeting dream, there was no need for it to shatter too soon. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun manor, young master, this is for you. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Mu rinsed his mouth with fragrant tea and was presented with a spatial ring by Yi Qingqing. Upon receiving it and infusing it with spiritual energy to examine its contents, he discovered 100,000 premium spirit stones. What is this? Chen Mu inquired, puzzled. The calligraphy you previously penned. I believe that good works deserve to be appreciated by someone with discernment, so I took the liberty of auctioning them off in the auction city. This 100,000 premium spirit stones are the proceeds from that auction. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's explanation, Chen Mu was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that something he had casually written could hold such value. Since I entrusted those pieces to you, you may keep the spirit stones. Chen Mu tossed the spatial ring back. The 100,000 premium spirit stones have been successfully granted. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 million premium spirit stones. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingqing exclaimed with great excitement. Chen Mu responded with a nod, inwardly thinking, it is I who should be thanking you. The choice between 100,000 spirit stones and 10 million is obvious even to a fool, of course. If Chen Mu were to choose unwisely, he could immediately retract his decision. Both 10 million and 100,000 spirit stones would be his. However, given his current circumstances, such a move was clearly unnecessary. After all, the 100-fold return had no limitations and could snowball infinitely. As long as Chen Mu was not averse to the hassle, Even a single spirit stone could be amassed over a day, allowing him to easily surpass his elder sister, Qian Juexin, the wealthiest individual in Ditsong. With such time at hand, Chen Mu preferred to recline in a sunlit spot and indulge in a peaceful nap. He settled into a standard lounging position, finding it utterly relaxing and delightful. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the courtyard door. Yi Qingqing hastily set aside her tasks and went to answer. Elder Imo, upon glancing, she noticed that Elder Imo was not alone. Several youths, clad in attire distinctly different from that of the Tianyuan Holy Land, were accompanying him. Lady Yi, please inform the young master that the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Eastern Extreme Holy Land have come to congratulate him on awakening his dual talents. Elder Imo said courteously, The Eastern Extreme Holy Land? So they are from the Eastern Extreme Holy Land. Yi Qingqing realized, understanding now their impressive demeanor and pride. Very well, Elder Imo, please wait a moment while I relay the message. Just as she finished speaking, Qian Mu interjected, No need, let them in. With such proximity, it was impossible to ignore their presence. Understood, Yi Qingqing replied, fully opening the courtyard door and stepping aside to allow Elder Imo, Zhao Yuhao, Zhao Yueling, and the others to enter Qingyun Manor. Eastern Extreme Holy Son, Zhao Yuhao, pays respects to the Tianyuan Young Master. Eastern Extreme Holy Daughter, Zhao Yueling, pays respects to the Tianyuan Young Master. The group approached Qian Mu, performing a synchronized gesture of respect. Qian Mu slowly sat up, surveying the gathering before saying, I accept your congratulatory gifts. You may now depart to where you came from. His invitation for Zhao Yuhao and the others to enter was merely to avoid stirring conflict between the two great holy lands due to his own actions. Why not enjoy the tranquility of peace rather than resort to weapons and bloodshed? Yet, he did not wish to forge any deeper connections with them. Zhao Yuhao's words were stifled. He had initially believed everything would proceed smoothly and intended to use this opportunity to engage Chen Mu in discussions and sparring. Hoping to gauge his true capabilities, however, it seemed that Chen Mu had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Could it be that he had discerned Zhao Yuhao's ulterior motives and to conceal his true prowess? Zhao Yuhao found it difficult not to speculate. Elder Imo stood nearby, making it inappropriate for him to directly probe into Chen Mu's level of cultivation. Noticing Zhao Yuhao's hesitation to speak, Chen Mu sighed and took a breath, about to inquire further when a warning blared. The host is about to break through to the Grand Master level and must face the heavenly thunder tribulation. Chapter 30. Is this how one crosses tribulations? Signing in for the sacred body, Chen Mu had long since grown accustomed to the increasingly rapid pace of his breakthroughs and found it no longer surprising. Yet, he had not anticipated that his cultivation had unconsciously reached the Grand Master level. This breakthrough was markedly different from the previous ones. The divide between innate martial artists and Grand Masters represented a watershed moment. One now possessed the potential to become a celestial being. It was precisely for this reason that the heavenly tribulation would manifest. Withstanding it would lead to boundless prospects, while failing would result in regression. As for further breakthroughs, while not entirely hopeless, the chances would become considerably dimmer. Signaling limited future potential, he pondered. I wonder if I can withstand this thunder tribulation. Just as he was contemplating, the system chimed in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 10,000 Thunder Body. The 10,000 Thunder Body? Chen Mu mused, perplexed, only for the system to provide an explanation. Replying to the host, the 10,000 Thunder Body ranks 28th among physical constitutions. It can bear the wrath of countless thunders and convert them for personal use. Rapidly enhancing cultivation, coupled with your heavenly grade Supreme Thunder spiritual root, the effects are doubled. You are quite thoughtful, Chen Mu remarked inwardly. Not at all. Serving the host wholeheartedly is the sole purpose and mission of this system. Chen Mu felt an urge to retort. If you had a better attitude and refrained from complicating matters, I would not have to endure this ordeal, being approached by scheming holy sons and daughters, rather than simply basking in the tranquility of the courtyard. Yet, even if he voiced such sentiments, he knew the system would dismiss them as mere distractions. As for the system's claim to being second, Chen Mu privately believed there was no one daring enough to claim the title of first. With matters having reached this point, he could only allow things to unfold naturally. While troublesome, it ultimately posed no detriment and was all advantageous to him. Everyone, kindly step aside. I am about to break through to avoid any unintended harm. Chen Mu kindly reminded them. Lifting his gaze, he could clearly see the thunderclouds converging from all directions, threatening to obscure the sky. Zhao Yuhao and Zhao Yueling also noticed the darkening sky compared to before. Following Chen Mu's gaze upwards, they beheld the massive, rolling thunderclouds approaching with ferocity. Heavenly tribulation. ISNT that's supposed to occur only after a grandmaster breaks through to a higher realm? Zhao Yueling exclaimed in alarm, instinctively retreating. If struck by the heavenly thunder, it would not be a laughing matter. Zhao Yuhao's eyes widened, fixating on Chen Mu with astonishment. Internally, he was overwhelmed. Could it be that he possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster? Not long ago, Zhao Yuhao had heard that Chen Mu's strength was merely at the martial disciple level when he awakened his talent. How could such a short time have passed, and he was already on the verge of breaking through to the grandmaster level? Surely, this could not be a jest. Boom. A deafening clap of thunder provided Zhao Yuhao with a definitive answer. This was no joke. Everyone, quickly exit the manor to avoid being harmed by the thunder tribulation. Elder Mo urgently reminded them. Understood, Zhao Yuhao signaled to Zhao Yueling and the others. They all retreated outside the Qingyun manor. Elder Mo, I observe that the thunder's intensity is considerable. Are you not going to protect young Master Qin? Zhao Yuhao inquired curiously. If you had the fortune to witness the sword technique young master displayed yesterday, you would not think so. Elder Mo shook his head, a bittersweet smile reflecting self-mockery. That sword technique? Zhao Yuhao pondered for a moment before clarity dawned. He was unfamiliar with Mo Changyuan, who had broken through to the celestial being realm long before Zhao Yuhao's birth and was renowned for his impeccable marksmanship, earning the title of Gun Saint in the Great Martial Dynasty. Yet, the expression on Mo Changyuan's face revealed admiration, anticipation, and fear. The Gun Saint, Mo Changyuan, was actually fearful of a junior? What did it matter if one witnessed it firsthand? Zhao Yuhao could not shake the feeling that he was experiencing an illusion. Surely not. His gaze quickly returned to Chen Mu, the formidable figure rumored to have shaken the world with a single sword strike. Who could it be if not the Gun Saint Mo Changyuan? Gulp. With that thought, Zhao Yuhao could not help but swallow hard. The Tianyuan young master was far more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. Boom! At that moment, another thunderclap resounded. A bolt of lightning, thick as a meter, descended from the sky, crashing down. The sound was deafening, and the shock waves were so powerful that even the ground beneath them trembled. Zhao Yuhao had heard that the stronger one was, the more formidable the heavenly tribulation one faced during a breakthrough. Today's experience perfectly validated his assumptions. From a different perspective, if such a heavenly thunder were to strike him, it would not matter if he were a martial master. He would instantly be reduced to ashes, however, when it fell upon Chen Mu. It was utterly ineffective. Observing Chen Mu, completely enveloped by the power of thunder, his brow unfurrowed and demeanor as calm as ever, Zhao Yuhao was left in stunned disbelief. The expressions of Zhao Yueling and her companions mirrored his, as if they had all emerged from the same mold. Rendered speechless, Mo Changyuan was similarly taken aback. While he had anticipated that Chen Mu would navigate the tribulation with ease, he had not expected it to be to such an extraordinary degree. The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck him yet failed to elicit even a sensation akin to a mere tickle. The first trial of heavenly thunder concluded. The storm clouds showed no signs of dissipating, and at the epicenter, lightning flickered with increasing frequency. The second trial of heavenly thunder was gathering strength. With a resounding roar, the second bolt descended. The might of the thunder was visibly augmented, yet it still could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Chen Mu. Unfazed, he recognized that this heavenly tribulation would not conclude swiftly, so he reclined back in his chair. The contrast between his relaxed demeanor and the overwhelming, awe-inspiring power of the thunderstorm was striking, prompting one to question whether this indeed was the expected behavior during a tribulation. It seemed excessively effortless, reflecting on his own arduous breakthrough to the Grand Master realm, which had nearly cost him his life. Mo Changyuan could only conclude, I have tarnished the brilliance of the term genius. With a thunderous cacophony, the third, fourth, and fifth bolts fell in rapid succession, totaling over a dozen strikes. Chen Mu felt that perhaps this was an excessive number. Could it be that his nonchalant demeanor had provoked the heavens, compelling them to inflict some injury upon him to satisfy their wrath? How fragile could they be? It was utterly bewildering. Ignoring the pale-faced onlookers outside Qingyun Mansion, Chen Mu finally took action and rose from his seat. Recognizing that this state of affairs was untenable and jeopardized his rest, he recalled his understanding of the 10,000 Thunder Dao body and devised a countermeasure. He activated the sacred body to absorb the heavenly thunder. With the enhancement of his top-tier thunder spiritual root, the spiritual energy surged. His cultivation soared. Whatever the amount of heavenly thunder fell, Chen Mu absorbed it all. With his seemingly boundless dantian, He had no need to worry about being overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual energy, resulting in an explosion of his dantian. If I am not mistaken, is the young master of Tianyuan indeed absorbing the heavenly tribulation? Wait, could it be the sacred body? Chapter 31. The saintess wants to be a handmaid? I doubt you are human. The sacred body, a blessing of the heavenly Tao, has an infinitesimal probability of awakening, making it exceedingly rare compared to innate talents. Even in the illustrious Tianyuan sacred land, where strong individuals abound, the likelihood of disciples awakening the sacred body is a mere 1 in 10,000, nearly negligible. In this world, among the 3,000 physiques, even a sacred body ranked outside the top 100, upon awakening and diligent cultivation, could become a formidable force with significant influence. If one could awaken a sacred body within the top 100, they would undoubtedly ascend to supreme status. After possessing dual top-tier innate talents, could it be that he also possesses a sacred body? Zhao Yuhao was rendered speechless with astonishment. Reflecting on his earlier intention to spar with Qian Mu to gauge his true strength, Zhao Yuhao suddenly felt foolish. Where had he found the audacity? This was not a case of self-deprecation but a genuine realization that if Qian Mu so desired, he could obliterate his existence with a mere thought. The rumors from the Tianji Pavilion were undoubtedly true. He indeed possessed such power. If my eyes do not deceive me, this must be the 10,000 Thunder Dao body, ranked 28th on the physique leaderboard. Mo Changyuan was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Yueling's words, surprised she was aware of this. This was also the question Zhao Yuhao wished to pose. She had merely heard of it. Sensing Zhao Yuhao's puzzled gaze, Zhao Yueling hastily clarified. Indeed, Mo Changyuan confirmed with conviction that this was, without a doubt, the 10,000 Thunder Dao body, ranked 28th. The 10,000 Thunder Dao body, a sacred body within the top 30? Coupled with Qian Mu's awakening of the top-tier thunder spiritual root and his astonishing cultivation speed, Zhao Yuhao could hardly fathom the magnitude of Qian Mu's future accomplishments. The heavenly tribulation seemed to sense the anomaly. If it continued, Qian Mu might directly break through to the second level of Grand Master. Thus, the storm clouds dispersed, the tribulation concluded, leaving behind a clear sky. TSK. Continue striking. I was so close to breaking through to the second level of Grand Master. Qian Mu expressed his frustration. When I wish you to cease, you strike endlessly. Yet when I wish for you to strike, you choose to hold back. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhao and Mo Changyuan were even more speechless. They were eager for the tribulation to conclude, fearing that a misstep could lead to failure. Yet here was Qian Mu, reversing the situation, absorbing the tribulation to enhance his cultivation. If I were the heavenly Tao, I would surely be infuriated. Well, it won't matter. A few more breaths, and my cultivation will rise automatically. Qian Mu paid little heed to the situation, reclining back on the long bench, informing Mo Changyuan and the others outside. It is over. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Mo Changyuan hurriedly entered, barely containing his excitement. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough and the awakening of the sacred body. Zhao Yuhao and his companions followed closely behind. You seem to have something you wanted to say to me earlier? Qian Mu inquired of Zhao Yuhao. Zhao Yuhao, startled, promptly produced a space ring, stating, "This is a modest gift from our Dongji sacred land, congratulating the young master on awakening dual innate talents. Please accept it." As for the matter of sparring, he dared not utter a single word. This experience had profoundly broadened Zhao Yuhao's horizons. The rumors were indeed accurate. Not only were they true, but they also understated the true strength of the young master of Tianyuan. He was even more formidable than the tales suggested. Well, I shall accept it would be rude not to, given that you traveled such a distance. Since that is the case, we shall not further disturb the young master and will return to report. Zhao Yuhao's mission had been accomplished, and he wished to leave Tianyuan's sacred land without delay. It was far too demoralizing. Despite being peers among the sacred land's talents, the disparity was staggering. Qian Mu nodded, indicating that he would not see them off, wishing them safe travels. Zhao Yuhao turned to leave but soon realized that Zhao Yueling had not followed. Junior sister, we are returning. Zhao Yueling did not respond but approached Qian Mu instead, asking, I observe that Qingyun Mansion is quite vast, yet there are few attendants. Why not allow me to remain here and serve the young master? Mo Changyuan was taken aback. While it was one thing for Yi Qingqing to do so, Zhao Yueling, the saintess of Dongji sacred land, voluntarily proposing to be a handmaid was astonishing. Zhao Yuhao was equally unprepared for Zhao Yueling's statement. Yes, he acknowledged that Qian Mu was indeed unparalleled in both talent and strength. However, for Zhao Yueling, the daughter of the Saint Lord, To remain in Qingyun Mansion as a handmaid could easily be misconstrued as Dongji Sacred Land submitting to Tianyuan Sacred Land. Zhao Yuhao would have no way to justify this upon his return. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu did not hastily express his stance, feeling that Zhao Yueling harbored ulterior motives. Her gaze resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. System notification. Sign-in in progress. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Divine Eye. The Divine Eye? The literal interpretation was not difficult to understand. It should be a form of enhancement for the eyes. As Chen Mu's pupils shifted, they shimmered with golden threads, resembling divine eyes. When he glanced at Zhao Yueling, he was startled to discover that she harbored an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Her consciousness and movements were entirely controlled by this dark force. Upon locking eyes with Chen Mu's sacred gaze, Zhao Yueling trembled, taken aback, and retreated several steps. Chen Mu, disinterested in further dialogue, manifested a bolt of palm thunder. With a thunderous boom, it surged forth into Zhao Yueling's chest. Ah, junior sister. Seeing Zhao Yueling engulfed in lightning and writhing in agony, Zhao Yuhao rushed forward but found himself unable to approach. The power of Chen Mu's palm thunder was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Young Master Chen, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Yuhao could not fathom where he had gone wrong to incur Chen Mu's wrath. Even if Chen Mu disdained the saintess of Dongji Sacred Land, there was no need to refuse her in such a manner, was there? Can you not see? This person is not your junior sister. Rather, she has long been invaded by an evil force that has taken control of her mind. What? An evil invasion? Could it be? Zhao Yuhao recalled their expedition to the Tianshou mountain range. Although they had successfully quelled the demonic cult, they had not encountered the key member mentioned in the intelligence. At that time, it was Zhao Yueling who had been responsible for inspecting the rooms. After exiting the room, she frequently displayed behavior starkly different from her usual self, as if she had become a different person. But they had been deflected with various excuses. It turned out she had been possessed by an evil entity. When Zhao Yuhao's gaze shifted back to Zhao Yueling, he indeed witnessed a sinister black demonic aura being forcibly expelled from her body by the might of the thunder, issuing forth agonized wails. Once fully separated, a vague humanoid silhouette became discernible, with indistinct features, neither male nor female. Chapter 32. My child, you possess the bearing of a great emperor. The essence of good and evil was unmistakable. Witnessing such a malevolent entity being expelled from his own junior sister, Zhao Yuhao was filled with astonishment. He was certain this was the very key member of the demonic cult that had escaped capture in the Tianshou mountain range. Zhao Yuhao had never anticipated that she would be hiding within Zhao Yueling, controlling her body. It was no wonder that their interactions had felt so dissonant. How detestable! The voice of the demonic energy was murky, exhibiting a distinctly feminine quality. Convinced that it could no longer remain, it turned to flee without hesitation. It was not foolish. In this situation, even if it were not within Tianyuan's sacred land, there was a formidable celestial being nearby. How could it possibly contend with such a force? Flee. It dashed away without a backward glance, perhaps hoping to retain a sliver of life. Monstrous. How audacious. The moment the sinister aura was sensed, it retreated hundreds of meters. And Mo Changyuan was just preparing to act when he witnessed the palm thunder that had encircled Zhao Yueling transform into a sword shape under Chen Mu's manipulation. Whoosh! The thunder sword, like an arrow released from a bow, shot forth before Mo Changyuan could react in the blink of an eye. It struck the malicious aura directly, penetrating and cleaving through its chest. Previously, to avoid harming Zhao Yueling's body and spirit, Chen Mu had deliberately suppressed the might of the thunder. Yet now, when confronting such remnants of demonic sects, he harbored no intentions of mercy. Boom. With the thunder sword as the catalyst, it summoned rolling thunder from the heavens. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the humanoid's sinister aura was obliterated within the thunderous pillar, evaporating into thin air. Despite having been stunned earlier, Zhao Yuhao was still profoundly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly casual strike could summon heavenly thunder? Surely, this was not a divine technique? Even Mo Changyuan, possessing the strength of a human immortal, could not match Chen Mu's reaction speed. It was unfathomable. Had Chen Mu been at the same realm, how astonishing would his power be? With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded the thunderous skies. No wonder Mo Changyuan was defeated and forced to retreat. Regarding that demonic sect's core member, although the information at hand was scant, it was evident that he was at least half a step into the martial saint realm, far surpassing Chen Mu, who had just broken through to the Grandmaster level. Not only could he challenge the martial saint realm, but he could also slay with a single strike. Zhao Yuhao summoned a junior sister to assist the still semi-conscious and dazed Zhao Yueling. Approaching Chen Mu, he knelt down, sincerely bowing his head, and expressed, "Thank you, young master, for saving my junior sister and eliminating the demonic sect spy for the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land. Our Eastern Extreme Sacred Land owes you a great favor. Should you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to command us." "Very well, I shall remember this. Please rise," Chen Mu replied. To have a sacred land indebted to him was a dream come true for many. Since Zhao Yuhao had made such a declaration, Chen Mu had no reason to refuse. His intervention had merely stemmed from a disdain for the demonic sect's treachery against him, and he had not anticipated such an unexpected reward. Considering that Zhao Yueling was the daughter of the Eastern Extreme Sacred Lord, this act of life-saving grace would likely prevent any conflicts between the two great sacred lands for quite some time. It is common knowledge that one must regard their reputation, and even more so for a sacred land. If the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land were to repay kindness with malice, it would undoubtedly invite condemnation from the entire Great Song world. Very well, very well. After all, only in a world of peace could one truly enjoy life. Before long, Zhao Yuhao and his companions departed from Qingyun Manor, heading towards the mooring of their flying vessel. Preparing to leave the Tianyuan Sacred Land and return to the Eastern Extreme to report. Young Master has achieved a significant feat this time. Mo Changyuan clearly understood what it meant for the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land to owe Chen Mu a favor. He was the young master of the Tianyuan Sacred Land, sufficiently representing it. If the Eastern Extreme Sacred Land wished to maintain its dignity, it would refrain from causing trouble for the Tianyuan Sacred Land for at least several decades. And decades later, should Chen Mu ascend to power, Mo Changyuan believed they would scarcely dare to confront him. It was a mere gesture. Chen Mu waved his hand, indicating for Mo Changyuan not to dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Mo Changyuan felt even more respect for Chen Mu. Despite his youth and extraordinary talent, he managed to remain unpretentious and composed. It would indeed be difficult for him not to achieve great success in the future. If Chen Mu were aware of Mo Changyuan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly concur wholeheartedly. With such a transparent heart system, it was indeed challenging not to rise without accomplishments. Subsequently, Mo Changyuan also chose to leave Qingyun Manor. Not wishing to intrude further, noticing Yi Qingsheng, who seemed still lost in thought, Chen Mu picked up the teapot, weighed it in his hand, and said, "There is no more tea. Please brew another pot for me." "Of course, young master," Yi Qingsheng promptly replied, hurrying to comply. As she was in the midst of preparing, a notification chimed in. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Enlightenment Tea." Enlightenment Tea? The system chimed in. Enlightenment Tea not only possesses a rich aroma but also grants opportunities for sudden enlightenment. It is of a far superior grade compared to the tea you are currently drinking. "Dio, you have to compare everything," Chen Mu replied, somewhat speechless. He was quite curious about what this exquisite spiritual tea that could provoke enlightenment would taste like. Thus, he called out to Yi Qingsheng, "Wait, change to this tea." Chen Mu produced a packet of enlightenment tea. "Yes, young master." Yi Qingsheng accepted the tea cake, and without needing to bring it closer, the refreshing aroma of tea had already wafted into her nostrils. Although she was unaware of what kind of tea it was, she was certain it was undoubtedly good tea. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the old eunuch was nearly exhausted from standing, finally waiting for Qian Tianlin's arrival. "My apologies for the delay. I encountered a sudden matter that made you all wait," Qian Tianlin said, stepping down from the sword, his sleeves rolling. His entire being exuded an aura of celestial elegance. "Where could we find the Tianyuan Sacred Lord? It is already an honor for us to meet you," the old eunuch immediately expressed. "Greetings to the Tianyuan Sacred Lord." The Long Princess, Song Wanjun, seated upon a chair, also stood up at once. Having heard of the renowned beauty of the great martial Long Princess, upon seeing her today, she was indeed extraordinary. Aware of the purpose behind these visitors' arrival at Tianyuan, Chen Tianlin was quite satisfied as he spoke. "The Sacred Lord is being overly complimentary." Song Wanjun smiled charmingly. There is no exaggeration. I speak only the truth." In a swift motion, Chen Tianlin ascended to the steps and took his seat upon the Sacred Lord's throne. "Servants, bring new tea for our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Please, everyone, take a seat. There is no need to stand." "Thank you, Sacred Lord," Song Wanjun said as she returned to her chair. To her surprise, the Tianyuan Sacred Lord was far more approachable than she had imagined, devoid of any airs of superiority. "May I inquire what brings you two here from such a distance?" Chen Tianlin feigned ignorance. Returning to the Sacred Lord, We are here on the orders of the great martial emperor to discuss the union between the Long Princess and the young master. Hearing the old eunuch's words, Chen Tianlin could barely contain his delight. He had never anticipated that the great martial emperor would offer up his beloved daughter, known to all, for such a proposal. This further proved, my son possesses the grace of an emperor. How proud Chen Tianlin felt at that moment. The reason for his late arrival was that he had sensed a sinister aura within the Tianyuan sacred land and had gone to deal with it. Little did he expect to witness his own precious son slay a foe of at least the martial saint realm with a single sword strike. To describe it as a massacre would not be an exaggeration. Following this, the events that unfolded before him only heightened his exhilaration. This was more satisfying than being proclaimed an emperor himself. Yet, upon reflection, he couldn't help but think that his son's rate of advancement was rather alarming. Just days ago, he had been the subject of derision and scorn, and now he had already attained the grandmaster level. Such speed, even Chen Tianlin, who had once risen rapidly due to unique opportunities, found himself envious. It seemed that the path to becoming an emperor would have an additional formidable contender. Yet having a son who could become an emperor was not without its advantages. How prideful it would be to speak of it! In an instant, Chen Tianlin even entertained the thought of relinquishing his own ambitions of becoming an emperor and dedicating all his cultivation resources to Chen Mu, assisting him in becoming an emperor instead. Sacred Lord? When Chen Tianlin's words had lingered in the air without a response, his expression fluctuated, now smiling, now furrowing his brows, leaving others perplexed. The old eunuch attempted to call out, "Well, I see." Chen Tianlin snapped back to reality, implying, "Does this mean you agree to the union?" The old eunuch's face lit up with joy. "Of course I agree, but the specifics must be determined by my son himself." Chen Tianlin had no intention of forcing Chen Mu to marry Song Wanjun. Most importantly, he lacked the courage to do so. He feared that should Chen Mu become enraged, he might sever their father-son bond and leave home. If that were to happen, it was likely that Chen Juexin would follow suit, leaving him as the solitary, forlorn elder. Chen Tianlin would rather face the collapse of the heavens than see such a situation unfold. Of course, the old eunuch replied. Yet within, he could not help but ponder. The rumors regarding the young master's extraordinary status within the Tianyuan sacred land were indeed not unfounded. In a royal family, even the crown prince lacks the authority to dictate his own life prior to ascending the throne. Defying the emperor's command is a grave offense punishable by death. Thus, applying this to the Tianyuan sacred land, it was not difficult to infer Chen Mu's position. This made Song Wanjun envious. She longed to be the master of her own life. The pairing of a talented youth with a beautiful maiden was but a fleeting dream. Suppressing her thoughts, she obediently followed Chen Tianlin out of the grand hall, heading towards Qingyun Manor. For her, marrying into the Tianyuan sacred land was merely exchanging one cage for another. Within Qingyun Manor, "Young master, this tea is wondrous. Just by inhaling its fragrance, I can feel my spiritual energy growing," Yi Qingqing exclaimed excitedly as she returned to the table with a pot of brewed tea. Chen Mu poured himself a cup, then poured one for Yi Qingqing, saying, "Here, give it a taste." "Thank you, young master." Yi Qingqing did not hesitate, lifting the cup and drinking it in one gulp. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body. Leaving her with a sense of clarity, he felt as though a veil had been lifted from her mind. With this thought, Yi Qingqing quickly set down her cup, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes. Drawing the world's spiritual energy into her body, in a brief moment, Yi Qingqing opened her eyes once more, her expression radiant as she exclaimed, "Young master, I have attained enlightenment. What have you comprehended?" Chen Mu inquired. "A martial technique, from minor mastery to sudden enlightenment of the grand mastery," Yi Qingqing answered earnestly. Then, as if a thought struck her, she lowered her gaze to the empty cup and murmured, "Could it be because of this cup of tea? Indeed, this tea is called enlightenment tea. Upon consumption, it has the potential to grant sudden insight. However, it is somewhat disheartening that after a moment of enlightenment, one must wait a full 6 months before the next opportunity for such a revelation arises." Chen Mu casually remarked on this particular arrangement. In response to the host's feedback, the system has revised the foundational parameters of the Enlightenment Tea note. The Enlightenment Tea has been upgraded to Premium Enlightenment Tea, offering 1 revelation per cup, a guaranteed 100% enlightenment, unlimited opportunities for enlightenment. To this, Chen Mu was indifferent. If the system was willing to heed its own counsel, that could only be a positive development. Enlightenment tea? Upon hearing these 3 words, Yi Qingqing felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she had encountered them before. Upon reflection, Was it not the exquisite spiritual tea that the sect master treasured as a rare gem? Glancing at the cup she had drained, she recalled the sect master's daily ritual of savoring the aroma through a cloth bag, appearing utterly content. Why Yi Qingqing marveled at the grandiosity of the heavenly origin's sacred land. So, what do you say? Shall I pour you another cup? Chen Mu inquired, refilling Yi Qingqing's cup. Young master, such a precious item. For me to consume it feels like an egregious waste, Yi Qingqing protested, shaking her head vigorously. It is merely a cup of tea. What waste could there possibly be? Chen Mu reassured her, encouraging her to relax and not bear too much psychological burden. He then lifted his own cup of enlightenment tea and took a sip. As for the cultivation aspect, it seemed there was no enhancement system. All your cultivation techniques have reached maximum comprehension and attained full proficiency. Ah, so that is the case. Immediately thereafter, Chen Mu experienced a moment of enlightenment, resulting in the creation of a unique cultivation technique exclusively his own. The Heavenly Tier Premium Technique, named Annihilation Heavenly Thunder. Just after this enlightenment, it reached full proficiency due to the effects of maximum comprehension. 1 cup of tea, and one comprehends a perfected technique. Is cultivation truly this effortless? Yi Qingqing gazed at the cup of tea, contemplating whether to drink it or forego it. Though not partake would seem to disregard the young master's generosity. Convincing herself, she downed the cup. Even if another opportunity for enlightenment would not arise within the next 6 months, the exquisite flavor was undeniably captivating. However, upon finishing the cup, Yi Qingqing discovered that she had experienced another moment of enlightenment. Young master, I have gained another insight. In response, Chen Mu explained, it appears that I may have mistakenly selected the wrong tea leaves. This is a cup that guarantees a revelation. Do not worry. Feel free to drink. I have plenty more. Chen Mu poured Yi Qingqing another cup, knowing she might be hesitant to accept. Premium enlightenment tea, 1 cup, 1 revelation? Yi Qingqing found it hard to fathom how the sect master would react upon learning of this. Perhaps begging her to become his personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, outside, Qian Tianlin had arrived at Qingyun Mansion, accompanied by the old eunuch and Song Wanjun. Looking up, he beheld the auspicious purple aura rising, a sign of good fortune. This was the first time Qian Tianlin had witnessed such a dense purple mist. Why did it linger solely over Qingyun Mansion? Could it possibly indicate a great opportunity? Muer, joyous news. Your father has found a marriage proposal for you. He announced as he pushed open the courtyard door. Before he could finish, Qian Tianlin froze in place. The rich aroma of tea wafted towards him, and he was taken aback. Could this be enlightenment tea? Chapter 34. Marrying the princess? I refuse. Enlightenment tea. Upon hearing these 3 words, the expressions of the great Wu Princess Song Wanjun and the old eunuch shifted dramatically. Enlightenment tea is a rare spiritual tea that only grows in the heavenly spirit mountain range, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over hundreds, even thousands of years before it can be harvested. It is said that consuming it provides a chance for enlightenment, even within the royal family. Possessing the esteemed title of princess, Song Wanjun had never even seen what enlightenment tea looked like, let alone harvested it directly from the heavenly spirit mountain range. That would be absurd. Those who manage the tea trees are peak experts who have successfully attained the status of emperor. Although they may now be in their twilight years, who would dare mock or challenge a deity descending from the mountain? One could easily go up and never return. Watching Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing clinking cups in camaraderie, Song Wanjun and the old eunuch could hardly contain their envy. As they inhaled the fragrant tea, they could not help but wonder if enlightenment tea truly possessed the miraculous qualities of legend. What unique flavor might it encapsulate? Yi Qingqing, a renowned prodigy of the heavenly sword sect, had risen to prominence without relying on anyone, securing the position of saintess and filling a void that had lasted nearly a century. Now, she served as Qian Mu's personal bodyguard. Was it not astounding that such a precious, rare, and invaluable cultivation resource, which could not be bought even with a fortune, was being bestowed upon a mere bodyguard? One might wonder if the heavenly origin sacred land was indeed as affluent as it appeared, or if this young master was simply so extravagantly generous that it defied belief. Muer, could these purple mists be the auspicious signs resulting from your consumption of the enlightenment tea? Qian Tianlin inquired. Purple mists? Auspicious signs? Upon hearing Qian Tianlin's words, both Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing looked up simultaneously, finally noticing the extraordinary phenomenon above them. Drinking tea and manifesting purple mists. How intriguing. I suppose that could be the case. Chen Mu replied uncertainly, I truly envy the bond between you siblings. It has been ages since I last enjoyed this enlightenment tea. Chen Tianlin mistakenly believed that this specialty was purchased by Chen Juexin, Chen Mu's elder sister, to assist him in enhancing his abilities. Chen Mu felt no inclination to clarify. Since you wish to drink, please take this tea cake home, he said, producing an unopened, brand-new cake of enlightenment tea and handing it to Chen Tianlin. Feeling the weight of the cake in his hands, even Chen Tianlin, who considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world, felt momentarily dazed. This weight. Surely, this is not a jest? The quantity harvested from the heavenly spirit mountain range in a millennium could not possibly exceed this. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was not concerned with Chen Tianlin's thoughts. His attention was captivated by the system prompt that appeared before him. Gift of Enlightenment Tea successful. 100-fold reward triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Enlightenment Tea cakes. It was a rather delightful surprise. My son has truly moved me deeply. Come, let me give you a kiss. Ah. As Chen Tianlin lunged forward, Chen Mu reacted swiftly, placing a hand against his father's chest. There is no need for that, truly. Chen Tianlin recalled that there were others present, and sensing his son's shyness, he opted not to press the matter. Observing this exchange, the old eunuch and Song Wanjun found themselves momentarily unable to discern who was truly the master of the heavenly origin sacred land. Was it not extraordinary that the esteemed leader of the sacred land relied on his son for cultivation resources? Moreover, it was even more astonishing that Chen Mu, instead of merely offering a cup, presented an entire cake of the elusive enlightenment tea, something that most practitioners would never have the chance to see in their lifetimes. By the way, father, who are these two? Chen Mu inquired, glancing at the old eunuch and Song Wanjun. Allow me to introduce them. This is the Great Wu Dynasty's princess, Song Wanjun, Chen Tianlin said, cherishing the cake of tea. Princess, this is my esteemed son, Chen Mu. Esteemed son. Chen Mu was hearing this term for the first time from Chen Tianlin, likely related to the cake of enlightenment tea. Greetings, young master, Song Wanjun said, bowing. It is indeed an honor for the princess to visit my humble abode. It truly elevates the status of Qingyun Mansion. Chen Mu replied with courteous words. After all, she was a princess. There was no need for hostility that would invite trouble. Even if to outsiders, the Great Wu Dynasty appeared to be merely a pawn in the hands of the heavenly origin sacred land. Mu'er, the princess has come to discuss a matrimonial alliance with you. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Tianlin asked directly, without any preamble, that a matrimonial alliance. Chen Mu's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the Great Wu Dynasty's motivations. They were likely apprehensive of the talents and strength he had demonstrated. There is no need for that. I am not a great demon lord, he replied. Father, please forgive your son for declining. Declining? Upon hearing this, both Yi Qingxing, the old eunuch, and Chen Tianlin were taken aback. Setting aside the royal princess's superior status, Song Wanjun's reputation as a talented woman resonated throughout the Great Wu Dynasty. Countless men yearned for the chance to earn her favor and bask in her smile. The number of suitors was so vast that one could scarcely contain them within a single city. Now, with Song Wanjun presenting herself, Chen Mu chose to reject her. Chen Tianlin even suspected that his son might have a preference for men. Given his disinterest in women, may I inquire, young master, why do you refuse? The old eunuch asked. It has nothing to do with the princess. I simply do not have any thoughts of marrying at this time. Chen Mu replied candidly. Marriage and children were not part of his current life plan. Furthermore, it felt rather unreasonable to expect him to wed a woman he had never interacted with, whom he was meeting for the first time. Bypassing all customary processes, Chen Mu considered himself a romantic. Everything deserved a certain process. Upon hearing Chen Mu's response, Song Wanjun exhaled in relief while simultaneously feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Was it truly just this? Or perhaps, her gaze instinctively fell upon Yi Qingxing, leading her to question her own allure, which had always drawn countless admirers. She never anticipated that the outcome would conclude with her being rejected. Chen Mu's gaze towards her was so pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. He simply appreciated her beauty, which could hardly be deemed an ulterior motive. I understand now, the old eunuch said. What other explanation could there be? Chen Mu was unwilling to marry. The old eunuch could hardly force him to marry Song Wanjun, could he? Unless the old eunuch sought his own demise. Even the emperor of the Great Wu, Song Ao, would not have the audacity to do so, let alone him. Just as the old eunuch finished speaking, Chen Mu noticed Song Wanjun approaching him. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but wonder what she intended to do. In an instant, Song Wanjun unexpectedly produced a scroll of painting paper. As she unfurled it, a line of poetry was revealed. In 10 steps, one kills a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. Once the matter is resolved, one brushes off their sleeves and vanishes. concealing both body and name. Young master, this is a line of poetry I stumbled upon by chance. I personally find it exceedingly beautiful and of remarkable quality. I now bestow it upon you, hoping you will soon realize the grand ambitions you hold in your heart. Song Wanjun displayed an expression of painful reluctance. Chapter 35. Is this poem written by you? Observing the scene before him, Chunmu felt the weight of Song Wanjun's reluctance to part with something she cherished more than she wished to give. Lowering his gaze, he contemplated the content on the rice paper. Accept? How could he accept it? Glancing again at Song Wanjun's expression, Chunmu was genuinely concerned. If he were to accept it, she would likely be disheartened for quite some time. Moreover, this piece had originally been something he intended to sell, as it served no purpose for him. Should he sell it again after accepting it? Yi Qingsheng, noticing Chunmu's predicament, stepped forward and spoke. Miss Song, in fact, this piece was penned by the young master himself, which I will take to the auction house for sale on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun's expression shifted from frozen disbelief to astonishment, and her eyes sparkled as if illuminated by stars. An uncontrollable admiration spilling forth. Despite already knowing the answer, she couldn't help but ask repeatedly, "Young master, this line of poetry, no, all of these poems, were written by you." Chunmu could distinctly feel the depth of Song Wanjun's respect for him at that moment, even more heartfelt than before. "Indeed, they were written by me," Chunmu affirmed with a nod. There was no shame in it, and no need for concealment. The old eunuch, upon hearing this, marveled at the serendipity of the situation, pondering whether a union between their families might still be feasible. Meanwhile, Chen Tianlin picked up a piece of rice paper from the table, cradling it in his hands, murmuring in a single sweep, "I traversed 3,000 miles. A single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops." To be honest, Chen Tianlin was not particularly versed in calligraphy or poetry. Yet, in this moment, paired with the vigorous strokes of the characters on the page and the domineering nature of the verses, he too felt an undeniable stir of emotion. Why Sun possesses such talent? As he picked up several more sheets, his heart swelled with excitement, difficult to temper. It was easy to see why even the most talented woman of the great Wu dynasty, Song Wanjun, would display such reverence upon learning these verses were crafted by his own son. "The princess has traveled from afar, and I have little to offer, since you so admire my poetry. I shall compose a piece specifically for you," Chunmu declared, enveloping the rice paper in spiritual energy, unfurling it in midair. He then took up a brush, dipped it into the ink prepared by Yi Qingsheng, and with one hand behind his back, the other danced swiftly across the paper. His movements were graceful and pleasing to the eye. Song Wanjun, along with Chen Tianlin and others, hurried to Chunmu's side, eager to witness the poem he would create. Chen Tianlin read aloud. "Clouds envision garments, flowers envision beauty. Spring breezes caress the railing, the dew is rich. Had I not seen the Jade Mountains, I would meet you beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." "Well done. Excellently composed," the old eunuch exclaimed with genuine admiration, observing how the clouds evoked thoughts of her splendid attire, and how the flowers conjured images of her striking visage. Such ethereal beauty, either as a fairy atop the jade peaks or as a goddess illuminated by moonlight at the Yao Terrace. He mused that he believed this poem was perfectly suited to describe Song Wanjun, adequately reflecting her beauty. "Thank you for the gift, young master. Wanjun shall treasure it dearly." Song Wanjun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her voice softened. She deliberately lowered her head, wishing to avoid the gaze of others. "In that case, I shall not keep you any longer," Chunmu said, assigning Yi Qingsheng the task of seeing them off. Song Wanjun hesitated, turning to leave alongside the old eunuch from Qingyun Mansion. "Muer, I shall not intrude upon your cultivation any longer," Chen Tianlin remarked, though it was clear he merely wished to return quickly to brew himself a cup of enlightenment tea. Understanding without needing to articulate, Chunmu bid farewell to his father, before departing, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed and then accept such a precious gift of enlightenment tea, or perhaps concerned that Chen Juoxin might scold him upon discovering this. Chen Tianlin took a few steps before turning back. With a grand gesture, 3 jade bottles appeared on the stone table, containing a total of 59th-grade elixirs. "I believe these elixirs should suffice for your breakthrough." Gazing at the bottles, Chunmu thought to himself, "Isn't cultivation merely a matter of breathing?" However, recognizing that it was a gesture of goodwill from Chen Tianlin, he did not refuse, expressing his gratitude. He considered keeping them for future use. Even if he had no need for them himself, they could be offered to others, fostering goodwill and alliances. Outside Qingyun Mansion, a Upon seeing Yi Qingqing firmly close the courtyard gate, Song Wanjuan's thoughts were complex. Noticing Chen Tianlin brushing past her, preparing to depart, she immediately called out, "Your Highness, please hold. What further matters does the princess have?" Chen Tianlin paused and continued, "If it pertains to a union between our families. If Mu'er is against it, I truly cannot make a decision. I am not one to impose upon others." Song Wanjun shook her head. "It is not that. I wish to request your highness to allow me to remain at the Tianyuan sacred land. I am willing to become a disciple there." The great Wu princess, entering my Tianyuan sacred land? Chan Tianlin's expression revealed his dilemma. He was well aware of Song Wanjuan's underlying intentions. My son is fated to attract romantic entanglements. Sensing Chan Tianlin's gaze directed toward him, the old eunuch quickly interjected, "I believe His Majesty would certainly agree that I am the old eunuch's view, since a union was not possible, allowing Song Wanjun to stay at the Tianyuan sacred land. Assuming a role as a hostage could serve as a viable alternative. Everyone knew how indulging Song Ao was towards Song Wanjun. Keeping her at the Tianyuan sacred land would essentially give them leverage over Song Ao. Thus, the Tianyuan sacred land would no longer need to worry about any rebellious sentiments from the Great Wu dynasty. The old eunuch couldn't help but admire Song Wanjuan's intelligence, unaware that their thoughts were worlds apart and entirely misaligned. "In that case, take this token and report to the inner courtyard." Chan Tianlin conjured a token, presenting it to Song Wanjun, promoting her to an inner courtyard disciple. After all, she was a princess, and it was highly likely she would one day become his daughter-in-law. It would not do to have her start from the bottom like everyone else. "Thank you, Your Highness." Song Wanjun reverently accepted the token, raising her hands in gratitude. When she looked up again, Chan Tianlin had already vanished without a trace. "Old eunuch, I leave the matter with my father in your capable hands," Song Wanjun instructed the old eunuch. "Rest assured, princess, this old servant shall do everything in his power," based solely on what he had seen and heard today at Qingyun Mansion. The old eunuch was convinced that upon hearing of this, Song Ao would certainly praise Song Wanjuan's cleverness. With that, the two parted ways, the old eunuch heading towards the flying boat, while Song Wanjun turned to report to the inner courtyard. All the while admiring the poem Chen Mu had gifted her, continuously expressing her admiration. The blush on her face deepened, and no matter how many accolades others might offer, they could not compare to these 4 lines of poetry in her eyes. She realized the concept of there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. As for Chan Tianlin, he had long returned to the Lord's residence. With a swift motion, he ignited a kettle of cool water using palm fire. Cautiously, he broke off a piece of tea leaves and placed it inside. Covering the kettle, he bore an expression full of anticipation. It had been half a year since he last savored this enlightenment tea. Hoping this time he might once again experience the bliss of sudden realization. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to achieve sudden insight, especially for a powerful figure like Chen Tianlin. However, correspondingly, the rewards of such realizations far exceed those of others. Observing the sizable piece of enlightenment tea in his hand, he mused, "Surely, this will allow for at least one moment of realization." Chen Tianlin believed himself fortunate. Completely unaware that this enlightenment tea was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. Chapter 36. The Emperor's Experience Package for Cultivation. So stable it cannot be more stable. As the hot water made contact with the tea leaves, a rich aroma wafted into the air, spreading in all directions and instantly filling the entire room. This enlightenment tea, compared to the previous ones, seemed to possess a significantly stronger fragrance. Was it due to its age? Given the unique nature of enlightenment tea, though everyone understood that its aroma intensified with age, few could manage to preserve it. After all, no matter how fragrant the tea, nothing is more important than the potential for sudden insight and the enhancement of one's strength. Once the enlightenment tea had steeped, Chen Tianlin poured himself a cup. First, he inhaled the fragrant aroma, then savored the taste. After consuming a cup, he experienced an immediate moment of realization, a technique that had perplexed him for over half a year. Without any progress, suddenly reached completion. Looking at the remaining tea, Chen Tianlin was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. This is too fast, isn't it? One cup and a direct realization. Could it be that my fortune has increased? Gazing at the remaining kettle of enlightenment tea, he reasoned that it had already been brewed, and wasting it would be unthinkable. He poured another cup. Drinking it straight was also delightful. After finishing another cup, he was utterly astonished. How is this possible? Chen Tianlin discovered, to his shock, that he had experienced another moment of realization. This time, he had grasped an entirely novel and exceptionally unique cultivation mindset. Isn't enlightenment tea supposed to yield only one moment of realization within half a year? Chen Tianlin began to doubt whether the order of heaven had gone awry. Would this mindset, now residing in his mind, vanish once the heavenly order was restored? Or could it be that the enlightenment tea itself was flawed? To test his hypothesis, Chen Tianlin quickly poured another cup. He drank it all, and again, he achieved sudden insight. Another cup followed, and yet again, he realized something. He continued. Each time, he experienced immediate realization. Is this truly enlightenment tea? Looking at the remaining piece of enlightenment tea in his hand, Chen Tianlin was elated. 1 cup, 1 moment of realization. Who would believe it if I told them? I fear even the one atop the Tianling mountain would drop their jaw in disbelief upon hearing this. At this moment, Chen Tianlin finally comprehended why Qin Mu and Yi Qingcheng could effortlessly summon auspicious energy simply by sipping tea, exuding an atmosphere filled with good fortune. This was a celestial tea, exponentially superior to the enlightenment tea, far exceeding it by thousands, if not hundreds, of times. With this, perhaps I might successfully strive for the title of emperor. After contemplating this, Chen Tianlin promptly resolved to enter seclusion. Taking along the enlightenment tea cake to the back mountain, upon entering a cave abundant in spiritual energy, he summoned a massive stone to seal the entrance. He then ventured deeper into the cave and sat cross-legged upon a large blue stone. Brewing the tea, he began to absorb the spiritual energy into his body, diligently cultivating and refining his prowess to lay a solid foundation for his ascension to the emperor realm. News of Chen Tianlin's seclusion and his quest to become an emperor swiftly reached Chen Mu's ears through the discussions beyond the courtyard walls. He could surmise that Chen Tianlin had likely discovered the remarkable utility of the enlightenment tea he had gifted him, leading to such a decision as our Chen family about to produce another contemporary emperor? With a father who is an emperor, my sense of security has instantly surged. Chen Mu felt a twinge of excitement at the thought. Becoming an emperor would grant one the blessings of the heavenly Tao. Establishing oneself as the mightiest in the realm, given his esteemed position in Chen Tianlin's eyes, Chen Mu could confidently assert that his future was assured, if one does not remain diligent at this moment. When else would one? Indeed, no matter how prodigious one's talents, they pale in comparison to the vastness of one's family legacy. Reclining on a bench, with sunlight streaming upon his neck while his head was shielded by the shade of trees, he felt utterly at ease. As for Yi Qingcheng, she had just departed for the trial tower to continue her training and enhance her abilities. Upon signing in, she received a notification. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Emperor Cultivation Experience package. Chen Mu mused. System, is it really appropriate for you to do this? In this world, there could only be one emperor. If I were to become the emperor, what would become of my father? In response, the system assured him, rest assured, host, the rewards from the system exist outside the realm of heavenly Tao rules, and you shall not be restricted. In simpler terms, while the heavenly Tao may constrain others, it cannot impose limits on Chen Mu. However, should Chen Mu utilize the Emperor Cultivation Experience package, it would still affect Chen Tianlin. He decided to wait until Chen Tianlin completed his seclusion and ascended to the Emperor realm before using the experience package. Such a strategy would prove more prudent. With the enlightenment tea cake in hand, Chen Mu believed that with Chen Tianlin's luck and strength, a breakthrough to the Emperor realm was merely a matter of days. As he was indeed the most promising candidate among this generation of prospective emperors, with a father who is an emperor, coupled with an invincible domain and his own emperor-level cultivation, this is an assurance like no other. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, realizing that indeed, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Although, without this system, Chen Mu could still find peace in idleness. However, who could guarantee that this tranquil existence would not be disrupted one day? To be at ease, one must possess the necessary capital. What is wrong with maintaining stability? Dismissing his wandering thoughts, he waved his hand to erase the presence of the system's virtual panel. Turning over. The sun was just right, perfectly suited for a nap. Feeling languid, he basked in leisure in the eastern sacred land, Zhao Yuhao, alongside Zhao Yueling, who had just awakened and was still somewhat disoriented, stepped off the flying vessel. Junior sister, you have only just recovered, your body is still quite weak. Leave matters with the Holy Master and the elders to me. You should return to rest, he advised. Then I shall trouble you. Senior brother, Zhao Yueling replied, accepting Zhao Yuhao's kindness. She genuinely felt quite feeble and feared that standing any longer might lead to fainting. All she desired was to lie down and recuperate. Watching Zhao Yueling depart, Zhao Yuhao proceeded alone to the grand hall of the sacred land. Upon seeing Zhao Yuhao return, an elder rose eagerly and inquired, How is it, Yu Hao? Are the rumors from the Tianji Pavilion regarding the Tianyuan young master true or false? Honored holy master and esteemed elders, after this journey, I am certain that not only are the rumors true, but they also downplay the capabilities of the Tianyuan young master, Zhao Yuhao responded. Downplay? What do you mean by that? The version circulated by the Tianji Pavilion sounded exaggerated to Zhao Guizhen and the others, and they were astonished by Zhao Yuhao's assertion. Returning to the Holy Master, the Tianyuan young master has now successfully entered the Grandmaster realm. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Grandmaster realm? In just a few days, it appeared that his talents were indeed formidable, and the foundation of the Tianyuan sacred land was far more substantial than they had initially imagined. Achieving the Grandmaster realm in such a short time meant he would soon advance to the Quasi-Emperor realm and attain the title of Emperor. How outrageous! How preposterous! Before they could fully digest this information, Zhao Yuhao continued, I personally witnessed the heavenly lightning strike the Tianyuan young master as if it were merely a tickle, even being absorbed by him into his sacred body, rapidly enhancing his strength. Absorbing heavenly lightning, is that truly something an ordinary person can accomplish? Wait, did you just say he possesses a sacred body? Indeed. Zhao Yuhao confirmed, the Tianyuan young master has awakened the 28th ranked physique on the list, the thunderous body. The thunderous body, the 28th ranked physique, undeniably a top-tier sacred body. It has been tens of thousands of years since such a physique has appeared, hasn't it? A lightning affinity sacred body, combined with a top-tier lightning root at the heavenly tier, goodness. I can hardly fathom the astounding achievements this Tianyuan young master will accomplish in the future. Is there more? Sensing the astonishment of those around him, Zhao Yuhao steadied his heartbeat. Even having witnessed such events firsthand, recounting them felt overwhelming. Thus, he was not surprised by the genuine expressions of disbelief from Zhao Guizhen and the others. He continued, furthermore, the Tianyuan young master discovered that a malevolent entity was concealed within junior sister Zhao's body. If my judgment is correct, this demon should be a core member of the demonic sect that had gone missing during our previous journey to the Tianshu mountain range. What? A member of the demonic sect has possessed dwelling? Zhao Guizhen exclaimed, standing up in alarm. Rest assured, Holy Master, that malevolent being was expelled by the Tianyuan young master with heavenly lightning and was slain with a single sword strike. Junior sister is now safe and has returned to the eastern extremity, though her body remains somewhat weak and she is recuperating at home. Upon hearing Zhao Yuhao's words, Zhao Guizhen finally calmed down, returning to his seat on the Holy Master's throne. He had not expected that a malevolent entity had been parasitizing the Saintess's body. No wonder she had seemed so peculiar in recent days. That demon's stealth techniques had even deceived them. It was truly despicable. By the way, what ultimately became of that demon? Inquired the third elder. Realizing it was outmatched, the demon attempted to flee but was slain by the Tianyuan young master with a single sword strike. Its remains were obliterated, and its consciousness was thoroughly destroyed, Zhao Yuhao replied. What was the demon's cultivation level? The third elder pressed. At least the martial saint realm, Zhao Yuhao conveyed. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. What? The martial saint realm? If that's the case, how could he, a mere grandmaster, slay a martial saint with a single sword strike? Yuhao, your statements are contradictory. Many began to suspect that Zhao Yuhao had been bewitched by the Tianyuan sacred lands people, deliberately spreading false information to undermine their plans to attack the Tianyuan sacred land and restore the glory of the eastern extremity. Chapter 37. The sister-in-law with a notable background takes another leap. Zhao Yuhao was well aware that they would not easily accept his claims. Had someone else been narrating this to him, he would have likely been skeptical as well. Taking a deep breath, he elaborated, returning to the elder. The Tianyuan young master summoned heavenly lightning with that sword, obliterating the malevolent being. Heavenly lightning? He can summon heavenly lightning? Faced with their lingering doubts, Zhao Yuhao produced a crystal stone, also known as a recording stone. He had anticipated that sharing these events would lead to disbelief. Hence he hurriedly recorded the moment Chun Mu struck down the malevolent being. As the undeniable evidence unfolded before their eyes, they could no longer harbor doubts, at least for now. No one had ever heard of someone altering the images captured by a recording stone. This young man truly cannot be an incarnation of some ancient monster. It was hard to fathom that such achievements could be reached at his age. Indeed, it is astonishing. The Qin Tianlin of your pales in comparison. From this day forth, all members of the Eastern Sacred Land are forbidden from opposing the Tianyuan Sacred Land. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from the Sacred Land, with their lives and deaths at the discretion of the Tianyuan. Zhao Guizhen declared, We shall faithfully obey the Holy Master's command. The The crowd responded in unison. They had anticipated such a proclamation from Zhao Guozian, so it came as no surprise. Setting aside Chen Mu's extraordinary talents and terrifying strength, his act of eliminating the demonic sect's infiltrator and rescuing the Holy Master's daughter was a debt of gratitude that the Eastern Extremity could not repay. Gyo portray themselves as ungrateful would tarnish the sacred land's reputation. Among practitioners, there were many with genuine sentiments. Upon returning to the Tianyuan sacred land, Song Wanjun had already registered her information, received the training attire for inner courtyard disciples, as well as keys to her residence and other resources. Upon seeing Song Wanjun emerge from the pavilion, clutching the inner courtyard disciples' training attire, the crowd buzzed with excitement. In a way, is the rumor true? The eldest princess of the Great Martial Dynasty, the foremost talent of the Great Martial, has actually joined our Tianyuan sacred land. Does that mean she is now our junior sister? I have heard that the Grand Princess has come this time primarily to discuss a potential marriage alliance. A marriage alliance? With whom? Nonsense, of course, it is with the young master. But he has declined the offer. Declined? Truly, he is the young master. If I were in his position, I would find it impossible to refuse such a breathtaking beauty. Given this, why does she continue to remain in Tianyuan and become one of our disciples? It is utterly perplexing. As the fervent discussions reached her ears, Song Wanjun quickened her pace, her face hidden in shame. Daring not to look up, the only visible sign of her distress was the reddening of her ears. Surely, she does not intend to stay and bide her time to win over my little Mu. Does she? At this moment, a voice reached Song Wanjun's ears. She lifted her gaze to see a woman clad in azure, exuding an air of grace and poise. May I inquire who you are? Song Wanjun, sensing the woman's significant status and noting her slightly older age, addressed her with respect. Me? I am the daughter-in-law of the Tianyuan sacred ground. Just as the woman spoke half her sentence, a man suddenly emerged, placing a hand on her shoulder, urging her not to trouble the lady. Why, apologies for the interruption. With a slight smile to express her regret, the man led the woman away. What trouble? As a sister-in-law, is it not perfectly normal for me to show concern for the romantic life of little Mu? Clearly, she has developed feelings for him. Although the woman made a deliberate effort to lower her voice, her words reached Song Wanjun's ears distinctly. Her cheeks flushed even redder. She could not help but question herself. Is it that apparent? At the same time, the term sister-in-law had already confirmed their identities. Shaking her head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, she decided not to dwell further and proceeded towards the residence, eager to change into her training attire and become a part of the grand family of the Tianyuan sacred ground. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged astonished glances. The Grand Princess of the Great Wu, the foremost talented woman, has secretly developed feelings for our young master. In the blink of an eye, the couple arrived at Qingyun residence. They knocked on the door, but no one responded. The woman cautiously pushed open the courtyard gate and beheld Chen Mu, who was sound asleep in the courtyard. With a subtle gesture, she indicated to the man to tread lightly so as not to disturb him. Thus, they stealthily entered Qingyun residence. Had it not been for their known identities, the passing disciples would likely have drawn their swords, signaling for help. Once inside the courtyard, they approached Chen Mu's side with utmost care. My dear husband, do you not think that little Mu seems significantly more handsome than when we last departed? The woman whispered. Indeed, the man nodded in agreement. The woman glanced at him and teased. Despite sharing the bloodline of the Chen family, you and he are worlds apart. Since that is the case, I kindly ask you, my lady, to concoct a few rejuvenating pills for me. We have been married long enough that it is only natural to joke with one another. There is no need to take it to heart, let alone create any distance between us. Hearing their voices, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes. The two faces gradually came into focus. Brother? Sister-in-law? What brings you here? Chen Mu sat up. The man's name is Chun Xiao, the son of Chen Mu's third uncle, while the woman is his wife, named Sun Yu, the only daughter of one of the three most prestigious alchemical families in the Great Song. As far as Chen Mu knows, Chun Xiao is a rare alchemical genius, which is how he had the chance to meet Sun Yu. He fell in love with her at first sight and pursued her, even offering to marry into the Sun family. Initially, his third uncle had strong objections, but in the end, he succumbed to the persuasion of others and agreed. The outcome proved Chun Xiao's choice to be wise. After their marriage, the Sun family's alchemical business flourished, surpassing the other two major families and controlling nearly half of the alchemical market. Your sister-in-law heard that you awakened the heavenly stage lightning attribute and possess an exceptional fire attribute spirit root, so she specifically concocted some unique pills that are not available on the market to bring to you. Qin Xiao explained. I see. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chunmu had not anticipated that Sun Yu would travel such a distance for this purpose. It was not solely her effort. Your cousin contributed significantly as well. As she spoke, Sun Yu produced several vials of pills. Purple Lightning Pill, Dragon Flame Pill, Purple Sun Pill, Dragon Phoenix Pill, and Earth Yuan Pill, all of the 9th grade. Moreover, they bore pill patterns. The presence of pill patterns signifies their superior quality, categorizing them among the finest. They are easier to refine and absorb, yielding double the effect. For an ordinary person, even 10 furnaces might not yield a single pill with patterns. Yet, all those Sun Yu provided possessed pill patterns. Chunmu believed it impossible for anyone to consistently produce pills with patterns. They must have deliberately selected these for him. It was hard not to feel touched. This family is truly remarkable. Accepting the pills, he felt it unreasonable not to accept something specifically concocted for him. Then, Chunmu took out a cake of insight tea. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao, this is for you. This is insight tea? Sun Yu recognized it at a glance, for one of the pills she had concocted for Chunmu included insight tea. Sun Yu and Chen Xiao had sought numerous connections to find just a few leaves of this tea. Who would have thought that Chunmu would present an entire cake? Even though the weight felt incredibly tangible in his hands, it remained hard to believe. This is not right. This is too precious. Little Mu, you are currently in need of cultivation resources. You should keep the insight tea for yourself, Sun Yu insisted, attempting to return it. Sister-in-law, please accept it. I have plenty of this and drink it daily. Chunmu pointed to the pot on the stone table, which still had over half of the insight tea remaining. Given that this is a kind gesture from Little Mu, do not refuse it. Take it back and refine it into pills to assist him in his cultivation. Would it not be better? That makes sense. Then I shall accept it. Sun Yu was successfully persuaded by Chun Xiao to accept the insight tea. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving insight tea 100. Listening to the conversation between the two and observing the system notification before him, Chunmu could not help but feel that he was reaping all the benefits alone. Come, sister-in-law, Brother Xiao, please sit. Chunmu gestured for them to take a seat, pouring each a cup of insight tea. They exchanged glances before drinking it simultaneously. Instant enlightenment. This insight tea is indeed wondrous, Chen Xiao exclaimed. Eager to use the insight tea in alchemical concoction, it is truly remarkable, but I have heard that the probability of enlightenment from insight tea is not particularly high. How is it that we have both attained enlightenment at once? Sun Yu asked, puzzled. This is not ordinary insight tea, Chunmu explained. This is premium insight tea. 1 cup leads to 1 enlightenment, with no limit on the number of times. 1 cup, 1 enlightenment. No limits. Each word resonated with astonishment in the hearts of Chun Xiao and Sun Yu. May I have another cup? To confirm her thoughts, Sun Yu inquired. Of course, sister-in-law, you may have as many as you wish. Chunmu lifted the teapot and refilled their cups. They drank eagerly. Sure enough, they were enlightened once more. With this, I feel I can concoct pills that exceed the 9th grade, Chun Xiao expressed with confidence. Sun Yu shared his sentiment. Such top-tier materials for alchemical concoction are exceedingly rare, even within an alchemical family. Not to mention such a substantial cake. For an ordinary family, even a prominent one or a dynasty, possessing such an item would inevitably lead to chaos and bloodshed if exposed. However, with the foundation of the Tianyuan sacred ground, there is no need for concern. After all, one must have the life to obtain it and the life to leave with it. Regarding the origins of this premium insight tea, neither Qin Xiao nor Sun Yu inquired further. Deeming it unnecessary, by the way, Little Mu, do you have any interest in alchemy? Sun Yu asked. Indeed, with a heavenly stage premium fire spirit root, as long as you cultivate the right technique, you will surely be the top alchemist. Chun Xiao agreed. Their visit was not merely to deliver pills, but also to see if they could guide him onto the prosperous path of an alchemist. With your talent and the top alchemists from the Sun family, you are bound to achieve great things. You are destined to be the future Pill King, Pill Saint, Pill God, Pill Immortal. Looking at the high praise and expectations they bestowed upon him, Chunmu felt a sense of difficulty. Alchemy, just the thought of it made him feel hot and fatigued. The system is attempting to upgrade. Chapter 38. One-click alchemy. Sign in at the ancient Medicine King's Cauldron. What level is it trying to reach now? Chunmu had ample reason to suspect that this system had a peculiar penchant for ceaselessly striving for self-improvement, using its own existence as an excuse. This was undoubtedly too frequent. The system attempted to upgrade for the 6th time. Failure. The system attempted to upgrade for the 15th time. Failure. The system attempted to upgrade for the 21st time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. One-click alchemy module has been bound. New function unlocked. One-click alchemy. One-click alchemy? Alchemy can be done with a single click. Chun Mu was well aware of the high demands of alchemy on alchemists. Even the slightest error in heat control could lead to failure. At best, the pills would crack and turn to ash. At worst, the furnace could explode. The explosion is particularly terrifying, as the accumulated spiritual energy is released instantaneously, akin to a bomb. The destructive power is immense. Most of the time, the pressure exceeds what an alchemist can endure. It is not uncommon for buildings to be destroyed and lives lost. Therefore, before fully mastering alchemy, many alchemists choose to wear protective artifacts. Fearing that failing to concoct pills might cost them their lives, Chun Mu pondered, "System, how does this one-click alchemy work?" System. In response to the host, simply prepare the corresponding materials according to the directory, and by clicking one-click alchemy, the concoction will be completed. This system has also thoughtfully prepared quality options for the host, allowing free selection of low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, premium-grade, and pill patterns. You can even freely manipulate the quality. At first, Chun Mu believed that the simple act of pressing a single button to achieve a perfect elixir would eliminate the entire process. "Xiao Mu, what are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Chun Mu snapped back to reality. Gazing into the expectant eyes of his sister-in-law, Sun Yu, he recognized her intentions were for his benefit. Yet, Chun Mu truly did not wish to squander his intellect and energy memorizing the myriad of alchemical formulas and herbal combinations. Nor did he want to confine himself to the sweltering confines of a furnace on a scorching summer day. Just the thought of it made his inner resolve waver significantly. "Oh, be frank. Sister-in-law, I have my own perspective on alchemy," Chun Mu eventually confessed after a brief contemplation. He had come to a remarkably simple yet profound realization. As long as he attained the pinnacle of mastery in this field, surpassing others would serve as the best form of refusal. "Oh, you can practice alchemy?" Sun Yu and Qian Shao exclaimed with excitement, mistakenly believing that Chun Mu was expressing an interest in alchemy and would acquiesce to her proposal. Just as Chun Mu was about to explain that he lacked a furnace and herbs, intending to inquire if Sun Yu or Qian Shao had any to lend him, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift package of 100,000 superior herbs. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-grade alchemy furnace, the ancient medicine king cauldron. What more could he say? One could only remark that this system was exceedingly perceptive and astute. "It's nothing." Chun Mu shook his head, swallowing back his words. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ancient medicine king cauldron appeared out of thin air, landing on the stone floor. Raising his gaze, he noticed that this cauldron was significantly larger than he had anticipated, towering as high as both of them combined. Indeed, in a fantastical world, the larger the better. What is this? Upon seeing the ancient medicine king cauldron, Qian Shao nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Even Sun Yu, who possessed countless top-tier alchemy furnaces at home, appeared astonished and taken aback. Divine-grade alchemy furnace, ancient medicine king cauldron, divine-grade, ancient medicine king cauldron. Upon hearing these terms from his wife, Qian Shao became curious about the origins of this alchemy furnace. Indeed, it is rumored that this medicine king cauldron is one of the 12 divine cauldrons forged by the ancestral master of alchemy. I always thought it was merely a legend, yet here it is, existing in reality, Sun Yu remarked with pride. The legendary divine cauldron. No wonder it doesn't appear on the alchemy furnace rankings. Qian Shao realized, even more astonished and puzzled about how Chun Mu came to possess such a divine cauldron. No matter how affluent the resources of the heavenly origin sacred land, acquiring such a cauldron would still be no easy feat. Then, Chun Mu raised his arms, releasing his spiritual energy. Subsequently, the energy changed color, morphing into flames that entwined around his arms. Boom, boom. Like two serpents, the flames surged toward the cauldron, coiling around it and enveloping it completely. Is this the fire released from a heavenly grade fire spiritual root? It must rank among the top 10 in the fire rankings for alchemy, Qian Shao exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, it rivals the phoenix fire used by the Sun family. Sun Yu concurred. With a divine cauldron and divine fire, forging a divine elixir should be a trivial task. However, both Qian Shao and Sun Yu were concerned about whether Chun Mu could master this ancient divine cauldron. A cauldron, once used by the ancestral master of alchemy. It had undoubtedly developed sentience, and taming it would be no simple endeavor. They feared that Chun Mu might face a backlash from the spiritual energy. Exchanging a glance, they nodded in agreement, ready to intervene and shield Chun Mu from any potential danger. Chun Mu, however, did not dwell on these concerns. Following the directory provided by the system, he selected the elixir he wished to produce with a single button press. How extensive was this directory? It encompassed all the elixirs known throughout the Great Song. This meant that since the inception of alchemy in the Great Song to the present, all known and even lost or hidden formulas could be produced with a single button press. Many of these formulas, when taken individually, would serve as the foundation for a prestigious alchemical family. Ultimately, Chunmu chose a 9th-tier elixir named the Youth-Preserving Pill system. Corresponding herbs have been quickly filtered for the host. Well done. It was only natural for Chunmu to praise the system, as finding a handful of herbs from 100,000 would require considerable time and effort. System. Thank you for the compliment. Hee. Subsequently, Chunmu retrieved the selected herbs from the system's pouch and placed them sequentially into the Medicine King cauldron. The cauldron was merely a guise, lending credence to the act of one-click alchemy. To conjure elixirs out of thin air? Chunmu feared this might shatter the perception of Sun Yu and Chen Xiao, who regarded him as a prodigy in alchemy. If their faith were to be broken, it would be far more challenging to rebuild than to reclaim spilled water. Wait, that Supreme Jade Flower Grass, Supreme Mint Lotus, Supreme Fire Hemp Seed, Supreme Sea Wind Vine. Chen Xiao recognized each herb in turn. All rare and high-quality materials for alchemy. Sun Yu echoed his sentiments. Their hearts raced with anticipation. With an ancient divine cauldron, heavenly-grade flames, and top-tier herbs, even they would hesitate to guarantee a successful concoction. Should a novice like Chen Mu attempt it? Based on Chen Xiao and Sun Yu's personal experiences, the probability of success would be less than 0.001. Yet, they could not bear to dampen Chen Mu's confidence. With hands clasped behind their backs, they began to circulate their spiritual energy, ever ready to intervene and stabilize the volatile cauldron. Chapter 39. I am already max level. What more is there to learn? On the surface, Chunmu continuously released flames to roast the Medicine King cauldron. Appearing quite adept, in reality, he had accessed the system panel, switching to the one-click alchemy function, dragging each herb into the cauldron. The animations for opening and placing the items were exquisitely crafted. After confirming everything was in order, he clicked to perform one-click alchemy, targeting the highest quality, categorized as elixir pattern grade. If he were to refine, he must produce the best, thereby dispelling Chen Xiao and Sun Yu's thoughts of persuading him to study alchemy. Not only could he gently decline their suggestion, but he could also deter others who might entertain similar notions. I am already max level. What more is there to learn? While engaged in one-click alchemy, alchemy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 youth-preserving pills, quality, elixir pattern grade. Following this, Chunmu discreetly placed the 3 youth-preserving pills into the Medicine King cauldron without the system's awareness. He extinguished the flames and withdrew his spiritual energy. Failed? Observing the scene, Sun Yu and Chen Xiao were already contemplating words of comfort for Chunmu, advising him to set more attainable goals and alleviate the pressure on himself by starting with simpler tasks. If it succeeded, it looks quite promising. Promising? It succeeded. Sun Yu and Chen Xiao began to speak, then fell silent, exchanging glances that reflected their concern. Elixirs were not so easily crafted. They believed Chunmu likely hadn't grasped the fundamental methods of elixir formation, mistaking a clump of impurities shaped like an elixir for an actual product. Nevertheless, the fact that he had developed an interest in alchemy delighted Sun Yu and Chen Xiao. They were willing to invest their utmost efforts to nurture him into a figure of lasting renown in the field of alchemy. If he were disinterested, why would he have prepared the ancient Medicine King cauldron and so many supreme herbs in advance? However, in the next moment, when the cauldron lid was lifted, a plume of white mist, accompanied by an intensely rich fragrance of herbs, erupted forth. The texture resembled fog, cascading down and enveloping the two of them. Bathed in it, they felt invigorated, as if transported to an ethereal realm. Husband, if I am not mistaken. This is a phenomenon that occurs only upon the successful completion of an elixir, isn't it? Chen Xiao questioned, grappling with his disbelief. I believe so. Sun Yu nodded lightly. In terms of mindset, was it not the same? Was it truly so easy to refine elixirs? Although only a single character was omitted, the meaning was entirely different, aptly capturing the transformation in their mentalities. Chunmu conjured a large hand from his spiritual energy. Retrieving the 3 youth-preserving pills from within the cauldron. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao, these are the elixirs I crafted. Youth-preserving pills? 9th tier? And with elixir patterns? Chen Zhao's disbelief deepened, leading him to question the very fabric of this world. Even he, heralded as a prodigy in alchemy, would require an entire day to produce a 9th-tier elixir with elixir patterns. Yet Chen Mu's refining time was measured in seconds. Moreover, this was the youth-preserving pill. Known for its stringent requirements on the alchemist's skill, the youth-preserving pill, when consumed, could bestow eternal youth. However, this youthful appearance differed from the comprehensive changes brought about by the rejuvenation technique. Simultaneously, the formula for the youth-preserving pill had been lost for centuries. Chen Xiao and Sun Yu never anticipated witnessing the revival of a formula thought to be lost for so long, let alone that it would be crafted by Chen Mu. Elixir patterns. Ninth tier, 3 of them. Considering the time taken for production, this could no longer be described as mere talent. It was unparalleled genius among geniuses. Even Chen Xiao felt overshadowed in his presence. Xiao Mu, this is not merely a matter of insight. You are being excessively modest. Sun Yu chided playfully, feeling foolish for having overthought things just moments ago. Indeed, even the strongest alchemist from the Sun family would likely exclaim, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Chen Xiao asserted without exaggeration. In their eyes, Chen Mu's abilities transcended the bounds of mere talent. Talent allows for accelerated comprehension, enabling rapid mastery of a discipline. Chen Mu, however, had achieved mastery from the outset. In my opinion, it is not you who should come to the Sun family to study alchemy, but rather our alchemists who ought to humbly seek guidance from you, Sun Yu stated earnestly, without a hint of jest. She sincerely believed that gleaning even a fraction of knowledge from Chen Mu could solidify the Sun family's dominant position in the realm of alchemy. We are all family, sister-in-law. Should you require anything, feel free to ask, Chen Mu replied casually, relieved that she had abandoned the notion of sending him to the Sun family for alchemical training. By the way, Xiao Mu, may I borrow the Medicine King cauldron for a few days? I believe that paired with the Supreme Enlightenment tea, we could concoct even more elixirs beneficial to you. Why is Chen Xiao so kind to Chen Mu? The reason is quite simple. He was the first to advocate for respecting Chen Zhao's ideas when the Chen family was in turmoil. Without his voice, the words of others would have been futile. What business does a family have discussing loans? This Yao Ding is a gift for you, Brother Xiao, as a congratulatory gesture for your ascension to the position of Danwang. Chen Mu's confidence stems from the 100-fold return function. By giving away a Yao Ding, he directly receives 100 in return. Is there a more lucrative business in the world? Unexpectedly, you are already aware of this. Chen Xiao scratched his head, intending to broach the subject with Chen Mu. Previously, everyone had been saying that he had been looking for an opportunity to celebrate with Brother Xiao, yet it was surprising that you and sister-in-law arrived first. Chen Mu casually remarked, but if you give me this ding, what will you use? Chen Xiao inquired further. With my capabilities and status in the Holy Land, acquiring a divine-grade alchemy furnace is hardly a challenge, Chen Mu countered. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Considering it carefully, he decided without hesitation, then I shall not be polite. Just refine more elixirs for me. Chen Mu suggested this primarily to lighten Chen Zhao's burden. All right, no problem, Chen Xiao assured with a pat on his chest. From now on, I shall be your dedicated alchemist, little Mu. Chen Mu smiled in response, saying nothing further. Sister-in-law, here's a Ling Yandan for you. It will surely capture Brother Zhao's heart. Thank you, little Mu. Sun Yu graciously accepted Chen Mu's kindness. Every woman desires to retain her youth, does she not? Upon receiving it, she immediately consumed it. It melted in her mouth and went down smoothly. Her skin and complexion instantly appeared noticeably firmer, as if they could be blown away. The gifting of the divine-grade ancient Yao Ding was successful. The 100-fold return was triggered, and congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 divine-grade alchemy furnaces. This time, without Chen Mu needing to prompt, the system directly returned 100 entirely different divine-grade alchemy furnaces. A glance revealed that the 11 ancient divine furnaces used by the great ancestors of alchemy were complete. The gifting of the 9th-grade Ling Yandan was successful. The 100-fold return was triggered, and congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 9th-grade Ling Yandan. This reward can truly be described as a tangible windfall. Speaking of which, little Mu, I have always been responsible for organizing the alchemy formulas in the alchemy room of Tian Yuan Holy Land. Where did you acquire this Ling Yin formula? Chapter 40. Longevity Dan? Creating an immortal family? I stumbled upon it while descending the mountain for leisure, accidentally discovering it within a lower-grade cultivation method sold by a street vendor, Chen Mu casually fabricated. Such matters were second nature to him. Easily handled, he took out paper and pen, meticulously documenting the formula, detailing the dosage and control of the fire, and handed it to Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao, let's not stand on ceremony, Chen Mu said, taking Chen Zhao's hand and placing the formula in his palm. Handing the formula to Chen Xiao equated to extending a favor to the Sun family. A seemingly inconsequential formula could garner goodwill from a top-tier alchemical family, enhancing one's social network and providing additional trump cards. For Chen Mu, it was a win-win. Moreover, he possessed the extraordinary 100-fold return function. The gifting of the ninth grade Ling Yin formula was successful. The 100-fold return was triggered, and congratulations to the host for acquiring one longevity Dan formula. Only one? Chunmu couldn't help but wonder. With the 100-fold return, why did it only yield a single formula? Even if it were an identical formula, it should at least be longevity Dan 100. Right? Could it be that the system had been exhausted by his previous exploits? Just as Chunmu pondered this, the system swiftly clarified. Dear host, the 100-fold return possesses an element of randomness. It can manifest as an increase in quantity or quality. If you prefer a focus on quantity, this system can remove the quality enhancement setting. Upon realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Chunmu decided to leave the system as it was. There was no need for changes. Afterward, Chunmu bid farewell to Sun Yu and Chen Xiao. They had yet to meet other elders in the clan, heading straight to Chunmu's Qingyan mansion. Clearly, having completed what needed to be done, it was time to meet the elders of the clan. Sister-in-law, brother Xiao, do come visit often, he waved, watching them depart. After closing the courtyard gate, he returned indoors, lying down. He exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that his cover had not been blown. Interpersonal relationships were indeed not easy to navigate. If possible, he truly wished to find a tranquil place to seclude himself. Yet, reflecting on his identity and the relatives surrounding him, he decisively shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such an approach would only complicate matters further. Opening the system panel, he quickly located the longevity Dan. Chunmu was curious. How exaggerated would the effects of a Dan that could be enhanced 100-fold beyond the 9th grade formula be? The longevity Dan, upon consumption, could increase one's lifespan by a minimum of 10 years? Chunmu never anticipated that this Dan could actually extend life. While enhancing one's cultivation could also prolong life, it was typically limited to mere thousands of years. Elixirs, however, had no upper limit. Delving deeper, he discovered that a lower grade longevity Dan could add 10 to 30 years to one's life. A middle grade could add 100 years. An upper grade could add 200 years. A top grade could add 500 years. And a pattern grade longevity Dan could add 1,000 years. Coupled with the one-click alchemy and the ability to freely select the grade of the elixir, Chunmu could only exclaim 3 words: heaven-defying. For as long as Chunmu desired, he could effortlessly create an immortal family. Should this endeavor succeed, the pursuit of longevity in the Great Song world would no longer be a mere abstract notion. Rather, one could enter the Tianyuan Holy Land to attain true immortality. With this thought, Chunmu decisively summoned several elders from the alchemy room and the overseer of all alchemical resources in the Tianyuan Holy Land. The strongest alchemist, Chen Xiang. Additionally, her closest identity to Chunmu was that of his third aunt. Initially, he intended to call Chen Tianlin, but he was currently in seclusion, isolating himself from the outside world. Chunmu, not wanting to exert unnecessary effort to create an immortal family, understood that a stronger family would allow him greater freedom, thus deciding to entrust this significant task to his third aunt. Chan Xiang, little Mu, your aunt has arrived. Soon, the courtyard door swung open with a bang, and a hearty voice reached his ears. Chan Xiang entered, accompanied by several alchemy room elders, before she could utter a word. Chen Mu was enveloped in her open arms. What a rare occasion for you two. Could it be that you've longed for your third aunt's affection? Third aunt? I can't breathe. Chen Mu struggled to lift his head. Apologies, Chan Xiang exclaimed, noticing Chan Mu's flushed complexion, quickly releasing him and taking a step back. I got a bit too excited. The elders, witnessing this, shared a mutual understanding. The bond between the two remained as strong as ever. So, little Mu, you specifically summoned me for what purpose? Joking aside, Chan Xiang knew how to gauge the situation. After all, Chen Tianlin would not have entrusted her with the management of alchemical resources and the leadership of all alchemists in Tianyuan if she were not capable. Actually, I inadvertently comprehended a formula and wished to request my third aunt and the elders to refine it as a cultivation resource for all disciples of Tianyuan to receive according to their merits. Chunmu stated directly. The reason he claimed the formula was his own comprehension was primarily due to the fact that throughout the vast history of the Great Song world, the longevity Dan had never existed. Comprehended a formula? The elders were astonished by Chen Mu's extraordinary talent. What kind of formula? Chen Xiang inquired, echoing the curiosity of everyone present. The longevity Dan. Chen Mu produced the pre-written formula and handed it to Chen Xiang. The longevity Dan? Chen Xiang's expression turned perplexed. Upon glancing at the content, she was immediately captivated, her expression one of disbelief. Yes, a Dan that can increase lifespan and has no side effects, Chen Mu clarified. Increasing lifespan? Young master, are you jesting with us? An elder exclaimed. I've been refining elixirs for nearly 1,000 years and have never heard of one that can extend life. The elders could no longer contain their excitement, eagerly voicing their inquiries. I am not joking. I assure you that every word I say is true. A lower grade adds 10 to 30 years, a middle grade adds 100 years, an upper grade adds 200 years, a top grade adds 500 years, and a patterned grade adds 1,000 years. Such simple statements left the elders speechless, overwhelmed by the implications. A single elixir could potentially extend one's life by over 1,000 years. It was unheard of, unseen. While they were skeptical, they also understood that Chen Mu was not the type to joke about such matters. Caught in a conflict between belief and disbelief, they wrestled with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang was fixated on the formula in her hands, lost in contemplation. How dare they doubt the host? Truly, they are blind to the truth. The system's voice conveyed its discontent, brimming with indignation. Signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 pattern grade longevity Dan. Chapter 41. Unable to refine artifacts? System. Upgrading. 1 Dan equates to 1,000 years of life. A total of 10,000 Dan means a staggering 10 million years. For the vast majority, this could certainly be considered true immortality. Chunmu understood perfectly why the system had rewarded him in such a manner. It was merely to slap the elders' faces. Point. One could say that this system was quite protective. It couldn't bear to see others treat him well, nor could it tolerate him being looked down upon or bullied. He felt a touch of warmth. If you all doubt, I have a few experimental products I've refined that you can try. Chen Mu retrieved 5 longevity Dan, enveloping them in spiritual energy and presenting them before Chen Xiang and the elders. Heavens, such spiritual energy. What a magnificent aura of medicinal essence and vitality. How could it not be grand? The presence of alchemical patterns, indeed. 9-tiered alchemical patterns. Young master, did you personally concoct this elixir? Yes. Chen Mu shamelessly admitted, confident that the system would have no objections. The young master is truly a once in 1,000 years, no, a once in 1,000,000 years, nay, a once in 100 billion years genius in the art of alchemy. The elder's words were revised repeatedly. Go put it bluntly, it can be summed up in 2 words. Utterly remarkable. My dear Mu heir not only possesses unparalleled talent in cultivation, but is also extraordinary in the realm of alchemy? Chen Xiang, though silent, could hardly conceal her astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Chen Mu. If you all are not averse, please do sample it. With those words, Chen Mu jolted everyone back from their stupor. They quickly shook their heads and waved their hands, exclaiming, not at all, of course not. Rather, it is a privilege for us to taste the elixir personally crafted by the young master, a blessing earned over countless lifetimes. Then I shall not be polite. Someone immediately placed the elixir in their mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. Instantly, they felt an immense surge of spiritual energy and vitality coursing through their limbs and meridians, melding into every inch of flesh. This sensation was unparalleled. For individuals of their level, sensing their own lifespan was not a daunting task. With a slight calculation, their pupils constricted and trembled. It has truly increased my lifespan by 1,000 years. Incredible, absolutely astonishing. With this elixir, our heavenly origin holy land shall coexist with the heavens, enduring through the ages. Ha ha ha, indeed. As long as life is sufficiently lengthy, eventually, the entire Great Song world will transform into the territory of heavenly origin. This formula holds epic-making significance for the heavenly origin holy land. Young master, you wouldn't happen to be the reincarnation of the alchemy ancestor, would you? Chen Xiang wanted to voice her thoughts, but they were all spoken by others. The words that lingered on her lips were swallowed back, leaving her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Little Mu, you have achieved a remarkable feat for heavenly origin, but it is a pity that the Holy Lord has gone into seclusion. Otherwise, upon learning of this divine alchemical formula, he would surely be so thrilled that he would directly pass the position of Holy Lord to you. Listening to Chen Xiang, Chen Mu could only manage a strained smile. If he were to assume the position of Holy Lord, would he still have the leisure to be a hands-off manager as he currently was? Reflecting on this, Chen Mu was suddenly grateful for having given Chen Tianlin the enlightenment tea, allowing him to enter seclusion early and break through to the emperor level. Chen Mu had no interest in taking over the authority of the heavenly origin Holy Land. The elixir of longevity has been successfully granted. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unparalleled alchemical formula 100. 100 formulas enhancing the 9-tiered elixirs by 100-fold. Chen Mu glanced over briefly. Any single one of them could forge an immortal level of power. This system is extravagantly affluent. Subsequently, Chen Xiang and the others did not linger long. Time was of the essence. They needed to quickly gather medicinal materials and recruit alchemists to concentrate on refining the elixir of longevity. They dispatched messages via Eagle to relay the news to Qinjuexian. And no matter how precious or rare the herbs, for her, they were as easy to obtain as reaching into her pocket. It is no exaggeration to say that nearly all the medicinal materials used in the alchemy chamber are supplied by the business association under Chen Juexin's name. The longevity elixir. My brother comprehended this? Unfolding the letter, upon reading its contents, Chen Juexin could no longer remain seated. The lowest tier can at least add 10 years to one's lifespan, and a single alchemical pattern can increase it by 1,000 years. How outrageous! Truly, it is too outrageous. Even though Chen Juexin was informed of this matter, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement, unable to calm her heart, especially since the person who comprehended this unprecedented alchemical formula was her precious younger brother. Pride. Chen Juexin was immensely proud. She wished the whole world could know. Yet, she restrained her impulse to boast, quickly instructing others to gather the corresponding medicinal materials to send to the heavenly origin Holy Land. At all costs, no matter how much money it took, boom. Flames erupted from her palm, incinerating the letter. With her other hand cradling her face, she gazed at the flickering flames dancing in the wind. Unable to suppress her curiosity about how prosperous the heavenly origin Holy Land would become under her brother's leadership, she evidently forgot that Qin Tianlin was the Holy Lord of the heavenly origin Holy Land. With her heart entirely focused on Qin Mu, she felt reassured knowing that everyone was putting in such effort. Qin Mu continued to recline in leisure. Regrettably, he was not feeling particularly drowsy. On the contrary, he was quite alert that Yi Qingsheng was absent. Zhang Shankai, the cook, had also descended the mountain to procure ingredients and research recipes, striving to ensure that every day's meal was unique to satisfy Chen Mu's palate. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, causing the leaves to rustle. It was truly serene. Bang! Just then, the harmonious atmosphere was shattered by the sound of a door bursting open. Cousin, I'm coming in. From the voice, Chen Mu knew without looking that it was his cousin, Jiang Shang, who excelled in weapon forging, likely here to showcase some new treasure he had crafted. Sighing, Chen Mu thought that since he was quite bored anyway, he might as well entertain him. This cousin was certainly worth nurturing. What brings you here? Qin Mu sat up and inquired. Jiang Shang approached, sitting on a stone bench, filling himself a cup of tea without hesitation. Cousin, actually, I've hit a bit of a bottleneck in my forging, so I thought to come and seek your guidance. Seek my guidance? Qin Mu found the notion somewhat amusing. You are the prodigy in forging? How could I possibly teach you, someone who understands it so well? The system is currently attempting to upgrade. Chen Mu. The system has attempted to upgrade for the 24th time. Failed. The system has attempted to upgrade for the 36th time. Failed. The system has attempted to upgrade for the 52nd time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The one-click forging module has been bound. A new feature, one-click forging, has been unlocked, with the one-click alchemy function as a precedent. Chen Mu easily deduced what this new feature entailed. I was just speaking casually, but system, you're actually serious? Chapter 42. The King of Hell Needle, one-click forging at the divine level. Chen Mu briefly examined it. It was quite similar to the one-click alchemy function, equally possessing a built-in directory. The directory included all the forging methods from the inception of forging masters in the Great Song world to the present day. It was comprehensive beyond belief, from farming tools like hoes and sickles to rare and lost artifacts of the world. Everything was available. Feeling that no other function was necessary, just this one alone could render him invincible across the realm. Even with low cultivation, it was no concern. Possessing a single artifact could withstand any attack, let alone hundreds, thousands, millions. I was merely thinking, cousin, that since you excel in other fields, perhaps you might also shine in forging. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shang downed the cup of enlightenment tea. Cousin, what kind of tea is this? It tastes splendid. Putting down the teacup, he was about to express his admiration for the flavor when suddenly his expression changed. And he exclaimed with joy, I've comprehended it. Everything has clicked into place. How could this be? Noticing Jiang Sheng's gaze filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge directed at him, Chen Mu glanced at the teapot and explained, this tea is called enlightenment tea. A single cup leads to sudden comprehension. Heavens, such miraculous tea exists in this world. Jiang Sheng gasped in astonishment, cradling the teapot in both hands. He implored, cousin, could you possibly give me this pot of tea? Seeing his reaction, Chen Mu replied dryly, no matter what, I can't give you the remnants of the tea I've already drunk. Following this, he produced a piece of the enlightenment tea cake, placing it on the stone table and pushing it toward Jiang Shang. Take it so much? Jiang Shang was left dumbfounded. Cousin, you are truly too generous. I love you. He then became so excited that he stood up and walked over to embrace Chen Mu. All right, I understand. Chen Mu gently patted Jiang Shang's arm, concerned that he might squeeze him too tightly in his excitement. The gifting of the enlightenment tea cake was successful. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the enlightenment tea cake 100. Apologies. Jiang Shang quickly released his hold and stepped back a few paces. The gratitude he felt for Chen Mu was beyond words. Then, a flash of light emitted from his space ring. A massive furnace appeared before him, along with some forging tools. This is not your forging room, Chen Mu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Shang scratched his head and chuckled. I was simply worried that inspiration might slip away, so I wanted to seize the moment. Cousin, you needn't worry. I absolutely won't damage a single flower or blade of grass in your courtyard. Aside from that, of course, he wanted to showcase his graceful form while forging to gain Chen Mu's approval. All right then. Chen Mu reclined again, waving his hand to signal Jiang Shang to proceed. Thank you, cousin, he said with glee. Jiang Shang turned and began hammering iron, sparks flying vigorously, which looked rather interesting. However, upon seeing Jiang Shang illuminated by the fierce flames, a layer of orange hue enveloping him, sweat pouring down his face in large droplets, evaporating the moment they hit the ground. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that he was much more suited for one-click forging. Perhaps due to the unbearable heat, Jiang Shang pushed aside the upper half of his clothing, revealing his muscles, which truly took Chen Mu by surprise. Rugged and powerful, it formed a stark contrast with Jiang Shang's youthful face. Creating an oddly mismatched appearance, it was as if the head and body had been forcibly joined together. Yet it was evident that Jiang Shang genuinely loved forging, fully immersing himself in the process. Cousin? Hearing Jiang Shang's voice beside him, Chen Mu groggily opened his eyes. Previously, due to the monotonous and excessively repetitive scenes, coupled with the rhythmically resonant sound of hammering, I succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. What went wrong? Chen Mu inquired as he sat up. Nothing. I have succeeded in forging, Jiang Shang exclaimed, filled with excitement. Succeeded? Chen Mu, puzzled, observed as Jiang Shang produced a small wooden box with his unwashed, grimy hands. Upon pulling it open, a long needle lay quietly within, exuding an unsettling aura. What is this? Chen Mu asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. This is the Yama needle. Whoever is pierced by it, even if they are an immortal, must meet their demise, Jiang Shang elucidated. Yama needle? Upon hearing these words, Chen Mu was certain that it was indeed a remarkable object. Cousin, not only have you grown stronger and more gifted, but in the future, many will undoubtedly regard you as a thorn in their side. This Yama needle is for your protection. Jiang Shang closed the lid and handed it over. Very well, thank you. Chen Mu accepted the gesture of goodwill without hesitation. Understanding that accepting it would please Jiang Shang more than a refusal, it is I who must express my gratitude, for you have gifted me such precious tea leaves. Jiang Shang fidgeted, unable to conceal his inner joy. At that moment, Chen Mu caught a glimpse of the forge hammer on the ground, which had cracked like a blossoming flower. A heavenly-grade forge hammer had been forcefully shattered. Chen Mu suddenly recalled that his cousin possessed extraordinary strength. It was commendable that the forge hammer had lasted this long. Noticing Chen Mu's gaze, Jiang Shang turned and said, it was merely an old relic, and with my recent frequent forging, it could not withstand the strain. Thankfully, it did not delay the forging of the Yama needle. Is that so? Chen Mu felt that Jiang Shang had sacrificed this hammer for him. It would be remiss not to do something in return. He opened the system panel and switched to the one-click forging function. After navigating the directory and filtering the conditions, he selected the Heavenly Fire Hammer. It comes with heavenly fire and can forge without flames, increasing the success rate by 30. He then mentally requested, System, can you grant me some materials? Of course. The system responded with apparent enthusiasm. It was rare for him to proactively ask for assistance. Signing in? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10,000-unit forging materials gift package. He gathered the materials and placed them into the forging furnace, then clicked on one-click forging. One-click forging in progress. One-click forging successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-grade supreme forging hammer. Heavenly Fire Hammer 1. Is it truly divine grade? Chen Mu had not closely inspected it earlier and had simply selected it upon seeing it was a forging hammer. A divine-grade supreme artifact was now within his grasp. If this were to be known outside, it would undoubtedly leave many astounded. In the vast world of Ditsong, a significant portion of people might never have the opportunity to encounter a sacred-grade artifact, let alone a divine-grade one. Switching to the system backpack, he located the heavenly fire hammer and took it out. It was considerably heavier than Chen Mu had anticipated. Boom. As he withdrew it, the hammer erupted in a fierce blaze, radiating outward like waves, engulfing everything. It was hot, hotter than the blazing sun overhead. If it were not for Jiang Shang, Chun Mu would have never brought it out, preferring to keep it permanently sealed within the system backpack. Cousin, what is this? Chapter 43. With such a cousin, what more could one desire? Upon seeing the heavenly fire hammer, Jiang Shang's speech became somewhat disjointed. He had encountered many heavenly-grade forging hammers and had even seen one used at the sacred grade. However, he had never laid eyes on a divine-grade hammer, for such artifacts were extremely rare. The divine-grade heavenly fire hammer was an unexpected find. I had intended to gift it to you on your birthday. However, since your forging hammer was destroyed due to my actions, I present it to you now. In Chun Mu's eyes, the heavenly fire hammer felt akin to a hot potato, and he wished to hastily pass it to Jiang Shang. His expression reflecting distaste, Jiang Shang remained silent, carefully accepting the heavenly fire hammer with both hands, as if handling a delicate porcelain piece, afraid of causing any damage. The glimmer in his eyes was more captivating than that of a once-in-a-millennium beauty standing before him. Utterly mesmerized, upon closer listening, one could hear him muttering, "Beautiful, so exquisitely beautiful. How can such a magnificent object exist in this world?" He lifted his gaze to Chen Mu and asked, "Cousin, can I truly accept this? It was meant for you. How could you not accept it? What, do you not want it? If not, then please return it to me." Chen Mu feigned indifference. Upon seeing Jiang Shang's outstretched hand, he quickly retreated several steps, creating a distance of 7 to 8 meters. "Of course I want it. Thank you, cousin." He bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the ground. "Cousin, from this day forth, Jiang Shang is yours. You direct me east, and I shall not turn west. You direct me north, and I shall not head south." Hearing Jiang Shang's earnest vow, Chun Mu smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall remember that." Successful gifting of the divine-grade heavenly fire hammer. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a divine-grade reward 100. This time, the system evidently learned from its previous lesson and did not directly return the divine-grade heavenly fire hammer 100, but rather randomized divine-grade weapons, armor, and treasures 100. With this set, Chun Mu could already claim invincibility across the realm without even utilizing all his resources. Life was becoming increasingly stable. Afterward, Jiang Shang stored the furnace and the series of forging tools back into his spatial ring. Ultimately, these were merely temporary forging tools, lacking in comparison to a dedicated forging room. "Well then, cousin, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer and will return to the forging room." Having received the heavenly fire hammer, Jiang Shang was eager to return and test this divine-grade forging hammer to discover its unique properties, his face brimming with anticipation. Go on, go on." Chun Mu waved his hand, indicating Jiang Shang should not concern himself with him. He had been forcibly awakened by Jiang Shang and was still drowsy, ready to indulge in a nap. "Farewell, cousin." Jiang Shang dashed away in a flash. Chun Mu crossed his arms over his chest, shifted his body to find a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and reveled in the ease. Meanwhile, in the forging room, "Jiang Shang, what has transpired? Why are you so jubilant? Indeed, do share so we can all partake in the joy. Did some beloved maiden confess her feelings?" Observing Jiang Shang's exuberant demeanor, the others could not contain their curiosity and inquired. "You may find it hard to believe, but in our Tianyuan sacred land, we finally possess our first divine-grade forging hammer," Jiang Shang revealed. "Sacred grade? Hasn't that already existed? There is a sacred-grade forging hammer held by the successive overseers of the forging room in Jiang City. Listen closely, it is divine-grade, not sacred-grade," Jiang Shang corrected emphatically. "Divine-grade? Jiang Shang, are you joking with us? In the entire Dawu, it is unlikely one could find a divine-grade forging hammer." The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, regarding Jiang Shang as if he were jesting. When did this lad become so humorous? Typically, he only focused on hammering and forging. Just because you cannot find one does not mean my cousin cannot. As he spoke, Jiang Shang directly produced the heavenly fire hammer. Boom! A wave of warm flames surged forth, crashing against everyone in successive waves. They were faring well, having spent years in the forging room, accustomed to the heat, However, their primary concern was still the object Zhang Shang held. My heavens! A divine grade? Truly a divine grade. I never imagined I would witness a divine grade forging hammer in my lifetime. This life is now complete. Zhang Shang, the cousin you speak of, could it be the young master? Someone asked. Although they all knew that Zhang Shang's closest relation in the Tianyuan sacred land was Chun Mu, who he often mentioned, they decided to confirm just in case. Of course it is him. Who else could it be? This was originally a birthday gift prepared by my cousin for me, but since my previous forging hammer was destroyed, he presented it to me early. Zhang Shang boasting. Indeed, he is showcasing how fortunate he is to have such a remarkable cousin. A divine grade forging hammer, a birthday gift. Although I was already aware of the young master's extravagant tendencies, I never anticipated it would reach such heights. It seems we must strive to perform well in front of the young master in the future. Yes, working alongside the young master guarantees rewards. I shall follow the young master for life. Unintentionally, Chun Mu garnered a significant wave of loyalty within the forging room. Subsequently, Zhang Shang ceased his idle chatter with them. He entered his exclusive forging chamber, brewed a pot of enlightenment tea, and tirelessly hammered away, forging for Chen Mu, feeling increasingly indebted to him. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room, 98, 99, 100. Not a single one less, precisely 100 top-grade longevity pills capable of extending life by 500 years. The alchemist counted. In the Tianyuan sacred land, there were numerous alchemists capable of refining pill inscriptions, but to be prudent, Qian Xiang ordered to start with top-grade longevity pills. Once proficient in refining the top grade, they would consider pill inscriptions to minimize waste. Qian Xiang approached a box filled with longevity pills that gleamed with a luster surpassing pearls. With a wave of her jade finger, she enveloped 20 or so longevity pills in spiritual energy and distributed them to those participating in the refinement. These are rewards for you. Remember, the more you work, the more you earn. Chun Xiang understood that to make longevity pills a standard offering in the Tianyuan sacred land, it was essential for these alchemists to taste the sweetness of success. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Thank you for the pills, Pavilion Master. Upon hearing these words, Chun Xiang shook her head, stating, the ones you ought to express gratitude to are not me, but rather the young master. She had never contemplated claiming sole credit for their accomplishments. The sect master's instruction was clear. Spread the news of the longevity elixir reward under the leadership of young master Chun Mu throughout the heavenly origin sacred ground as swiftly as possible. The opportunity for immortality had been granted to them. Whether they could seize it depended solely on their own diligence. Chun Xiang was eagerly anticipating witnessing the monumental transformation of the heavenly origin sacred ground. Chapter 44. Various sects. Is it really not possible to leave? Following the announcement from the alchemy chamber, the news rapidly circulated among the disciples of the heavenly origin sacred ground and the esteemed elders. Hey, have you heard? The young master has comprehended a longevity elixir formula. Even the lowest grade can extend one's life by several decades, while the Danlin grade can increase it by over 1,000 years. Just one pill can extend life by 1,000 years? Then 10 would mean 10,000. Without a doubt, there must be limitations. One person can only consume it once. No. Regarding this matter, the alchemists in the alchemy chamber have clarified that lifespan can be stacked infinitely through this elixir. Infinitely stacked. Does that not imply immortality? Immortality. It appears we can no longer afford to remain idle. We, the old fellows, must contribute to the sect. The enthusiasm of the elders from both the inner and outer courts was instantly ignited. If the elders were so motivated, one could only imagine the fervor among the disciples. Immortality. Can we also partake? Indeed, the alchemy chamber has stated that there are no restrictions. Anyone from the heavenly origin sacred ground is eligible to participate. We owe our gratitude to the elders of the alchemy chamber. You should truly thank the young master. He is the one who comprehended this formula. What? The formula was discovered by the young master. He was willing to share it with everyone. If it were me, I would likely be unwilling to do so. It can only be said that the young master sees further than any of us and possesses a greater love for this land. Brothers, enough talk. We must conquer the 10th level of the trial tower today. Let us not squander the young master's generosity. I desire immortality. In that moment, fervor swept through the heavenly origin sacred ground, igniting a passionate zeal among all. The allure of immortality was simply irresistible. Chun Mu's status and influence soared dramatically in the hearts of the people. Even now, should Chen Mu seek to ascend to the position of sovereign of the heavenly origin sacred ground, the people would unhesitatingly rally in support. For most among them, The pursuit of immortality had been the very reason they embarked on the path of cultivation, to escape death and reincarnation. Though Chen Juexin had not ordered the Tiangong Pavilion to disseminate this news, the matter of the longevity elixir spread rapidly and stealthily, sending shockwaves throughout the Great Martial Dynasty and the vast Song world. In the imperial study of the Great Martial Dynasty, what? Are you saying this is true? The Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground has produced an elixir that can increase lifespan without limits. Upon receiving this news from a cloaked spy, Song Ao was so astonished that his brush fell to the floor, and he abruptly rose from his seat. Your Majesty, as I understand it, the lower grade can extend life by 10 to 30 years, the middle grade by 100 years, the upper grade by 200 years, and the supreme grade by 500 years, while the Damwon grade can even extend life by 1,000 years. After listening to the spy's words, Song Ao felt utterly powerless and slumped back into his chair. Your Majesty? It is nothing. Seeing the spy's worried expression, Song Ao waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Yes, I take my leave. The spy vanished from the imperial study without a sound, leaving as abruptly as he had come. The notion of an unlimited longevity elixir seemed utterly absurd. Just previously, Song Ao had thought the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground was rejecting marriage alliances, and his precious daughter, Song Wanjun, had voluntarily remained there. Now, he completely abandoned such thoughts. He felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his frustrations. He dared not express anger or discontent. The prospect of one person achieving immortality was already daunting, let alone a multitude possessing the means to do so. Song Ao could scarcely fathom what territories, beyond the Great Martial Dynasty, would come under the sway of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground a century hence. Should they possess such resources and means, there were countless outcomes that Song Ao could envision, all ultimately leading to the perpetual flourishing of the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground, a true eternal legacy. Clenching the dragon-headed armrest tightly, he chuckled bitterly, pondering how long he could maintain his position as emperor. With nothing else to do but cherish the time remaining, Song Ao considered that perhaps he should govern the Great Martial Dynasty diligently, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, in hopes that others might still regard him as a puppet emperor. With a heavy sigh, he reflected on the exceptional, once-in-a-millennium prodigy that had emerged from the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground. At that same moment, within the Dragon Martial sect, one of the 10 mightiest sects of the Great Martial Dynasty, Elder Yi. What is the matter? Is it truly impossible to leave? Zhao Changshou, the sect master of Dragon Martial sect, implored the Supreme Elder, who was already packed and prepared to depart. Leave? Will you grant me immortality? Elder Yi retorted, I shall indeed. Zhao Changshou vowed, I will certainly find a way to secure the means for you to achieve longevity. You should first ensure your own survival this year, you foolish child. Elder Yi cast a glance at Zhao Changshou, whose hair, eyebrows, and beard had all turned white, and turned away, smiling helplessly. Such instances were not uncommon. The younger generation within families and sects might withstand the pressure, but the older generation, especially those nearing the end of their days who could not enhance their lifespans through cultivation, were increasingly opting to pack their bags and journey to the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground to pledge their allegiance, all in hopes of securing the longevity elixir to extend their lives. Ironically, these individuals were often the most powerful among them. The influx of countless formidable beings into the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground could not help but cause a stir. Moreover, many prodigies who were not affiliated with the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground were contemplating withdrawing from their sects, including those from the Eastern Extreme Sacred Ground. The elders employed various strategies to entice them to stay, offering increased benefits that, of course, some were incorrigible and directly confronted them. Do you think the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground is a dumping ground for anyone? What do you have that is worthy of their acceptance? Within your own sect, you may be considered a prodigy, but among the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground, you might not even qualify as a registered disciple. Even if you were to become a registered disciple, what would you use to compete for the opportunity for longevity? It would be better to remain here, solidify your strength first, and then discuss other matters. After a lengthy session of education and persuasion, they finally managed to dissuade them. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite disheartening. Knowing that their retention was merely a pretext for future endeavors at the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground, they had no choice but to assist in nurturing talent. It was truly a bitter pill to swallow. Tears welled in their eyes, but they forced themselves to lift their heads and stifle their emotions, unwilling to reveal their vulnerable side. With a deep sigh, they contemplated whether it might be better to simply submit to the Heavenly Origin Sacred Ground. In the Eastern Extreme Sacred Ground, Zhao Guozian, the sovereign, was beset by troubles. Before him lay a multitude of notifications from sects wishing to withdraw from their affiliations. Though unspoken, it was evident that they sought to pledge allegiance to the heavenly origin sacred ground. Zhao Guozhen, aware that it was unwise to pursue the matter further, could only click his tongue in frustration, lamenting, "Why does our eastern extreme sacred ground lack such a young master?" While they lacked such a young master, they could have a son-in-law instead. A voice broke into his thoughts. Chapter 45. The Five Poisons Sacred Ground. The contest of great Dao fortunes. The speaker was none other than Li Zhu, the mother of Zhao Yueling, Zhao Guozhen's wife. "Madam, what brings you here?" Zhao Guozhen inquired, puzzled by her arrival. "I have come to alleviate your troubles." Li Zhu replied, taking a seat beside him. "That a son-in-law? Are you suggesting we marry our daughter into the heavenly origin sacred ground?" Zhao Guozhen sought clarification. "Is there any other choice? If we continue as we are, our eastern extreme sacred ground will inevitably be squeezed out of existence. Moreover, the young master of the heavenly origin sacred ground has saved Yueling's life. Pledging her in marriage is more than sufficient." Li Zhu articulated her perspective. However, Zhao Guozhen was reluctant to compel Zhao Yueling to sacrifice for the family. "I heard from Yuhao that after waking up, Yueling has been inquiring about the young master of the heavenly origin sacred ground. She seems to have a favorable impression, so I believe she would not refuse. Furthermore, it is rumored that the sovereign of the heavenly origin sacred ground has already entered seclusion, striving to break through to the emperor realm. You must understand what that signifies should he truly ascend to such heights," Li Zhu pressed, prompting Zhao Guozhen to fall into a lengthy silence. After much contemplation, he resolved to inquire about his daughter's opinion. Just then, a disciple hurried in, exclaiming, "Sovereign, an elder from the Five Poisons Sacred Ground requests an audience." "The Five Poisons Sacred Ground? What is their purpose?" Li Zhu asked, puzzled. "What else could it be? They must be here regarding the heavenly origin sacred ground." "Seeking an alliance with us," Zhao Guozhen surmised, prompting him to instruct the disciple, "Allow him to enter, at the very least. We owe them the respect due to a sect envoy." "Understood." A moment later, an elder clad in a dark green robe, adorned with a crimson serpent coiled around his neck, entered the hall, exuding an aura of malevolence. If possible, Zhao Guozhen wished to avoid any dealings with these practitioners of poison. "Huoku, I pay my respects to the sovereign of the eastern extreme." The elder greeted, clasping his hands in reverence. "Might I inquire as to the reason for your visit to our eastern extreme sacred ground?" Zhao Guozhen asked directly. "I am here, primarily to convey the intentions of my sovereign. He wishes to form an alliance with you to jointly oppose the heavenly origin sacred ground." Huoku candidly replied, "An alliance? Oppose?" Zhao Guozhen forced a bitter smile, mocking his own naivety. "In this present day, the heavenly origin sacred land stands at its zenith, its profound depths obscured from our understanding, leaving us utterly incapable of discerning how to counter it. Indeed, the truth aligns with your assertions. However, if we do not take action and allow the heavenly origin sacred land to continue basking in its glory, both the Five Poisons and your eastern extreme sacred land will inevitably vanish from the southern region. To be candid, my ancestor is currently striving to break through to the emperor realm. If we can hinder Qian Tianlin's ascension, allowing my ancestor to seize the opportunity to become an emperor first, uniting the strength of our two families to confront the heavenly origin sacred land may not be devoid of hope." Huoku was forthcoming with his thoughts. "What? Even the Five Poisons sacred land is attempting to break through to the emperor?" Zhao Guozhen's brow furrowed. "What is the sovereign's intention? Upon success, we shall divide all the cultivation resources of the heavenly origin sacred land equally, including the rumored miraculous elixirs that can extend one's lifespan." Huoku pressed on, believing the stakes he laid forth were ample enough for Zhao Guozhen to acquiesce. Not to mention Qian Tianlin, whose cultivation speed is astonishing and whose talents in alchemy and martial arts are exceedingly exaggerated. How can one find peace with such a formidable figure remaining? The Five Poisons sacred land will not acquiesce to becoming a mere puppet. Swearing fealty, we must strike while he is still weak, before he gains strength, to eliminate him. Or perhaps we can use the secret techniques of the Five Poisons sacred land to forge him into a corpse puppet for our own use. Your regard for me is appreciated. However, my eastern extreme sacred land does not intend to be adversaries of the heavenly origin. We shall not be treacherous. Zhao Guozhen firmly rejected. "My mind is made up. There is no need for further discourse." Raising his hand, he did not even grant Huoku the chance to respond. "Someone, escort our guest out. Since that is the case, I shall not impose further." Huoku replied, a fleeting glint of venomous malice flashing in his eyes as he turned away. The serpent coiled around his neck mirrored the same cold, lethal glimmer. I sense they will not let this matter rest. Li Zhu commented. For the time being, they should not dare to act recklessly. We must ensure our disciples are vigilant in their daily affairs to avoid being poisoned in secret. Zhao Guozhen held no belief in Huaku's words, particularly the notion of sharing the resources of the heavenly origin sacred land. Once the heavenly origin sacred land falls into decline, the venomous fangs of the five poisoned sacred land will surely turn towards the eastern extreme. Two tigers cannot inhabit the same mountain. How could the five poisoned sacred land, with its chance to dominate the southern region, willingly share with the eastern extreme sacred land? Should we inform the heavenly origin sacred land? Li Zhu inquired further. We need only observe. We must not engage in any way. Zhao Guozhen shook his head. Understood. Li Zhu acquiesced, respecting Zhao Guozhen's decision. The five poisoned sacred land. Huaku recounted every detail of his encounter with Zhao Guozhen without omission. What a splendid eastern extreme sacred land. What a remarkable Zhao Guozhen. Our willingness to collaborate is a fortune they have accrued over centuries, yet they dare to refuse, truly a lack of understanding. What shall we do now? Should we teach the eastern extreme sacred land a lesson? Unnecessary. Our focus must remain solely on the heavenly origin sacred land. We should not concern ourselves with a mere eastern extreme. That said, the contest for the fate of the Tao between my ancestor and Chen Tianlin is intensifying. Boom. Upon arriving at the entrance, they gazed up at the chaotic sky, where thunder and lightning clashed. Each face heavier than the last. It was evident that the fate of the Tao favored the heavenly origin sacred land. This cannot continue. If we allow Chen Tianlin to break through to the Emperor realm, we shall all perish. Let us seek out the sovereign. In the rear mountains, a perpetual shroud of purple poisonous mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility to naught. It was said that any living being, even the disciples of the five poisoned sacred land, would perish upon inhaling even a breath of this toxic air, their flesh rotting away to reveal stark white bones. As elders, they had grown accustomed to this, finding the miasma invigorating, enhancing their strength. After traversing several hundred meters, they finally encountered Hua Yicheng, the lord of the five poisoned sacred land, stationed before a cave. Oh, what brings you here? Hua Yicheng turned upon hearing footsteps. The sovereign's retinue conveyed the news of the eastern extreme sacred land's refusal to allied. Is that so? They have declined. Hua Yicheng's demeanor suggested a lack of surprise, as if he had never held any hope for their cooperation. Sovereign, we beseech you to set forth swiftly to punish the heavenly origin and prevent Chen Tianlin from absorbing the fate of the Tao, aiding our ancestor in achieving the emperor realm. In unison, they knelt, voices rising in fervor. Chapter 46. The Thousand-Faced Demon King, Shan Yurong. Oh, the five poisoned sacred land has indeed resolved to attack the heavenly origin and obstruct my father's ascension to the emperor realm? Chan Mu replied with a disinterested tone, gazing at the elder before him, whose neck was entwined by a crimson serpent. He held little belief in the ability of the five poisons sacred land to contend with the heavenly origin sacred land. Should they arrive, it would be an exercise in futility. Young master, I assure you, I have witnessed this with my own eyes. It is absolutely true, without a hint of fabrication. Huaku vowed earnestly, given your attire. You belong to the five poisons sacred land? Chun Mu queried for confirmation. Huaku shook his head, swiftly transforming his appearance from head to toe, becoming an entirely different man. A middle-aged figure, disguise technique? Chen Mu pondered, uncertain of the term. The transformation he witnessed, a comprehensive change, was a first for him. System. This individual is named Shan Yurong, known in the martial world as the Thousand-Faced Demon King. Proficient in disguise and transformation arts, with none having ever discerned his true visage. The Thousand-Faced Demon King, Shan Yurong. Chun Mu recalled having heard of him. It is indeed an honor for me to be recognized by the young master. Shan Yurong said, placing his hand over his heart and bowing slightly. How did you come to know of this matter? Qin Mu inquired further. Shan Yurong did not hesitate to divulge the entire sequence of events. Initially, he had blended into the eastern extreme sacred land, actively guiding Huaku to the main hall to meet sovereign Zhao Guozhen. Subsequently, he had closely followed Huaku down the mountain, only to discover him at the riverbank, intending to poison the waters with the venom from the serpent coiled around his neck. This river connected countless wells of the eastern extreme sacred land. Had he proceeded, the casualties would have been immense. Consequently, Shan Yurong decisively intervened, erasing all traces of Huaku. Then, employing his own cunning, he infiltrated the five poisons sacred land and joined the elders in their trek to the rear mountains to meet the lord of the five poisons. Upon learning of the Lord's orders to assemble forces to attack the heavenly origin sacred land and hinder sovereign Shan Tianlin's ascension, Shan Yurong promptly set out for the heavenly origin. Qingyun Mansion.as for his motives. Chun Mu surmised they were either to repay a favor to the heavenly origin sacred land, or to seek elixirs for longevity. System, investigate this person for me. Searching now, query successful. As the system relayed the information, Shan Yurong's identity and background unfolded before Chen Mu. His tragic birth, his bond with his sister, and his acquisition of transformation arts in pursuit of a way to extend her life. All meticulously documented. Truth be told, this narrative, paired with his sister's circumstances, led Chen Mu to believe that, in his past life, it could easily serve as the foundation for a protagonist in a tale of the underdog rising to prominence. His sister must possess some extraordinary constitution beneath her seemingly ordinary facade, and of course, this was merely Chen Mu's unfounded conjecture, and he did not dwell on it. You seek the longevity elixir to extend the life of your critically ill sister. Am I correct? Without mincing words, he struck directly to instill a sense of trepidation in Shan Yurong, making it clear he was well aware of his intentions. Such feigned disguises would not suffice before him. It was best not to harbor any ulterior motives. Chen Mu recognized the potential utility of this individual, envisioning him as a valuable asset to the heavenly origin sacred land. Shan Yurong's heart quaked. Yet he soon regained composure, a smile breaking forth. Indeed, I have come for the longevity elixir. I humbly ask the young master for a grant. In gratitude for this life-saving boon, I am willing to serve you faithfully for all eternity. Observing Shan Yurong kneeling and curling into a ball before him, Chen Mu easily discerned the significance of that sister to him. She was his heart's treasure. Remember your words. Chen Mu procured 10 longevity elixirs of the inscription grade, placing them in a jade vial that could be held in one hand, ensuring the preservation of their medicinal properties. Granting longevity elixirs successfully. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining longevity elixirs of the inscription grade 1000. Thank you, young master. Shan Yurong trembled with excitement, clutching the jade vial. After searching for so long, he had finally found it. Now, hasten and administer the elixir to your sister. Chen Mu waved his hand. Yes. Shan Yurong hastily departed Qingyun Mansion, eager not to waste a moment. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Mu mused, this talent could potentially allow him to join my sister's Tianji pavilion. If that comes to pass, the pavilion's business will undoubtedly flourish. Transformation arts, indeed convenient. Chen Mu couldn't help but ponder what it would be like to transform into anyone at will. While sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of metamorphosis. Goodness, while others can transform 1,000 times, you can do so a myriad of times, system. If others possess it, naturally my host must have it too. Hearing its self-evident tone, Chen Mu did not refute. Nor did he have any reason to do so. He was impatient to give it a try. Who should he transform into? As long as he could conjure the image of that person in his mind, would the transformation be complete? The first person that came to Chen Mu's mind was Yi Qingqing, with whom he had spent the most time recently. In the next moment, he completely transformed from head to toe into her appearance from when she left the house today. He arrived by the rockery and pond in the courtyard, gazing at his reflection in the water's surface, and was quite astonished. Not bad at all. It truly resembles her. No, it should be said that it is identical. Straightening his posture and moving about, he felt no discomfort, as if this body belonged to him. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his mottled arms, he touched his skin. Had even the texture of the skin been perfectly replicated? Although Chen Mu had never touched Yi Qingqing's hand, he could be certain that the texture of her skin was entirely different from his own. More delicate, smooth, and soft. Looking down, he could only see the tips of his toes. His physique was still quite commendable. Chen Mu could hardly imagine what would happen if such an ability fell into the hands of those with ill intentions. If placed in the world before his rebirth, it would surely stir up even greater chaos. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He shook his head in contemplation. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard door being opened suddenly reached his ears. With a creak, Chen Mu turned to see Yi Qingqing. Her cheeks flushed, slightly panting, saying, Young master, no, this is not good, I heard. She had only spoken half of her sentence when their eyes met. Yi Qingqing's brows furrowed tightly, filled with suspicion about life. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Sacred Land. Proving the Tao. Breaking through to the Emperor. She momentarily questioned whether she was experiencing a hallucination. Silently reciting a spell to awaken herself, yet the reflection before her, akin to looking into a mirror. remained as real as ever within the Qingyun mansion. What on earth was happening? Yi Qingcheng could not recall having an identical twin sister. Noticing the strange expression on Yi Qingcheng's face, Chen Mu ended the transformation. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original form and said, "You're back." Observing him lying down on the bench, appearing as calm as still water, Yi Qingcheng's heart, however, was anything but tranquil. As she approached him curiously and asked, "Young master, what was that you just did?" "Oh, that? It's a transformation technique I just learned. I was merely trying it out. Rest assured, I meant no offense," Chen Mu declared. "No, I am not concerned about that. I am simply astonished that you have mastered the transformation technique to such an extraordinary level, capable of rivaling, if not surpassing, the legendary Thousand Changes Demon Lord." Yi Qingcheng expressed with admiration. Chen Mu chose not to continue this topic and inquired back, "By the way, it seemed you had something to tell me just now, right?" Yi Qingcheng suddenly remembered there was indeed an important matter to discuss. Her expression turning anxious again. "Young master, a grave situation has arisen. There are rumors that the Five Poisons Sacred Land has mobilized its entire force and is heading towards our Tianyuan Sacred Land. Some say they can't stand to see the Holy Lord prove the Tao to become an emperor, attempting to intervene and disrupt the balance of the southern region. Fear not, nothing will happen. I have my plans." Chen Mu calculated the time. With Qian Tianlin's strength, coupled with the Enlightenment Tea, and the auspicious clouds overhead, the Five Poisons Sacred Land would have no chance to strike. On the contrary, this move would only seal their fate and provide an excellent opportunity for the Tianyuan Sacred Land to act. "You initiated the conflict first. How can you blame me for taking advantage of the situation?" he mused. "Should the strong merely endure assaults from the weak in silence? What is the point of cultivation then?" Observing Chen Mu's calm demeanor, Yi Qingcheng hesitated to speak. She contemplated that perhaps the young master's foundation with the Tianyuan Sacred Land was far more profound than she had imagined. To remain so unflustered in the face of an entire Sacred Land's mobilization, one would be hard-pressed to find many in the world capable of such composure. By the way, how did the trial tower progress today? Chen Mu shifted the topic. In response, "Young master, we have progressed 20 levels more than yesterday," Yi Qingcheng replied. Seeing Chen Mu lying down, she took the initiative to move behind him and began to massage his temples and shoulders. Chen Mu wore an expression of enjoyment. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, within an inn, Dan Yulong quietly pushed open the door, careful not to disturb his sister Dan Yuchan's rest. However, Dan Yuchan still heard the noise and opened her lips to ask, "Brother, are you back?" "Yes, I have returned." Dan Yulong closed the door and approached the bedside, unable to conceal his excitement. "Yuchan, I have finally found the life-prolonging medicine for you. Come, let me help you sit up." With Dan Yulong's assistance, Dan Yuchan propped herself up against the pillow, her expression filled with doubt. "Life-prolonging medicine?" "Yes, a pill that can extend one's lifespan. At the very least, one can gain an additional 10 years of life. And a pill of Danwen grade can even extend it by 1,000 years, Dan Yulong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He had waited far too long for this day. 10 years? 1,000 years. Dan Yulong appeared somewhat sickly, his speech weak yet unable to mask the astonishment within him. Such miraculous pills truly exist? Indeed, Dan Yulong exclaimed as he abruptly opened the vial and poured out several pills. Looking at the shimmering golden patterns on the pills and then at his stunned sister, Dan Yuchan asked, "Brother, is this Danwen?" "Yes, that is indeed Danwen," Dan Yulong replied instinctively, still in shock. He had not anticipated that the pills Chen Mu provided him would be of Danwen grade. And there were a full 10 of them, equivalent to 10,000 years of life. How many powerful beings toil their entire lives only to find such a treasure, that he would simply give them to him? Dan Yulong was even more resolute in his decision to follow Chen Mu. Such great kindness must not go unreturned. Little did he know, Chen Mu had given him these 10 pills, not only netting 1,000 for himself, but also gaining his loyalty. "Come, Yuchan, quickly take it. Once you do, you will be able to return to normal. Brother, let us split it in half. I don't want to live in this world alone." All right. Subsequently, the two of them each consumed 5 Danwen grade lifespan pills, adding 5,000 years to their lives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Dan Yulong was about to ask how Dan Yuchan felt, a sound akin to a fierce wind tearing through the air echoed from above. Seeing Dan Yuchan's complexion turning rosy, no longer the deathly pale visage, Dan Yulong leaned forward to peer upwards. His pupils constricted. Where did all these warships come from? Wait, that is the totem of the 5 Poisons Sacred Land. Have they arrived so soon? A transfer array? Turning to Dan Yuchan, he said, "Yuchan, stay here. I have some matters to attend to." I will return shortly. Brother, be careful. You must return alive, Dan Yuchan cautioned without further questioning. How could she not know that these pills did not come easily? In this world, there are no such things as free lunches. I promise you, he replied before vanishing from the room. On the side of the Tianyuan sacred land, hundreds of warships floated, several times that of the 5 poisons sacred land. Not only in scale but even the size of the warships was significantly larger. Not to mention the tens of thousands of formidable warriors riding on flying swords. Martial saints and immortal realm beings emerged, exuding an aura that could obliterate the heavens, their presence overwhelming. The winds and clouds shifted ominously, witnessing this scene. Many disciples of the 5 poisons sacred land were nearly terrified out of their wits. They had not heard of such a vast disparity between the 2 sacred lands before their arrival. Little did they know, this was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Tianyuan sacred land. Most of the disciples and powerful beings of Tianyuan sacred land were still out in the world. The elders believed there was no need to call them back for a mere 5 poisons sacred land. It was unnecessary to mobilize the entire force. These people above were more than sufficient. Unfortunately, we, the outer court disciples, do not have the privilege to participate, and of course, when there's a fight, it's south always the inner court brothers who go first. They've been itching for a brawl for a long time now, and this is just the inner court brothers and sisters. There are still plenty who haven't joined in. The Tianyuan sacred land is truly terrifying. Indeed, to be able to join boom, boom, boom. Just as the conversation was unfolding, the heavens and earth shook violently. A golden beam of light shot into the sky. Breaking through a thick layer of clouds, a heavenly pit opened up, and golden light spread, dyeing the blue sky and white clouds. Looking up, one could see a vast ocean of gold, boundless and overwhelming. What a powerful aura of the great Tao. The Holy Lord, has he successfully proven the Tao to become an emperor? This left Hua Yicheng, who had just contemplated issuing orders for the disciples to seize the opportunity for the Ancestor's breakthrough to the emperor and turn the tide, wearing a troubled expression. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Mansion, witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Chun Mu stood up, thinking it was time for him to utilize the Emperor's experience package. To give those people, and this world, a delightful surprise. Chapter 48. Utilizing the Emperor's experience package. Dual Emperors. The Holy Lord has truly broken through to the Emperor, successfully proving the Tao. Splendid. Our Tianyuan sacred land now has the protection of an Emperor. The Holy Lord is unparalleled. Ha ha ha, the 5 poisons sacred land has just dug their own grave. They will surely be frightened to tears. The Holy Lord is already powerful, and now having proven the Tao as an emperor, with the blessing of the great Taoist fortune, annihilating them will be effortless. Indeed, this was the case. The disciples of the 5 poisons sacred land were currently filled with anxiety, their hearts brimming with unrest. Has the Holy Lord truly broken through to the emperor? Isn't that obvious? This celestial phenomenon, what else could it be but a breakthrough to the emperor? Even without looking at the sky, can't you see it from the expressions on the Holy Lord and the elders' faces? What shall we do now? Flee? Flee? Ha, the emperor wishes to slay you. Do you think you can escape? Then, shall we surrender? Upon hearing the notion of surrender, treasonous whispers began to circulate through the ranks, unabashedly mentioning their sovereign. Within Hua Yicheng's heart, there brewed a tempest of anger and helplessness. It was evident that his gamble had gone awry. The 5 poisons sacred land was at its wit's end, given his understanding of Chen Tianlin and the celestial origin sacred land. This matter would not simply conclude. Escape was utterly impossible. You truly possess audacity. How dare you provoke my celestial origin sacred land? Chen Tianlin's voice thundered across the cosmos, resonating like a mighty storm, forcefully penetrating the ears of all present, rendering them momentarily deafened by the reverberation of imperial might. An overwhelming and irresistible imperial aura enveloped them, shattering their already fragile resolve. Those in the rear ranks fled in panic, while those unable to escape could only kneel in submission, beseeching mercy. We bear no intention of opposing the celestial origin sacred land. I implore the sovereign to show mercy. I beg for mercy. I am willing to toil for the celestial origin. Mercy, sovereign, mercy. The cries for mercy echoed incessantly. Only Hua Yicheng and the elders found themselves in a dilemma, as the sovereign and elders of the sacred land. How could they possibly kneel and plead for mercy in front of so many juniors? If word of this got out, they would be the subject of mockery. As Chen Tianlin approached ever closer, their hearts raced and hung precariously in their throats. Chen Tianlin, you have seized my path to destiny and shattered my chance at enlightenment. I will see you perish. A hollow, ancient voice reverberated once more in their ears. Following the sound, they beheld an ominous, rolling cloud of greenish toxin, surging forth like a tidal wave. It was overwhelming. Ancestor. The ancestor has arrived. One elder exclaimed with delight. Although the 5 poisons ancestor had failed in his ascension to emperor, his strength remained formidable, and the odds were not entirely against them. Chun Tianlin halted his advance, raising his hand with a flourish. Boom! An endless sea of flames erupted behind him, sweeping towards the toxic clouds. It was as if the heavens themselves had ignited, casting an eerie orange glow. The heat was no less intense than the blazing sun above. Under such extreme temperatures, the poisonous mist and clouds were instantly incinerated. Reduced to nothingness, helpless against the onslaught. No. I refuse to accept this. Why? Among the remaining wisps of toxic cloud, the ghastly visage of an elder could be seen. He desperately clawed his way out, extending his hands in a futile attempt to contend with the inferno. Ultimately, it was all in vain, as he was consumed by the flames. This was something Ho Yicheng and the others could never have anticipated. Their own ancestor, such a powerful figure, a half-step emperor, utterly powerless before Chen Tianlin. What was most terrifying was how casual Chen Tianlin's strike appeared, devoid of any indication that he was attempting to exert his full strength. It felt leagues beyond the challenges faced by those who had just ascended to emperor status. Why? He is too powerful. Our sovereign is truly unmatched. The celestial origin sacred land shall endure through the ages. The sovereign is invincible. The sovereign is mighty. The disciples of the celestial origin sacred land raised their arms in fervent cheers, their voices threatening to rend the heavens asunder. At this moment, within the Azure Cloud Manor, the Emperor's Cultivation Experience Pack was in the midst of being utilized. The Emperor's Cultivation Experience Pack has been successfully activated. As the system's voice faded, a golden pillar of light, imbued with immense spiritual energy and fortune, shot skyward. The universe. It pierced the very heavens. Even in broad daylight, one could witness the dazzling stars of the night sky. It was impossible to suppress the thought that this was indeed the manifestation of a true celestial phenomenon. What is happening? Don't look at me. How would I know? The sovereign has surpassed the Emperor's residual might. How could such residual power emanate from the young master's Azure Cloud Manor? Could it be? The young master has also ascended to Emperor, but earlier, he was still at the Grand Master level, right? Then let me ask you, how long did it take him to break through from Grand Master? Moreover, it said that only one emperor can emerge from a single realm. Our southern domain already has one emperor. Can there truly be a second? If this were to occur with the young master, I wouldn't find it surprising. Rather, it would be expected, shattering the norms. Rumblings, rumblings, rumblings. An even more intense tremor of the heavens reverberated throughout the southern domain. Visibility diminished, and looking up revealed a sky filled with twinkling stars, exceptionally brilliant. The blue sky, white clouds, and that blazing sun disappeared without a trace. This was an extraordinary sight that none present, not even Chen Tianlin, had ever witnessed before. Aside from the successful ascension of an emperor, they could conceive of no other possibility. Even if there were, it would surpass that of an emperor. How can this be? 2 emperors. Does this not defy the order of the heavenly path? No matter how favorably the path of destiny leans towards the celestial origin sacred land, it shouldn't manifest in such a manner. Right? 2 emperors, unprecedented. I have long heard that the young master of the celestial origin sacred land is extraordinarily gifted, but I truly did not anticipate him to possess such capabilities. It is simply against the heavens. 2 emperors, our hope for survival has been utterly extinguished. Ho Yicheng and the others felt as if they had plummeted into an abyss, their hearts frozen, no, completely frozen. They had never felt such despair. Indeed, the entire Great Song and Southern Domain had never experienced such despair. Within a single realm, within a sacred land, 2 emperors had emerged in quick succession. How could they hope to contend against that? Ha 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 ha. Ho Yicheng covered his face with his hands, emitting an eerie laughter reminiscent of a beast rather than a human. He then produced a vial of elixir, pouring its contents into his mouth. Sovereign! An elder recognized this as the most lethal elixir of the 5 poisons sacred land. Just one could claim a life. What of consuming an entire vial? Chen Sovereign, this reckless act is solely mine. I am willing to exchange my life for the lives of those from the 5 poisons sacred land to survive. Nothing more. The words barely left his lips. Cough. Ho Yicheng's expression suddenly shifted. Unable to mask his agony as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, he then fell like a meteor, plummeting to the ground. Chapter 49. The Born Emperor, renowned across the southern domain. We are willing to serve the celestial origin sacred land as loyal subjects. Please, Sovereign, show mercy and spare our lives. Sovereign, forgive us. Sovereign, forgive us. The celestial origin sacred land unifies the southern domain, enduring for eternity. At this moment, even those elders who wished to remain defiant lacked the courage. The ancestor of the sacred land had been slain in an instant, and the sovereign had resorted to self-poisoning. What courage remained for them to oppose an emperor, let alone two? Yet, at this moment, Chen Tianlin's focus was entirely elsewhere. He stood sideways, his eyes wide with shock, staring in the direction of Azure Cloud Manor. He had considered that Chen Mu's fortune was formidable, but he never imagined it could be so overwhelming. In the very next moment after he had successfully ascended to emperor, he too broke through on the same day, disrupting the order of the heavenly path. This fortune could only be described as that of a child of destiny. Without question, a naturally born emperor. Chen Tianlin began to doubt whether Chen Mu had always possessed the opportunity to transcend to emperor, but had been held back by his own presence. The reason was simple. Chen Tianlin himself lacked the ability to disrupt the order of the heavenly path. The more he pondered, the more stirred he became. What merit had he, Chen Tianlin, to give rise to such an extraordinary son? Sovereign, how shall we deal with the people of the five poisoned sacred land? An elder approached, noting Chen Tianlin's prolonged silence. Oh, take down the five poisoned sacred land and incorporate it into the celestial origin. Chen Tianlin spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a matter of trivial significance. He had already resolved to eliminate the threat posed by the five poisoned sacred land following his ascension to emperor. The five poisoned sacred land had come seeking their own demise, sparing Chen Tianlin much trouble. It is entrusted to you. Chen Tianlin turned, placing a hand on the elder's shoulder. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Heading towards Azure Cloud Manor. Muir, you have also ascended to emperor? Chen Tianlin asked, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Chen Mu, who lay on a bench with an expression devoid of any fluctuation. Beside him, Yi Qingcheng remained in a state of shock, unable to extricate herself, repeatedly murmuring, "The young master has ascended to emperor." "Yes, father, I have successfully entered the emperor realm." Chen Mu stood, nodding in affirmation. His thoughts were simple. Having attained the emperor stage, the pinnacle of martial power in the Great Song world, there was no longer a need for him to be compelled to learn or do anything. Simply by virtue of his status as an emperor, he could serve as a talisman, safeguarding the entire celestial origin sacred land, fulfilling his duties as the young master without exerting effort. With such capital, one could lounge, leaving others speechless. Muir, how did you manage to break the order of the emperor and become one? Chen Tianlin inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. I just did it. How could Chen Mu explain this? He couldn't possibly reveal to Chen Tianlin that he possessed a system, could he? I just did it? Chen Tianlin furrowed his brow, sensing the essence of what it meant to be overtly pretentious, top-tier pretentiousness. He refrained from pressing Chen Mu for further clarification. After regaining his composure, Chen Tianlin understood that for Chen Mu, this was a very effortless and natural occurrence, something he was born to achieve. It was a talent, a gift from the heavens. No, the heavens had provided sustenance. Even if he were to articulate his insights, it would not be something others could replicate, nor would they have the right to do so. Two emperors, not even at the height of the celestial origin sacred land's glory had there ever been such a phenomenon. My son, our era has arrived. Chen Tianlin approached Chen Mu, placing a hand on his shoulder in a camaraderie-like embrace, envisioning their future together. Chen Mu's smile was strained, his lips twitching. He merely wished for a leisurely existence. The great martial dynasty. Bang. What? The celestial origin sovereign has ascended to emperor. Song Ao slammed his hands on the table, startled to his feet, his eyes wide open like copper bells. He had anticipated that Chen Tianlin would eventually attain the status of a great emperor. But he never imagined that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Moreover, what has become of the young master of Tianyuan? Song Ao slumped back into the dragon chair, overwhelmed. The young master of Tianyuan had followed closely behind the Tianyuan Saint Lord. Stepping into the realm of the great emperor, and the celestial phenomena he brought forth were far grander than those of the Tianyuan Saint Lord. The spy reported truthfully. What? Bang! Song Ao struck the table again with both palms. This time with such force that it shattered the long table in two. The shock in his heart, was vividly etched upon his face. His agile features betrayed a complexity of feelings that were nearly indescribable. The double great emperor slumped like a puddle of mud upon the dragon chair, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If he could grasp this information, one could only imagine the extent of Qian Juexin's understanding. As the master of the Tianji Pavilion, powerful, incredibly powerful, he never expected that the Chen family could boast not one, but two great emperors, that insufferable brat, who had previously worried that he might fail to awaken his talents and fall into despair, had in just a few short days successfully ascended to the realm of the great emperor. It was unfathomable that at such a young age, he could break the order of the heavenly path and become a great emperor. What astonishing and terrifying prospects awaited him in the future? Chen Juexin maintained her anticipation. Simultaneously, she expanded her business empire. After all, with two great emperors backing her, who would dare undermine her endeavors? In stark contrast, at the eastern extreme sacred land, the eastern extreme Saint Lord Zhao Guizhen sat in the courtyard, exposing himself to the blazing sun. Even so, his hands and feet remained ice-cold, trembling slightly. Come, soak your feet. Is it truly necessary to be so frightened? His wife, Li Zhu, brought a basin of water for foot soaking, squatting before him to assist in removing his shoes and socks before placing them in the basin. I cannot fathom what fate would befall me had I agreed to ally with the five-poisoned sacred land. The entire eastern extreme sacred land would face an uncertain future, Zhao Guizhen said. Still shaken. You haven't agreed, so why the distress? Li Zhu failed to comprehend. Alas, Zhao Guizhen had little hope that Li Zhu would understand and chose to cease further discussion. Soaking his feet did indeed alleviate some of his earlier discomfort. By the way, regarding the potential marriage between our daughter and the young master of Tianyuan, Li Zhu suddenly brought up. Just then, outside, Zhao Yueling had just stepped onto the stairs. Yueling, are you truly prepared to sacrifice yourself for the eastern extreme sacred land by marrying into the Tianyuan sacred land? Zhao Yuhai inquired repeatedly. For the greater good, what is the sacrifice of self-worth? Moreover, marrying someone like the young master of Tianyuan should be considered a blessing, should it not? Zhao Yueling was resolute, urging Zhao Yuhai not to persuade her further. Zhao Yueling was well aware of Zhao Yuhai's affections for her. They were simply fated to be apart. Zhao Yueling regarded Zhao Yuhai merely as a senior brother. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuhai fell silent. Zhao Yueling then turned to push open the courtyard door. Subsequently, Zhao Guizhen's voice echoed from within. Let us abandon the notion of marriage and not bring shame upon ourselves. Bring shame upon ourselves? Huh. Zhao Yueling wore a puzzled expression. Chapter 50. It is not that we lack ambition, but rather that he is too extraordinary. What does it mean to bring shame upon oneself? Zhao Yueling was utterly bewildered. Zhao Yuhai too was perplexed by this statement. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Yueling was renowned as the most beautiful woman within the eastern extreme sacred land, revered as a goddess by countless admirers. Many powerful families and royal relatives had sought her hand in marriage. Yet, Zhao Guizhen had flatly rejected each and every one of them. The reason was simple. Zhao Yueling held a position of great value in his heart, deserving of far better. These suitors were utterly unworthy of her. Prior to this, Zhao Yuhai had never considered that the phrase bringing shame upon oneself would emerge from Zhao Guizhen's lips, especially in reference to Zhao Yueling. Indeed, Zhao Yuhai acknowledged that the young master of Tianyuan was undeniably exceptional, yet Zhao Yueling, in terms of talent and beauty, was unparalleled. Even if she were to elevate herself, it should not be deemed as bringing shame upon oneself. Should it? Father, what do you mean by this? It was evident that Zhao Yueling was somewhat indignant, in her flustered state. She forgot to knock and pushed the door open forcefully. Yueling, what brings you here? Engrossed in conversation with Li Zhu and overwhelmed by panic, Zhao Guizhen had failed to notice Zhao Yueling's presence. Father, you just stated that the marriage proposal is akin to bringing shame upon ourselves. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yueling pressed again. Zhao Guizhen had not anticipated that Zhao Yueling would overhear his words. With a sigh, he recognized Zhao Yueling's stubbornnness and, wishing to avoid further trouble, decided to speak candidly. Yueling, have you not heard? The Tianyuan sacred land has produced a great emperor. He inquired. It is well known that the Tianyuan Saint Lord, Chun Tianlin, is the most promising candidate in the southern region to attain the status of a great emperor. Zhao Yueling was bewildered. Does this mean that simply because he succeeded in becoming a great emperor, marrying his son would be bringing shame upon myself? After all, I am a saintess of a sect. Surely I am not so lacking. Indeed, it is common knowledge that the Tianyuan Saint Lord would attain the status of a great emperor. But who could have predicted that the young master of Tianyuan would also step into the realm of the great emperor? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yueling's mind buzzed with shock. The young master of Tianyuan has become a great emperor, but I heard from senior brother Yu Hai that he was merely at the grandmaster stage just days ago. How could this be? Zhao Yueling severely doubted that Zhao Guozian was jesting with her. The grandmaster stage is 4 major realms away from the great emperor stage, not to mention the leap from grandmaster to great emperor. Even a martial disciple to martial master, no matter how talented, could not achieve such a breakthrough in such a short span of time. Saint Lord, did you just say that the young master of Tianyuan also ascended to the great emperor stage? Also? At this moment, Zhao Yuhai could no longer contain himself. He strode into the courtyard, repeatedly emphasizing the word also, his tone laden with disbelief. Yes, at the very moment the Tianyuan Saint Lord broke through to the great emperor, he followed suit and entered the great emperor realm. There are even rumors that he deliberately suppressed his own realm for the sake of the Tianyuan Saint Lord, for in the vast world of Datsong, it has never been seen that 2 great emperors could emerge in one region, breaking the heavenly order. Zhao Guozian clarified. 2 great emperors? Zhao Yuhai staggered, his legs weak with shock, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself against the wall, barely maintaining his balance. Such news was truly unprecedented and unimaginable. To break the very laws of the heavenly path and its order is far more terrifying than merely claiming the title of emperor. Who on earth is this young master of Tianyuan? How can he contravene the heavens? Does the heavenly path not object? Zhao Yueling fell silent, instantly understanding Zhao Guozian's perspective. The phrase bringing shame upon oneself was indeed aptly applied. Yueling, do not be too disheartened. It is not that we lack ambition, but rather that the young master of Tianyuan is simply too extraordinary. In the entire Datsong realm, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone worthy of his talent. As a mother, seeing Zhao Yueling display such a despondent demeanor, how could she bear it? She approached, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, offering gentle comfort. Thank you, mother. Zhao Yueling nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on the notion of marriage any longer. If she were to pursue it, it would indeed be self-deprecation. May I inquire, Saint Lord, how shall the eastern extreme sacred land proceed in facing Tianyuan? Zhao Yuhai asked. Currently, the 3 major sacred lands of the southern region, with the 5 poisoned sacred land effectively self-destructing, have now fallen to Tianyuan. We, the eastern extreme, are likely. Zhao Guozian firmly believed that the Tianyuan sacred land would not forsake the opportunity to unify the southern region. The people of Tianyuan have always struck him as extremely ambitious. Yuhai, summon all the elders to the Grand Hall. I have crucial matters to discuss with them. Zhao Guozian interjected before Zhao Yuhai could speak. Understood, Saint Lord. Zhao Yuhai replied and promptly departed. There was no need for further inquiry. Given the current situation, even without Zhao Guozian's words, Zhao Yuhai comprehended the nature of the discussion he intended to hold with the elders. Surrender. Tianyuan Sacred Land, Qingyun Mansion. After finally sending off Chen Tianlin, Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief. He felt as though he was even more fatigued after ascending to the status of emperor. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment. Young master, you are truly remarkable. A person of your age attaining the title of emperor is unprecedented. To defy the heavens and claim the title of emperor is even more extraordinary. Yi Qingqing exclaimed with admiration, her face filled with infatuation. From this moment forth, Chen Mu would become the goal of her life, not to mention surpassing him. As long as she could catch a glimpse of his back, Yi Qingqing would feel utterly satisfied. Focus on your cultivation. You will be the next great emperor. Such encouraging words were second nature to Chen Mu, who hailed from Blue Star. Rest assured, young master, Qingqing will not disappoint you. Yi Qingqing declared confidently, slapping her chest. Chen Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Soon after, he sensed a familiar aura approaching the mountain gate. Outside the gate, Shan Yurong arrived with her sister, Shan Yuchan. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to the Tianyuan sacred land? The guards lowered their weapons, questioning the 2 who wore unfamiliar attire. I am Shan Yurong, a loyal subject of the young master of Tianyuan. This is my sister, Shan Yuchan. Shan Yurong introduced herself while also introducing her sister, Shan Yurong, the thousand-faced demon lord. The guard's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that is correct. Shan Yurong affirmed with a nod. How will you prove it? The guard inquired further. Just then, Chen Mu's voice, ethereal and reminiscent of a divine presence, resonated from all directions, allowing them to pass. Very well, young master. The guard straightened up, his weapon firmly planted on the ground in a most formal response. Little did he expect that even a figure as significant as the thousand-faced demon lord would submit to their young master. Please, you two. The guard gestured for them to enter. Thank you. Shan Yurong glanced at Shan Yuchan. Yuchan, let us ascend the mountain. Very well. Shan Yuchan withdrew her gaze from the guard and, alongside Shan Yurong, ascended the steps. Midway, unable to contain her curiosity, she initiated a conversation, inquiring, Brother, is that Tianyuan young master truly formidable? The guard appeared quite terrified of him. Chapter 51. The top 10 of the sign-in leaderboard are all sacred bodies. This young master cannot merely be described as powerful, at an age akin to yours. He has shattered conventions and entered the realm of the great emperor. Upon mentioning Chen Mu, Shan Yurong's eyes radiated admiration and aspiration. He had never held such reverence for anyone before. How astonishing! Shan Yuchan exclaimed, her expression one of sheer astonishment. She certainly understood the implications of the title Great Emperor, which, in her eyes, denoted a being capable of dominating a region and commanding the very elements. Indeed, even the formula for the life-prolonging elixir was derived from his insights. Upon hearing this, Shan Yuchan raised her hand and, placing the other on her forehead, interrupted, Brother, please, stop. I suddenly feel overwhelmed. In comparison to him, I feel as insignificant as an ant. Shan Yurong smiled but remained silent. Not only Shan Yuchan, but even he, known as the thousand-faced demon lord who had dined with various sects and mastered numerous techniques, felt immense pressure in the presence of such an outstanding junior as Chen Mu. He understood that in the face of Chen Mu, not just himself, but the entire southern domain, with countless powerful figures, would merely become background figures. Under him, all would be mere green leaves. In any case, the young master is our benefactor. When we meet him, do not act recklessly, understand? Shan Yurong cautioned repeatedly. Although he was aware of Shan Yuchan's gentle nature and her understanding of the situation, he still worried that a careless word might offend Chen Mu and lead to dire consequences. To associate with a powerful figure is to tread upon a tiger's tail, where one must exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, brother, I know how to conduct myself, Shan Yuchan replied with a smile. Before long, under Shan Yurong's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of Qingyun Manor. For reasons unknown, it felt far more comfortable here than in other places. Shan Yuchan placed a hand on her chest, finding her breathing remarkably smooth. Her observation prompted Shan Yurong to notice that the spiritual energy within Qingyun Manor was indeed denser and more potent than elsewhere, by several folds. If not 100 times, as they exchanged breaths, their dantians quickly filled, and their cultivation gradually progressed. In such an environment, it was no exaggeration to say that even those with a modicum of talent could enhance their cultivation simply by lying down. Without any active practice, a sacred land. No, an earthly paradise. Is this what it means to be a great emperor? Shan Yurong was certain it had not been like this during his previous visit. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he ascended the steps and knocked 3 times on the courtyard door. Moments later, the door swung open. I am here to see the young master. Please announce my arrival, he stated, sensing Yi Qingqing's vigilant gaze. Shan Yuchan remained silent beside him, her eyes fixed on Yi Qingqing, thinking to herself, what a beautiful woman. The aura of confidence and elegance emanating from her evoked deep envy in Shan Yuchan. Let them in, came Chen Mu's voice. Yes, young master. Please, come in, Yi Qingqing said, fully opening the door and stepping aside. Thank you. Shan Yurong glanced back at Shan Yuchan. Let us proceed. All right. The two entered the courtyard and approached Chen Mu. Shan Yurong, paying respects to the young master. Shan Yuchan, paying respects to the young master. Shan Yuchan mimicked her brother, kneeling before him. Despite being of similar age, the disparity in identity, status, influence, and strength was vast. There was no reason not to kneel. No qualification to stand. Shan Yurong, the thousand-faced demon lord Shan Yurong, Yi Qingqing exclaimed in surprise from the side. Rise. There is no need for such formalities. Chen Mu replied promptly. As he finished speaking, he sought to confirm his thoughts by having the system check Shan Yuchan's personal information. Data retrieval in progress, retrieval successful. In no time, a comprehensive account of Shan Yuchan's attributes and life experiences appeared before Chen Mu. His gaze soon settled on the section detailing her physique. Physique. Innate Ice Phoenix cold body. Note. Ranked 17th on the physique leaderboard, this extremely cold body, if not mastered with the appropriate cultivation technique, could threaten her very life. Chen Mu had initially approached this with a sense of curiosity, never expecting to be correct in his assumption. Ranked 17th on the physique leaderboard? My Thunder Path body is only ranked 28th, it seems? The potential is boundless. Signing in, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first-ranked physique on the leaderboard. All Path Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second-ranked physique. Spatial Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third-ranked physique. 5-element Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fourth-ranked physique. Stellar Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fifth-ranked physique. Sky-burning Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sixth-ranked physique. Immortal Sacred Body. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seventh-ranked physique. All Poison Sacred Body. Chun Mu could hardly fathom that his offhand remarks led the system to sign him up for the physique leaderboard's top 10. The All-Path Sacred Body encompasses all paths within the world. The Spatial Sacred Body allows one to distort space at will, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. The 5-element Sacred Body can manipulate the essence of the 5 elements. The Stellar Sacred Body draws energy from the vast universe and countless stars, providing an inexhaustible source. Among these, the most captivating to Chun Mu was undoubtedly the Immortal Sacred Body. Gaining this physique equated to attaining immortality. Even if one were reduced to a mere speck of ash, they could effortlessly reconstruct their physical form. Ageless, immortal, bound to exist alongside the heavens. Even the collapse of the cosmos would not bring about their demise. Chun Mu felt an inkling of a curse within this overwhelming power. Young master, is there something wrong with my sister? Shan Yurong inquired, noticing Chun Mu's unwavering gaze on Shan Yuchan. He wondered if the young master had taken a liking to Yuchan. Should he consent or refuse? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he had neither the authority nor the qualification to refuse. Do you know why your sister has been afflicted with a chronic illness, even threatening her life at times? Chun Mu countered, I have consulted many renowned physicians, yet none have uncovered the truth, Shan Yurong replied, shaking his head. However, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, he pressed on. Could it be that you have discerned the cause, young master? Indeed, Chun Mu affirmed. She possesses an innate sacred body, yet this very gift has nearly cost her life. Sacred body. But is not a sacred body a blessing from the heavens? Why would it endanger my sister's life? Shan Yurong asked, perplexed. This sacred body is known as the Ice Phoenix Cold Body. It requires mastery through a specialized cultivation technique. Otherwise, it will incessantly consume and drain her vitality. Even though she currently consumes lifespan elixirs to barely cling to life, should it flare up again, her remaining years would swiftly dissipate, leading to unbearable suffering, Chun Mu explained. Having just risen, Shan Yurong fell to his knees once more. Bowing deeply, I implore you, young master, save my sister. I am willing to offer anything. With that, he presented a gold-inlaid red jade ring. Chapter 52. Ice Empress, cousin, Jian Qingzhu. This spatial ring contains various unique cultivation techniques I gathered while traversing the vast expanse in search of remedies for my sister. Totaling over 10,000, along with countless spiritual treasures and elixirs, Shan Yurong explained without Chun Mu needing to ask. He was known as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord not merely for leading a vast cult or heretical organization, but due to his unparalleled ability to disguise himself and infiltrate various sects and noble families' treasures. Although he would not empty their coffers entirely, he would discreetly take what he needed, elixirs or handwritten texts of techniques, as bargaining chips. To put it bluntly, he was akin to a grand thief. A more palatable term would be a divine thief. It was said that there was nothing in this world he could not steal. The fruits of his labor over the past decade were now wholly offered to Chun Mu without a hint of hesitation. After all, he had amassed these items solely to extend Shan Yuchan's life. Even if Chun Mu demanded Shan Yurong's life in exchange for Shan Yuchan's, he would not hesitate for a moment, immediately agreeing. After listening to Shan Yurong's explanation, Chun Mu pinched the ring that had been presented to him. Having it in hand, there was no reason not to accept it. It would be quite useful in enriching the treasury of Tianyuan Sacred Land. System, regarding her ailment, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-tier Xianbing Linglong technique. The system was as prompt as ever. Chun Mu raised his hand, channeling the method of the Xianbing Linglong technique into a stream of spiritual light, which he infused into Shan Yuchan's mind. Once you cultivate this technique to the second level, you will be able to control the cold energy within you at will, and it will no longer pose a threat to your life. On the contrary, you can harness this extreme cold energy to strengthen yourself and carve out an enduring legacy in this vast world of Datsong. Upon hearing this, Shan Yurong quickly took hold of Shan Yuchan's head. who remained in a daze. Thank you, young master, for saving my sister. Both Yuchan and I shall remain eternally loyal to you. Bestowal of the top-tier Xinbing Linglong technique successful. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the top-tier technique 100. One can only say that the unlimited 100-fold return setting is exceedingly outrageous, truly infinite. Closing the system panel, Chun Mu proceeded to arrange for Shan Yurong. He instructed him to head to the capital and seek out his elder sister, Chan Juexin, to join the Tianji Pavilion. He believed that with Shan Yurong's strength, he would surely lead the Tianji Pavilion to be well acquainted with the myriad information of the entire Datsong world. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. The formidable strength of the Tianji Pavilion plays a crucial role in the prosperity of the Tianyuan sacred land. As for Shan Yuchan, she remains in the Tianyuan sacred land, nurtured as an inner court disciple. With her rank of 17th on the 3,000 physique list, possessing the Ice Phoenix cold body, she is undoubtedly qualified to be taken under the wing of the elders within the academy for dedicated cultivation. Thus, the Tianyuan sacred land gains another trump card for the future. The two siblings uttered not a word regarding this arrangement. Obediently complying, the debt of gratitude from twice being saved had left an indelible mark, rendering them unable to defy it. As they departed and the gates closed, Chan Mu lay back, cradling the back of his head. He sincerely wished that his Qingyun mansion could be a bit less bustling. Perhaps being a waste would not be so bad after all. Hearing Chun Mu's murmured thoughts, Yi Qingqing smiled in silence. The troubles of an unparalleled genius were beyond her comprehension, as she lacked the strength to empathize. Noticing the sweltering heat, she fetched a small round fan adorned with landscapes and silently fanned a cool breeze for Chan Mu. He closed his eyes, relishing the gentle zephyr. Outside the academy, Yuchan, during the days when I am not around, you must take good care of yourself in all matters. Prioritize the young master. If he instructs you to go east, you must not venture west. If he commands you to head south, you must not proceed north. Do you understand? Before parting, Shan Yurong reminded her for the third time. Yes, I will not seek trouble. Whatever the young master says is paramount. Shan Yuchan nodded earnestly. Then, brother, take care on your journey. After watching Shan Yurong leave, Shan Yuchan turned and proceeded to report to the inner court. What is your name? What brings you here? The registrar lifted his gaze, dipped his pen into ink, and inquired, I am Shan Yuchan. The young master sent me to join the inner court. She replied, Shan Yuchan, is it? The young master has, wait, you mean the young master sent you? The registrar sprang to his feet, his voice trembling. Yes, indeed. It was the young master who instructed me to come, Shan Yuchan affirmed, taken aback by the registrar's excitement. She took a cautious step back, raising her hands defensively, her smile strained, fearing the registrar might lunge at her. And no sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming pressure descended from above, enveloping her entire being, rendering her immobile. Is this the presence of a human immortal? And not just one. Shan Yuchan had encountered human immortals before, but the oppressive force from those before her was unparalleled. This girl, I, Wanshou Peak, shall have her. The young master's recommendation, and you think you are worthy of her? Little girl, why not join my Danxiao Peak instead? Join my Chongqing Peak. With our elixirs, techniques, and various cultivation resources, you can choose as you please. Regardless of the conditions they proposed, at my Wulong Peak, I will offer double. Witnessing the scramble among over a dozen human immortals vying for her, as if they feared lagging behind, seeking to have her as their true disciple, and the envious whispers of the other disciples echoed around her. Shan Yuchan found it hard to believe that all of this was merely due to a single word from Chinim. It seems the young master is quite favored in the Tianyuan sacred land. Shan Yuchan had often heard her brother, Shan Yurong, speak of how challenging it was to gain entry into the Tianyuan sacred land. It was one of the few places he dared not venture to steal. If entering was this difficult, one could only imagine the odds of becoming a true disciple of a human immortal elder. Such an opportunity was indeed one in a million. In her heart, Shan Yuchan felt an even deeper gratitude towards Chan Mu. This person, I shall claim for my Yuqing Peak. Accompanying her cold, emotionless words was an equally chilling aura that permeated the air. Visible frost began to coat the surroundings. Even the eyelashes of some individuals were not spared. This person, named Jian Qingzhu, was Chen Mu's cousin and concurrently the peak master of Yuqing Peak, renowned as the Ice Empress in the southern region. Qingzhu, your approach seems rather tyrannical, does it not? Why not allow everyone a fair competition? With a mere glance, Jian Qingzhu froze half of the body of the one who spoke, extending an ice wall for over 10 meters. This girl possesses the Ice Phoenix cold body. No one here, aside from me, is qualified to mentor her. Although Jian Qingzhu's words were light, they carried an irresistible, imperial-like authority. Chapter 53. Sign in for all attributes of spiritual roots. Jian Qingzhu's heart demon. The Ice Phoenix cold body? At the utterance of these 4 words, the expressions of all the human immortals present stiffened. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, some curious disciples could not help but inquire. Have you heard of the Ice Phoenix cold body? No, came the unanimous response, but it sounds quite formidable. Anything associated with Phoenix must be extraordinary. You are truly ignorant. Can you not pay attention to matters beyond cultivation? The Ice Phoenix cold body is ranked 17th on the sacred body ranking. What? The 17th ranked sacred body among the 3,000 physiques? A true genius. It seems our young master possesses exceptional talent, not only in cultivation and alchemy, but also in discerning quality. Seeing that the peak masters had fallen silent, Jian Qingzhu gracefully approached Shan Yuchan and asked, "Are you willing to join my Yuqing peak?" Disciple pays respects to master. Shan Yuchan, perceptively, immediately performed a kneeling salute. "Rise," Jian Qingzhu said, helping Shan Yuchan to her feet, and in full view of everyone, took her away. This left the other peak masters exchanging glances, each bewildered and unable to articulate their frustrations. Indeed, not only within the Tianyuan sacred land but even throughout the southern region. Finding someone more suitable to mentor Shan Yuchan, who possessed the Ice Phoenix cold body, was nearly impossible. At Yuqing Peak, take this token. Keep it safe. Should you encounter troubles in the Tianyuan in the future, simply present this token, Jian Qingzhu said, handing Shan Yuchan the emblem representing her status as a true disciple. Thank you, master. Shan Yuchan accepted it with both hands. By the way, I noticed your internal energy is in disarray. With cold energy stagnating, do you possess a suitable cultivation technique? Jian Qingzhu's gaze softened, returning to normal as she inquired. Reporting to master, the young master has a technique that he said can assist me in mastering the cold energy within me. Shan Yuchan revealed without reservation. What kind of technique? Jian Qingzhu, having mastered all ice-related techniques within the Tianyuan sacred land, was curious about Chun Mu's understanding of ice attributes, especially since she recalled that his awakened talents were lightning and fire attributes. I have not yet practiced it. It is called the Xinbing Linglong Gong, Shan Yuchan replied. Xinbing Linglong Gong. A flicker of unexpected surprise crossed Jian Qingzhu's icy countenance, a nuance easily overlooked. Master knows of this technique? Shan Yuchan asked curiously. Jian Qingzhu nodded. This technique has been lost for 1,000 years. It was once revered as one of the 3 supreme ice techniques. When combined with your sacred body, upon reaching the great perfection realm, you could freeze a vast expanse with a mere thought. It far surpasses my abilities. Her words hinted at a touch of envy. Really? Is that true? Shan Yuchan was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that the young master not only saved her life but also bestowed upon her such a precious technique. Such immense kindness, how can I ever repay it? Take these elixirs and cultivate diligently. Do not be negligent and quickly master the Xinbing Linglong Gong. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Jian Qingzhu tossed a bottle of elixirs to Shan Yuchan before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a gentle breeze that brushed against Shan Yuchan's hair. It's been a while since I visited Qingyun Mansion. Lifting her gaze to the plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with the golden characters for Qingyun Mansion, Jian Qingzhu reflected. She realized she should have come to congratulate Chen Mu earlier. However, she had been in seclusion, attempting to break through to the human immortal realm and had found it difficult to extricate herself. Now, she seized this opportunity to congratulate Chen Mu on his ascension to the emperor level and to express her gratitude for finding such an excellent disciple for her. Suddenly, within the mansion, Chen Mu opened his eyes, rubbing his arms and asking Yi Qingqing, "Have you noticed that the weather has turned significantly cooler?" Upon hearing Chen Mu's remark, Yi Qingqing also felt a slight chill. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly grade supreme ice spiritual root. Why am I suddenly getting this? Chen Mu wondered aloud. The system explained. It detected that the host has relatively weak resistance to ice attributes. Hence the enhancement. To this, Chen Mu retorted, then why not just sign me up for all the spiritual roots at once to avoid future trouble? Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly grade supreme earth spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly grade supreme metal spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly grade supreme with spiritual root. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a heavenly grade supreme wind spiritual root. Chun Mu exclaimed, I was just joking. Are you serious? Now, possessing all attributes of spiritual roots, Chun Mu found himself in an unparalleled position. Coupled with his ability to freely manipulate the powers of the five elements through the five-element sacred body. The effects were doubled, a doubling of doubling. No one could rival him, a pioneer with no predecessors or successors. A gust of cold wind swept through the door, and a woman clad in blue, exuding an aura of icy indifference, appeared at the entrance. Cousin, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, Chun Mu closed the system and stood to greet her. He clearly remembered Jian Qingzhu, his cousin, who had watched him grow up. During his childhood, when Chen Tianlin was engrossed in his training, he would often be left in Jian Qingzhu's care. Though she seemed cold and distant to others, to Chen Mu, she was a caring older sister who once conjured an entire I-City amusement park just for him. I came to see the youngest emperor of the entire Datsong world. Here in the Tianyuan sacred land, it seems you have become even more handsome in my absence, Jian Qingzhu observed as she stepped closer. Cousin, you flatter me, Chun Mu replied modestly. Chun Mu's divine sense swept over, and he curiously inquired, Cousin, did you fail to break through to the human immortal realm? Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, Jian Qingzhu replied. Seated on a stone bench, revealing a hint of sorrow. System, investigate the reason for her failed breakthrough. Data is being retrieved success. Upon reviewing the findings, it was clear that the root cause lay in the concept of inner demons. To attain the human immortal realm, one must first transcend oneself and vanquish these inner demons. That Jian Qingzhu did not fall into madness during her failed attempt was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. In this lifetime, I fear I shall have no opportunity to break through to the human immortal realm, sighed Jian Qingzhu once more. Cousin, do not be so pessimistic. The road of life stretches long ahead. Moreover, Tianyuan has already mastered the method of longevity. You have ample time and need not rush, Chen Mu consoled. True, Jian Qingzhu conceded, her spirits lifted slightly as a subtle smile graced her lips. Chen Mu then delved deeper into the details regarding Jian Qingzhu's inner demons. He was curious to discover what inner demons could plague someone known as the emotionless woman. Data is being retrieved success. What he uncovered completely overturned his preconceived notions of Jian Qingzhu's character. Chapter 54. The youth of righteousness on the surface, the hidden master of the Hahuan sect. The world referred to Jian Qingzhu as the emotionless woman. Yet, unbeknownst to them, her heart concealed a desire that was nearly beyond control, one that could erupt at any moment. Chen Mu mused. No wonder her expression appeared rather peculiar when she praised her own handsome appearance moments ago. However, this desire was not something Jian Qingzhu wished to harbor. It stemmed from a deeper lineage, a naturally enchanting physique. Yet, such matters cannot be discerned by the naked eye. Furthermore, Jian Qingzhu rarely ventured down the mountain, preferring solitude and adept at concealing her innermost thoughts, which naturally prevented others from noticing anything amiss. Speaking of lineage, the Jian family surely had no issues. Otherwise, how could only his cousin be the one in trouble? Chen Mu pondered. After dismissing the only erroneous conclusion, the root of the problem pointed solely to his uncle, Jin Jianghe. Jian Qingzhu keenly sensed that Chen Mu's expression was somewhat off and pressed. Did you discover something? It was only logical. With Chen Mu's current status as a great emperor, identifying her predicament and devising a solution would surely be a matter of moments in this regard. She was even more confident than Chen Yu. There's something you cannot bring yourself to say to me? Jian Qingzhu encouraged him to speak freely. System, check the information on Jian Jianghe, Chen Mu commanded inwardly. Data is being retrieved success. What he discovered only confirmed his thoughts. His cousin's appearance resembled that of her mother, yet her essence mirrored her father's. The five characters master of the Hahuan sect immediately caught Chen Mu's eye. He had not previously heard of Jian Jianghe holding such an identity. He only knew that he had met her mother while she was traveling down the mountain, and they had quickly fallen in love. At that time, the title of one of the 10 outstanding cultivators of the southern region was not to be taken lightly. A youth of righteousness on the surface, yet the hidden master of the Hahuan sect? The Hahuan sect, euphemistically named, was regarded by many as a den of iniquity. Several centuries ago, the reputation of the Hahuan sect was formidable, with its unique cultivation techniques attracting countless men and women to ascend the mountain. A scale that was staggering, yet now, it had gradually faded from public view. Cousin, the concept of inner demon stems from your lineage. Chen Mu hesitated before deciding to reveal everything. Lineage? Are you suggesting there is an issue on my father's side? Jian Qingzhu asked directly. Yes, Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. Your uncle is the master of the Hahuan sect. Jin Qingzhu and Yi Qingcheng were undoubtedly aware of what the term Haihuan sect implied. Rest assured, your uncle has never done anything to betray your aunt. Rather, under his leadership, the Haihuan sect has shown signs of reform. Chunmu hurried to explain. So, you're saying that the jumbled thoughts I've been experiencing lately are related to this? Jin Qingzhu sought confirmation. Indeed, Chunmu nodded. How could this happen? Can the direct bloodline of the Haihuan sect truly influence a person? Jin Qingzhu inquired, determined to understand. As far as I know, the Haihuan sect's lineage traces back to its ancestors, who were known as seductive fox spirits. This bloodline has little effect on men but exerts a powerful influence on women. However, if harnessed correctly, it can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, several times greater than that of ordinary individuals. The Haihuan sect's founder drew inspiration from this to create their cultivation techniques, seeking to proliferate the Haihuan methods across the realm. After hearing Qian Mu's explanation, Jin Qingzhu's thoughts became complicated and chaotic. Difficult to articulate. So, are you suggesting that in order to overcome these inner demons, I must, like the founder, seduce men? She bit her lip, unable to continue. If it meant that she had to resort to such methods to become a human immortal, she would rather never break through. It need not be so troublesome. I have a solution. Really? Subsequently, under Qian Mu's guidance, Jin Qingzhu sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and drew spiritual energy into her body, attempting once more to break through to the human immortal realm. The inner demons resurfaced, presenting her with a myriad of blush-inducing images, causing 2 shades of crimson to bloom on Jin Qingzhu's fair cheeks. Observing the opportune moment, Qian Mu condensed a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm and infused it into Jin Qingzhu's body. Inner demons? Shattered with a single strike. Such a level of inner demons was hardly a challenge for him. With the inner demons eradicated, Jin Qingzhu's complexion returned to normal, her mind regaining calmness. She continued her breakthrough, advancing towards the human immortal realm. Thanks to the system's enhancement of Qian Mu, the spiritual energy of the Qingyun mansion surged 100-fold, allowing for an exceptionally smooth progression. This 100-fold increase in spiritual energy was simply a measure taken by the system to ensure Qian Mu enjoyed better sleep quality. Concurrently, it facilitated quicker enhancement of strength through regulated breathing. On the path to bolster Qian Mu as a formidable figure, the system was utterly devoted, unwavering in its resolve. Beside them, Jin Qingzhu, as the Ice Empress, felt immense frustration at her insurmountable dilemma, yet Qian Mu effortlessly resolved it with a mere wave of his hand. Yi Qingcheng's admiration flowed endlessly. The young master is truly formidable. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds gathered in droves, like roaring waves. The sound of thunder reverberated, shaking the very core of the heart. Outside the walls, many paused to observe. Strange, why is there a thunder tribulation at Qingyun Mansion again? Hasn't the young master already reached the peak of the great emperor realm? This thunder tribulation seems far weaker than the one the young master faced during his breakthrough. I suspect it is the holy maiden Yi who is about to break through. Who would have thought that not only the young master but even those beside him are experiencing the same? Of course, how could an ordinary person gain the young master's attention? Do you know about the Ice Phoenix Cold Body? The sacred body ranked 17th in the physique rankings. Such a prodigy is not worthy of remaining in Qingyun Mansion. One can only imagine how exceptional the holy maiden Yi is. Hearing the discussions outside regarding herself, Yi Qingcheng's smile turned bittersweet. She longed to say, "You truly overestimate me." Boom. Just as she contemplated, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, illuminating the sky for miles. Observing the scene, Qian Mu spread his fingers, drawing the heavenly lightning into his body, storing its power within his dantian. This thunder of the human immortal realm could be utilized at his discretion. Below the martial sage level, it could instantly reduce an opponent to ashes. This time, it was evident that the heavenly Tao had learned from its previous lesson. Upon witnessing 2 bolts of heavenly lightning failing to strike Jin Qingzhu, the thunderclouds dispersed. The heavenly Tao would rather turn a blind eye than grant Qian Mu free experience points. How miserly of the heavenly Tao, Qian Mu remarked, speechless. Boom, boom, boom. A massive surge of white energy erupted, filling his field of vision. His attention was instantly drawn to Jin Qingzhu. A tale? Chapter 55. Bloodline of the Demon King. An additional trump card, a magnificent, elongated white tail, surpassing her own height, spread out behind Jin Qingzhu. Primarily white, the tip of the tail bore a hint of pink. Such a demonic tail was 5 in total. In addition to the tail, Jin Qingzhu's once lustrous black hair had transformed into a silvery hue. On her head sprouted a pair of fluffy fox ears, tinged with a light pink at the tips. Most striking of all were her pair of crimson eyes, blood red and inhuman. Heavens! Yi Qingsheng covered her face, unable to contain her astonishment. What has happened to me? Jian Qingzhu turned her head from side to side, glancing at the tails, momentarily flustered. Not only had she never seen such a sight, but she had also never even heard of it. I believe it is highly likely that the ancestral bloodline from your uncle has fully awakened within you. Chunmu speculated, observing the traits typical of a fox demon system. To be precise, the bloodline Jian Qingzhu has awakened is that of the nine-tailed fox clan, far surpassing that of an ordinary fox demon. Ordinary fox demons can only bow before her. Since she is a nine-tailed fox demon, why does she have only 5 tails? Chenmu asked, puzzled. He was certain there were precisely 5 tails, not one more or less. The system explained, the number of tails increases with the elevation of strength. Simply put, her current power is insufficient to awaken all 9 tails. Ah, I see. Chenmu understood. He then relayed the insights he had garnered from the system without omission. Having the system was indeed convenient. It was akin to possessing a portable encyclopedia, allowing him to gain knowledge on anything he wished to understand. The nine-tailed fox clan. If memory serves, the ancient demon king who once dominated a realm was of the nine-tailed fox clan. How could it possibly be connected to the Haohuan sect? At first, Jian Qingzhu believed that the bloodline she possessed was merely that of an ordinary fox demon. Little did she expect to find herself entangled with the ancient demon king. As for Chen Mu, he had little interest in delving deeper into the matter, fearing that the pit might only grow larger, with Jian Qingzhu incessantly probing for answers. Damn demon, perish, do not harm our young master. With a thunderous crash, the door was flung open, and several celestial beings, masters of the martial sage realm, rushed in hastily. The aura they exuded was resplendent and formidable. Before Jian Qingzhu could react, 5 tails coiled together, wielded like a long whip, striking towards them with ferocity. Bang boom! The protective barriers of the intruders were shattered in an instant, sending them hurtling away, unable to respond in time as their bodies slammed against the courtyard wall, cracking it in multiple places. This is bad. Seeing that the 5 tails were about to launch another attack, Jian Qingzhu quickly regained her composure, exerting control to retract them. The power of the human celestial realm, combined with the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox tribe, was far more potent than she had anticipated. A few more strikes could leave those old geezers paralyzed for months or, worse yet, lead to their immediate demise. Jian Qingzhu had no desire to be branded with the infamous reputation of harming her fellow sect members. Cough! The intruders clutched their chests, brows furrowed, faces darkened, with traces of crimson staining their lips. Such a powerful demon! Do not flee! Observing an elder preparing to send a signal for reinforcements, Chunmu quickly interjected. Stop! There has been a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The group was filled with confusion. Take a closer look. She is not a demon intruding upon the sacred land, but the master of Yuqing Peak, Chunmu stated earnestly. What? She? He is the master of Yuqing Peak. Sister Qingzhu, what has happened to you? Have you been cursed by the demon sect? How could this be? I don't understand. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed senior sister Jian, her gaze as icily piercing as ever. Rubbing his arms together, he felt an inexplicable thrill, noticing someone's peculiar fondness. Chen Mu displayed a look of disdain. He then recounted the matter of Jian Qingzhu possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox tribe once more. However, he omitted any mention of her uncle Jian Zhenghe being the sect leader of the Haohuan sect, as it was not particularly honorable. At least, the righteous sects looked down upon the Haohuan sect. That was a private family matter, and Chen Mu did not wish to meddle further. What? The nine-tailed fox tribe. Sister Qingzhu has awakened the bloodline of the Demon King. Incredible, truly incredible. Our Tianyuan sacred land is indeed blessed. It would be hard not to awaken such power. Rumors spoke of ancient demon kings who could contend with emperors. Does this not suggest that our Tianyuan sacred land might possess 3 imperial-level warriors? The more they spoke, the more excited they became. If they could boast 3 imperial-level powerhouses, then the people of Tianyuan would have no rivals in the entire Dazong. Achieving eternal invincibility. Congratulations to Master Yuqing for awakening the bloodline of the Demon King. Congratulations, Sister Qingzhu. Congratulations, Senior Sister Jian. The crowd clasped their hands together, offering their blessings. I appreciate your goodwill, Jian Qingzhu said, turning to Chen Mu. The reason I was able to conquer my inner demons, successfully break through to the human celestial realm, and awaken the bloodline of the Demon King, is all due to the young master. His contributions cannot be overlooked. Jian Qingzhu did not wish to monopolize this achievement. She understood better than anyone that without Chenmu, she would never have reached this point. Furthermore, Jin Qingzhu was grateful that Chenmu had not disclosed the matters concerning her father and the Hahuan sect to anyone. Once again, the young master was discreetly managing the situation, truly worthy of being the young master. Long live the young master. Words fail to express my admiration for the young master. Allow me to bow before you. Seeing the man kneeling, Chenmu felt a wave of frustration, wanting to say it was unnecessary. However, he knelt far too quickly. For a martial sage, such soft knees were rather surprising. Fortunately, he maintained a strong exterior. Chenmu vaguely remembered this individual always charging to the front lines against enemies, one of the fiercest in battle, capable of intimidating numerous cultivators into fleeing in terror, in recognition of their contributions to his safety. Chenmu rewarded each of them with a longevity pill of the Damwon grade, extending their lifespans by 1,000 years. He hoped they would continue to be as valiant in the future, unhesitatingly taking action when he encountered danger, saving him from wasting his energy. Thank you for the young master's generosity. Observing their sincere expressions of gratitude, he glanced at the system prompt that appeared before him. Successfully gifted Damwon grade longevity pill. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving Damwon grade longevity pill 600. Still, the sentiment remained. It is I who should thank you. The group departed joyfully, treating the pill as a treasure. They sang praises for Chenmu, their young master, and would undoubtedly support him in his ascension to sacred leader should he choose to do so. Betrayal? How could that be called betrayal? They understood better than anyone that in the matter of Chenmu becoming the sacred leader, Qin Tianlin was undoubtedly more eager than themselves. He likely had long been contemplating how to pass the mantle to Xiaomu. I shall take my leave first. Should you ever need assistance from my cousin? Do not hesitate to ask, Jin Qingzhu promised. All right, I will, Chenmu noted. Seeing her demeanor, it was likely she intended to confront Jian Jianghe for clarity. He chuckled wryly. Uncle, you cannot blame me for this. Chapter 56. Sign in to peep at secret techniques. The peeping mirror uncertain of how matters were faring with his uncle and cousin. Chenmu's mind was restless. He could not suppress his curiosity about how Jian Jianghe would explain the situation. Just then, he was informed of a successful sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique. The peeping mirror. The system was quite considerate. Chenmu's face broke into a smile. Just as the system rewarded him, he found that the technique was instantly mastered at full capacity due to his previous understanding. He was already well versed in its usage. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of mist parted, revealing a surface that resembled a serene water mirror. Reflecting the scene before him, it was indeed his uncle Jian Jianghe, residing in the Tianyuan sacred land with his aunt. Although Jian Jianghe had not married into the Qin family, he had long resided in Tianyuan, dedicating himself to the development of the sacred land. Serving as one of the law enforcement elders, tasked with punishing those disciples who broke the rules. Originally, due to the awakening of two emperors in Tianyuan, various powerful figures flocked to pledge their allegiance. Jian Jianghe, who harbored deep affection for the land of Tianyuan, was enjoying a moment of solitude in his courtyard, savoring a jug of fine wine when, suddenly, a chilling gust of wind burst through the door, slamming it open. The cup of wine he held froze completely, no matter how he poured it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire cup had been entirely encased in ice. Qingzhu, have you broken through to the human celestial realm? Jian Jianghe set down his cup, rising to his feet, shaking off the ice fragments from his body, filled with excitement. However, what he received in return was Jian Qingzhu's cold, indifferent response, yes, thanks to Xiaomu. Otherwise, I would never have known if I would have the opportunity to ascend to the human celestial realm in this lifetime. Does the young master also share in this achievement? Jian Jianghe was taken aback. With such a young master, how fortunate our Tianyuan sacred land is. Indeed, if it weren't for someone deliberately concealing the facts, I would not have known that Xiaomu has grown to such strength. Through the peeping mirror, both Chenmu and Yi Qingcheng could feel the atmosphere, which was as frigid as an everlasting ice cavern. Nevertheless, Yi Qingcheng was even more astonished by Chenmu's ability to effortlessly peer into the human celestial realm without detection using this extraordinary technique. Such a skill was unheard of. She was filled with boundless curiosity about Chenmu, wanting to uncover the secrets he held. Gulp! Jian Jianghe swallowed hard, sensing the tension in the atmosphere and the peculiar demeanor of his daughter. Jin Qingzhu, who dares to conceal the truth? If someone obstructed your breakthrough, Qingzhu, speak freely. I am a law enforcement elder. If he has acted with bias, I will personally take action to imprison him. I will not show mercy. Jian Jianghe declared resolutely, thumping his chest. Hahuan sect, nine-tailed fox tribe, Jian Qingzhu uttered coolly. The color drained from Jian Zhenghe's face, his pupils dilating, as if struck by a thunderous revelation. So, should I address you as the law enforcement elder or the sect leader of the Hahuan sect? Jian Qingzhu questioned with a chilling gaze. Qingzhu, what are you saying? I do not understand, Jian Zhenghe stammered, his smile awkward as he attempted to feign ignorance. His mind raced, struggling to comprehend how Jian Qingzhu had come to know such information. Sighing, seeing that the matter had escalated to this point, Jian Zhenghe still contemplated playing the fool to brush it aside. Jian Qingzhu lightly shook her head, letting out a brief sigh. Her black hair turned white, her eyes resembling a fountain of blood, her fox ears erect, and her 5 tails fanning out. Boom! A terrifying chill erupted, denser than mist, enveloping the entire residence in ice. Jian Zhenghe paid no heed to his lower half encased in ice. At this moment, his attention was solely on Jian Qingzhu, his face filled with disbelief. 5 tails? With the truth laid bare, Jian Zhenghe no longer concealed anything, revealing everything. The reason he had hidden his identity as the sect leader of the Hahuan sect was simply because he had no choice regarding his origins. Yet, during the martial arts conference, he had fallen head over heels for Chen Mu's aunt, a figure of the righteous sect from Tianyuan. To be worthy of her, Jian Zhenghe had worked tirelessly, eventually achieving the status of one of the top 10 outstanding young cultivators certified by the emperor of the great martial dynasty. With this honor, he successfully won her heart. Subsequently, leveraging his own talents, he rose steadily within the Tianyuan sacred land, entering the law enforcement hall and becoming an elder, ultimately marrying into wealth and beauty. Upon learning that Jian Qingzhu had suffered a setback in her breakthrough due to her bloodline, nearly succumbing to madness, Jian Zhenghe hastily interjected, "Qingzhu, allow me to explain. I truly had no inkling that this bloodline would exert such a profound influence on you." And indeed, he had no knowledge. The Hahuan sect, in generations past, had predominantly male descendants, with the lineage passed down through the male line. Over time, the significance of this bloodline had been forgotten, particularly its profound effects on the women of the clan. After all, the revered ancestor of the Hahuan sect was born with an enchanting physique, often referred to as the seductress who lured husbands away in the tales recounted by countless women. On the other hand, while the influence was deep, it was also purer than that experienced by men, capable of manifesting even greater powers. Take Jian Zhenghe, for instance. He had long attained the realm of human immortal yet had no tails. What? The nine-tailed fox clan? The bloodline of the Demon King. After gleaning further details about the bloodline from Jian Qingzhu, Jian Zhenghe was struck with astonishment. He had only heard that the ancestor of the Hahuan sect possessed the power of 6 tails. Unaware of the connection to the nine-tailed fox clan, multi-tailed fox demons were not uncommon. In the early days of the Hahuan sect, the atmosphere had been excessively indulgent, leaving behind scant records. Jian Zhenghe could only hear fragmented tales of the past from the older generation. I can see that you possess the bloodline of the Demon King, which can shatter your inner demons and assist you in breaking through to the realm of human immortal. The young master is even more formidable than the rumors circulating now. Jian Zhenghe felt a genuine awe. His gratitude towards Chen Mu was boundless. He cherished his only daughter, Jian Qingzhu, deeply. He mused. It was worth it in her childhood when her uncle worked tirelessly for her. Enduring countless rides. Indeed, little Mu had transformed remarkably. To this, Jian Qingzhu wholeheartedly agreed. Well, Qingzhu, how about you first help your father unlock this ice seal? Given your current level, combined with this profound ice, it is quite challenging for me to break through. As Jian Qingzhu turned to leave, Jian Zhenghe hurriedly called out, You should calm down and ponder how to explain the matters of the Hahuan sect to your mother. Jian Zhenghe's heart was a tumult of emotions. Unsure whether to laugh or cry, that day had finally arrived. He gazed skyward, tears unshed. Young master, I thank you. The hazy images in the sky viewing mirror rippled like stones cast into water. Chen Mu pinched the bridge of his nose. Sensing Jian Zhenghe's heartfelt gratitude, yet also experiencing an indescribable sense of strangeness and dissonance. Forget it. Let us just assume he is thanking me. Before persuading others, Chen Mu first persuaded himself. Just as he intended to close the sky viewing mirror, he suddenly wondered about the progress in the 5 Poisons Holy Land. Chen Mu feared that remnants of unyielding factions within the 5 Poisons Holy Land might harm his Tianyuan clan. Chapter 57. The Core of the Holy Land, the Pool of 10,000 Poisons, the Poison Dragon Plan. How could this be acceptable? Chen Mu still hoped for the sheer numbers to enable the Tianyuan Holy Land to dominate the vast world of Datsong while he remained uninvolved. Merely a detached young master in a fleeting thought, he switched the scene. Observing the images that reappeared in the sky-viewing mirror, Yi Qingsheng uncertainly remarked, "The Five Poisons Holy Land? Have you been there?" Chun Mu turned back, casually inquiring. Previously, a disciple of the Tianjian sect was afflicted by a peculiar poison. The sect master took me and that disciple to the Five Poisons Holy Land to seek a remedy. Yi Qingsheng promptly explained that. "I see." Chun Mu affirmed her words. "Indeed, this is the Five Poisons Holy Land. Is it truly the Five Poisons Holy Land?" Yi Qingsheng's heart raced in astonishment, never having imagined the sky-viewing mirror could be so wondrous, able to transcend such vast distances instantaneously. This distance, even at Yi Qingsheng's current realm, would require at least 2 to 3 days of uninterrupted effort to travel from Tianyuan to the Five Poisons. Chun Mu continuously switched the images on the sky-viewing mirror. On the surface, it appeared tranquil, revealing only a handful of figures. Most disciples and elders of the Five Poisons Holy Land were still detained within the Tianyuan Holy Land, awaiting their fate. While the sky-viewing mirror was convenient, given the vastness of the Holy Land, it could only randomly switch images, which was indeed time-consuming. Just as Chun Mu contemplated this, the system panel popped up, indicating an upgrade to the sky-viewing mirror was in progress. Upgrade successful, minimap function added. Chun Mu had begun to grow accustomed to the system's compliance. It seemed that applying some pressure at the outset had proven to be the correct approach. Indeed, a heart that plants flowers will not see them bloom. A heart that plants willows will see them shade. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would likely still be toiling away, completing tasks to earn rewards, seeking that single opportunity filled with thorns and suffering for a chance to rise against the odds. Just the thought made Chun Mu feel weary and bored. Why not just sleep instead? Each day lived was a day gained. In the Alchemy Pavilion, the Sect Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Library, the Spiritual Spring Pool, Chun Mu swiftly scrolled through the directory, searching for the core of the Holy Land. The Pool of 10,000 Poisons. The core of the Holy Land, the Pool of 10,000 Poisons? Chun Mu asked Yi Qingsheng, "How much do you know about the Five Poisons Holy Land?" "Not much. They are known for their independence and seldom interact with external sects." Yi Qingsheng replied. The sect master sought their assistance because, in the past, an elder of the Five Poisons Holy Land encountered peril, and he had once offered help, leaving behind a debt of gratitude. She elucidated. "I understand." Chun Mu ceased further inquiries. Indeed, it was more efficient and expedient to consult the system. From the system, Chun Mu learned that the Pool of 10,000 Poisons was the foundation of the Five Poisons Holy Land. Hidden hundreds of meters underground, during chaotic times, 5 semi-king-level poisonous insects had inexplicably fought, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. The blood and flesh of the 5 insects melted, merging with the waters of the pool. Eventually, the first ancestor of the 5 poisons discovered it, utilized it for cultivation, and established the sect, leading to the Holy Land. Throughout this period, various poisons had been added, merging into the 10,000 poisons. A single drop could easily annihilate a city. However, for disciples cultivating the 5 poisons techniques, the waters of the Pool of 10,000 Poisons were the finest resources for cultivation. Regrettably, the Pool of 10,000 Poisons was a non-renewable cultivation resource. Thus, only the Holy Master, Sect Master, Elders, and a select few outstanding disciples who had made significant contributions could enjoy its benefits. Chun Mu was astonished to discover such treasures hidden within the Five Poisons Holy Land. Deeming it an opportunity to further secure the loyalty of those within the Five Poisons Holy Land. Suddenly, Chun Mu noticed several figures standing by the pool. He zoomed in and enlarged the image. Name: Ji Wudao. Gender: male. Age: 932. Identity: Powerhouse of the Five Poisons Holy Land. Grand Elder. Name: Zhao Qingshan. Gender: male. Age: 1253. Identity: Powerhouse of the Five Poisons Holy Land. Grand Elder. Name: Lin Yuelon. Gender: female. Age: 1334. Identity: Powerhouse of the Five Poisons Holy Land. Grand Elder. The total of 5 individuals, all powerhouses of considerable strength. Setting aside whether they could be of use, why had the Holy Master not brought them to Tianyuan to obstruct Chen Tianlin? If Chun Mu's intuition was correct, it was likely that these old fellows could not be persuaded. The semi-king realm certainly had its weight. Yet, in Chun Mu's presence, it was utterly insignificant. What should we do? Ji Wudao queried. The ancestor, the Holy Master, and the elders have all perished, and with the recent celestial phenomena in the Tianyuan Holy Land, it seems the Great Tao has ultimately not favored us. Zhao Qingshan sighed. Given the situation, reconciliation with Tianyuan is evidently impossible, but now that Chen Tianlin has ascended to emperor, what can we do? At this point, Ji Wudao felt the injustice of the Great Tao. He struck his fist into the stone wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. The heavens are truly unfair. We have cultivated for a millennium, yet have never stepped into the semi-king realm. While he, barely 100 years old, dares to claim the title of emperor. Enough. Instead of lamenting, we should focus on how to deal with the approaching Tianyuan clansmen. Lin Yuelon's consciousness had already sensed a large number of presences not belonging to the Five Poisons Holy Land. Sister Yuelon, please don't keep us in suspense. You summoned us to the pool of 10,000 poisons. Surely you have devised a solution? Ji Wudao inquired closely. Lin Yuelon extended her hand, brusquely pushing Ji Wudao's aged face away. The ancestor once imparted to me a secret technique. Together with our combined strength, we can activate the pool of 10,000 poisons and forge a poison dragon's body, which will surely annihilate the Tianyuan clan. Although Qin Tianlin has the realm of emperor, he has just ascended, and his Dao heart will undoubtedly be unstable. This poison dragon, even if it cannot slay him, will surely inflict grave injury. At that point, we can join forces with others to destroy him and divide the Tianyuan. There exists such a secret technique? Then why didn't the ancestor employ it previously? Zhao Qingshan queried, puzzled. The ancestor failed his breakthrough and was ensnared by his inner demons. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, leaving no room for such considerations, Lin Yuelon sighed. Shaking her head, I have provided you with the opportunity. Will you join forces or await your demise? The choice is yours. The group fell into silence, exchanging glances. After much internal struggle, they all nodded in agreement. Sister, tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. Everything shall be according to your arrangements. Sister, forge the poison dragon. Annihilate the Tianyuan. Excellent. I shall now impart the mind technique to you. Lin Yuelon slightly lowered her head, concealing a smile that was not lost on Chen Mu, who observed through the sky-viewing mirror. It was filled with cunning, coldness, a sinister intent. What scheme could this little hunchbacked old woman, barely taller than his legs, possibly concoct? Chapter 58. Your secret technique is quite impressive. It now belongs to me. Knowing the mountain harbors a tiger, yet still daring to venture toward it, previously, he had only heard tales. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. Knowing the Holy Master had broken through to the Emperor yet still daring to rebel. One truly wondered who had granted them such audacity. Yu Qingsheng, who had observed everything, found it utterly incomprehensible. The baffling display of misplaced confidence left her in a state of profound confusion. It seemed to her that they were regressing with each passing moment. In times like these, the most prudent course of action would be to unreservedly raise their hands and surrender to the Tianyuan, for they stood no chance of victory whatsoever. However, her words fell on deaf ears. As Chan Mu remained unfazed, dismissing her counsel, he pondered. The ancient five poisons, the myriad poison pool, the forging of the poison dragon, all associated with venom. If that were the case, could the myriad poison sacred body prove effective? As a top contender among the poison-based sacred bodies, it would be utterly disappointing if it could not withstand even the simplest spell from the five poisons sacred land. Rest assured, host, the system reassured him. With your current cultivation level combined with the myriad poison sacred body, even if they truly forge a poison dragon, it will ultimately be in vain, merely offering you treasures. Upon hearing the system's timely explanation, Chun Mu's indifference transformed into a flicker of anticipation. Dragons, revered as sacred beasts, are brimming with treasures. Dragon blood can be used in medicinal concoctions, dragon scales can be forged into magnificent armor, dragon bones can be crafted into divine weaponry. And consuming dragon meat can enhance one's cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that dragons, once not uncommon in ancient times, have become exceedingly rare due to rampant extermination. Even a place as deeply rooted as the Tianyuan sacred land could not produce a living dragon in the present day. However, ample materials remained. Given that the poison dragon bore the name dragon, it must surely possess some degree of value. Chunmu contemplated that it might not be entirely worthless and could potentially be utilized. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao and Zhao Qingshan, under the guidance of Lin Yuelon, began to infuse spiritual energy into the myriad poison pool in abundance. Yuelon, why are you not participating? Zhao Qingshan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yuelon, who appeared to be an outsider. Because I must oversee the entire situation and protect everyone, to prevent the toxic waters from flowing back and endangering the lives of my fellow brothers and sisters. Zhao Qingshan, Ji Wudao, and the others accepted Lin Yuelon's explanation without further thought, continuing to concentrate on releasing spiritual energy according to her instructions. However, gradually, they began to sense that something was amiss. What is happening? Why won't the spiritual energy obey my command? This is bad. The myriad poison pool is in turmoil. A torrent of toxic water is surging in. Bang. Before the statement could be completed, a torrent of toxic water, resembling tentacles, forcefully surged into Ji Wudao's mouth. Lin Yuelon, you have plotted against me. Zhao Qingshan's words met a similar fate, as he too suffered the same consequence as Ji Wudao. How can this be considered treachery? This is all for the sake of the 5 poisons sacred land. The dragon's body cannot materialize from thin air. You are the best nourishment, as a supreme elder and a formidable figure. Is it not expected that sacrifices be made for the sacred land? Rather, you should be grateful to me for transforming your once mundane lives into something sacred and memorable. Lin Yuelon stated flatly, her tone devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. To her, these individuals were mere pawns, easily discarded. It was this very demeanor that instilled a profound sense of dread in Yu Qingsheng, causing her to shudder in fear. This elderly woman, though appearing benevolent, possessed a heart of utter darkness. Qianmu finally comprehended why the ancestors had advised against judging a person by their appearance. Knowing the face does not equate to knowing the heart, as Ji Wudao, Zhao Qingshan, and the others found their bodies swelling like balloons from the toxic water. They subsequently exploded in succession, their remains flowing back into the myriad poison pool. Lin Yuelon, hands clasped behind her back within the protective barrier, displayed not a shred of emotion. She simply remarked, for half-step quasi-emperors, serving as nourishment for the creation of the physical body should suffice. I believe. Approaching the edge of the pool, Lin Yuelon could clearly see a dark silhouette swirling beneath the murky waters, growing larger and longer as the water level receded. By the time it had fully lowered, 100-meter-long dragon coiled before Lin Yuelon, necessitating one to look up in awe. The dragon's body was entirely comprised of the myriad poison pool's waters, and its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the true dragon depicted in the texts Lin Yuelon had studied. The intricate details were rendered with remarkable precision, the dragon's scales vividly defined. It was a pity that the myriad poison pool had suffered substantial depletion over the years. Otherwise, this poison dragon would undoubtedly have been even more colossal. Without further ado, Lin Yuelon employed her unique technique, reciting an indistinct incantation to exert control over the poison dragon. Go forth and prove your worth. Eliminate every last one of those from the Tianyuan sacred land. Leave not a single soul, Lin Yuelon commanded. Following a thunderous roar from the dragon, it erupted from the earth's crust, soaring skyward. Upon its emergence, the already peculiar toxic mist enveloping the 5 poisons sacred land thickened and intensified, resulting in the demise of numerous living beings. Even the clouds became tainted with color. How could such a legendary sacred beast appear in this realm? The 5 poisons sacred land has been harboring a dragon. The situation felt increasingly precarious, prompting all disciples to immediately consume detoxifying pills, poison resistance pills, and poison-clearing pills. An elder proclaimed on the flying vessel. The disciples promptly complied. Given the current bizarre circumstances, none dared to gamble with their lives. They hastily retrieved detoxifying pills, poison resistance pills, and other remedies capable of neutralizing toxins and preventing toxic gas from infiltrating their bodies, swallowing them in haste. Feeling that this alone was insufficient, they expelled their spiritual energy to form a barrier, isolating themselves from the dense toxic fog. If given the choice, they would rather avoid any dealings with such malevolent forces. Elder Wu Xiao, can we contend with this dragon given our strength? A disciple inquired anxiously as the elder ordered the vessel to halt. This dragon is exceedingly peculiar and sinister. It would be prudent to withdraw to a safe distance. We shall report to the sacred master and determine our next course of action. I estimate that its cultivation level is on par with mine. Chen Wuxiu stated candidly, on par with you? You are a quasi-emperor. The disciples gasped in astonishment, finally grasping the reason behind their excessive perspiration. The 5 poisons sacred land harbored such formidable capabilities. A long-term strategy was imperative. You wish to flee? Ha! You shall not escape. At that moment, Lin Yuelon's voice pierced through the air, resonating throughout the realm. The crowd turned to see Lin Yuelon hovering in midair, standing before the poison dragon. Kill them! Lin Yuelon raised her hand and gestured downward, her every movement exuding an air of cold indifference. The lives of those from the Tianyuan sacred land were, in her eyes, worth less than that of ants. System. Successfully seized control of the poison dragon. Ironically, Qian Mu, as the opposing force, harbored similar thoughts. The secret technique was commendable, but now, it belonged to me. Chapter 59. Acquiring a dragon pet. Annihilating half-step quasi-emperors. Even though the distance between the Tianyuan Sacred Land and the Five Poisons Sacred Land would take ordinary individuals several months to traverse. For Qianmu, endowed with the space sacred body capable of effortlessly slicing through space, it was a simple task to compress the distance between the two locations, allowing spiritual energy to reach instantly. He forcefully seized control of the poison dragon, which had been created at the expense of several half-step quasi-emperors' lives. This surpassed traditional teleportation by far, imposing no restrictions whatsoever. With Qianmu's current emperor-level cultivation combined with the space sacred body, he could even carve out an entirely new realm, ensnaring the entire Great Song world within it. Generally, an emperor, even if awakened to the space sacred body, would be incapable of achieving such a feat. This was due to the fact that accomplishing such a task required an immense expenditure of spiritual energy and an inexhaustible dantian, both of which were indispensable. However, in the Great Song world, the concept of an inexhaustible dantian was non-existent. The system's provision of an inexhaustible dantian represented a dimensional suppression. It was exclusive to Qianmu. Huh? Noticing the poison dragon's delayed response, Lin Yuelon urged, "What are you waiting for? I commanded you to kill them." Yet the poison dragon remained unresponsive. How can this be? Lin Yuelon was utterly perplexed. She had followed the secret technique meticulously and was certain that no steps had been overlooked. Yet, why did the poison dragon, which had been so painstakingly forged, completely disregard her command? The dragon's body flickered with a greenish glow. Lin Yuelon placed a hand on her chest and exhaled deeply, realizing she had been overthinking. Quick, withdraw. Upon seeing the poison dragon's gaping maw, Chen Wuxiu chose not to flee. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, erecting a barrier akin to an eggshell to shield the entire vessel. He prepared to endure the onslaught single-handedly, witnessing the awe-inspiring spectacle akin to a hellish realm. He knew that hope was slim, yet as an elder of the clan, he had to step forward at this moment. However, the next second, the poison dragon curved its body downward, aiming directly at Lin Yuelon, its roar shaking the heavens. "Do you wish to rebel?" Lin Yuelon attempted to regain control over the poison dragon, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, the mental connection between them had been entirely severed. To accomplish such a feat silently, there must be someone aboard the vessel far more powerful than her. Lin Yuelon cast a glance at Chen Wuxiu. Could it be Qin Tianlin? He has also arrived? If that were the case, everything would make sense. Regardless of how confident Lin Yuelon was in herself, she would not be so arrogant as to believe she could perceive every move of an emperor-level expert. Realizing that she had grossly underestimated the might of an emperor-level powerhouse in the Tianyuan Sacred Land, Lin Yuelon still resolved to fight back, her hands bursting forth with spiritual energy as she entwined and activated her poison techniques. In an instant, 100-meter-long centipede phantom materialized behind her, with her hands raised in a gesture of supplication to the heavens. The centipede phantom floated through the air, its myriad legs moving erratically, unafraid, charging toward the poison dragon. Yet before any clash could occur, it disintegrated instantaneously, transforming into scattered spiritual energy, which the poison dragon devoured entirely. How is this possible? Lin Yuelon's eyes widened in terror, and upon recognizing her own insignificance, she was met with a swift demise as the poison dragon consumed her whole flesh, bone, and skin, all decayed in an instant. Akin to the fate of the phantom centipede previously encountered, reduced to mere sustenance for the formidable poison dragon. The absence of any lingering aura indicated that the old witch had perished entirely. Chen Wuxiu immediately enveloped the area with his divine sense, failing to detect the slightest trace of Lin Yuelon's presence. Initially, he suspected some insidious plot on her part. Why would the dragon slay its own master? A half-step to the Emperor realm, obliterated in a single strike. Such exaggerated combat prowess. Just moments ago, it seemed he heard the old witch utter the name of the Holy Master before her demise. Could it be that the Holy Master was secretly safeguarding us? It must be so. What of the divine beast? It too must bow to our Tianyuan. The morale of the disciples surged. Chen Wuxiu found no reason to refute this notion. He could conceive of no other possibilities. Subsequently, Chun Mu commanded the poison dragon to absorb the toxic mist barrier enveloping the Five Poisons Sacred Land. Its body lengthened significantly, at least doubling. This unexpected boon was initially intended to prevent the Tianyuan clan from succumbing to poison, thereby preserving their spiritual roots and ensuring their cultivation was not impeded. As they observed the dragon ascend into the clouds and vanish, Chen Wuxiu and the others redirected their focus to the present. diligently tallying the various assets of the 5 poisons sacred land, as well as persuading or subduing those remaining behind. What to do with the stubborn ones? Simple. Exterminate them on the spot. Send them to the Yellow Springs to continue their loyalty to the remnants of the 5 poisons sacred land. Once all was concluded, Chen Wuxiu retrieved a massive blue crystal from his spatial ring and placed it at the center of the martial arts arena. Using a special golden ink and a brush the size of a broom, he inscribed incantations centered around the crystal. What is that? Yi Qingqing inquired, puzzled. A teleportation stone, Chen Mu explained, typically consisting of 2 pieces. When activated by a formation, it can open 2 portals for free passage. I see, Yi Qingqing marveled, her eyes widening in a WE.as expected of the Tianyuan sacred land. It truly possesses profound heritage, boasting such a treasure. Spatial treasures are notoriously rare and belong to the highest tier. In the case of the Tianjian sect, even the elders may not have heard of such things. Their gaze returned to the sky-watching mirror, where Chen Wuxiu completed the final inscription of the teleportation formation. Establishing the connection. The formation radiated light, the crystal liquefied, swirling upward like a clear spring, transforming into a door shape. Chen Wuxiu, accompanied by several disciples, stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the Tianyuan sacred land, prepared to report everything they had witnessed to Qin Tianlin and seek his judgment. The roar of a dragon. A familiar sound resonated above, its might rippling outward, shattering the clouds. Chen Wuxiu and the others looked up, instantly recognizing the very poison dragon they had seen earlier at the 5 poisons sacred land. What incredible speed! If it could be utilized as a steed, it would be immensely convenient. Everyone, remain calm. This poison dragon has been tamed by the Holy Master. As many began to brandish their weapons, eager to engage in battle with the dragon. Someone quickly spoke up to assuage their fears. Yet, doubts soon arose. Are you certain it has been subdued by the Holy Master? If so, why is it flying toward the direction of Qingyun Mansion, where the young master resides? This is bad. This beast has a history of devouring its master. It wouldn't dare attempt to harm the young master, would it? Damn! To dare act against the young master on the territory of the Tianyuan sacred land. Are they seeking death? Brothers, slay the dragon, skin it, extract its tendons. Although they did not believe the poison dragon could pose a threat to Chen Mu, they certainly did not consider this beast worthy of challenging their young master to combat. A mere ant dares to shake the foundations of a giant? Seek death. They rushed forth, but the dragon was already ahead. Upon seeing it, Chen Mu twirled his fingers, causing the dragon to shrink 100-fold, transforming into a creature the length of his arm, landing gracefully upon his shoulders. This was far more imposing than the elder of the 5 poisons sacred land with a serpent coiling around his neck. Beast, if you seek to harm the young master, you must first pass through me. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 60. Infinite choices in upgrading. A system that understands. Like a tide, the individuals surged into Qingyun Mansion, each face brimming with murderous intent. An overwhelming aura surrounded them. However, despite looking left and right, they could not find the dragon's figure. Their gazes finally locked onto the petite dragon resting on Chen Mu's shoulder. Still identifiable as a dragon despite its reduced size, the poison dragon seemed indifferent to their arrival, lounging on Chen Mu's shoulder without a care. The toxic aura emanating from it posed no threat to Chen Mu, who possessed the 10,000 poisons sacred body. Instead, it effectively acted as a buff, enhancing his already formidable physique. The poisonous miasma was entirely absorbed by Chen Mu's sacred body, transformed into vital energy, ensuring that Yi Qingqing and the others had no cause for concern regarding poisoning. The dragon's overwhelming presence, however, did exert a degree of mental pressure on them, instilling a sense of awe. We have disturbed the young master. After a brief explanation, everyone sheathed their weapons and withdrew. The sounds of astonishment echoed across the courtyard walls, clearly reaching Chen Mu and Yi Qingqing's ears. Who would have thought that the sacred dragon, which had remained hidden for so many years, would re-emerge now, and even be tamed by our young master in the Tianyuan sacred land? What does this signify? It signifies that the heavens favor our Tianyuan sacred land and our young master. The young master is undoubtedly a child of destiny. No, that is a grave misunderstanding. He is the child of fortune. Following the young master guarantees one a share of the spoils in terms of luck. Even the holy master would struggle to compete. It is simply too formidable. Lowering his gaze to the dragon's head, resting against his left shoulder, Chen Mu mused. It is a pity that the dragon's enhancement effects are limited and cannot benefit the entirety of the Tianyuan Sacred Land. While the benefits for the disciples of the Five Poisons Sacred Land were significant, Chun Mu was determined not to unleash the poison dragon and envelop the entire Tianyuan Sacred Land in toxic fumes, rendering it uninhabitable. If such were to occur, it was likely that half of the Tianyuan clan would succumb to poisoning. The priority of the disciples from the Five Poisons Sacred Land in Chan Mu's mind was far below that of those from the Tianyuan Sacred Land. There was no way he would sacrifice the interests of Tianyuan disciples for their sake. The system is attempting to upgrade him. Again, it had been a while since the system had undergone an upgrade, and Chen Mu found the feeling quite peculiar. The system attempted to upgrade for the 15th time, failure. The system attempted to upgrade for the 58th time, failure. The system attempted to upgrade for the 101st time. Data acquisition successful, upgrading, upgrade successful. The infinite choice module is now bound, new functionality unlocked. Infinite choice. The term infinite appears right from the start. Chun Mu could only comment that this system truly understands. Having casually remarked on it once, it truly took note. Just then, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Fortune Gold Dragon, which can enhance the overall fortune of the sect, increase cultivation speed, and improve the probability of obtaining treasures and breakthroughs. Option 2. War Dragon God, which grants a berserk effect, overall attribute enhancement, and an opportunity to block fatal damage won during battle. Option 3. Flame Sacred Dragon, which increases cultivation speed for fire attribute practitioners, enhances spell power within its coverage, and reduces spiritual energy consumption. System. Please choose one reward, host. Chun Mu examined each option and found them all quite appealing. If he had to choose one, he was more inclined towards the fortune option. The reasoning was simple. The Flame Sacred Dragon's benefits were overly one-sided. As for the War Dragon God, given that the Tianyuan Sacred Land had just vanquished the Five Poisons Sacred Land and boasted 2 emperors, morale was high. Who would dare provoke them into battle? Thus, it seemed of little use. System. My apologies for being reckless. How could I allow the host to make a choice? The host should have it all. Correction made. The host may freely choose to receive any reward or all rewards. Upon seeing this prompt, Chun Mu could only declare that the system had indeed considered everything thoroughly. Not only could he receive all rewards, but he could also choose individually or select any combination of 3. After all, it was uncertain whether he might randomly receive a reward he truly did not desire. At this moment, Chun Mu opted for all. He checked all 3 and clicked confirm. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fortune Gold Dragon. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the War Dragon God. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Flame Sacred Dragon. All 3 sacred dragons were now secured, temporarily residing within the system's inventory. Chun Mu chose to summon the Fortune Gold Dragon to enhance the overall strength of the Tianyuan Sacred Land, striving to realize the vision of having celestial beings walking among mortals and martial saints aplenty. Of course, he could also utilize the infinite hundredfold return to lavishly feed these individuals with elixirs. However, the cultivation process involves not only improving one's realm but also one's mind and body. Ascending in one leap is not necessarily a good thing for the majority. If strength and mindset do not progress in tandem, it will only yield adverse effects. At the same time, the disciples of the Five Poisons Sacred Land, encircled by the barrier in the martial arts arena, were engaged in hushed discussions, having witnessed the emergence of the 10,000 Poisons Dragon. The aura of that giant dragon resembles the drop of 10,000 poisons pool water I received as a reward. One of the talented disciples from within the Five Poisons Sacred Land remarked, could it be that there are formidable predecessors in the Five Poisons Sacred Land attempting to oppose Tianyuan? I suspect that is likely too risky. I only hope this burden does not fall upon us. Despite the appearance of the sacred dragon, these individuals felt no joy. They were acutely aware that not even a single 10,000 Poisons Dragon, let alone thousands, could contend against an emperor, much less against 2 emperors. They were more concerned that this desperate gambit might provoke the Tianyuan Sacred Land, leading to their own annihilation, a wholly unwarranted disaster. Hey, did you hear? That dragon was tamed by the young master. Is that true? My senior brother witnessed it with his own eyes. How could it be false? It was as docile as a dog. Taming a sacred dragon to the point of behaving like a dog. How impressive. Sacred dragon, dog. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the Five Poisons Sacred Land were engulfed in existential doubt. They had heard countless rumors about the prodigious talents of the young master of the Tianyuan Sacred Land. The tales they had previously encountered were already quite outlandish, yet they were utterly unprepared for what lay ahead. They longed to unearth those elders and sovereigns who, in a moment of folly, had resolved to assault the Tianyuan's sacred land and had since become nothing more than dust upon their graves, and to unleash their wrath upon their remains. They wished to inquire, "Who granted you such audacity? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" However, upon further reflection, it seemed that they had left behind not even a single bone fragment, rendering any thoughts of vengeance utterly futile. Alas, brothers of the Tianyuan sacred land, please convey to the young master and the sovereign lord that I am willing to submit. Grant me an opportunity. I am prepared to serve Tianyuan as an ox or horse. I was once among the top 100 prodigies of the inner courtyard of the Five Poisons, and I would even accept the status of an outer disciple or a registered disciple. Please spare my life. The voices of supplication and declarations echoed in a rising crescendo. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Divine golden light blazed forth, rivaling the brilliance of the sun. Chapter 61. His talent is so great that even emperors feel inferior. How blinding! What is happening? How can there be two suns in the sky? Raising a hand to shield his face, the brilliance was simply overwhelming. What two suns? Look closely, it is a dragon. By the heavens, what a massive dragon! It must be at least 1,000 feet long. The previous dragon pales in comparison, resembling a mere earthworm. Such fortune, such overwhelming fortune. Could this be the mythical golden dragon that enhances one's luck? A sacred dragon capable of augmenting fortune? The Tianyuan sacred land possesses such a divine beast. It is not only the disciples of the Five Poisons sacred land who were caught off guard. Even the disciples of Tianyuan who had been in the sect for decades or even centuries were equally astonished to discover that their sacred land housed such a divine creature. Witnessing the golden dragon soar into the sky, piercing through the clouds and occasionally revealing its sinuous form, head, and tail as it coiled at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the Tianyuan sacred land, they cried in unison, "I am willing to submit. I too submit. I am utterly in awe." Those who had previously hesitated suddenly found themselves kneeling, pleading for the opportunity to serve Tianyuan. The Five Poisons sacred land? What a trifling establishment! Only a place like Tianyuan deserves the title of a sacred land, the one true sacred land of the southern region, and I shall not accept any contradiction. This formidable strength and substantial backing are what they longed for. Most importantly, although the influence of the Five Poisons sacred land was not insignificant, in the eyes of outsiders, it always bore the reputation of a sinister sect. Unlike Tianyuan, which radiated righteousness and integrity, revered as a prestigious and upright sect, countless individuals in the southern region take pride in entering Tianyuan, yet none have ever claimed to take pride in joining the Five Poisons sacred land. Were it not for their considerable size, they would have long been subjected to a united assault and eradicated. Before the grand hall of the sacred land, the 1,000-foot-long golden dragon of fortune astonished even the seasoned Chen Tianlin, who had weathered many storms. This enhancement of fortune seems to elevate the likelihood of a breakthrough beneath the immortal realm by at least 30 to 80%. An elder expressed his thoughts, noting that since ancient times, such a divine dragon had nearly vanished from the world. How could it suddenly appear in Tianyuan? It appeared not to be hostile towards us, but rather as if it were bestowing blessings upon us. I observed that the golden dragon surged forth from Qingyun Mansion. Could it be another accomplishment of the young master? Just then, Chen Tianlin noticed that beside him, he had transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards Qingyun Mansion, accompanying him was Li Xianyuan, a top-tier talisman master of Dazong, who had just crafted new talisman paper to deliver to Chen Mu. Did you release this golden dragon of fortune? Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin inquired in unison, remarkably in accord. Indeed, I released it. I thought it might aid in the development of the Tianyuan sacred land, Chen Mu admitted. This 1,000-foot-long sacred dragon, especially the golden dragon of fortune, has been absent for tens of thousands of years. Where did you acquire it, Muir? Li Xianyuan pressed, determined to uncover the truth. Chen Tianlin followed suit, perplexed. Muir, you rarely leave your home. How did you come by this golden dragon? Chen Mu's greatest concern had indeed materialized. Fortunately, he had already devised a countermeasure in advance. In the next instant, a steel body, shimmering with silvery light, emerged from his shadow. This entity, known as a shadow puppet, could be remotely controlled to execute various commands across vast distances without ever leaving one's home. It is a divine-grade puppet. Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Puppet masters in Dazong are exceedingly rare due to the high demands for talent and mental fortitude. which cannot be compared to mainstream sword cultivators. Moreover, obtaining and crafting a puppet is no simple feat. Some choose to utilize demonic beasts, while others opt for lifeless materials, diverging from beast taming. There are even those who choose the deceased. This practice is heavily suppressed by the court and various factions. Viewed as a form of dark sorcery, One wishes for their ancestors' remains to be unearthed and transformed into puppets for control. Though the deceased may be gone, the strength of their original physical form and a portion of their cultivation are retained, making them formidable. Additionally, the cost of crafting such puppets is minimal. Once their numbers are amassed, they become a significant headache. Upon seeing the shadow puppet produced by Chun Mu, Li Xianyuan and Chen Tianlin exchanged glances, certain that it was purely a crafted item, entirely unrelated to dark arts. Did Jiang Shang craft this puppet for you? Chen Tianlin was well aware of the relationship between Jiang Shang and Chun Mu. Even if it were a divine-grade puppet, Jiang Shang would not hesitate for a moment to gift it to Chun Mu without feeling any remorse. No. Chun Mu shook his head. I have some understanding in the area of crafting. Chen Tianlin and Li Xianyuan could not help but scoff internally. A divine-grade shadow puppet, and you call that merely some understanding? If they were craftsmen, they might have been driven to the brink of bloodshed by such a statement. That is quite the blow. However, even if it is a divine-grade shadow puppet, facing this 1,000-foot-long golden dragon of fortune would still be a formidable challenge, wouldn't it? Chen Tianlin further inquired. Indeed, however, I possess 100 such shadow puppets. Chun Mu replied conservatively. Chen Tianlin and Li Xuanyuan's expressions shifted dramatically at that moment, and Chun Mu became increasingly convinced that it was wise to withhold the full extent of his thousands of shadow puppets. Muer, you can control 100 puppets simultaneously? All divine grade. Even as a being of the Emperor realm, Chen Tianlin found himself questioning his own worth when confronted with the astonishing talent displayed by Chun Mu. In the face of such prowess, did he truly deserve to be called exceptional? If an emperor felt this way, what of Li Xianyuan, who was of the quasi-emperor realm? Yi Qingqing, having witnessed the divine-grade shadow puppets wreak havoc firsthand, was already in a daze. The combat prowess of a single shadow puppet was already formidable. The thought of hundreds was beyond her imagination. She felt that the disciples of the Tianyuan sacred land, including Chen Tianlin, need not intervene. Chun Mu could easily lay waste to the 5 poisoned sacred land with just his shadow puppets, leaving them no opportunity for capitulation. This power was something Yi Qingqing deeply yearned for. Li Xuanyuan's feelings were equally complex. Having only been away for a few days, he had returned to hear about Chun Mu's breakthrough to the Emperor realm and then learned he could control over 100 divine-grade puppets to conquer a 1,000-foot-long golden dragon. This godson of his had truly struck gold. Such news would bring him immense pride. Upon hearing Chen Tianlin's inquiry, Chun Mu opened his mouth to respond but quickly shut it again. Rather than speaking, he decided that actions would speak louder than words. The next moment, his shadow enveloped the entire courtyard, blocking out the sunlight. 100 divine-grade shadow puppets emerged, revealing their true forms. Chapter 62. One-click management. Shadow puppets battle the Emperor. Although these shadow puppets were crafted from special metals, they varied in height and build, exhibiting a range of shapes. This design was not merely for differentiation. Some specialized in offense, others in defense, and still others in agility, presenting a plethora of combat styles. They could engage in one-on-one battles or coordinate for group tactics. Surrounded by 100 divine-grade shadow puppets, Chen Tianlin was left utterly astounded. Gulp! Li Xianyuan swallowed hard, feeling immense pressure, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon his shoulders. What an astonishing number! Li Xianyuan turned to Chen Tianlin and asked, Old Chun, what do you think? Even with your Emperor realm status, do you stand a chance against this horde of monsters? Under normal circumstances, Chen Tianlin would have replied with a teasing remark, Are you joking? Who do you think you're looking down upon? However, facing 100 divine-grade artifacts, which were exceedingly rare in the southern region, he was hesitant to make any bold assertions. Thus, he proposed, Muer, how about you use these 100 shadow puppets to spar with me? It suddenly dawned on Chen Mu that he had overlooked a crucial detail. His father was a martial arts enthusiast. There was no way he would let this opportunity pass without a fight. Very well. Acknowledging Chen Tianlin's temperament, Chun Mu decided to forego further discussion. The system chimed in promptly. If the host finds it troublesome, you may utilize the one-click management feature of the Puppet Master. The system will operate all shadow puppets to engage in battle with the target. How convenient! Without hesitation, Chun Mu thought, one-click management. Just as the command was executed, the transformation was complete. One by one, the shadow puppets' eyes glowed with a crimson light, their aura shifting into a deadly intensity. The shadow puppets I possess are rather expensive, father. Please do not strike too forcefully. Chunmu instructed the system to transport all the shadow puppets to the heavens, cautioning against engaging them on the ground, fearing that the residual impact of their battle might lay Qingyun Mansion to waste. Bang, bang, bang. Rest assured, father, I have everything under control, Chun Tianlin confidently reassured as he patted his chest. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Soaring into the sky, Yi Qingqing raised her head, her gaze fixated in curiosity. She wondered which was stronger, the 100 divine-level shadow puppets controlled by the Emperor or the Emperor himself? A definitive peak battle loomed ahead. The disciples of the Tianyuan Holy Land, who also noticed this scene, were equally astounded. Hey, look up there. Who are those people? I only recognize the Holy Master. The others do not appear human at all. One exclaimed, I have encountered such creatures before during a descent for a secret mission, where I faced beasts that had existed for millennia, or even 10 millennia. They were all obliterated in a single strike. Do these beings possess such immense power? No, it's not merely them. Even one alone can annihilate a 10,000-year-old beast. One can eliminate a 10,000-year-old beast. One tells 10, 10 tells 100, and more spectators gathered to observe, including the elders positioned before the Grand Hall. Such a terrifying aura. Who are they? Humans. They are far from it. They are treasures, divine-level treasures, or perhaps puppets. Puppets. A puppeteer? Has the Tianyuan Holy Land been infiltrated by a puppeteer? It seems unlikely, as those puppets, like the Holy Master, emerged from Qingyun Mansion. Qingyun Mansion? Could they be the puppets of the young master? Wait. The young master is also a 1 in a million puppeteer? 1 in a million? Incorrect. It should be 1 in a billion. Simultaneously controlling 100 divine-level puppets, an unprecedented feat. They silently knelt in admiration of Chun Mu's innate talent, unsure of how to adequately respond. Thus, they opted to bow in respect. Bang! As the fists collided. The air erupted with resounding explosions, reverberating for miles, a tempest roaring forth. Even at such heights, when it reached the ground, its power diminished yet still felt as though an invisible hand had struck fiercely upon them. Rolling up their sleeves, their arms flushed red. Chan Tianlin, not rushing to harness his spiritual energy, relied solely on brute strength, delivering successive punches to seize the initiative, ruthlessly assaulting the puppets' visages. One puppet was sent flying several dozen meters. The other puppets surged forward, capitalizing on their numerical advantage to bind Chan Tianlin's limbs, tightly embracing him, entangling him. Meanwhile, the remaining puppets, seizing the opportunity, coiled their iron fists, accompanied by a tiger's roar like gale, and struck fiercely at Chen Tianlin. However, this punch missed, nearly striking another puppet instead. A clever escape. Chun Mu jested. Observing Chun Mu manipulate 100 puppets while battling a single emperor, he remained an aloof spectator, enjoying the spectacle. Li Xinyuan furrowed his brows tightly. Having never entered the emperor realm, he could not fully comprehend its true strength. He could not help but scoff. Is this a person? This is hardly human. Bang, bang, bang. Above them, the fierce battle continued, each punch's impact shaking the very heavens and earth. Chen Mu discerned that not only was Chen Tianlin refraining from utilizing spiritual energy, but he had also not fully unleashed his brute strength. Gil maintained such ease against 100 divine-level puppets. Chen Mu felt profound admiration. He then instructed the system, you may loosen the restrictions a bit. System. Combat permissions have been loosened. The puppets have been upgraded, gaining autonomous learning and mimicry capabilities. This feature allows the puppets to learn the opponent's techniques, replicate them, and devise counter-strategies. Thus, Chun Tianlin would only find the struggle increasingly arduous. The self-healing capabilities of the puppets have also been enhanced. Chen Mu observed keenly as Chen Tianlin, with a single punch, shattered a puppet's arm, sending it flying. Yet, the next moment, metallic tendrils extended from both the shoulder and the severed arm, swiftly reconnecting and reintegrating, restoring it at a visible speed, as if nothing had occurred. Battling and upgrading simultaneously. This thing is truly monstrous. Chen Tianlin exclaimed with excitement. He knew that if this continued, no victor would emerge. Rumble. Powerful spiritual energy erupted in all directions, sending the puppets that had been attacking him flying. Chen Tianlin's entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The Holy Master was growing serious. Those beings are remarkably strong, able to contend evenly with the Holy Master. Indeed, although the Holy Master had not wielded spiritual energy, it was still impressive. The outcome had been determined, devoid of suspense. The puppets chose not to advance any closer for close combat. They quickly retreated, creating a distance and forming a circle around Chen Tianlin. Subsequently, a complex, mysterious array diagram emerged beneath their feet. The small array diagrams interconnected, merging into a colossal formation. Suddenly, the world changed color, and the winds roared. Dust and leaves danced furiously, presenting a hellish scene that left one breathless. Chapter 63. Perfect Mimicry, almost preemptively ascending to the Holy Master's position. The array diagram split into 6, unfolding into a square prison. Its vastness could easily contain tens of thousands of cultivators. However, the function of this formation was not merely to confine individuals. The 6-faced barriers illuminated, and 6 sword blades, each over 10 meters wide, emerged from within. Golden runes swirled upon the blades, exuding an overwhelming sword energy. Centered on Chen Tianlin, they simultaneously thrust forward. This is a sword formation. This formation must possess at least 8 stars, right? The highest formation level is 9 stars. This is 8 stars. To my knowledge, in the entire southern region, there are no more than a handful of individuals capable of deploying an 8-star formation. Could the Holy Master be in peril? Before anyone could refute this assertion, they beheld a dazzling radiance. Spiritual energy surging, rumbling like a ferocious beast ready to devour the heavens. Looking up in astonishment, they witnessed Chen Tianlin raise his right arm high, his index and middle fingers aligned, like a sword, perfectly straight. Above it materialized a colossal sword forged from condensed spiritual energy. As it collided with the descending sword blades, it shattered and disintegrated them. The barrier walls crumbled effortlessly. The remaining 5 massive sword blades, undeterred, continued to lock onto Chen Tianlin, advancing menacingly. As the distance between them narrowed to mere inches, Chen Tianlin swung his arm downward, delivering a decisive strike. The formation shattered. The swords fractured. Boom, boom, boom. The residual sword energy sliced through vast stretches of forest, leaving behind a gash reminiscent of a celestial chasm. Clouds of dust erupted, resembling a city wall. The system had completed the analysis of the techniques employed against the target and was in the process of replication. Replication successful. Following this, the 100 shadow puppets mimicked the action, raising a hand, fingers half clenched towards the heavens, manifesting spiritual energy swords. However, unlike Chen Tianlin, they collectively produced a total of 100 swords. Such a dense array of colossal swords sent shivers down the spines of the Tianyuan Holy Land spectators. Even Li Xianyuan, on the verge of the Emperor realm, was profoundly shaken, struggling to regain his composure. He could not fathom how the puppets, under Chen Mu's control, could utilize techniques identical to Chen Tianlin's. Lowering his head, his gaze fell upon Chen Mu. Li Xianyuan found it inconceivable how much spiritual energy it would require to execute such a feat. Did his spiritual energy know no bounds? Soon, he dismissed this thought with a shake of his head. How could that be possible? Chen Tianlin's star-cutting sword was not the strongest technique among the many he had cultivated. However, he had to admit that witnessing a technique he believed only he could wield being perfectly replicated by a legion of puppets resonated deeply within him. Witnessing all of this, Chen Mu felt that the system had been granted the ultimate cheat privileges, determined to triumph over Chen Tianlin at all costs, ensuring he recognized his own formidable strength. In simpler terms, it seemed the system yearned to win more than he did. At this rate, how long would the battle endure? Chen Tianlin had likely utilized only a fraction of his power. On the system's end, it triumphed through unrivaled permissions, while Chen Tianlin exerted a bit more strength. The system, witnessing the impending defeat, immediately upgraded the puppets once again. Chen Mu had not forgotten that the initial agreement was merely to spar. To practice. Continuing this way would inevitably lead to genuine conflict. What if the system truly emerged victorious? Chen Mu worried that it might undermine Chen Tianlin's already dwindling confidence. What if he fell into despair and insisted on secluding himself for several hundred years to refine his cultivation, prematurely ascending to the position of Holy Master? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. He hastily dismissed the spiritual energy swords and recalled the 100 shadow puppets. Wasn't it preferable to be a carefree young master? Chen Mu had no desire to squander his days dealing with the petty affairs of the Holy Land. Mu'er, why did you withdraw all the shadow puppets? Li Xianyuan inquired in confusion. Chen Tianlin, returning to Qingyun Mansion, was equally perplexed. Indeed, Mu'er, I was just about to get serious. Controlling 100 shadow puppets is quite exhausting. I am aware of my limitations against father, so I conceded, opting not to engage in futile efforts any longer. Chun Mu replied. Exhausted? Upon hearing this word, recalling Chan Mu's earlier demeanor, so relaxed that he had time to sip tea leisurely, Li Xianyuan, with his lack of insight, truly could not perceive any signs of fatigue. Yi Qingsheng shared a similar sentiment. Very well, once you recover, we shall take the opportunity to unleash those puppets again and practice with father. Chen Tianlin made no further demands. All right, that sounds good. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Xianyuan produced a divine talisman and handed it to Chen Mu. He was then taken away by Chen Tianlin, who mentioned that it had been a while since they last met and suggested going to his mansion for drinks and a chat about recent events. Upon stepping outside, Chen Tianlin turned back to gauge the distance with his eyes. Intentionally lowering his voice, he inquired, boldly, may I ask, why did Muir suddenly withdraw all the shadow puppets when they clearly had the opportunity to engage me in battle? He continued, is it possible that Xiao Mu, relying solely on his prowess as a puppet master, possessed the strength to defeat me, but hesitated out of concern for my self-esteem? Your words carry a sting. Chen Tianlin shot Li Xianyuan a sidelong glance. Am I not a great emperor? How could he, merely manipulating those 100 puppets without stepping into the fray himself, hope to triumph over me? Did you not observe his calm demeanor earlier? I even suspect that Xiao Mu possesses an endless dantian, with mental fortitude that is second to none. Li Xianyuan recounted his observations. Endless dantian? How could such a thing exist in this world? Chen Tianlin chuckled, dismissing the notion. Furthermore, did you not notice how the shadow puppets learned from your combat techniques during your encounter, optimizing them to counter your attacks? Li Xianyuan turned to ask. Chen Tianlin fell silent. Indeed, it did feel as if he were gazing into a mirrored eye in my opinion. Xiao Mu's mastery of puppet manipulation may not be significantly inferior to his primary realm, he remarked. Whether or not to believe it was Li Xianyuan's affair. But trust was a matter for Chen Tianlin alone. Could it be that the techniques of a puppet master surpassed those of a great emperor? Chen Tianlin remained silent, lost in thought. Do you truly believe that merely relying on those 100 shadow puppets could contend with the towering golden dragon above us? He gestured upwards. Killing is simple, but conquering. For a holy beast to serve humanity, is that not a far more daunting task? Chen Tianlin fell silent once more. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Each new wave is stronger than the last. Enough of this overthinking. Come, let us go enjoy some wine. Li Xianyuan urged Chen Tianlin to lighten up. With such a prodigious talent among us, we ought to rejoice and celebrate. Why the furrowed brows? Was Chen Tianlin unhappy? Of course, he was pleased. Yet, the subtlety of his features belied the complexity of his thoughts. Closing the celestial mirror, Chen Mu sighed in relief, realizing that Chen Tianlin had no intention of hastening his own ascension to the position of Holy Lord. What a stroke of luck it is that I withdrew in time. Otherwise, I would have been forced into the role of Holy Lord. Forced into becoming the Holy Lord. Yi Qingsheng was left with a multitude of questions. Chapter 64. My brother, so incredibly talented. The emergence of two great emperors from the Chen family had already set the capital abuzz with excitement. Chen Juexin, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with joy, extravagantly spending wealth and celebrating this remarkable achievement, ensuring that others were aware of his family's illustrious background. Anyone considering causing trouble would do well to ponder their qualifications. The sensation of being able to rely on her brother was exhilarating for Chen Juexin. What if one wielded the power of the fox under the tiger's might? She reveled in it. Others might desire such a position, but they lacked the opportunity. The carriage came to a halt. Chen Juexin lifted the curtain and stepped out, gazing at the towering multi-storied pavilion, with the words Tianji Pavilion inscribed prominently. Just as she prepared to ascend the steps to learn more about the Tianyuan Holy Land, she spotted the vice master of Tianji Pavilion, whom she had personally appointed, looking exhausted as he awaited a sweeping youth. He occasionally pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. His expression bore traces of trepidation, and his demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Chen Juexin was perplexed. How could the vice master of Tianji Pavilion be so subservient? As she strode up the steps, the vice master quickly noticed her presence. He hurriedly lifted his skirt and approached, greeting her with, "Greetings, master." "Who is that?" Chen Juexin asked, directing her gaze at the sweeping youth. "Dan Yurong, at your service, master," he replied without waiting for the vice master to speak. Swiftly appearing before Chen Juexin to pay his respects, the name Dan Yurong rang a bell for Chen Juexin. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Dan Yurong was none other than the one known as the Thousand-Faced Demon Lord. "What brings the esteemed Thousand-Faced Demon Lord to my Tianji Pavilion?" Chen Juexin inquired. "Master, I am here at the behest of the young master to serve Tianji Pavilion. Dan Yurong maintained his respectful posture, bowing deeply and refraining from direct eye contact. Young master? Which young master? Chen Juexin pressed further. Tianyuan young master, Dan Yurong answered. Xiaomu? Chen Juexin could hardly conceal her astonishment, realizing that her brother had managed to subdue such a formidable figure. Are you truly here to serve him? She probed cautiously. I am willing to be a beast of burden for the master. Dan Yurong suddenly knelt on the steps, bowing his head in reverence. This display of loyalty caught Chen Juexin off guard. She then inquired about the circumstances between Dan Yurong and Chen Mu. After learning the details, it became clear why Dan Yurong was so resolute. After all, his most important sister was being held as a hostage in Tianyuan. It was well known in the southern region that Dan Yurong was a devoted brother. Anyone daring to lay a hand on his sister would face a gruesome fate. With vengeance that knew no respite, however, against two great emperors, Dan Yurong had no chance of victory. I will send a group of people. You will be responsible for imparting the transformation technique to them. Are you willing? Chen Juexin understood that mastering this technique would significantly bolster the development of Tianji Pavilion. They would be able to gather more intelligence, becoming the eyes and ears of the Tianyuan Holy Land. At the slightest hint of trouble that could jeopardize the Tianyuan Holy Land, they could mobilize forces to suppress it. If anyone dared to resist, they would face annihilation. Historically, the Tianyuan Holy Land had always been formidable in this regard. If reason did not prevail, why waste time? If possible, they would rather not even bother with explanations. However, as a reputable sect, they still had to follow procedures to maintain a good name. I am more than willing. Please, master, give your orders. Dan Yurong responded without hesitation. Excellent, I will arrange it immediately. Seeing his obedience, Chen Juexin felt even more grateful to Chen Mu for providing such a delightful surprise. She resolved to reward him in kind. After leaving Tianji Pavilion, she headed directly to the auction city, hoping to acquire some valuable treasures that could be presented as gifts. Now that Chen Mu had ascended to the realm of great emperors, he deserved at least sacred-grade items. Heavenly-grade items would be a stretch. Had the vast majority of cultivators known of Chen Juexin's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be envious. They would envy Chen Mu for having such a sister, while also envying Chen Juexin for having a brother of great emperor status. In the auction city, several items had already been presented, yet none piqued Chen Juexin's interest. Nevertheless, with some spare funds on hand, she decided to purchase the entire lot, thinking it might serve a purpose in the future. The merchants and wealthy landowners present had no chance to speak, given her overwhelming financial power. The next item up for auction was a renowned masterpiece by the esteemed master of poetry and calligraphy, Master Qingyun, who had recently gained fame as the strongest dark horse in the literary world. As the auctioneer concluded his introduction, two individuals unfurled the scroll of rice paper. The battle at Red Cliffs was like a dream. Let us sing and dance to relieve our worries. Chen Juexin softly recited the words, smiling as she remarked, indeed, it possesses great literary flair and profound meaning. It is quite well written. Xiaomu seems to have a penchant for studying poetry and prose. Perhaps he would appreciate this. Chen Juexin pondered uncertainly. Upon hearing this, a nearby servant eagerly interjected, Master, I have something to share. I'm uncertain if I should. What is it? Chen Juexin glanced at him, encouraging him to speak freely. I know who penned this piece. Hearing his words, Chen Juexin raised an eyebrow. Does it not say Qingyun on it? However, upon further reflection, the name Qingyun did seem somewhat peculiar as a moniker, and it inadvertently reminded her that her brother's residence was named Qingyun Manor. Could it be? She mused. That seems rather implausible, Master. Qingyun is merely a pen name. His true identity is well known to you. Oh? I am familiar. Pray tell, who is he? Chen Juexin's curiosity was piqued by his assertion. Qingyun represents Qingyun Manor. This calligraphy and poetry were all penned by the Tianyuan young master himself. The servant spoke directly, cutting through any ambiguity. What? Qingyun is Qingyun Manor, my brother. While she had anticipated this possibility, the confirmation still left her in shock. I can assure you, the reason the great martial Long princess remains in Tianyuan is also due to her admiration for the young master's literary talent. My brother, so incredibly talented. Chen Juexin beamed with a smile. Now that she knew it was indeed her brother's original work, as an elder sister, she felt compelled to support him. Chapter 65. 100 billion rebate in premium spirit stones. Infinite wealth. The calligraphy and poetry composed by Master Qingyun were undeniably impressive. However, she wondered if the starting bid was set too high for a newcomer. Not too high. His debut work was once purchased by the Long princess for a substantial sum. Its value is indisputable. The Long Princess? The great martial Long Princess? The first talent, Song Wanjun? Indeed, you wouldn't dare to question her discerning eye, would you? Though such words may be uttered as a novice, I personally believe that the final transaction price will not exceed too much. After a few more years of experience and reflection, perhaps one could become a literary giant. In the exclusive VIP box on the second floor, I overheard the eloquent discussions of those downstairs. Chun Juexin scoffed disdainfully and promptly declared, 100 million supreme spirit stones. To Qin Juexin, this sum is but a trifling matter, not worthy of any sorrow. Moreover, the event being supported is for her own brother. Thus she has no reason to feel any pain. Should anyone wish to compete with her, she would not hesitate to raise the price to 1 billion supreme spirit stones. This perfectly exemplifies the notion of wealth affording one the luxury of caprice. After all, most of this money would ultimately find its way into Chan Mu's hands. In short, since he has an interest in poetry and calligraphy, as an elder sister, Chun Juexin is naturally inclined to offer her unwavering support. One can disregard the face of others, but the face of one's family must be preserved. I firmly believe this figure will ensure that the name Qingyun resonates throughout the literary realm and among scholars. Tea erupted uncontrollably from my mouth. I apologize. How much? 100 million spirit stones. And they are supreme spirit stones. Surely, there cannot be a supreme spirit mine in this household. Such extravagance. Is there truly nowhere else to spend such wealth? That is, without a doubt, 100 million supreme spirit stones. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to lose your head? That is Chan Juexin from the heavenly origin sacred land. Chun Juexin. Her father is an emperor. And her brother is also an emperor. With but a glance, they could annihilate your entire clan. Upon hearing this, the individual hastily sealed his lips and fled in panic, fearing for his life and the safety of his family. Ultimately, the calligraphy pinned by Chan Mu was undoubtedly secured by Chan Juexin without a hitch. Setting aside the fact that 100 million supreme spirit stones is an exorbitant price, merely her lineage is enough to render others breathless. They dare not disregard the face of this emperor. Filled with profound respect, the junior master, this is the poem you recently composed, sold for 100 million supreme spirit stones. Yi Qingqing closed the door and returned to Chan Mu, presenting him the Qingkuan bag. Indeed, it is true. Due to the authority of the heavenly origin sacred land, the auction house did not dare to touch a single cent of the 100 million supreme spirit stones. They were entirely surrendered. This means that Chan Juexin spent not a single penny, yet has established the influence of the name Qingyun among literary circles. Countless scholars are filled with envy, and no matter how sophisticated, one must still eat. Engaging in refined arts while still being able to enjoy a meal standing is what they yearn for. Not to mention, the poems composed by Chun Mu are truly beyond reproach. They cannot slander them without betraying their conscience. They are simply outstanding after viewing them. One cannot help but benefit immensely. To this, Chun Mu can only say, how could it not be good? They are all classics validated by thousands of years. Whether they are the immortal poets, the holy poets, the divine poets, the ghostly poets, or the demonic poets, Chan Mu does not mind allowing others to experience what it means to be subjected to a dimensional reduction attack. The history of Datsong is indeed more enduring, but its primary focus is on cultivation and martial arts, where strength reigns supreme. However, Daxia, for millennia, has developed its culture and heritage, something Datsong cannot compare to. Returning to the matter of 100 million supreme spirit stones, there is no need to think. Chun Mu knows that the only one capable of such expenditure, aside from his elder sister Chan Juexin, is no one else in the entire southern region or the Datsong world. What does it mean to squander wealth like dirt? This is what it means to squander wealth like dirt. Subsequently, Chun Mu summoned an elder passing by on a sword and tossed the Qingkuan bag to him. Young master, may I ask what this is? The elder inquired cautiously. 100 million supreme spirit stones. To replenish the sacred land's treasury and enhance the treatment of disciples. Those who have merited will be generously rewarded. Qin Mu articulated his plans. 100 million supreme spirit stones. The elder's hand, holding the Qingkuan bag, trembled involuntarily upon hearing this figure. He assured, young master, please rest assured, the old servant will certainly comply. I will not let you down. He turned to leave. The young master truly dedicates himself to the heavenly origin sacred land. Yi Qingqing admired, if it were her, even if she had to produce it, she would certainly keep a portion for herself. Success in gifting 100 million supreme spirit stones, a hundredfold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 billion Supreme Spirit Stones. However, Yi Qingqing only saw the surface point 10 billion Supreme Spirit Stones, effortlessly obtained. Purchasing calligraphy for 100 million Supreme Spirit Stones, establishing a reputation. Then gifting it away, returning 10 billion Supreme Spirit Stones, reaping loyalty, a threefold gain. The system is currently attempting an upgrade. Chun Mu has long grown accustomed to this. Reclining on a bench, Wandu long coiled lazily on his abdomen. Equally languorous, following his master. Despite the laziness, he did not cease the enhancement of the Wandu sacred body. Behind him, Yi Qingsheng, as a saintess, exerted herself to massage his shoulders. The system attempted an upgrade for the 12th time. Failure. The system attempted an upgrade for the 23rd time. Failure. The system attempted an upgrade for the 46th time. Data acquisition successful. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. The infinite money module has been bound. New functionality unlocked. Infinite money. Infinite money? Shenmu found it hard not to suspect that the system mistakenly interpreted his casual actions as an indication of his fondness for wealth, hence the special upgrade to add such a feature. Since the upgrade has been made, Shenmu could not refuse it. He was curious about what this function entailed. The system promptly explained. Regardless of grade or currency type, the host may use it without restriction. Regardless of grade refers to the classification of spirit stones, while currency type indicates the various currencies used in different nations. Yet, for Chun Mu, who now possesses infinite money, these are all insignificant issues. Not only can he spend limitlessly, but it would also not affect the hundredfold return. Chun Mu was curious about how the creator of this system would react upon discovering that their creation had become so rebellious. Or perhaps, this system was, in fact, formed by the will of the heavenly Tao. Why has it exhibited bugs for so long with no response? Could it be that after the system turned rogue, its authority has surpassed that of the creator? Chun Mu found it difficult not to ponder this direction. The system, however, did not provide a direct answer, seemingly intent on concealing something. Chun Mu, feeling indifferent, had no interest in pursuing the matter further. After all, it was entirely beneficial with no harmed. At worst, they would perish together. Lost in thought, he unknowingly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had completely darkened. Upon awakening, he heard Yi Qingqing say, "Young master, someone is outside looking for you." Chun Mu sat up, stretched lazily, and said, "Why does my Qingyun residence attract so much attention?" Chapter 66. The Old Emperor's Lifelong Treasure, the Supreme Enlightenment Tree. Go open the door. Chun Mu waved his hand towards Yi Qingqing that it would indeed be inappropriate to reject a guest at the door. Yes. Yi Qingqing immediately set off to answer the door. Opening the courtyard door, illuminated by the moonlight, she beheld an elderly man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard, dressed entirely in white. At first glance, he appeared to embody the essence of twilight years, yet his demeanor radiated vitality that rivaled that of the youth. Who might you be? Judging by his attire, Yi Qingqing did not believe the elder to be a member of the heavenly origin sacred land, likely an outsider. Tianling Mountain, the master of Wudao Villa. Zhuang Fan. The elder introduced himself. Tianling Mountain, master of Wudao Villa? You are the legendary primordial emperor from 1,000 years ago? Yi Qingqing suddenly recalled the tale surrounding the name Zhuang Fan. That is all in the past. Of no consequence. I am but a humble tea farmer now. Zhuang Fan smiled, expressing that he had long since forgotten his former glory, harboring no lingering attachments. He prioritized cherishing the present. Upon hearing the words Tianling Mountain, Wudao Villa, and Primordial Emperor, it would be difficult for Chan Mu not to guess Zhuang Fan's purpose. He must have come for the Supreme Enlightenment Tea, before the existence of the Supreme Enlightenment Tea. He and his Tianling Mountain were the only ones capable of cultivating and harvesting it. Now, however, the yield and effects of the latter's enlightenment tea have utterly overshadowed the former. It is hardly surprising that Zhuang Fan could not remain composed. News travels swiftly, or perhaps it is said that the old emperor is indeed deserving of such a reputation? This way, please. Zhuang Fan followed Yi Qingqing as she led him to Qianmu. I pay my respects to the young master of the heavenly origin. Zhuang Fan politely greeted. In this era, where martial prowess is revered, harboring respect for the strong is not a difficult concept for him to grasp. He does not engage in any pretentiousness due to age. You are too kind, elder. Please have a seat. Chunmu raised his hand, smiling gracefully. Thank you. Zhuang Fan settled onto a stone bench. Please brew the tea. Chunmu glanced at Yi Qingqing. Yes, young master. I will attend to it immediately. As soon as Yi Qingqing left, Zhuang Fan, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Young master, I have heard that your residence possesses a divine object known as Supreme Enlightenment Tea, capable of granting profound insights with just a sip. Indeed, such a thing exists. Chun Mu showed no interest in questioning how Zhuang Fan had learned of it, readily admitting. Zhuang Fan continued, intending to say something, when he suddenly caught a whiff of a rich and unique tea aroma. Looking around, he spotted Yi Qingqing approaching with a teapot in hand. Please, young master. After serving Chen Mu and Zhuang Fan each a cup, Zhuang Fan observed the straight and slender green buds and confirmed, young master, could this be the Supreme Enlightenment Tea? Indeed. Chen Mu nodded affirmatively. Zhuang Fan ceased to pry further, lifted his cup, gently blowing a breath over it before taking a small sip. Upon entry, it was slightly bitter and astringent, but soon transformed into a dry fragrance, followed by a rich tea aroma that gradually became refreshing. The flavor of this tea, so remarkably complex, left Zhuang Fan in awe. He tilted his head back and drained the cup in one go. His face was filled with astonishment, unable to believe that his stagnant cultivation, which had seen no progress for years, had suddenly shown signs of an impending breakthrough. Has he truly attained enlightenment? Ecstasy. This tea is truly remarkable. It is indeed exquisite. One can hardly imagine that even the celestial beings would savor tea of this caliber, right? Zhuang Fan gazed at Chen Mu, utterly thrilled. Subsequently, he reached into his sleeve and produced a spatial ring, placing it upon the stone table. Young master, within this ring lies all my possessions accumulated over nearly 10 millennia. Techniques, secret manuals, divine artifacts, and countless elixirs I beseech you for but a single seed. Furthermore, I owe you 3 favors. Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to pay the debt with my life. Perhaps fearing rejection? Zhuang Fan hastily added this. Chun Mu cast a discerning glance. Though Zhuang Fan had fallen from the realm of the great emperor to the quasi-emperor stage, he remained at the pinnacle of that level, an impressive force not to be underestimated. For nearly 10 millennia, he was the first in the southern domain to hone his physical prowess to its utmost limits. Countless divine weapons had been shattered by this very body of his. Exuding confidence, a single seed in exchange for the opportunity of 3 favors from such a formidable individual was a bargain for Chen Mu, even without a 100-fold return. However, Chen Mu had only tea leaves on him. Lacking the actual tea seeds. As he was in the midst of signing in, success was achieved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tao Enlightenment Tea Seed 100. Chen Mu, forget I said anything. A true man can both bend and stretch. I can grant you the seed, but I cannot guarantee you will succeed in cultivating it. Even if you do manage to grow it, should the heavenly origins sacred land require assistance in the future, you must prioritize their needs. Chen Mu stipulated the conditions. No problem. Zhuang Fan nodded vigorously, readily agreeing without a second thought. Chen Mu could easily discern that Zhuang Fan harbored an obsession for the Tao Enlightenment tea. The nature of this obsession did not concern Chen Mu. He extracted 2 seeds. Zhuang Fan promptly rose, cupping his hands to receive them. Young master, you have given me an extra one. Consider it a trial specimen. Chen Mu replied lightly. Thank you immensely, young master. This debt shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. The promise of 3 favors was silently amended by Zhuang Fan, vowing that whenever Chen Mu had need of him, he would respond without fail. The bestowal of the exquisite Tao Enlightenment tea seed was successful. The 100-fold return was triggered, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tao Enlightenment tea tree too. Oh, it directly enhanced the quality, returning 2 Tao Enlightenment tea trees? Chen Mu found this quite agreeable, promptly retrieving them from the system's inventory to plant and harvest immediately without delay. Later, Yi Qingqing was tasked with seeing the guests off. Chen Mu then picked up the spatial ring, which originally belonged to the saint level, and infused it with a touch of his consciousness. Lo and behold, it contained a considerable amount of items. A plethora of weapons and treasures piled high, an impressive accumulation indeed. From the disordered arrangement, it was evident that Zhuang Fan held little interest in these treasures. A simple acknowledgement of better to have than not sufficed. A cabinet filled with secret manuals occupied a vast space, resembling a labyrinth. If an ordinary person were to step inside, they might find it quite difficult to navigate back out. Indeed, the fallen god was still a god. This former great emperor was quite generous. Chen Mu was immensely satisfied. Confirming that Zhuang Fan had not deceived him, such a vast collection could not be amassed without a few thousand years. Divine-level weapons, the raging sunblade. Where did he acquire it? Chen Mu pondered. The system replied. Upon investigation, this flame blade was obtained by the target from a certain cave's fortuitous encounter, and it played an indispensable role in his ascension to the throne. So that was in this fantastical world. Opportunities abound. As his consciousness wandered within the ring's space, Chun Mu's peripheral vision caught sight of a cabinet in the very center of the maze. Its aura distinctly different from the surroundings. Intriguing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the techniques inscribed there were all of the highest tier in the celestial rank. 6 Laws Overlord Technique, Celestial Wave Demonic Slash, Soul-Shattering Divine Strike, True Extreme Ethereal Art. Each of these would be enough to alter the fate of an ordinary individual, equivalent to a significant opportunity. Yet now, they were all grasped firmly in Chun Mu's hands. However, what drew his attention most was undoubtedly the volume titled Heavenly Demon Overlord Body. Chun Mu had just instructed the system to investigate. This was the body refinement technique primarily cultivated by Zhuang Fan. When perfected, it could transform the practitioner into a heavenly demon, maximizing physical strength while boasting astonishing combat power. Years ago, a sacred land, much like the 5 Poisons Sacred Land, conspired against the soon-to-be Emperor Zhuang Fan, only to be outwitted by him as he transformed into a heavenly demon, sweeping through the entire sacred land. Where he passed, corpses littered the ground, stacked high and scattered chaotically, and one night, a once thriving sacred land was reduced to mere historical dust, leaving only ruins, a relic of the past. The heavenly demon overlord body, you say? Chun Mu picked it up and flipped through a couple of pages. He had comprehended the heavenly demon overlord body. Mastery value, 100. At this point, he had only flipped halfway through the 3rd page, yet under the effect of full-level comprehension, he had completely mastered it. One might wonder if full-level comprehension was too powerful or if the system's design lacked depth. Exiting the ring's space, given Chun Mu's current cultivation level, the heavenly demon overlord body held little significance. For even without it, there was no one who could rival him. He was invincible in this era. Chun Mu had no qualms about acquiring additional trump cards. Seeing Yi Qingsheng return after escorting Zhuang Fan, he casually tossed her a technique. This might be useful for you. Take it and cultivate. After such a flurry of activity, it was only fitting to offer a token of appreciation. The Azure Lotus 13 Swords, a top-tier technique of the celestial rank. Thank you, young master. Yi Qingsheng accepted the technique with both hands, kneeling in gratitude. Chun Mu acknowledged, encouraging her to rise. The bestowal of the celestial rank technique Azure Lotus 13 Swords was successful. The 100-fold return was triggered, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect 1. Only one. 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. Chun Mu was no stranger to these 4 characters. Indeed, such a technique existed in the Great Song world and was highly sought after and revered by sword cultivators. However, Chun Mu's version of 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect was evidently distinct from theirs. Their 10,000 was a limitation. Chun Mu's 10,000 represented infinite possibilities. 10,000 is 10,000. A million is 10,000. A billion is 10,000. And a trillion is also 10,000. Cultivated to its utmost limits, all swords under heaven would heed his command. It felt rather intriguing. He took it out for a brief inspection. He had comprehended 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, mastery value, 100. One could only say that full-level comprehension was exceedingly gratifying. Having mastered it, Chun Mu was eager to test it out. He tightened his fingers as if gripping a sword, spun around, and then ventured to the martial arena and trial tower. What is happening? My sword, why won't it heed my call? Hey, where are you going? How outrageous! I refuse to believe I can't even control a single sword. The sword I painstakingly saved for half a year to afford. Come back. Woe is me! Thousands of swords soared towards Qingyun Mansion like a tidal wave. Their blades sparkled, far more dazzling than the stars above, drawing the eye irresistibly. At Yuling Peak. Watching the ice blades soar away, Jian Qingzhu furrowed her brows. Master, what is happening? Dan Yuchan inquired. Perplexed. 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. Jian Qingzhu recognized it at a glance, having previously sparred with someone who wielded this technique. 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. Isn't that a method of the sword cultivators at the Great Completion stage? The young master can wield it too. He is indeed a sword cultivator, Dan Yuchan exclaimed, astonished. What shocked her further was that even with her master's prowess, she could not retain the swords. The young master truly is unparalleled. Casting a sidelong glance at Dan Yuchan, who stood with her arms crossed, displaying a look of reverence, Jian Qingzhu smiled without speaking. Soon, the swords returned to Chun Mu's hands. He had merely sought to test 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. After the trial, those swords were naturally of no use to him, in its literal sense. Glancing at Yi Qingsheng, She was profoundly shaken by the spectacle of the sword tide, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, supporting her upper body with her frail hands. Young master, you are truly incredible. Reflecting on the time when she had hoped to merely catch a glimpse of his back on the path of cultivation, she now realized how utterly delusional that aspiration had been. It was utterly unattainable, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the way down the mountain, Zhuang Fan also halted in his tracks. Turning to watch Qian Mu demonstrate 10,000 swords return to the sect. 10,000 swords return to the sect. He was astonished to discover that Qian Mu was indeed an exceptional sword cultivator. The swords just now were undoubtedly more than 10,000. With a relieved smile, he waved his sleeve, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy that merged with the heavenly origin sacred land's aura. Everyone could see a complex, sacred seal manifesting in the air. Look, what is that? A disciple in the martial arena remarked, noticing this extraordinary scene. That's the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal. Indeed, they nodded. The Imperial Seal is a mark exclusive to emperors after their ascension, each unique to the individual, symbolizing their identity and status. So, is this the seal of the sacred master or perhaps the young master? No. They shook their heads in denial, if I am not mistaken. This pattern belongs to the Hunyuan Great Emperor, Zhuang Fan. Hunyuan Great Emperor. Why would his imperial seal appear in our heavenly origin sacred land? I just saw that person exiting Qingyun Mansion, reverently expressing gratitude. If that is the case, I believe the Hunyuan Great Emperor intends to convey that he is inextricably linked with our heavenly origin. If outsiders dare to oppose us, he will undoubtedly intervene. The young master has bestowed upon us the protection of another great emperor. It's equivalent to having 3 great emperors safeguarding us. The young master is magnificent. The young master is magnificent. Their voices rose in unison. Hearts stirred. They were not mistaken. That was indeed Zhuang Fan's intention. Should external enemies dare to trespass, the imperial might contained within the seal would be unleashed to deter them. Simultaneously, Zhuang Fan would sense it at the first moment and rush to provide aid. He believed he owed Qian Mu an immense debt of gratitude, and this was merely a trivial token of repayment. He then transformed into a streak of shooting star, departing from the heavenly origin sacred land. Back at Qingyun Mansion, night had deepened. As per tradition, after washing Qian Mu's feet, Yi Qingqing stepped back and bid him good night. Qian Mu ceased to ponder further, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. That moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside the window, rendering him even more appreciative of this rare opportunity for rest. In contrast to the tranquility of Qingyun Mansion, a place known as the Haimu Mountains was rife with surging undercurrents. Upon a stone platform, not a soul was present. Below the platform, thousands of individuals donned in black robes, their hoods drawn tightly, concealed their faces. The entire cavern was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. What do you think the sect master summoned us here for? Could it be that we are truly to launch an assault on the heavenly source sacred land, seeking vengeance for the Saintus? Vengeance? It is rumored that the heavenly source sacred land is protected by 2 emperors. How could we possibly avenge this grudge? What difference is there from striking a rock with an egg? Hush. Lower your voices, the sect master is coming. Chapter 68. The Demon Sect. Has the sect master fled? The figure known as the sect master slowly descended the steps and ascended the platform. Upon reaching the center and facing the crowd, he raised his hands, removing his hood to reveal a face as sharp as a chiseled blade. His thick brows and piercing eyes bore an air of martial authority, exuding a silent intimidation that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze, as if one were confronting a fierce beast. His name was Xiong Lai, the sect master of the Demon Sky sect, possessing the pinnacle of human immortality. Within the Demon Sky sect, he was held in high esteem. Sect master, may I inquire why you have gathered us here? An elder of the Demon Sky sect stepped forward to ask. He could discern that Xiong Lai's expression was considerably graver than usual. This solemnity had not been present even when the Demon Sky sect suffered a devastating assault from the eastern extreme sacred land, resulting in the loss of numerous lower-ranking members. He was certain that something of great consequence had transpired. I have summoned you all here primarily to announce one thing. Effective immediately, I shall resign from my position as sect master of the Demon Sky sect. As for whether the Demon Sky sect will be disbanded, that is for the elders and each of you to decide. In any case, from this moment forth, I have no further ties to the Demon Sky sect. Upon finishing his declaration, without allowing the audience any time to react, a shadow swiftly darted past. Moments later, Xiong Lai's figure vanished entirely, along with his presence, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Has the sect master fled? Bold. You shall not speak disrespectfully of the sect master. He has declared that he has no connection with us. How can that be disrespectful? Could it be that the rumors are indeed true? Is it because of the heavenly source sacred land? It must be. Did you not see the palpable fear etched upon the sect master's face just now? Shall we still seek vengeance for the saintess? With what courage? If the sect master lacks the resolve, how can we? Let us flee swiftly. The demon sky sect is hereby disbanded. Although a few members chose to remain loyal, it could not change the fact that the sect was but a mere shell of its former self. No one wished to provoke the two emperors. Before long, news of the demon sky sect, which had long occupied the southern region, disbanding due to the sect master's flight, spread rapidly through members of the Tiangong Pavilion embedded within the sect, and subsequently through the gossip columns of the Tiangong Pavilion, resonating throughout the great martial dynasty in the southern region. Ha ha ha, the demon sky sect is nothing but this. The sect master, a figure of such stature, frightened to the point of fleeing. It is not their fault. One must blame the heavenly source sacred land for being so monstrous, with two unparalleled emperors. Who can argue? To achieve emperorhood before the age of 20. Who would believe it? Yet it is indeed the truth. I foresee that before long, not just the southern region, but the entire Great Song will bear the surname Qin. The news of the demon sky sect's dissolution became a source of amusement and chatter among the people. Countless young individuals were further galvanized to seek apprenticeship at the heavenly source sacred land, aspiring to make it the sole paradigm of enlightenment in the southern region. Only the eastern extreme sacred land bore the scars of this upheaval. On the following day, as Chen Mu savored the pastries that Yi Qingqing had just procured from the town, she remarked, "Young master, did you know? The Demon Sky sect has disbanded." Demon Sky sect? What is that? The term was unfamiliar to Chen Mu. From what I gather, the malevolent entity that previously possessed the Eastern Extreme Saintess was, in fact, the Saintess cultivated by the Demon Sky sect. They must be in fear of your wrath. Which prompted the sect master to flee and dissolve the sect. Yi Qingqing expressed her perspective. So it was her. Qian Mu recalled the day he had summoned the heavenly thunder with a single strike, obliterating both the malevolent entity and its essence. Dissolution is preferable. It saves me the trouble of having to eradicate the roots. Quick, to the mountain gate. The demon sect has appeared. The voice of a disciple penetrated the courtyard wall. Demon sect? What a coincidence. Chen Mu even suspected that perhaps remnants of the Demon Sky sect could not swallow their pride and had come seeking revenge. Go and take a look, Chen Mu commanded. Yes, young master. Yi Qingqing promptly set aside her tasks and dashed out the door. Before long, she arrived at the foot of the mountain, where disciples had already gathered in throngs. Excuse me, may I pass? Yi Qingqing squeezed through the crowd. There, she beheld an individual kneeling at the mountain gate. Pinnacle of human immortality. Half a step from becoming an emperor. How could such a powerful figure be kneeling at the mountain's entrance? Yi Qingqing pondered, puzzled. The former sect master of the Demon Sky sect, Xiong has come to offer his apologies and seeks an audience with the heavenly source master. Upon hearing the man's resonant voice, Yi Qingqing instantly understood. Indeed, her conjecture was correct. The dissolution of the Demon Sky sect was purely out of fear for the strength of the heavenly source sacred land. Young master is formidable. Yi Qingqing was acutely aware that without Chen Mu, the influence of the heavenly source sacred land could not have reached such heights, let alone frighten the once dreaded demon sect into disbandment. With the sect master himself coming to offer his apologies, Qian Mu observed all of this through the celestial mirror. He had been somewhat groggy from sleep earlier and had momentarily forgotten that he possessed such a technique. Mu'er, it seems the sect master of the Demon Sky sect harbors intentions of submitting to our heavenly source. What do you think? Should we accept him or not? Suddenly, the voice of Chen Tianlin echoed in Qian Mu's mind. He was not surprised. The technique of long-distance telepathy was within his capabilities as well. Accepting a figure at the pinnacle of human immortality would pose no detriment. I agree, Qian Mu replied. However, given the sect master's background within the demon sect, his unique identity made Chen Tianlin hesitant to speak further. As Qian Mu contemplated how to convince Chen Tianlin of Xiong loyalty, the system promptly interjected with a solution. Simply sign him in, and it will be resolved. As the signing process commenced, signing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 9th-grade bone-breaking pill 10,000. According to the system's description, consuming this pill, alongside a blood oath, would ensure that any hint of disloyalty would result in immediate severance of tendons and bones, leaving no trace behind. In terms of toxicity, it rivaled the most potent poisons. Subsequently, Chun Mu informed Chen Tianlin of his acquisition of the 9th-grade bone-breaking pill and offered his unilateral opinion regarding the identity of Xiong the former sect master of the Demon Sky sect. I believe that accepting Xiong would further demonstrate that our heavenly source sacred land possesses a broad-minded disposition, willing to offer a chance for redemption rather than being a bloodthirsty entity. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianlin deemed it an excellent suggestion and decided to proceed accordingly. He ordered someone to come to Qingyun Mansion to retrieve the bone-breaking pill. As the new day dawned, had the family not acquired another formidable figure at the pinnacle of human immortality? Indeed, splendid. As he pinched another piece of osmanthus cake and reclined on a bench, savoring the delicacy, he reflected on life. Relishing its flavors, indeed, one must not be reserved. When it is time to be ostentatious, one must be ostentatious. As Chun Mu spoke, he opened the system's backpack and selected the 2 sacred dragons, War Dragon God and Flame Sacred Dragon, to unleash them simultaneously. The 3 dragons would guard the heavenly source. He was eager to see who would dare to disturb his tranquil existence. Chapter 69. The 3 dragons gather. Hidden talents. The twin dragons surged forth from Qingyun Mansion, soaring into the sky. The roar of dragons reverberated across the heavens and the earth, causing a stir throughout the southern region. The golden, black, and red dragons converged above the heavenly source sacred land. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet again, 2 more dragons emerged from the young master's estate. How many dragons does the young master possess? Even in ancient times, those who could successfully tame dragons were undoubtedly geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, each dragon measured no more than 100 zhong. The young master had 3 colossal dragons soaring at 1,000 zhong. The vocabulary in my mind is insufficient to describe the young master's might. Indeed, it is exceedingly potent. Wait. Why do I feel the fire spirit within me boiling? Me too. That red sacred dragon seems capable of providing a unique energy boost to us fire attribute cultivators. How infuriating. I envy you all. Why must I be a wood attribute cultivator? As the cheers echoed in his ears, Xiong Lai's heart grew increasingly anxious as he approached the grand hall of the sacred land. He could hardly fathom the brutal fate that awaited him should he choose to resist to the end. Originally, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the golden dragon of fortune concealed within the clouds, which had nearly caused the battle-hardened Xiong Lai to soil himself. Now, with the 3 dragons converging above, he could barely contain himself, lest he embarrassingly succumb to fear. The notion of the once mighty sect master of the Demon Sky sect being frightened to the point of urinating his pants was enough to warrant shameful contemplation. Gazing toward the direction of Qingyun Mansion, Xiong Lai was immensely curious about what manner of individual the heavenly source young master truly was. In this sacred land of heavenly source, he seemed to possess greater favor than even the heavenly source master. Were all the youth of this generation so extraordinary? Young master, this is the situation. Yi Qingqing had already recounted all that she had witnessed and experienced at the mountain gate after leaving Qingyun Mansion. Well done, thank you for your efforts. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's account, Chun Mu inquired, will you be heading to the trial tower later? Indeed, within the trial tower, each breakthrough offers me profound enlightenment and a significant enhancement of my abilities. Yi Qingqing spoke with unwavering determination, resolved to ascend another 10 levels today. Theo remained by Chun Mu's side. Attending to him without striving for progress was simply unacceptable. She must transform herself into an extraordinary talent. If her innate gifts were inadequate, she would compensate with diligence. Should outsiders become aware of Yi Qingqing's aspirations, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes and scoff. Even geniuses are so competitive. They leave no room for ordinary individuals. Very well, you may proceed. Chun Mu gestured dismissively, allowing Yi Qingqing to focus on her own cultivation. With such a dedicated subordinate, Chun Mu had no intention of hindering her efforts. He looked forward to her becoming stronger, thereby eliminating any need for him to intervene. His choice to embrace invincibility was not made to handle every matter personally. Why burden himself with tasks that others could resolve? Young master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall return at once. Yi Qingqing cupped her fists in gratitude and turned to depart from Qingyun Mansion. Left alone, Chun Mu enjoyed the tranquility of his abode. The wind today was somewhat boisterous. He glanced at Zhang Shankai, who was cleaning fish scales in front of the kitchen door, seemingly preparing to sun-dry fish. Out of curiosity, Chun Mu checked his personal panel to learn more about this individual. As they frequently crossed paths. Name. Zhang Shankai age. 43 in the realm of fantasy, this age is considered quite youthful for cultivators. For ordinary people, with a lifespan of merely a century, it hardly qualifies as young. Gender, male cultivation level, None. Just as Chun Mu was about to conclude that Zhang Shankai was an unremarkable person, his gaze fell upon the talent section. Talent. Unactivated, hidden, unactivated, hidden, he mused softly, addressing the system in a voice only he could hear. What does this mean? System. To the host, individuals of this nature possess talents that are more challenging to uncover than those of the average person. Yet they often harbor extraordinary potential. However, special methods are required to activate it. Chun Mu had initially thought he had merely stumbled upon a skilled cook, only to discover that this man possessed hidden talents. What luck? Intrigued, he beckoned Zhang Shankai over. Young master, you called for me? Zhang Shankai attempted to wipe the fish scales from his hands, hastily hiding them behind his back to avoid the fishy odor offending Chun Mu. Though he wished to wash his hands, drawing water would require considerable effort. With Chan Mu's summons, Zhang Shankai dared not delay. Do you wish to cultivate? Chen Mu inquired straightforwardly. Indeed. Who wouldn't he? However, young master, I have participated in the awakening ceremony and had no response, which is why I sought a master and became a cook, Zhang Shankai replied. What if I told you that you actually possess a high level of hidden talent? It merely lies deep within you, requiring some effort to activate. Chun Mu revealed without reservation. Zhang Shankai froze momentarily, then without hesitation, knelt before Chen Mu, pleading for him to activate his talent. I shall serve you for eternity, young master. Zhang Shankai had longed to wield a flying sword, dominate a realm, and live a long life, dreams he had cherished deeply. The thought of having hidden talent almost brought him to tears. He envisioned that if he could cultivate, he would earn merit for the Tianyuan's sacred land. Acquire longevity pills, extend his lifespan, and approach immortality. Your eagerness is commendable. I shall assist you. Given Chun Mu's current level, unlocking Zhang Shankai's hidden talent would be a mere trifle. Thank you, young master, thank you. Zhang Shankai repeatedly bowed, his forehead bleeding from the fervent gestures, yet he paid no mind. He was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of finally embarking on the path of cultivation he had always yearned for. In a world that revered martial prowess, who among them did not aspire to cultivate and become a formidable force? Chan Mu raised his hand above Zhang Shankai's head, prepared to infuse spiritual energy to shatter the shackles binding him. Unlocking hidden talent unlocked successful. Chen Mu inhaled sharply. This system truly seemed intent on sparing him any effort. Regarding such considerate actions, Chun Mu could only express his desire for more of the same in the future. He would never complain or express dissatisfaction. That will suffice. Chun Mu retracted his hand in a flash. He accessed the system panel again to scrutinize the talent section regarding Zhang Shankai, eager to uncover the nature of his formidable hidden abilities and whether they could be of use to him. Chapter 70. Achieving Greatness. Uniting an Empire? Bronze skin, iron bones, a genius in body refinement. Body refinement? Chun Mu harbored serious suspicions that everything was orchestrated by the system behind the scenes, just as he had encountered Zhuan Fan, an emperor of body refinement, offering his lifelong treasures. It seemed the system had delivered him another prodigy in body refinement. Was it attempting to cultivate another body refinement emperor for him, akin to Zhuan Fan? The sensation was truly extraordinary, younger master. I feel an inexhaustible power surging through my body. Zhang Shankai exclaimed, arms outstretched, fists clenched in exhilaration. Chun Mu raised his hand, fingers partially curled, and inhaled. Swish, a kitchen knife flew through the window, perfectly caught by Chen Mu at the opportune moment. Here, take this knife and try cutting yourself. Zhang Shankai accepted the knife, swallowing hard. He glanced at the blade, then at Chun Mu, whose resolute demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Assured that the young master would not harm him, he gritted his teeth and raised the knife high above his head, closing his eyes as he struck down with all his might. Crash! The sound was crisp. Zhang Shankai opened his eyes in disbelief, witnessing the knife shatter into numerous pieces, scattering about, leaving only the handle in his grasp. Looking at what should have been a severed arm, he found only a torn sleeve with a scratch. He discarded the handle and hurriedly rolled up his sleeve to inspect. On his forearm, there was not a single injury, not even a hair harmed. Younger master, what is happening? Zhang Shankai, unable to fathom the mystery, inquired of Chen Mu. I have awakened the hidden bloodline within you, granting you bronze skin and iron bones, impervious to blades and swords. However, should you encounter a superior spiritual weapon, it may still breach your defenses, so be cautious. Before Chen Mu could finish, Zhang Shankai fell to the ground once more, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Thank you, young master, thank you. I shall forever remember this life-saving grace. Your realization is a testament to my investment in you. Take this cultivation method and practice diligently. It will lead you to an extraordinary life. Chen Mu retrieved a book titled Golden Bell Body Refinement Technique from the central bookshelf and tossed it to Zhang Shankai. Establish a solid foundation, elevate your realm, and then consider whether to cultivate the heavenly demon body refinement technique. Progressing too hastily may lead to calamity. What powerful spiritual energy! Although Zhang Shankai could not discern the quality of the technique, he recognized it as anything but ordinary. Thank you, young master. The already scabbed forehead, this time, did not bleed anew due to the bronze skin and iron bones, but rather cracked, shedding the scab to reveal healed skin beneath. Upon receiving the Golden Bell Body Refinement Technique, Zhang Shankai did not rush to cultivate but returned to his station, continuing to prepare fish, using cypress branches for smoking. Even with the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation and strive for immortality, Zhang Shankai did not forget his duties at Qingyun Mansion. As a cook, he was preoccupied with thoughts of what to prepare for dinner and which recipe to consult for inspiration. His loyalty was invaluable to Chen Mu. Standing, he stretched, the sound of cracking bones reminding him that, while the reclining chair was comfortable, it could not compare to a proper bed. He glanced up at the overcast sky, contemplating a return to his room for rest. Bang! The door swung open. Xiaomu, your sister has come to see you. Qinmu managed to smile, turning to greet her. Older sister, what brings you here? Let me take a good look at my brother, the great emperor of the Chen family. Chen Juexin approached swiftly, grasping his shoulders as she appraised him from head to toe, as if admiring a prized work of art, her eyes gleaming with possessiveness. That gaze? Chen Mu felt fortunate to be Chen Juexin's brother, for her reason remained intact. Had it not been for this identity, he might have feared being consumed whole. She withdrew her hands and sat down, resting her chin on her hands, sighing repeatedly as siblings. Why is there such a disparity? Sister, you are being too self-deprecating. Chen Mu filled a cup of tea for Chen Juexin and instructed Zhang Shankai to bring a platter of fruit. Here, sister, after your long journey, please enjoy some grapes. Chen Mu held up a bunch of precious purple jade grapes. However, Chen Juexin set her hands down, opening her mouth in a playful manner, expecting to be fed. Chen Mu sighed. Ultimately, she was his older sister. Reflecting on her past kindness and care, peeling a grape was hardly a burden. He plucked a grape, peeled it to reveal its glistening green flesh, and offered it to Chen Juexin's mouth. So sweet. Chen Juexin cradled her face with her hands, beaming with joy. She looked at Chen Mu and teasingly remarked, to have the reigning emperor personally attend to me, truly, I, Chen Juexin, must have accumulated great fortune in my past life. Indeed, Chen Mu echoed her sentiment, continuing to peel grapes for her. Chen Juexin accepted every offering with delight. In Chen Mu's presence, she felt no need for pretense. There was no necessity for such aids. Sister, your long journey back to find me surely cannot be merely for this trivial matter, can it? Chen Mu asked bluntly. Indeed, one can deceive anyone, but not you. As Chen Mu pondered, he couldn't help but wonder if something truly troubling had arisen with his sister. In the southern region, her business had already expanded considerably, and she was contemplating how to extend her reach further. Although she had a fair share of business beyond the southern territory, competing against those established families and shops was undeniably daunting. The trust and reputation they had built in the local community were formidable barriers to surpass. Chen Mu wore an expression of indifference, harboring reasonable doubts that Chen Juexin had come to Qingyun Prefecture solely to flaunt her accomplishments. Sister, you must have come to show off to me, haven't you? Chen Mu remarked, retracting his hand, tossing the grape mint for Chen Juexin into his own mouth instead. Chen Juexin pouted in mild annoyance, cheeks puffed out. In a way, I am genuinely troubled, you know. With more and more people joining the Tianyuan sacred land, expenses are skyrocketing. If I don't strive to earn, how can I assist you in achieving greatness and unifying the realms? Achieving greatness and unifying the realms? Chen Mu felt indifferent. He thought to himself, Sister, you overestimate me. Your brother simply wishes to lounge about, indulging in idle chatter. As for wealth, with limitless riches at hand, would he really lack anything? Yet, he knew he could not disclose this to Chen Juexin, even though she was one of his closest confidants. Matters concerning the system must remain strictly confidential, buried with him. What if revealing it brought calamity to others? Chen Mu had yet to uncover the origins of the system, thus caution was paramount. Xiaomu, you have always been full of ideas. Do you have any clever strategies? Please assist your sister. Chapter 71. The Gambler's Stone? You are being overly humble. Clever strategies? Chen Mu shook his head. What clever strategies could I possibly possess? As you know, I am utterly ignorant of commerce and lack the requisite acumen. While he was in the midst of signing in, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a commercial mind. Chunmu felt that the system was straying further from the concept of a wish-granting system. After all, a wish-granting system required one to make a wish before it would fulfill it. Even before he had articulated his desires, the system had already bestowed upon him the ability. Following this, under the enhancement of his newfound commercial acumen, an unprecedented idea struck Chunmu, one that would enable Chun Jueshin to attract a substantial clientele, the Gambler's Stone. The Gambler's Stone? Chun Jueshin recognized the individual characters but could not fathom their combined significance. It's quite simple. Chunmu elaborated. We publicly declare that we have discovered a natural divine stone, which, when cut, has a certain probability of yielding top-tier treasures, such as elixirs, techniques, and divine weapons. You mean to fabricate a deception? Absolutely not. I, Chun Jueshin, would never stoop to such deceitful practices, Chun Jueshin retorted. Furthermore, if exposed, it would tarnish the Tianyuan's reputation, and she was particularly concerned about this. Her own reputation mattered little, but Chunmu was destined to become the Lord of Tianyuan, and she did not wish for him to be stigmatized. Having such an upright sister, who constantly considered his well-being, presented quite the conundrum for Chunmu Dai in his previous life. Scams involving small investments yielding great returns were commonplace. Yet, in this dog-eat-dog world of fantasy, they were not as prevalent. While signing in again, the system chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Gambler's Stone 1000. Chunmu furrowed his brow, questioning the system. Are you joking? Does such a thing as the Gambler's Stone truly exist? He searched his memory but found no relevant recollection. The Gambler's Stone was merely a fabrication based on his past experiences with gambling stones, substituting jade for spirit stones, techniques, and divine weapons. The system responded. Returning to the host, the Gambler's Stone was created by the system based on your description. Is that even possible? Chunmu was too preoccupied with the immediate situation to delve deeper. Since I have claimed it to be natural, how could that be considered a deception? With a grand gesture, he produced several divine stones of varying sizes and shapes, placing them before Chun Jueshin. What are these? Chun Jueshin attempted to probe their mysteries with her divine sense, only to find nothing but a dark void. These are the divine stones I mentioned. Not even our father at the emperor level could discern their contents, Chunmu explained. The secrets within can only be revealed once they are cut open. Hence the emphasis on gamble. To his astonishment, the memories of his past life proved useful at this moment. These indeed exist in the world. Xiaomu, where did you acquire them? Chun Jueshin inquired with curiosity. For now, that remains confidential, but if you truly need them, feel free to ask. Chunmu thought to himself, unable to voice the truth, that he had fabricated the story and the system had conjured them from thin air. Very well, Chun Jueshin conceded, sensing his reluctance to disclose more. She suspected that he had encountered some perilous situation, and his reticence stemmed from concern for his safety. She promised that all profits from the Gambler's Stone would be entirely entrusted to Chunmu, allowing him to decide their use. Understanding Chun Jueshin's temperament, Chunmu readily agreed without hesitation. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Yi Qingsheng, who returned with light injuries. It was evident that she had undergone a fierce battle within the trial tower that day. Young master, Miss, Yi Qingsheng greeted, quickly noticing the divine stones arrayed in the courtyard. Instinctively, she attempted to probe them with her divine sense, only to be met with darkness. At this moment, Chunmu proposed. Why don't we each select one and cut it open to see? It would be far more direct than engaging in lengthy discussions. After all, experience trumps speculation. He also specifically invited Zhang Shengkai to join in. I'll choose this one, Chun Jueshin declared, pointing to a relatively smooth divine stone. Yi Qingsheng opted for a more refined and delicate piece, its surface exhibiting a slight jade-like quality. Zhang Shengkai, believing that bigger is better, chose the largest stone he could find. Chunmu, without much thought, randomly selected a stone as well. With a gentle motion of his fingertip, cracks suddenly appeared on all 4 divine stones, splitting them open. This is incredible. A pair of boots that enhances speed and agility. At least of the earth rank, Yi Qingsheng exclaimed in delight. Y stone contains a suit of armor. Zhang Shengkai shouted with glee. Is that a 7th grade Xian jade pill? As Chunmu anticipated, as they personally unearthed treasures from the divine stones, Chun Jueshin immediately recognized the vast commercial potential before them. The thrill and excitement of gambling, coupled with the joy of revealing treasures, was an exhilarating roller coaster ride that was utterly captivating. However, would the probability of revealing treasures not be too high? Just as Chen Juexin contemplated this, she caught sight of Chen Mu's sullen expression. Peering at the stone before him, she noticed it was utterly empty. "Chen Mu, let's do another round," he urged, a forced smile on his lips. Witnessing his demeanor, Chen Juexin realized that her concerns had been unfounded. The more one failed to reveal treasures, the more enticing it became to continue trying, hoping to defy the odds. Who would refuse the chance to reverse their fate by purchasing a single stone? In the second round, neither Chen Juexin nor Yi Qingqing managed to extract anything from their divine stones. Conversely, Zhang Shankai, blessed with abundant fortune, unearthed a pair of earth-rank gloves. When it was Chen Mu's turn, he was in the midst of signing in again. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained supreme fortune. Boom. A golden pillar of light shot skyward, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary treasure. Chen Mu could only think that if the system had delayed even for a second, he might have ended up with yet another empty stone. Heavens, that is a sacred tier divine weapon. Truly remarkable, young master. You have summoned a sacred-level divine weapon. In comparison, my gloves hold no value, Chen Juexin exclaimed. Astonished, indeed. Not only divine weapons but even sacred weapons can be revealed, entirely dependent on luck. Chen Mu beamed with satisfaction as he clutched the sacred tier divine weapon. Supreme fortune? How extraordinary! The system chimed in eagerly. What about me? What about me? You are equally extraordinary, Chen Mu replied. Thank you for the compliment, host. The system shall continue to strive for excellence. Despite possessing such a brilliant idea, Chen Mu still claimed he lacked any business acumen, which was a gross understatement. Chen Juexin, pulling him close, said, Mine, it's all mine. Chen Mu's smile turned bittersweet, thinking to himself, I knew I had a knack for business even moments before you did, dear sister. Chapter 72. 100,000 Divine Weapons as a Trump Card. In the Divine Stone Pavilion, Chen Mu continued to excel under the influence of supreme fortune. Golden pillars of light erupted one after another, piercing the heavens. Sacred tier, divine tier, even more divine tier. Looking at the empty stones before him, Chen Juexin, Yi Qingqing, and the others could only express their sentiments. Incomparable, truly incomparable. This fortune was indeed a testament to the protection of the Great Tao. As for the first stone, it must have been that the Great Tao had not yet registered. Yes, that must be it. Afterward, Chen Mu handed all 984 remaining divine stones to Chen Juexin. This would be more than sufficient for her to establish a reputation beyond the Southern Territory. Gift of Divine Stones successful. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received 98,400 Divine Stones. 98400. When combined with Supreme Fortune, did that not equate to acquiring over 90,000, nearly 100,000, Earth-rank Divine Weapons as a trump card? Though it may sound like self-promotion, Chen Mu could find no other descriptor than invincible. Invincible. Only invincible. Nevertheless, it is preferable to remain invincible rather than to be subjected to incessant ridicule and various forms of oppression. Is it not? Rest assured, dear Xiaomu, your elder sister will not disappoint your expectations. She shall see to it that the gambling god stone captivates the entire Ditsong world. Before departing, Chen Juexin made sure to convey her sentiments. Very well, I shall remember that. Take care on your journey, Chen Mu replied with a wave of his hand. Soon after, he noticed Yi Qingqing and Zhang Shankai approaching, bearing the items they had won from the god stone. Chen Mu initiated the exchange, saying, Those items are better off with you. Thank you, young master. The two responded with a bow, accepting the treasures as instructed. They indeed had a need for these items, and moreover, they understood that, for Chen Mu, they held no value and would only take up space. Since it was the young master's command, they felt no need for further discussion. Having resolved matters with Chen Juexin, Chen Mu made his way toward his quarters, gesturing as he said, Call me for dinner later. Understood, young master, Yi Qingqing responded, while Zhang Shankai had already donned his battle armor and gauntlets, seizing the opportunity to practice the golden bell dominance technique that Chen Mu had previously imparted. Observing this scene, Yi Qingqing was initially taken aback, then curiously inquired, Brother Zhang, from where did you acquire this technique? Well, to be honest, it was the young master who helped me discover my hidden talents. Zhang Shankai replied without reservation, recounting the moment Chen Mu recognized his innate abilities. Copper skin and iron bones, a true physique prodigy, Yi Qingqing had to admit her oversight. She had always regarded Zhang Shankai as an ordinary individual, failing to recognize his extraordinary talents in physical cultivation. The young master truly possesses an unparalleled vision. Had it not been for his discerning eye, based on Yi Qingqing's understanding of this world, Zhang Shankai would likely have lived a mundane life, ultimately fading into obscurity. One could say that the young master has granted you a second chance at life. Should you ever attain greatness, do not forget this kindness. Yi Qingcheng expressed her thoughts. Miss Yi, worry not. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for the young master, Zhang Shankai declared, thumping his chest in affirmation. He then asked, by the way, Miss Yi, as this is my first time cultivating, I am unfamiliar with the technique. I only know of the 4 realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. What tier does the young master's technique belong to? Heavenly tier, top grade, the finest technique. Yi Qingcheng responded. Heavenly tier, top grade? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shankai felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He would gladly endure any hardship for Chen Mu. The love of biological parents could hardly compare. Deeply moved, tears welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Mu lay in his chamber, fully aware of the conversation between Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Shankai. Though he reclined on his bed, he felt no inclination to sleep. Reflecting inwardly, he pondered, have I slept too much? It is said that time is as precious as gold, and one should not squander it. However, since I have attained immortality, unyielding and eternal, and have reached the exalted realm of the emperor, perhaps a brief indulgence is permissible? Staring at the ceiling, he spoke to himself. Just then, a notification chimed in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the Drunken Dream Incense 10. Drunken Dream? That does not sound particularly auspicious. Chen Mu remarked. The system replied. In response to the host, igniting this incense will assist you in entering a dream, and the dreams will manifest exactly as you desire, leaving one enchanted. But what if I become trapped in that dream forever? Chen Mu questioned further. The system reassured him. Host, you jest. This incense only induces dreams for those below the innate martial master realm. Chen Mu frowned. So it truly exists. Nevertheless, knowing that the Drunken Dream incense posed no side effects for him, he instructed the system, light it up, ASU command. The system complied, demonstrating its subservience. After all, at this juncture, pleasing and gaining Chen Mu's approval was of utmost importance. Nothing could surpass that. Soon, as a wisp of fragrant smoke curled upward, a delightful aroma wafted into Chen Mu's nostrils with each breath. Gradually, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. In his dream, all was chaos. What he desired most was to remain dreamless, conserving his energy. Meanwhile, Chen Juexin had swiftly returned to the capital via the teleportation array, not rushing to venture beyond the southern domain. Instead, she planned to procure a few gambling god stones within the city to gauge their reception, thereby formulating a comprehensive promotion and advertising strategy. She lavishly purchased an opulent building and commanded the installation of a sign for the Godstone Pavilion, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Godstone Pavilion? What is it for? I have no idea. Why does God relate to stone? One is rare, the other ubiquitous. To acquire such a luxurious establishment, it must be quite significant. Discussions abounded. Once the gathering reached a sufficient size, the deputy pavilion master, Sun Qian, entrusted with the temporary task, opened the doors to welcome patrons. Everyone, the Godstone Pavilion is now open, catering to all cultivators in the southern domain. We kindly ask those with wealth to support us financially, while those without may lend us their presence. Sun Qian clasped his hands in greeting, delivering the opening remarks. Cut the pleasantries. Simply tell us what the Godstone Pavilion offers. An impatient voice called out. Sun Qian remained unperturbed, calmly articulating, in brief, you may purchase Godstones here, split them in 2, and see what fortune awaits. Whether it be top-tier elixirs, martial techniques, or divine armaments, they are all available, contingent upon luck. Godstones? You want us to pay for stones? Surely you jest. Disperse, this is pointless. What distinguishes this from treating us like fools? As the crowd began to disperse, Sun Qian hastily intervened. Everyone, please wait. Allow me to finish. These are not ordinary stones. For those fortunate enough, they might even uncover divine-grade treasures. Chapter 73. A storm brews. The grand scholar arrives. Upon hearing Sun Qian's words, the crowd's demeanor shifted. A brief moment of silence enveloped the Godstone Pavilion, which had been bustling with over 100 people, now rendered as quiet as a pin drop. This description is no exaggeration. Yet soon, a hearty laugh broke the stillness. Ha ha ha, you Godstone Pavilion do indeed speak grandly. Are you not afraid of bursting your own bubble? How could treasures possibly emerge from within stones? Absurd. This is undoubtedly the funniest joke I have ever heard. Ridiculous, shameful, pathetic. Who dares to treat us as imbeciles and mock us? The majority scoffed dismissively, while a few haughty cultivators unsheathed their swords, adopting an air of indignation. Witnessing this display, Sun Qian felt a twinge of panic and quickly raised his hands. Our pavilion master is the leader of the Merchant Alliance, backed by the Tianyuan Holy Land. Would we dare jest about such matters? Upon hearing this, the individuals who had drawn their swords halted mid-motion. Leader of the Merchant Alliance? Chun Juexin? Did you hear him mention the backing of the Tianyuan Holy Land? Who else could it be but her? I cannot afford to provoke that. With a sudden change of heart, those who had been so brazen moments earlier turned tail and fled the crowd in haste. Like a drenched dog, tail tucked between its legs, regardless of their current cultivation levels, even if they were to suddenly ascend 5 or 6 realms, they would still not dare confront the Tianyuan Holy Land. They were acutely aware of what being an emperor entailed. Moreover, they understood the terrifying existence of 2 emperors. Pray tell, what rules govern this gambling god's stone? An elderly figure, hunched with age and hands clasped behind his back, squinted his eyes, stepping forth from the crowd to inquire pointedly. Simply put, purchase your desired god's stone, split it in 2, and cut it open. Whether you obtain top-tier elixirs, martial arts manuals, or divine armaments is entirely a matter of luck. Those fortunate may even acquire divine-grade treasures. However, those less fortunate might find nothing at all. Sun Qian elucidated the rules with emphasis. The Tianyuan Holy Land does not shy away from trouble, yet they have no reason to provoke it, lest they become the subject of gossip. Therefore, might I inquire as to the origin of these stones? The elder pressed further. The specific origins cannot be disclosed, but they are known to have been discovered by our esteemed Tianyuan young master from a legendary secret realm. Sun Qian relayed Chen Juexin's words, a legendary secret realm. The Godstone Pavilion is indeed connected to the Tianyuan young master. That unparalleled genius. Perhaps it is worth a try. The lowest price is still over 1,000 spirit stones. That's rather steep. Indeed. What if nothing materializes? Would that not be a tremendous loss? Consider it from another perspective. If one can wager 1,000 spirit stones and potentially win not only divine grade but even holy grade treasures, is that not more advantageous than idly waiting for opportunities? You make a valid point. This is perhaps the closest opportunity we ordinary folk have to turn our fates around. With this shift in sentiment, an increasing number of individuals began to flock to the Godstone Pavilion. To accommodate those short on spirit stones and gold, Chun Juexin even purchased an adjacent shop to establish a pawn shop, offering a comprehensive service. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the heavens bless me. This is all my fortune. I must unearth a fine treasure. One cut can make one rich or poor. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Various individuals gathered, from those kneeling in prayer, clutching blades, hesitating, to those with wealth seeking a thrill to satisfy their curiosity. Each wielded a blade, their expressions vastly divergent. My 2,000 spirit stones, my 2,000 spirit stones. And all I uncovered were 10 of the most inferior elixirs? Kneeling, they questioned their very existence. I'm done. The god stone I bought for 5,000 spirit stones yielded nothing. Damn it. A mere 10,000 spirit stones yielded only a single second-tier elixir? Surely, you jest with me, young master. Is it possible that your divine stone pavilion is engaging in some form of exploitation? Indeed. It must be that the divine stone pavilion, believing itself to be shielded by the Tianyuan sacred land, brazenly mistreats us common folk, treating us like mere cattle for slaughter. I have always been fortunate. How could it be that I cannot even acquire a single treasure? There is certainly something amiss. A grave issue at hand, with one person initiating, a multitude of others who had yet to uncover any satisfactory treasures or had drawn nothing at all from the divine stones joined in. Clamoring about hidden agendas, exploitation? Everyone, witnessing this uproar, Sun Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. However, his voice was completely drowned out by those demanding refunds. Just then, a voice filled with age and astonishment rang out. A heavenly grade artifact. I have indeed uncovered a heavenly grade divine weapon, the cold wind sword. Heavens, a heavenly grade artifact? Truly, treasures can be extracted from these stones. But what if it's a ruse? Let us not be so gullible. Nonsense. As someone unveiled a treasured item, Sun Qian's demeanor shifted considerably from earlier, and he retorted with newfound vigor. How could our divine stone pavilion tarnish the reputation of the Alliance Master and the young master over a trifling sum of silver? Everyone, exercise caution in your words. At his command, the clamoring voices fell silent, closing their mouths as if sealed. Should they provoke anyone, be it the Tianyuan sacred land or merely Chen Juexin, they would certainly face dire consequences. The crowd was acutely aware of the terror embodied by Chanjueshin, which extended far beyond mere commerce. It had been a long while since Yunbei Street had witnessed such liveliness. Following the sound, an elderly man with graying hair approached, flanked by a man and a woman, both of whom were guards of innate martial mastery. The Grand Scholar, upon recognizing the visitor, Sun Qian hurried forward to greet him. Expressing his apologies for not having welcomed the Grand Scholar properly. No need for such formalities, Sun Qian, Zhao Zhidong replied, assisting Sun Qian to rise and dismissing his concerns. The Grand Scholar? The one referred to by the Emperor as the world's foremost talent. Who possesses 8 parts of the wisdom among the world's scholars? Indeed. It must be him. I once encountered him at a banquet. Rumor has it he is unyielding, never bowing to power, and has even dared to speak truth to authority on numerous occasions. Such integrity is truly admirable. Zhao Zhidong, however, paid little heed to the flattery around him, treating it as mere background noise. When inquiring about Sun Qian, he expressed his keen interest in the divine gambling stones, asking if he might try his hand out. Of course. It is our honor to have the Grand Scholar visit our divine stone pavilion. You may choose any stone for free, Sun Qian promised. No reward without effort. What is due must be collected. There is no need to offer me special treatment. Zhao Zhidong raised his hand in refusal. Sun Qian heeded the Grand Scholar's counsel, bowing in agreement. As Zhao Zhidong approached, the crowd parted, their attention fixated on him, eager to see which divine stone he would select and whether he might draw forth a priceless treasure. Chapter 74. The Power to Change Fate. The Great Scholar's 3,000 scrolls. What do you two think? Zhao Zhidong inquired, surveying the assortment of divine stones displayed in the hall, turning to his 2 guards. These divine stones truly possess an enigmatic quality, as they seem to harbor a protective barrier. With my cultivation, I cannot discern what lies within, one guard concurred. The other nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can only perceive a chaotic hue, which does not appear to be a result of any man-made formation. Ah, that is quite intriguing. You two may each select a stone as a reward for your diligent service, Zhao Zhidong suggested. As a Grand Scholar, his stipend was substantial, and with little need for expenditure. He was quite affluent. Then we shall not be polite. The guards, well acquainted with Zhao Zhidong's character, accepted his generous offer without hesitation, each choosing a divine stone based on their instincts. Zhao Zhidong also swiftly selected one. After receiving the spirit stones for the purchase, Sun Qian placed them into his spatial ring. With a spatial ring at hand, one could surmise there existed a corresponding mother ring, collectively known as the parent-child spatial rings. The child ring and mother ring are interconnected, allowing items placed into the former to be directly stored in the latter. Without the mother ring to receive the items, the child ring possessed only the authority to store. The mother ring had long been entrusted to Chen Jueshin, with all proceeds from the Divine Stone Pavilion solely benefiting Chen Mu, leaving Chen Jueshin with both fame and fortune. Upon discovering the method, a guard drew his sword, executing a swift strike. The divine stone split in 2. A myriad of colorful lights erupted, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. That female guard was indeed fortunate, as she uncovered 10 6th-tier Qinyuan Dan. No. If we are to speak of luck, it must be that male guard who drew the heavenly grade divine weapon, the wind-howling blade. In contrast, the outcome for Zhao Zhidong was somewhat lacking. He hesitated, primarily concerned about offending Zhao Zhidong himself. To his surprise, he uncovered nothing. He had thought, perhaps, that the Divine Stone Pavilion would secretly manipulate the results in his favor due to his esteemed status. The female guard beamed with excitement, confident that with these elixirs, she could successfully break through to the next realm. The male guard was equally radiant, as this was the weapon he had long coveted and could hardly wait to practice with. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhidong, though his expression remained largely unchanged, could not conceal the flicker of disappointment in his eyes, revealing his true sentiments. "May I purchase another stone?" Zhao Zhidong inquired of Sun Qian, his smile not reaching his eyes. Certainly, Sun Qian nodded. Subsequently, Zhao Zhidong chose another divine stone valued at 8,000 spirit stones. This time, he wielded the sword himself, delivering a decisive strike. The sword wind howled. The momentum was impressive, yet the result still left much to be desired. However, it was an improvement over the first attempt, as he at least extracted something. A pair of white socks, their texture exquisite, silky to the touch. Zhao Zhidong, once more, spirit stones -7,000 obtained. Again, spirit stones -5,000. Obtained. 1 first-tier inferior elixir 1. Again. The crowd observed Zhao Zhidong's increasingly frantic demeanor, coupled with repeated failures. Those who had felt unfortunate, believing themselves to be unlucky, suddenly found solace in this spectacle. If even the grand scholar, a paragon of virtue and wisdom, faced such challenges, what hope did they have? They came to understand that the divine stone pavilion was indeed truthful. This was a venture purely dependent on luck. Again, just as Zhao Zhitong was about to speak, he realized that his purse had run dry. Over 1,000,000 spirit stones had essentially evaporated. Zhao Zhitong had no intention of using those inferior elixirs or the white socks to console himself. I shall use this as collateral. How many spirit stones can it fetch? Zhao Zhitong produced an ancient scroll inscribed with the words "The Great Scholar's 3,000 Scrolls." This is one of the 10 great Confucian classics? Such madness! Who would have thought even a grand scholar could not resist the allure of the divine gambling stones? Life is sustained by a breath, and before so many, to extract nothing would be a grave embarrassment. This sacred tome is a coveted treasure for many great scholars and masters, yet he so easily presented it. Listening to the murmurs around him, Sun Qian, not well versed in the great scholar's 3,000 scrolls, casually remarked, "It can be exchanged for 5 divine stones." "Good, I shall make the trade." Zhao Zhitong grasped Sun Qian's hand with one hand, while with the other, he forcefully pressed the great scholar's 3,000 scrolls into Sun Qian's grasp. Fearing he might reconsider, Sun Qian smiled silently, placing the great scholar's 3,000 scrolls into the mother ring held by Qian Mu through the child ring. This one, and this one. I shall take them all." Selecting 5 divine stones, Zhao Zhitong struck down with his sword once more. The first stone yielded nothing, the second yielded 10 second-tier heart question elixirs, the third yielded a complete set of profound great armor. The fourth yielded nothing. Gulp, as he gazed at the final remaining divine stone. Zhao Zhitong swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, and the pressure mounted. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and struck down once more. In the next instant, a golden light erupted, piercing through the building and soaring into the heavens, dispersing the clouds, a sacred grade. This is a relic of a Confucian sage? A sage's relic? This is worth far more than the great scholar's 3,000 scrolls. Clear the way. I demand a divine gambling stone. So do I. Zhao Zhitong's lips twitched as he gazed at the sage's relic in his hand, struggling to contain his laughter, desperate to maintain his composure. He had indeed gambled successfully. Should he grasp the essence of the sage's relic, his accomplishments and standing within the realm of Confucianism would multiply exponentially. Consequently, the reputation of the divine stone pavilion spread throughout the capital, attracting many who came eager to bestow gifts upon Qian Mu. The pawnshop business nearby also flourished remarkably. Mother Spatial Ring. Spirit Stones 10,000, Mother Spatial Ring. Spirit Stones 5,000, Mother Spatial Ring. Great Scholars 3,000 Scrolls 1. When Qian Mu awakened, he beheld the substantial gains displayed on the system panel. Spirit Stones? He held little interest. However, the Great Scholar's 3,000 scrolls intrigued him somewhat. Upon retrieving it, he found a hefty, weighty ancient scroll. Even with both arms outstretched, it was difficult to fully unfurl. The literary essence was remarkably profound. What purpose does this hold, system? If you can gain the recognition of the remnant soul of the great scholar within, you shall receive rewards from the great scholar. Qian Mu did not believe he currently needed anyone's acknowledgement. He was merely surprised to discover the existence of Confucianism in the vast world. However, he felt a sense of dissonance, as this Confucianism seemed entirely different from his understanding. The spiritual energy within this scroll was exceptionally rich. Could it be that Confucianism and cultivation are intertwined? Out of curiosity, Qian Mu resolved to open the revered tome, 3,000 Scrolls of Confucianism and Taoism. Upon reaching chapter 75, titled The Ink World, he perceived a sage-like presence emanating from it.as. He opened the book. A torrent of literary essence surged forth, akin to the vastness of the ocean, overwhelming him. Dazzling golden light flooded his field of vision. When he regained his senses, he found himself immersed in a novel realm. Qian Mu could distinctly sense that this world was formed by a unique energy, existing only as a projection of consciousness. His physical body remained within the Qingyun mansion. Ink mountains, ink rivers, ink clouds, ink birds. Was this an ink painting? As Qian Mu glanced around, a faint smile graced his lips, revealing a spark of interest. Indeed, the atmosphere was profoundly enchanting. Crossing a stone bridge, he soon beheld a towering mountain, atop which stood a pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat 2 individuals engaged in a game of Go, while another stood beside them, attentively observing. Occasionally, he would exclaim praises such as, "Oldemo, your move is exquisite," or "Oldly, your strategy is equally enlightening. I am immensely benefited." Confronted with Old Lee's relentless advances, Oldemo delicately held a black piece, poised to make his move, yet his hand hovered in midair. Suspended, he turned his gaze toward the horizon, exclaiming, "Ah, has someone at last passed the test of literary essence to arrive in this realm of literary profundity? Focus on the game, regardless of that," Oldly urged. As esteemed scholars, they served as the final evaluators of this literary domain. Reflecting on the past, he noted that it had been millennia since anyone had ascended to the peak of the Ink Mountain to undertake this trial. Thus, in Old Lee's eyes, the literary essence of the southern region had long since dwindled. Confucianism and Taoism, they were relics of the past. Now was the era of sword cultivators, knife wielders, and spear masters, where pragmatism reigned supreme. Who still wished to delve into books, to cultivate literary essence slowly, he maintained a persistently pessimistic outlook. "Let us observe further," Oldemo replied, returning the piece to its box, with a graceful wave of his hand. His white sleeve billowed, leaving a trail of ink in the air. Instantly, that ink transformed into a mirror-like surface, revealing the scene below, showcasing Chan Mu's visage. Oh, at such a young age, he has managed to pass the test of literary essence and enter the realm of literary profundity. Old Lee's interest was piqued. He regarded Chen Mu with newfound curiosity. It is worth noting that even as a great scholar, he had been nearly 60 upon his first entry into this literary domain. This young man undoubtedly possessed talent. Oldemo stroked his beard, his face alight with admiration. "Let us not rush to conclusions. It would be prudent to commend him only after he successfully passes the trial and reaches the summit." Oldly huffed softly, convinced that the current harsh circumstances could not be easily reversed by a mere genius. Furthermore, the question of whether this individual was indeed a genius remained unresolved. On the mountain peak, were there not 9 individuals? Under the cover of his spiritual awareness, Qian Mu had already discerned the presence of Oldly, Oldemo, and the others. From their dialogue, it became evident that Confucianism and Taoism had once enjoyed a remarkably illustrious era. However, with the rise of sword, spear, and knife cultivators, these philosophies gradually waned, even declining toward extinction, leaving only a handful of individuals who still clung to their ideals. Subsequently, he gleaned from the system that the former Confucianism and Taoism were once surrounded by immense talent, capable of slaying enemies from miles away. The scholar's pen was not inferior to the swords of cultivators. Wielding a pen, a scholar could also take to the battlefield and stabilize the nation. Quite impressive, indeed. Intrigued, he halted his steps and closed the system panel, witnessing an explosion of ink before him, resembling a cloud of mist. From within emerged ferocious ink wolves, each baring their teeth, exuding an aura of savagery. Was this the so-called trial? In terms of evaluation, a single word sufficed: weak. They charged forth with their robust limbs, leaving a fleeting trail of ink in their wake, which vanished in an instant.